Chapter 270. The Unconventional Sea Cucumber. Nefong hurried in, presenting the letter to Xin An as if it were a priceless treasure. Nothing brought more joy than receiving a letter from home. Xin An eagerly opened it and began to read. In the letter, her father wrote that he had received the several large boxes of goods Tang Mo had sent. Relatives and friends all envied him for having such a good son-in-law, which made him extremely proud. He even specifically instructed her not to let Tang Mo see the letter, lest he become too full of himself. Xin An couldn't help but smile at that. On the second page, her father mentioned that their cooperation with the Su family was going very smoothly. Although the profits from selling sugar to the Su family were not particularly high, the Su family had helped the Xin family secure salt permits for the Northwest Salt Route. Local officials had also been very accommodating, and the Xin family's previously sluggish salt business had begun to revive. At the same time, the Xin family had signed a long-term agreement with sugar merchants in the Southwest and joined the Southwest Sugar Chamber of Commerce. Their sugar business was set to take a major leap forward next year. With both salt and sugar in hand, the Xin family had firmly secured the position of the second-largest merchant family in the Huai River region. Her father also reminded her to maintain good relations with the Su family. Along with the letter, he had sent 20,000 taels in silver notes for her to use during the holidays. Xin An read the letter 3 times before carefully putting it away. She counted the silver notes, stored them in the cabinet, and began thinking about what gifts to prepare for the Su family, and especially for the second prince's wife. After all, one had to be strategic. That evening, when Tang Mo returned, the first thing he noticed was the 2 treasures. He stared at them for a long time, clearly fascinated. But when he learned they were to be given away, his expression immediately stiffened. His heart ached, and reluctance was written all over his face. He picked up the pearl again and again, and wiped the white jade longevity immortal repeatedly. Are you really giving them away? Can't we keep them as family heirlooms for our children? Where did you even get such good things? Xin An sat on the edge of the bed, raising an eyebrow. Wipe your drool. Don't act like you've never seen anything valuable before. When giving gifts, you have to touch the recipient's heart. You can't be stingy. Tang Mo stared a moment longer before abruptly turning his head away and closing his eyes. Take them away from me. It hurts just looking at them. If I had known your promotion would cost you treasures like these, What? Xin An smiled. You wouldn't want the promotion anymore? All right, stop teasing. You say that, but who knows how happy you really are inside. Aren't you quite pleased? Tang Mo sat down beside her, grinning. My wife is so generous for my sake, how could I not be pleased? I just wish everyone knew about it. Xin An raised a brow. Aren't you afraid people will talk? In the past, Tang Rong had always wanted both reputation and benefits, afraid others would know he relied on her dowry, maintaining a false image of virtue. Who cares what they say? Tang Mo replied. If my wife is willing to give me good things, it means she cherishes me. I should be proud. Besides, plenty of shameless people covet a wife's dowry. Some families even investigate it during the engagement, just waiting for the bride to bring wealth to support them. Respectable families won't say it outright, but they have their own ways of making you hand over valuable things. And those declining households? The moment the bride enters, they hand over management rights. People who don't know better think it's an honor and happily accept. But once they're involved, they can never get out. Xin An looked at him curiously. You know quite a lot. Where did you hear all this? Tang Mo spent his days in the Northern Army, and in his free time, he wandered the streets and alleys, picking up all kinds of gossip. He knew people from all walks of life and spoke about these things with enthusiasm. When he finished, he turned serious. I won't hide it from you. As I go further, I may need to rely on your resources to handle certain matters. I'm not some noble, incorruptible person. I'll do my duties well and earn what merit I can, but I'll still need your help managing the complicated relationships within the household. Only after his promotion did he truly understand how important a capable woman in the household was. Without Xin An befriending Madame Liao and sending those gifts, how could Liaoji have favored him? There were many more experienced and capable men in the Northern Army. He would never have risen so quickly on his own. Don't worry, he added. Once I rise higher, I'll take care of your father too. I won't let him feel that marrying you to me was a loss. He spoke with complete sincerity. Xin An felt her nose sting, her eyes suddenly moist. Ever since Tang Mo promised to take her back to Huijiang, she had resolved to support him wholeheartedly, without counting the cost. She had expected gratitude, but not such direct honesty. How annoying, she muttered. I was already willing, why bring this up? Tang Mo blinked. I just wanted to be clear. I can't pretend I don't see it. You're a businesswoman, you expect returns on your investments. If I want you to invest, I have to show you the return. That's only fair. So now you're doing business with me? Xin An looked up at him. Tang Mo immediately realized his mistake. I misspoke, he said quickly. What I meant is, I won't use your things for free. Do you trust me? That depends on your performance. Xin An smiled. Do well, and you'll get more. Do poorly, and you'll get nothing. Speaking of returns, you'd better earn me a title someday. Let me enjoy a bit of glory too. Yes, ma'am. Tang Mo happily pulled her into his arms, feeling that life couldn't be better. Seeing that it was getting late, he lowered his voice and chuckled. Besides the rewards you mentioned, what other rewards do you want? He glanced at his injured arm with a grin. My wound has scabbed over. Can I move back tonight? Xin An's face flushed. She had just been moved by his sincerity. How had the conversation turned into this? I don't need that kind of reward. Nonsense. Tang Mo leaned close to her ear. If you don't need it, why have you been feeding me 2 bowls of golden rice and sea cucumber porridge every day? Xin An's face burned. That sea cucumber was no longer just food in his words. You see, Tang Mo continued lazily, it's been cold these past few nights. Sleeping alone isn't comfortable. It's time I moved back. My right arm may be injured, but your arm is my left, it won't matter. He looked extremely pleased with himself. I'll take a proper bath tonight. Xin An rolled her eyes, her cheeks still warm, her thoughts drifting despite herself. She reached out and pinched his waist. Nice waist. You woman. Tang Mo's heart warmed. You've got some nerve. She liked him. After their playful exchange, Xin An told him about the letter from her family. My father has wanted access to the Northwest salt trade for a long time. I didn't expect the Su family to help us secure it. With those permits, my family can profit for years to come. Neither of them mentioned Tangang. Doing so would only sour the mood. We should prepare a generous gift to thank the Su family, Tang Mo said. Of course. Xin An suggested he build closer ties with the Su family's sons. Now that relations had progressed this far, it was only natural. Tang Mo nodded. I was just about to tell you something. Chapter 271. Inviting you to the show today. Tang Mo had been injured, and Yan Shimao, Xia Chengyu, and the others had already visited him. Now that he had returned to the Northern Army and was officially back on duty, they invited him out again, not only to congratulate him, but also to discuss something important. Yan Shimao and the others wanted to form a Kuju ancient football team and invited Tang Mo to join. I'm interested in Kuju, Tang Mo explained. The team will be made up of young masters from various noble families in the capital. There are plenty of connections and benefits involved, and it doesn't require much investment. They're all wealthy anyway. The only downside is that it takes time. I'm already busy, and if I join, I won't have much time to come home for meals. What do you think? These days, Tang Mo had gotten into the habit of consulting Xin An on such matters. Xin An first asked whether he would be playing personally. After receiving a definite yes, she immediately agreed. She already enjoyed watching Kuju, and more importantly, it aligned perfectly with her own plans. Sister Su and I are planning to open a high-end treasure brokerage, she said. If you join the team, you can gather all the young masters from influential families. That will be very useful for our business. You want to sell antiques? Tang Mo frowned slightly, thinking the antique trade was difficult, especially in a place like the capital, where competition was fierce and transactions were complex. Xin An shook her head. Not exactly selling. More like acting as intermediaries. We source the finest items, then match buyers and sellers, taking a 10% commission from each deal. This is Sister Sue's idea. She has a capable head manager who understands the trade well. It's very profitable. Selling something worth 5,000 taels earns 500. The key is having strong connections and a good reputation. We already have wealth and influence, so naturally we should expand into more refined businesses. Tang Mo quickly understood. So the Kuju team comes at the perfect time? Exactly. Xin An smiled. When your team has official matches, families will attend, right? That gives me the chance to meet more people. It benefits both of us. Then she thought of Tang Mo's struggling tea house. You should just close that tea house and renovate it into a high-end one, she suggested. Ordinary tea houses are too noisy and not suitable for serious discussions. These past few days, while talking business with Sister Sue, I've realized how hard it is to find a quiet, refined place. We were planning to close it anyway, Tang Mo admitted, a little embarrassed. He didn't mention that the shop had barely made a few taels last month, and even that was tied up in favors owed. Everyone even suggested handing it over to you after closing it. You can run whatever business you like, and we'll just share the profits. Xin An smiled. You trust me that much? That's because your medicinal cuisine shop and general store are both doing well. Brother Yen even said his family now buys from Wanyuan store. Your goods are varied, reasonably priced, and always interesting. Everyone knows their own strengths. You and Madame Liao both have sharp business instincts. They even told me to remember to include them in any future ventures. Xin An reminded him calmly, Sister Sue and I already have sufficient capital and influence. We won't easily let others join. You need to understand that. Don't agree to everything on impulse. I know, Tang Mo said quickly. How would I dare make decisions for you? Then he sighed dramatically. I'm useless when it comes to earning money. I can only work hard outside and try to rise through the ranks. Otherwise, what if my wife starts to think I'm just a poor wretch? Xin An laughed. Good that you know. Don't slack off. I agree to the Kuju team, just tell me how much silver you need. Only then did Tang Mo suddenly realize something. When did all my savings end up with you? He used to have a respectable amount of savings, but now he couldn't even remember the last time he had seen his own silver or valuables. Xin An gave him a sidelong glance. What, you want them back? Should I go get them now? No. Tang Mo immediately read her expression and grinned. He stepped behind her and began massaging her shoulders. It's my honor to have my humble savings in your care. Good answer. When he heard that her father had also sent 20,000 taels, Tang Mo felt as if he were floating. So this was what it felt like to have a wealthy father-in-law, remarkably comfortable. The weather grew colder. The wind howled, and the last leaves clinging to the branches finally fell, leaving only bare limbs trembling in the chill. Before dusk, the sky had already darkened. Pingqiu arrived with a message from Madame Wang. From now on, there was no need to eat in the main courtyard. Meals would be arranged separately, and any additional dishes were entirely up to them. She also sent 500 taels to both Chunhua Courtyard and Qiushi Courtyard as a meal allowance. The household is also preparing clothes for the new year, Pingqiu added. Each master will receive 2 sets. Tomorrow, the fabric shop and jewelry shop will come. Please have the second young madam go and make her selections. I understand, Xin An replied. After Pingqiu left, Tang Mo immediately began listing what he wanted to eat. I want something with strong flavors. It's so cold, we need something hot. Let's get medicinal broth from the medicinal cuisine shop every couple of days and cook ingredients in it. He preferred rich flavors, but Tang Gang favored light dishes. When they ate together before, everything had been prepared according to Tang Gang's taste, filling, but never satisfying. Let's eat well, Xin An agreed. They had money and time, there was no reason to be frugal. Besides, their courtyard had a small kitchen, making it easy to prepare whatever they liked. Tang Mo added, there are plenty of good restaurants outside. If we want something, we can just have it bought and reheated. We can eat whatever we want, however we want. Who could understand the frustration of never getting to choose what to eat? That evening, they decided to keep things simple and plan something better the next day. Even so, Their simple meal still consisted of 6 dishes and a soup, hardly modest. Before 7:30, Tang Emo had already bathed thoroughly. He had been waiting for this moment for days. After repeatedly confirming that his arm could handle it, his long-awaited wish was finally fulfilled. In their previous lives, the two of them had lived almost like strangers. Now, having experienced a different kind of closeness, they found it difficult to restrain themselves. The couple didn't stop for quite some time. Whether it was the nourishing food or simply days of pent-up longing, Tang Emo woke again in the middle of the night and pulled Xin An back into his arms. The next morning, he was reluctant to get up and even more unwilling to go to work. In the end, Xin An kicked him out of bed. Before leaving, he still lingered, bending down to whisper in her ear, "Get up early. I'll take you out for some fun today." Chapter 272. Reunion with Tao Iran. The moment she heard there would be something interesting to watch, Xin An's eyes snapped open. "What kind of excitement?" "You'll know when the time comes," Tang Emo replied with a grin. "But the smell will be strong. Better prepare something to block your nose." He felt a bit regretful. He had errands to run today, otherwise he would have stayed in the mansion to watch the show himself. Xin An's curiosity flared instantly. She sat up, no longer sleepy at all. "Tell me, what kind of excitement smells that bad?" Tang Emo pinched her nose lightly. "It's a secret. You'll see soon enough." "So stingy." Tang Emo chuckled and left. Outside, Aunt Wang had already prepared hot water. As an experienced woman, she naturally understood that young couples could sometimes get carried away. She was even secretly counting the days, wondering if she might soon hear good news next year. Seeing her smiling to herself, Aunt Suaping, who had risen early, came over teasingly. "So this is what they call, after the clouds part, the moon shines?" Aunt Wang nodded. "They're both good children. They discuss things together and get along well. Everything is getting better and better." Aunt Suaping stifled a laugh. "Then maybe you should stop that tonic soup? With all those tonics and sea cucumbers, only the second young master's youth could handle it. It was a miracle he hadn't gotten a nosebleed." "I'll let her take one last dose tonight, then stop," Aunt Wang said with a smile. Because Xin An had previously been wronged, Madame Wang now allowed her to skip the morning greetings and rest more. She only needed to go to the front courtyard after handling matters in Qiushi courtyard. As a result, Xin An had grown used to sleeping in. But today, eager to watch the excitement, she didn't linger in bed. After Tang Emo left, she got up to bathe, still wondering what exactly he meant. "Nifong," she instructed while dressing, "keep a close watch on the neighboring courtyard today. Report any commotion immediately." "Yes, young madam." After finishing her preparations, Xin An stepped out. She had only taken a few steps when she heard movement behind her. Tao Iran, accompanied by her 2 concubines, had also come out and called after her. Xin An turned back. Tao Iran, dressed in a light green gown, walked toward her with a gentle smile. The sight made Xin An's eyes twitch slightly. For some reason, just looking at her stirred both unease and irritation. "Though we're only separated by a wall, it's been quite some time since I last saw you, sister-in-law," Tao Iran said warmly. "You look well." Since returning from the Tao family, Tao Iran had rarely appeared in public. Even when Aunt Kai had caused a scene in Chunhua courtyard, she hadn't shown herself. Anyone else, after going through so much, would have looked worn out or dispirited, but Tao Iran appeared even more radiant than before. Her cheeks were flushed with a healthy glow, and she seemed to have filled out slightly, making her look more composed and elegant. By contrast, the 2 concubines behind her looked noticeably haggard. "You look well too," Xin An replied lightly. Tao Iran smiled faintly. She couldn't help noticing that Xin An seemed even more charming than before, her slight fullness adding to her appeal. The 2 women walked side by side toward the front courtyard, their attendants following behind. Unnoticed by them, a servant carrying a food box slipped along another path and quietly delivered it to Chunhua courtyard. The morning fog lingered, thick and unmoving. As they walked, the 2 women kept a polite distance. Only halfway there did Tao Iran finally speak again. There was some trouble in the courtyard the other day. I've been meaning to apologize to you. It was my fault for not managing things properly and letting you suffer. Xin An let out a soft laugh. Didn't you say it was just a joke? Some people with empty heads like to put on a show. I was bored, so I played along. I hope I didn't disappoint you. Still, she added casually, and Kai truly is foolish. Whether she's bewitched or simply tired of living, she dares to repeat such worn-out tricks. If it were me, I would have thrown her into an oil vat long ago. The two concubines exchanged uneasy glances. Tao Iran forced a smile. Mother has already punished her, and my husband has reprimanded her as well. I doubt she'll dare to act again. That's for the best. Xin An's tone remained light. If she dares to provoke me again, I'll slap her 50 times on the spot and throw her into the latrine so she stops spewing filth everywhere. Tao Iran smiled stiffly, silently thinking Xin An was crude, and said no more. The rest of the walk passed in silence. By the time they reached the front courtyard, both women had already put polite smiles back on their faces. Inside, the fabric shop and jewelry shop attendants had already laid everything out. 2 large tables were filled with fine fabrics and the latest fashionable ornaments. As the women entered and greeted them, Madame Wang said with a smile, "With the new year approaching, the household will provide each of you with 2 new outfits. Choose whichever fabrics you like. You may have them tailored by the shop or make them yourselves. This year, each of you will also receive a set of jewelry." The stewards from both shops immediately chimed in with flattering words, praising Madame Wang's generosity while eagerly watching the women make their selections. Each person was entitled to 2 bolts of cloth. Anything extra had to be paid for personally. Tao Iran chose first. She initially selected her usual understated fabrics, but Madame Wang gently advised, "Since you prefer elegance, why not also choose a bolt of red? It's more festive for the new year." Tao Iran did not refuse and added a scarlet fabric. She also selected a red-gold headdress with pomegranate motifs, along with 2 jade hairpins and 2 pairs of earrings. Next was Xin An. She selected 5 bolts of fabric, 3 sets of headdresses, and several additional hairpins without hesitation. She simply couldn't resist. If she liked something, she wanted it. When it came to the 2 concubines, they chose cautiously, avoiding anything too expensive. Even so, they expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Finally, Madame Wang picked out several pieces of jewelry for the younger girls who would come to pay their respects during the new year. The entire process was smooth and harmonious, completely unlike what the shop stewards had witnessed the day before at another household, where the ladies had argued and exchanged veiled insults over fabrics they didn't even truly care for. Afterward, Steward Zheng led the shop stewards to settle the bill, with Aunt Wang and Aunt Lu accompanying him. The 2 women, who rarely interacted, began chatting along the way. Aunt Wang remarked that Aunt Lu should have asserted herself long ago, adding that Aunt Kai had gone too far. Aunt Lu sighed. She is, after all, an elder in the household. Even when she's wrong, it's not easy to speak out. A courtyard can only have one authority, Aunt Wang said. I truly feel for you, having to deal with 2. Aunt Lu felt as if she had found someone who understood her. She even began to envy Qiushi courtyard, where things were far less complicated. Did she know Aunt Wang was subtly stirring trouble? Of course she did. But even so, she spoke freely, and even found herself considering whether Aunt Kai should be completely removed. Chapter 273. A Scene of Utter Collapse. As the year's end approaches, there's a lot to manage in the residence. When I get busy, I may not be able to look after you. If you feel unwell or need anything, just speak up. Don't worry about anything else. What matters most is safely delivering the children in your wombs. Wang Shi's gaze swept across the 3 pregnant women. She would never allow Tao Iran to interfere in the household's affairs, but appearances still had to be maintained. Your husband is bedridden due to injuries. Take good care of him. After such incidents, they must feel frustrated. Spend more time with him, talk to him more often, and keep him from overthinking. Once he recovers, there will still be many matters in the household to handle. Tao Iran was extremely obedient, agreeing with everything Wang Shi said. In her mind, Both Wang Shi and Xian and were working for her benefit. She believed she was the true future mistress of the marquis residence. As for the two concubines, they had no right to speak and simply lowered their heads in agreement. Xian remained silent, her thoughts occupied with what kind of excitement Tang Mo had mentioned. Soon, she heard hurried footsteps. Looking toward the door, she saw a maid rush in anxiously. "Madam, young madam, the heir, the heir." The maid's startled cry drew everyone's attention. Wang Shi frowned slightly. "Why are you panicking? Where are your manners? What happened?" "The heir is not well," the maid said, nearly in tears. "Please come and take a look. If he's unwell, summon the physician." What exactly happened? Wang Shi made no move to stand immediately. Tao Iran and the concubines, though eager to leave, could only remain seated. Seeing the maid hesitate, Tao Iran urged, "What happened to the heir?" The maid suddenly dropped to her knees. "Young madam, you should go and see the heir. She simply couldn't bring herself to describe it. The scene was too horrifying. Wang Shi showed her displeasure, but finally stood. "Let's go take a look." Xian's eyes lit up. This must be the excitement Tang Mo mentioned. She immediately followed along, her steps noticeably light. At that moment, Chanhua courtyard was already in chaos. Scolding voices and retching sounds filled the air. Aunt Kai, on the verge of collapse, roared like a madwoman, demanding to know why the physician hadn't arrived yet. The maids dared not approach and replied from a distance, "Auntie, the physician said the household is short on herbs. He went out early this morning to purchase supplies and said he'd return before noon. We don't know where he went." "Then go find him. Hurry." Aunt Kai waved her arms wildly. One maid standing nearby immediately started vomiting. Ugh. The entire courtyard had descended into complete disorder. Nan Feng, who had gone to gather information, hurried back to Qiushi courtyard. The dog in the yard barked and spun in circles, unusually agitated. Nan Feng immediately called out, "Close the doors, quick." "Auntie, don't we have mugwort? Burn some immediately." What happened? Aunt Wang had been talking with Cui Ping about Xin An's preferences. Hearing this, they hurried outside. "Why burn mugwort?" "Auntie, the neighboring courtyard is unbearable. It's going to stink us to death." "What do you mean?" Everyone in the courtyard was curious. They had only heard the commotion next door. Nan Feng took a deep breath and quickly explained. Despite all Tang Gang's precautions, he ultimately couldn't stop Tang Mo from taking revenge on Tang Rong. But contrary to expectations, Tang Mo didn't beat him, didn't demand compensation, didn't steal his prized possessions, nor ruin his reputation. Instead, he chose the simplest and most brutal method. He didn't threaten Tang Rong's life, nor take his wealth. He simply made the elegant, refined, gentlemanly Tang Rong soil his bed. A bowl of medicine laced with a heavy dose of laxative was delivered to Chanhua courtyard. Qing Mo personally fed it to Tang Rong. In less than half an incense stick's time, Tang Rong felt intense abdominal pain, as if his insides were twisting. The urge to relieve himself became overwhelming. But any movement aggravated his injuries, leaving him unable to act in time. He soiled himself on the spot. Qing Mo reacted quickly. He comforted Tang Rong while pulling a blanket over him to contain the smell. Then he rushed out to order hot water and summon the physician. In his haste, he tripped over the threshold, falling face first, bleeding from the nose and twisting his ankle. Unable to continue, he called for Aunt Kai. Unaware of the severity, Aunt Kai entered without noticing the smell. Thinking it was minor, she decided to clean him up and change his trousers herself before leaving the rest to others. But just as she had pulled down his trousers halfway, Tang Rong felt another surge. Before he could speak, it burst forth, this time not onto the ground, but directly onto her hands. At that moment, he shut his eyes tightly, unwilling to face the utterly humiliating scene. Aunt Kai froze in shock. Before she could react, another violent eruption splattered onto her hands, and even her face. Ugh. Unable to hold back, Aunt Kai vomited all over Tang Rong. The combined stench made Tang Rong retch violently as well, both from above and below. Aunt Kai vomited until tears streamed down her face. Instinctively, she wiped her mouth, only to realize what was on her hands. She immediately retched even harder, as if she might vomit out her insides. Outside, Xin An, still tending to his nose, caught the smell and heard the commotion. He immediately felt the entire courtyard was beyond saving. It reeked unbearably. Taking advantage of the chaos, he quickly had someone help him leave to seek treatment. Soon, the stench spread outside the room. People in the courtyard began to notice. Someone went in to check, only to clutch the doorframe and vomit violently. The nauseating odor spread everywhere. Sounds of retching filled the air. Aunt Kai, covered in filth, stood at the doorway screaming in breakdown, "Quick, burn mugwort." Hearing this, Aunt Wang cursed her slow reaction, worried the stench might drift over. If possible, she would have sealed their entire courtyard shut. Meanwhile, Wang Shi and the others, still unaware of what had happened, hurried toward Chunhua courtyard. The moment they reached the entrance, they caught a whiff of the smell. Servants had already covered their noses with cloth, leaving only their eyes visible. What happened here? Nanfeng rushed to Xin An and stuffed 2 nose plugs into her hands. Before she could even ask, a wave of overwhelming stench hit her. Chapter 274, Leaving No Hope for Anyone. Madam. Aunt Kai, already elderly, cried out miserably. Tang Rong's condition had completely shattered her composure. She staggered forward, only to be stopped immediately. Xin An reacted first. Grabbing a handkerchief, she covered her mouth and stepped forward sharply. "Stop. Don't come any closer. Back up." She quickly stuffed her nostrils with a pen stopper and retreated 2 steps, her face full of disgust. "What on earth are you doing in Chunhua courtyard? My sister-in-law has only been gone a short while, and you've already turned the place upside down. Are you so bored with life that you're playing with filth?" She narrowed her eyes at Aunt Kai. "Aunt Kai, did you fall into a latrine? Good heavens. What exactly did Tang Mo do?" The smell was unbearable, no wonder he warned her to prepare nose plugs. Aunt Kai retched again. After a long moment, she managed to gasp out. "Madam, quickly, call a physician. The young master. He has severe diarrhea." Before she could finish, she fainted on the spot. No one dared to step forward to help her. Madame Wang suppressed her nausea and immediately gave orders. "Send for Kai Quan." The servants, who had been wishing to disappear, breathed a sigh of relief, though many regretted not being the one to run away. "Eldest daughter-in-law, go inside and see what's going on." Tao Iran's face turned deathly pale. She was already trembling, but she had no choice. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself forward, stepping carefully to avoid the filth scattered on the ground. The closer she got, the stronger the stench became. The open doorway felt like the gaping mouth of a beast. Before she could even step inside, she gagged violently, leaning against the door frame to vomit. Aunt Lu quickly rushed over, pulled her away, and went in herself. Inside, the scene was disastrous. Tang Rong lay half off the bed, unconscious. Whether from the stench or rage, no one could tell. The bed, the floor, everything was filthy. Suppressing her nausea, Aunt Lu quickly assessed the situation and went back out. Reporting to Madam, the young master has severe diarrhea. The bed and floor are completely soiled. Please have him moved temporarily to Chiosher courtyard. The servants will clean everything immediately. Madame Wang's eyes flickered with surprise, but she didn't step inside. Send someone to fetch the physician at once. Take good care of him. And listen well, no one is to speak a single word of what happened here. Yes, madam. Aunt Lu quickly regained control, issuing orders efficiently. Back at Chiosher courtyard, Xin An silently cursed Tang Mo. Why didn't he warn her properly? If that smell had drifted over, it would have been unbearable. Being neighbors suddenly didn't feel like such a blessing. Madame Wang, on the other hand, almost laughed. She even had the absurd urge to drag Tang Gang back and lock him in the room, to let father and son bond over the experience. At that moment, Kai Quan arrived with his son, Kai Shun. They had assumed Aunt Kai had been punished and rushed over only to be stunned by the sight of her collapsed on the ground, covered in filth. Aunt Lu stepped forward immediately. You've come just in time. Please take care of Aunt Kai for now. The young master needs your help, come with me. Kai Kwan pointed blankly at Aunt Kai. She fainted. She'll recover after resting. Without giving him time to react, Aunt Lu ushered the father and son toward the room. The young master is in a bad state. The maids don't have the strength. You've served him for years, you're the most suitable. It mustn't be known outside. We can only rely on you. By the time they reached the door, the stench hit them full force. Aunt Lu stopped outside. The young master is inside. Be careful, he's injured. Then she shut the door behind them. Inside, the father and son froze. The smell nearly made them vomit on the spot. Kai Shun gagged. Dad, did the young master fall into a latrine? Kai Kwan's face twisted. Looks like it. They tied cloths over their noses, finding even their own sweat smelled better than the air in the room. As Kai Shun moved about, he spotted a fine jade ornament hanging by the bed and quietly pocketed it. Kai Kwan said nothing. Meanwhile, in the side room, Tao Iran was still retching. Her 2 concubines had already fled to Chiosher courtyard, leaving her alone. The mix of incense and lingering stench made the air suffocating. Fortunately, young madam didn't go in, her maid said. The young master's condition, it's truly unbearable. Tao Iran said nothing, a plum pressed between her lips. Her heart grew colder by the moment. She had married Tang Rong for status, for the future title of Marquis's wife. But now? He was unlucky, volatile, and utterly different from the refined gentleman he pretended to be. A complete hypocrite. Please don't worry, young madam, the maid continued softly. As long as you safely give birth to a son, no one in this household will surpass you. Even if it's a daughter, there are still the concubines. One of them will bear a son, you can simply claim him under your name. As long as the heir exists, your position is secure. Tao Iran slowly nodded. Go check outside. Burn incense everywhere. And have them thoroughly bathe the air. She closed her eyes briefly. It's already bad enough, now he even smells like this. They really haven't left anyone with even a shred of dignity. Chapter 275. Are you satisfied now? Chiosher courtyard was filled with the scent of burning mugwort. Fortunately, the weather was calm today, no wind, otherwise they wouldn't have escaped the stench drifting over from next door. Xin An held her teacup, inhaling the fragrance. Despite her earlier irritation, she couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Madame Wang also wanted to laugh, but mindful of her dignity, she forced herself to remain composed. She looked toward the 2 concubines. There's no need to wait any longer. They won't be waking up anytime soon. Go back and rest. The 2 women left with anxious hearts. Chanhua courtyard seemed to be spiraling from one disaster to another. They couldn't help but fear that Tang Rong might one day drag them down with him. Especially Xueyu, so close to giving birth, life here felt worse than being sent to a rural estate. Once they were gone, Madame Wang turned to Xin. Do you know what happened? Xin lowered her voice. This morning before I left, he told me to watch a show, said it would be interesting. I've been guessing all morning. That brat. Madame Wang finally let out a satisfied smile. He said he was furious that you were wronged, so he went to confront his father in the middle of the night and declared he would take revenge for you. She looked at Xin meaningfully. Are you satisfied now? Xin blinked, surprised. She hadn't even known Tang Mo had gone out in the middle of the night. He really did this, for me? Of course he did. Xin's smile widened. Then I'm satisfied. Truthfully, although she had already gained quite a bit from recent events, something had always felt incomplete. Tang Rong hadn't truly paid the price. If someone else punished him, it didn't count. Now it did. Nearby, Aunt Wang lit a small brazier and roasted dried orange peels, freshening the air. Xin still felt a bit uneasy. What if father takes this out on him? Madame Wang waved it off calmly. At most, he'll curse behind closed doors. He won't dare make a scene. If this gets out, his reputation will be ruined completely. Besides, I'm here. You don't need to worry. She held an orange peel to her nose, inhaling slowly. I used to think your parents raised you so well, yet because of a twist of fate, you married into this situation. They must feel regret. Even I couldn't quite accept it at first. She paused, then continued more gently. But I've seen how much my second son has changed these past months. I know it's because of you. I'm grateful. I only hope the two of you can live peacefully and happily together. If you're well, I can finally be at ease. Xin An smiled. At first, I was upset too. But now, it feels like everything was arranged by fate. Compared to him, my husband is much better. He listens, he endures hardship. He could have lived as a carefree playboy, but he chose a difficult path. More importantly, he's real. Being with him is easy and pleasant. We match well, in temperament and in interests. Mother, don't worry. We're doing very well. Madame Wang's smile deepened with genuine relief. That's good. That makes me very happy. For once, the atmosphere between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was warm and sincere. Aunt Wang watched from the side, smiling softly. For a woman, to have both a loving husband and a caring mother-in-law, there was little more one could ask for in life. Meanwhile, over in Chunhua Courtyard, Kai Quan and his son spent half an hour cleaning Tang Rong, changing his clothes, and moving him to another room. The family physician finally returned, having conveniently missed the worst of it. Still, he couldn't help noticing the lingering smell. After all, wiping isn't the same as washing. He must not get wet for 3 days, the physician instructed. His wound has scabbed. Water will reopen it. Aunt Lu asked, what caused the stomach issue? The physician, wisely cautious, replied, a weak stomach combined with excessive tonics. Keep his diet light. No more incidents? Everything has been emptied. There shouldn't be anything severe left. Just give him medicine, it may still be somewhat messy. Aunt Lu nodded and sent him to check on Tao Iran as well. Then she turned to Kai Quan and his son. Wake Aunt Kai. The young master still needs her. Only then did Kai Quan remember Aunt Kai was still lying outside. The two of them were already half-dazed from the ordeal. As they approached her, they felt even worse. Handling Tang Rong had been unbearable, but at least they endured it thinking of the jade pendant they'd pocketed. But seeing Aunt Kai, they nearly gagged again. How did it even get on her face? Kai Shun muttered. Kai Kwan's expression darkened. How were they supposed to live together after this? He didn't even want this wife anymore. Kai Shun, however, tried to persuade her. Mother, why don't you go home and rest for a few days? Aunt Lu immediately cut in. The young master is still unwell. He trusts Aunt Kai the most, she raised him. Who else can serve him properly? In his heart, even the young mistress isn't as important as Aunt Kai. Hurry up. He'll wake soon. The flattery was obvious, but effective. Kai Quan could only sigh. They cleaned Aunt Kai as best they could, forced her awake, and helped her change. Don't go home, Kai Quan urged. You've suffered so much, you must make sure the young master remembers your loyalty. Don't let Aunt Lu take all the credit. Kai Shun added, yes, mother. Stay here. We'll handle things at home. Aunt Kai trembled, shaking her head. You don't understand. She gagged again. In the end, she was dragged back to the room. There, she and Tang Rong, both pale, both traumatized, stared at each other. And then, they both started retching again. Chapter 276, Tang Mo meets the Emperor. For a moment, Tang Rong didn't want to live anymore. Compared to being bitten by a dog or beaten up, those would at least have been relatively dignified experiences. Now, whenever he closed his eyes, that damned scene replayed in his mind. When he opened them, his nostrils were filled with that unbearable stench. Prepare water. I want to bathe. Under Aunt Lu's guidance, Aunt Kai was now the only one who could attend to Tang Rong. He wanted a bath, and she wanted one too. Kai Quan had only perfunctorily helped clean the filth off her body, and wherever she went, she could still smell the odor clinging to herself. Your airship, please endure it a bit longer. The physician said you must not touch water for these 3 days. You've just taken your medicine as well, you need to wait. She was afraid, what if Tang Rong lost control again? If that happened while he was soaking in the bath, the tub would be filled with that, and he'd still be sitting in it. What would they even do then? Prepare water. Tang Rong gritted his teeth. Even if he soaked to death in the tub, he was going to bathe. He was the heir of a marquis household, a role model for countless young nobles. He would never allow himself to lie here reeking of filth. Aunt Kai tried to persuade him earnestly. It's better to wait until you've recovered before bathing. If you think you smell, I can wipe you down again, and we can burn more incense in the room. I said, prepare water. Seeing his stubbornness, Aunt Kai no longer wanted to indulge him. Your stomach hasn't stabilized yet. If you feel the urge again while soaking in the water, what then? Tang Rong slammed the bed hard. Call the physician. I will get to the bottom of this. He didn't believe that nonsense about catching a chill in the stomach. It had to be Tang Mo trying to harm him. This wish was soon fulfilled by Aunt Kai. The physician arrived quickly. No matter how Tang Rong questioned him, he insisted it was due to a chilled stomach and had nothing to do with the medicine. As for the soup bowl from earlier that morning, it had already been thoroughly washed clean, and everything that needed to be expelled from his body had already been expelled. For now, medication had stabilized his condition. If your airship does not trust me, you may invite another physician into the residence. I will take my leave. It smelled so terrible that he had already decided to resign and stop serving them. At the same time, Tang Mo, the instigator of all this, was in high spirits as he followed Liaoji into the palace. After waiting outside the imperial study for about the time it takes to burn 2 sticks of incense, he was finally permitted to enter and pay his respects to the emperor. Tang Gang was also present in the imperial study. Something had happened at the Xianghua Duke's residence, and the emperor believed Tang Gang bore some responsibility, so he had ordered him to assist the duke in capturing the kidnappers and restoring stability to the capital. When he saw Tang Mo enter, his brows furrowed slightly, worried that he might say something inappropriate. This subordinate greets your majesty. Today, under orders, I have brought Tang Mo, the newly appointed deputy commander of the Northern Garrison Army, to the palace to present himself. Liaoji led Tang Mo in formal greetings. After the courtesies, the emperor had Tang Mo stand and turn around for inspection. Seeing his tall, well-proportioned figure, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and upright appearance, the emperor nodded in satisfaction. You do seem somewhat capable. I hear you still train every day? Tang Mo replied, in reply to your majesty, I was mischievous in my youth and did not properly hone my martial skills. Only after joining the Northern Garrison Army did I take them up again. The men there are all brave and formidable. If I am not diligent, I would be laughed at. Your grandfather was valiant. Back then, with a pair of ring-bladed sabers, he beheaded countless enemy generals. His heroic bearing was unmatched. Are you willing to inherit his legacy? The moment the emperor said this, Tang Gang panicked. Before Tang Mo could respond, he hurriedly spoke up. Your Majesty, my son is unruly. I fear he is not fit for such responsibility. Did I ask you? The emperor had long been displeased with him. Even the rumors of unrest within his household had reached the emperor's ears. His favoritism had gone too far. He wanted to see just how unworthy this Tang Mo really was. Tang Mo cupped his fists. In reply to your majesty, I have never seen my grandfather's heroic bearing on the battlefield, but I have seen him wield a blade on horseback. In that moment, I thought that if one day my country required it, I would don armor and go to battle just like him, without fear. However, your majesty has not given me such an opportunity. The emperor raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Tang Mo said, Your Majesty is wise and mighty, a sage ruler for the ages. Under your governance, our dynasty has flourished, and all nations come to pay tribute. I am fortunate to have been born in such a prosperous era. Even if I have the will to fight and shed blood for the enemy, it can only be spoken of as a joke. Ha ha! The emperor burst into laughter. You certainly have quite the tongue on you. You've now trained well enough in the Northern Garrison Army. From now on, follow Commander Liao properly. Perhaps one day you will have the chance to don armor. This subordinate obeys. Tang Mo smiled. While he had been training in the Northern Garrison Army, it was customary that, once the time was right, his family would arrange for him to be transferred elsewhere. But with the emperor's words, he was now firmly placed under Liaoji's command. Liaoji was a general, so in the future, he would be one as well. The emperor's gaze swept over Tang Gang. After a few more words, he dismissed Tang Gang and the Duke of Xianghua, leaving Liaoji and Tang Emo behind for a private conversation. The emperor asked Tang Emo about how the Marquis household had been taking care of retired soldiers. Tang Emo was well informed and answered in detail. As for the current military generals, he said, this subordinate does not know, but to the best of my knowledge, my father has no dealings with them. The emperor remarked that those men had once followed the old Marquis through countless campaigns. If the household had cut off ties with them after his passing, it would be a pity. At that moment, Tang Mo's mind was exceptionally clear. He immediately understood the emperor's meaning. On the spot, he expressed that some of those elder uncles had treated him well in the past. Back then, I was just a commoner and did not dare approach them. Now that I hold a position, there may come a time when I need their support. It would be proper to maintain closer contact. The emperor found Tang Emo agreeable. He was perceptive and knew how to read the situation, far more pleasing than Tang Rong, who only spoke empty words. That one was far too affected. After leaving the palace, Tang Emo pulled Liaoji aside and asked him to help interpret the emperor's intentions. Now that they were on the same side, Liaoji did not hide anything, but still cautioned him. In the future, the emperor will certainly assign you tasks. But when serving the emperor, your mouth must be tight. Some matters cannot be told even to your mother or your wife. You should also prepare safeguards for your own survival, just in case. The emperor's favor is unpredictable. Be cautious. Tang Emo nodded. I am not afraid of danger. Opportunities like this are rare. If I wanted a safe and mediocre life, I wouldn't have joined the Northern Garrison Army. I'll need your guidance in the future, Commander. The two parted ways at the palace gates. Thinking of the commotion still awaiting at home, Tang Emo decided not to return to duty. After all, as a deputy commander, he still had some authority. Tang Gang was waiting for him in a carriage nearby and sent someone to call him over. As soon as he arrived, Tang Gang asked what the emperor had said to him. Tang Emo replied that it was all about matters concerning the Northern Garrison Army. There's always a lot to handle at the end of the year, and with the incident at the Xianghua Duke's residence, there's even more to deal with. That's all. Tang Emo nodded. That's all. Does father not believe me? Of course Tang Gang didn't believe him. He was worried that Tang Emo might act recklessly and go against the old master's wishes. You know your grandfather's rules. Don't act rashly. Tang Emo stepped forward. If grandfather made a decision, but the emperor holds a different opinion, whom should your son obey? Tang Gang's brows knitted tightly as he glanced around. We'll talk about this when we get back. Chapter 277, was it you? At some point, the sky had turned overcast. The wind had picked up strong enough to disperse the lingering stench in Chunhua Courtyard, finally bringing relief to everyone there. One by one, they gulped down fresh air, some even taking deep breaths in an attempt to cleanse the foulness from their lungs. The courtyard was now fresh, but the smell inside the rooms would not dissipate so quickly. Those serving inside could still catch faint traces of it from time to time. Tang Rong eventually fell asleep in utter despair. In his dream, he had fallen into a cesspit, filth flooding his nose and mouth. He was so frightened that he jolted awake, drenched in sweat. Aunt Kai had reached the point where even drinking tea made her nauseous. She couldn't stand the sight of any food with color in it. Even plain porridge had to be forced down, and she nearly vomited it back up. Madame Wang came by once, gave instructions to take good care of Tang Rong, and said nothing more. After leaving the courtyard, she went to Chuanrong Hall and reported everything to the old madam. Upon hearing the news, the old madam nearly snapped her prayer beads in her hand. She even thought she had misheard due to her age. You're saying it was the eldest? Yes. Madame Wang lowered her voice. They say it was due to a chilled stomach. When urgency strikes, no one can control it. It's just, somewhat. It's only human nature. His body may be fine, but I fear it will take time for him to accept it mentally. It took the old madam quite a while to accept the truth. She got up, intending to visit him, but Madame Wang stopped her. The fewer people who know about this, the better. It must not spread outside. Mother, it's best if you don't go. He likely doesn't want to see anyone. After taking medicine, he has stabilized. But the physician wants to leave, claiming there's an elderly family member to care for. Should we let him go? The old madam frowned. At a time like this, he shouldn't leave. Offer him more money. We already did. He's still determined. Madame Wang added that if the physician left, it would be difficult to find a suitable replacement anytime soon. There is physician Xin in Qiushi courtyard, but given his relationship with the second madam, the eldest young master likely wouldn't agree to be treated by him. The old madam sighed deeply and instructed Madame Wang to keep the physician at all costs. Even if he must leave, it should wait until after spring next year. I was thinking, after the new year, perhaps the eldest could accompany me to Ansi temple in the outskirts for a while. We can eat vegetarian meals, recite scriptures, and try to improve his fortune. The old madam firmly believed in what the abbot of Nandu Temple had said. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of karmic debt Tang Rong had accumulated in his past life to suffer like this now. How did it go? Tang Mo hurried back to Qiushi courtyard. The moment he saw Xin An, he pulled her into the room. Did you witness the excitement today? Next time something like this happens, don't tell me. Xin An said that, even without seeing it, she could imagine the scene, and after imagining it, she couldn't even eat. At the worst point, even our courtyard could smell it. Quick, tell me. Tang Mo was visibly excited. I originally wanted to stay and watch, but I couldn't. It's such a pity I missed it. Tell me exactly what happened. Xin An called Nanfeng over to recount it. Nanfeng tells it best, very vividly. Nanfeng had been darting around all day, afraid of missing even a bit of the spectacle. She practically wished she had 8 mouths to tell everything she had seen. Now that she had the chance, she launched into an animated retelling from Qing Mo feeding the medicine to Aunt Kai running out of the room covered in filth. Some parts she had witnessed herself, some she had pried out of Qing Mo, and others she had gathered from nearby servants. She recounted every detail, along with her own speculations, speaking non-stop while Tang Mo listened, stunned. He had only intended for Tang Rong to soil himself once, to disgust him, but he hadn't expected there to be someone specifically catching it. Being the heir really was different, so particular about such things. When Kai Quan and his son left, they ran off as fast as they could, like they were afraid Aunt Kai might chase after them. They must have been completely fed up. Just imagining the scene made Tang Mo immensely satisfied. He burst into laughter. What a pity I didn't see it myself, such a shame. You shouldn't regret it, second young master. People in that courtyard now feel sick at the mere mention of food, especially Aunt Kai. I heard she can't even drink anything with color anymore, and can only manage plain porridge. Serves her right. Tang Mo gritted his teeth. If she isn't disgusted to death, then she was far too bold. From that single sentence, Nanfeng picked up on something. Today's incident in the neighboring courtyard was very likely Tang Mo's doing. She had wondered why he had stayed so quiet after such a serious provocation. Turns out, he had been waiting for this moment. As expected, the second young master only looked like a decent person. Tang Mo, come out. Tang Gang's voice rang out from the courtyard entrance. Tang Mo rose leisurely. Xin An grabbed his hand. Will you be all right? What could possibly happen? He gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Tang Gang had returned not long after Tang Mo. Upon hearing about Tang Rong's situation from the steward, he was shocked. For all his precautions, he hadn't expected Tang Mo to resort to such a method. He immediately hurried to Chunhua courtyard. The moment he entered Tang Rong's room, the stench hit him. Tang Rong refused to see anyone or speak. He simply lay there with his eyes closed. Tang Gang dragged Qing Mo over and forced him to recount the entire horrifying scene again. Even Aunt Kai nearly broke down in tears listening to it. Furious, Tang Gang stormed off to settle the score with Tang Mo. You got here quickly, father. Tang Mo stepped out with a grin, his carefree attitude nearly making Tang Gang faint with anger. Come to the study. All right. Tang Mo followed him in with a smile. As soon as they entered, Tang Gang slammed the table. Was it you? Yes. Tang Mo sat down casually. After going out with Liao Ji and facing danger, even nearly losing his life, his mindset had changed. Things he once obsessed over no longer seemed so important. He crossed his legs lazily. Didn't I say before? I was going to take revenge. I originally planned to go to Big Brother's bedside and curse him a bit, but that would have been boring. Watching him make a fool of himself is much more satisfying. Besides, I kept my word. I didn't injure him. You insolent brat. Tang Gang slammed the table again. You might as well have slapped him a couple of times. After this, how's he supposed to face anyone? He wasn't an old man, yet he had soiled himself in bed. Just thinking about it made Tang Gang feel unwell. What does that have to do with me? Tang Emo shrugged, still swinging his leg. When he ordered people to frame me, he didn't think about me either. Your brothers. Must it really come to this? He made the first move. Why should I endure it? Why should I suffer the loss? At that moment, Tang Emo felt both unfamiliar and strangely familiar to Tang Gang. Seeing his lack of proper demeanor, Tang Gang barked. Sit properly. Who told you to shake your leg? Can't you learn from your elder brother? Tang Emo smirked. Learn what from him? Soil the bed. You insolent wretch. Chapter 278. Father, you're old. Looking at Tang Mo's infuriating expression, Tang Gang felt a surge of anger. Despite all his precautions, he had never expected this brat to act in such a childish and despicable way, taking advantage of Tang Rong's injury, knowing he had difficulty getting out of bed, and dosing him with laxatives. He had clearly intended to disgust him to death. And yet he admitted it so openly, without the slightest intention of hiding it, clearly confident that, even if his father knew, he wouldn't dare make it public. Why are you staring at me like that, father? Did you suddenly realize your son is exceptionally handsome? Now that he had no restraints and no shame, Tang Emo felt incredibly at ease. It's good that father takes a few more looks. Even if I'm not as dashing as elder brother, at least I smell better. In the future, when father and elder brother sit down to eat, just think of him lying in bed, vomiting and soiling himself at the same time. What a festive scene. You might even eat an extra 2 bowls of rice. Shut up, you insolent brat. Tang Gang was furious. Tang Emo no longer showed him even the slightest respect or fear, and his words were more foul than filth itself. Glancing around, Tang Gang strode to a corner, grabbed a scroll from a painting jar, and raised it to strike him. You've become completely lawless. Kneel down. Tang Emo had no intention of letting himself be beaten. He sprang up and ran, then stopped at the doorway and taunted him. Father, you're old. You wretched creature, stop right there. Tang Emo ran ahead while Tang Gang chased after him, but after just a few steps, Tang Gang was already panting heavily. Tang Emo stood at a distance, grinning. Father, when you're older, you should cultivate your temperament. Being so hot-tempered isn't good. Besides, I'm just telling the truth. Why should I get beaten for that? Father is far too biased. Get over here. Tang Gang's face turned ashen as he stood with one hand on his waist. Tang Emo laughed. I'm not a fool. Are you still going to hit me? If not, I'm going back to change. I've got a dinner gathering tonight. Tang Gang felt as though a mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat. He couldn't spit it out or swallow it. He could not argue him, and he couldn't catch him to hit him. This brat had clearly come into his life to collect a debt. Madame Wang approached slowly. Tang Gang instinctively straightened his back. Look at this brat, he's becoming more and more unruly. He's always been like this since childhood. If you look at him a bit more, you'll get used to it. Madame Wang was now openly siding with Tang Emo. No matter how well she behaved, her reputation had already been tarnished, so why bother trying to please everyone? Tang Emo dusted off his clothes. If father has nothing else, I'll take my leave. His attitude was thoroughly irritating. Tang Gang was about to flare up again, but Madame Wang spoke first. Your grandmother has mentioned you several times. Go pay your respects first. Got it. As soon as Tang Emo left, Madame Wang turned to Tang Gang. What happened today won't spread beyond the residence. My lord, please don't take your anger out on my son. He's the one who did it. He admitted it himself. Tang Gang felt waves of dizziness. Madame Wang stepped forward to support him. Are you planning to make this matter public so that everyone knows? Tang Gang fell silent. If he hadn't sent that man in black to the Xiangwa Duke's residence, none of this would have happened. That incident had already worsened Tang Rong's reputation. If this were exposed as well, the Marquis household would truly become a laughingstock. But he still couldn't swallow his anger. We can't just let this go. What else would you do? Madame Wang asked calmly. Tell the eldest and let him take revenge? Then the second refuses to accept it and retaliates? Until in the end only one brother remains. Tang Gang took a deep breath. His authority had already crumbled. If he didn't do something to restore it, Tang Mo would soon be walking all over him. But he couldn't ignore Madame Wang's reasoning. Brotherly conflict is not a good thing. It must be resolved quickly. They are brothers. They should work together to support you and push the household forward, not stir up trouble over trivial matters. Don't you agree, my lord? Of course, Tang Gang agreed. He even found himself reminiscing about the past, when Tang Rong shone brilliantly. Tang Mo, though unruly, was still respectful, and Madame Wang was virtuous. The household had once been harmonious. Nothing like the chaos it had become now. Madame Wang helped him back to the study and seated him. Don't think the eldest is innocent, he's not. You should speak frankly with him as well, so he can pull himself together. He can't just hide away forever, can he? I'll speak to the second. As his mother, he'll listen to me. If you think my approach is wrong, then the only alternative is to let them continue fighting behind closed doors, throwing the household into disorder, letting word spread outside, and ultimately having the emperor reprimand you for failing to manage your family. In Tang Gang's eyes, the reputation of the Marquis household was paramount. Even Tang Rong could not be allowed to damage it. He stood and took a couple of steps, then suddenly stopped. In his anger, he had almost forgotten something important. By then, Tang Mo had already arrived at Chuanrong Hall. Earlier, the old madam had said she would open the old Marquis's armory and let him choose a suitable weapon for self-defense. She had been thinking about it for days, and as soon as she saw him, she brought it up again. Go choose one shortly. What matters most is that it suits you for self-defense. Don't just look at whether it's valuable. Tang Mo smiled. Grandmother understands me best. Without your reminder, I really would have checked whether the scabbard had gemstones. Your grandfather never liked such flashy things. After chatting for a while, Tang Mo moved closer and lowered his voice. Grandmother, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. The old madam waved away the servants, leaving just the two of them. Only then did Tang Mo reveal the emperor's intentions. His Majesty has allowed me to follow Liao Ji and said that in the future, I may have the opportunity to don armor and go to battle. He also mentioned whether our household still keeps in contact with the generals who once served under grandfather, saying we should maintain ties. I suspect His Majesty intends to use me for something. The old madam was somewhat surprised. Have you told your father? Not yet. Tang Mo said, Grandmother knows, father does not dare to go against grandfather's wishes and is overly cautious. That's why I came to ask you first. The old madam was also uncertain of the emperor's exact intentions. Your father has followed your grandfather's wishes by taking care of retired veterans, but he has avoided forming ties with those who still hold military power out of fear of arousing suspicion. The emperor did not approach your father, but instead spoke directly to you. Since he has personally ordered it, whether you are willing or not, you must comply. You cannot defy an imperial command. However, you should still discuss this with your father. This concerns the entire household and must not be taken lightly. Tang Mo naturally intended to consult Tang Gang. Although his father showed favoritism at home, he had made no major mistakes in court over the years, which meant he was still capable. In that case, I'll go choose a weapon first, then speak with father. Go on. The old madam handed him the key to the armory and reminded him. You've established yourself in the Northern Garrison Army and have caught the Emperor's attention. From now on, you cannot behave as you did before. You must be cautious with your words and actions, and become more steady. I understand, Grandmother. Chapter 279, Who's on the same side as you? The old Marquis's armory was located within Chuanrong Hall. It was cleaned regularly, spotless and free of dust. As Tang Mo looked at the rows upon rows of weapons neatly arranged on the racks, a strange heaviness slowly filled his chest. In his memories, during the final years of the old Marquis's life, the old man spent most of his time outside with veteran generals or at his second uncle's residence. Even when he stayed in the manor, he would either sit in the sun or stare blankly into space. It was hard to imagine what he must have looked like in his prime, spirited and heroic, clad in armor and mounted on horseback, wielding a great blade. In the most prominent spot in the room rested the old Marquis's famed double-ring broadsword. It was simple and heavy, its once cold gleam long faded from years without maintenance. Tang Mo stepped forward and grasped the hilt. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't lift it in one go. A 60 Jin, about 30 kilograms, weapon was not something he could easily handle. Even when he managed to lift it, he couldn't properly wield it. Gripping it with both hands, he swung it a couple of times before breaking into a sweat. A voice came from the doorway. "Do you really think you can wield your grandfather's blade?" Tang Gang had arrived. Unconvinced, Tang Mo shoved the blade toward him. "If I can't, then father surely can, right?" Tang Gang took it with one hand and demonstrated a couple of moves right in front of him. He looked completely at ease. Tang Mo was surprised. He had thought this old man was soft all over except for his stubborn mouth. Turns out he actually had some skill. Tang Gang quickly stopped and casually tossed the blade back to Tang Mo, who nearly failed to catch it. "Are you trying to kill me with grandfather's sword?" Tang Mo carefully returned the heavy blade to its place and turned to size up his father. "Didn't expect you to have some skills." What he didn't know was that when Tang Gang was young and had just been brought to the capital, the old Marquis was still leading troops. The old madam had assumed Tang Gang would inherit the martial path, so she hired martial instructors to train him strictly. In terms of actual skill, he was far superior to Tang Rong, who was all show, and even Tang Mo, who had trained diligently for half a year, couldn't match him. Tang Gang stood with his hands behind his back, wearing an expression that said, "My abilities are beyond your imagination." But behind his back, he was secretly rotating his wrist. He had strained it while forcing himself to demonstrate just now. Tang Mo continued browsing the weapons. Eventually, he found something strange inside a box. "This looks like a hidden weapon. Snake-form spike. It's meant to be concealed in the sleeve and used for a surprise strike at close range." Tang Gang grew annoyed at Tang Mo's ignorance. But Tang Mo wasn't offended. Instead, he grinned and moved closer. "Since father knows so much, help me pick one. Which suits me best? You'd better choose carefully. This is for saving my life. If I die, you'll only have one son left, the one who can't wash away his stench. Every time you see him, you'll remember that miserable scene. You won't be able to eat, won't be able to sleep, and you'll wake up crying in the middle of the night." "Shut up." Tang Gang kept reminding himself to endure. This brat was no longer the same. He still needed to find out the Emperor's intentions from him. No matter how angry he was, he had to hold back. "You're serving openly and properly. Why would you need hidden weapons? Even if the Emperor were to. They wouldn't pick me anyway, with my mediocre skills." Tang Mo cut in. "I'm not some noble gentleman. Of course I need to strike unexpectedly. Hidden weapons suit me perfectly. Is this a sleeve arrow? It looks quite nice. Can you walk the proper path? Nope. I'm a bad person." Tang Gang took a deep breath. Considering Tang Mo's hastily learned and barely adequate martial skills, he figured he couldn't properly use any fine weapon anyway. It would just be a waste. "Fine, use hidden weapons if you must. But don't ever say they belong to your grandfather. He lived an honorable life. Don't disgrace him." "As if you needed to tell me." Tang Mo was getting increasingly cheeky. "This sleeve arrow looks good. How does it work?" "Show me." With visible annoyance, Tang Gang explained how to use it, along with 2 other hidden weapons. In the process, Tang Mo gained a new level of respect for him. After strapping the sleeve arrow to his wrist and testing it, he sighed in satisfaction. "A scheming, underhanded person like me is perfect for this. It's practically made for me. Father, since you know so much about hidden weapons, it seems we're kindred spirits. If you don't know how to speak, then don't. Who's on the same side as you?" Tang Gang couldn't help but kick him. Tang Mo jumped far away and added, "Careful, father. I've got hidden weapons now, and I'm a beginner. If I make a mistake." "You little bastard, are you trying to kill your own father?" I said if. Tang Gang was so angry he nearly jumped in place. He couldn't help but miss the old Tang Mo, the one who had once been respectful and obedient. At this rate, this brat would drive him to an early grave. The old madam had told Tang Mo to choose one weapon, but he picked 3 hidden weapons instead. She didn't object, only reminding him to keep them properly and to be cautious in his duties going forward. After returning the key to the armory, Tang Mo was summoned by Tang Gang to the study. Meanwhile, in Chunhua Courtyard, Tang Rong was desperate to find out whether Tang Mo had been behind what happened to him. A few days ago, he had already found it strange that 2 guards had been stationed at the courtyard entrance. Today, after his father visited him, he had stormed off in anger to find Tang Mo. Clearly, his father knew something. Xin Mo reported what he had learned. "I don't know what the Marquis and the second young master discussed in the study, but the Marquis chased him with a scroll, trying to beat him. After that, the second young master went to Chuanrong Hall, and the Marquis followed." At that point, Tang Rong was already certain this matter had to be Tang Mo's doing, and his father knew it. And then the second young master entered the old Marquis's armory, and the Marquis went in as well. It said he even helped him choose weapons. They were talking and laughing inside. Talking and laughing? Tang Rong thought he must have misheard. Xin Mo nodded. "That's what people from Chuanrong Hall said. It should be accurate." Tang Rong felt the pain in his fractured ribs flare up again. His fists clenched, veins bulging as rage surged like a tide. Xin Mo quickly glanced at his expression and added cautiously, "Your airship. Today Commander Liao brought the second young master into the palace to see the emperor." The Marquis waited at the palace gates for quite some time. A long silence followed. Xin Mo didn't dare move. After about half the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, Tang Rong finally spoke. "Have An Kai summon Kai Quan." He couldn't wait any longer. Xin Mo went to carry out the order and kept a close watch. Kai Quan arrived quickly. Before entering, his expression was already solemn. When he came out, he looked conflicted. Xin Mo approached him. "Steward Kai, his airship has been having a difficult time lately. You must take his instructions seriously." Kai Quan took a deep breath, hesitated, and then said, "You should also advise his airship not to act too hastily." Kai Quan only wanted to make money, but Tang Rong wanted him to hire assassins, targeting none other than the second young master. If things were exposed, would Tang Rong protect him? His wife had already been punished for falsely accusing the second young madam. Her entire year's wages had been docked. Yet Tang Rong hadn't shown any concern. Not to mention, during that disgusting incident, he and his son had handled everything personally. They had been so nauseated they couldn't even eat. Now that Tang Rong had recovered, shouldn't he at least show some appreciation? Whenever they did even the smallest task for the second young master, they were rewarded generously. But Tang Rong didn't even understand basic human decency, and now he expected Kai Quan to risk his life for him? Chapter 280. What does father mean? Xin Mo cautiously probed Kai Quan, trying to learn more about the situation. "You already know the young master's state. He can't be persuaded anymore. I'm still young and inexperienced, not very steady. Some matters concerning the young master can only trouble you and Aunt Kai," she said. Kai Quan nearly rolled his eyes. All the hard work and dirty chores fell on him, with no benefits in sight. "Enough. You go back and attend to your duties. Try to persuade him if you can." Kai Quan left in a huff, and Xin Mo, seizing the chance to slack off, went to take it easy. After all, the young master's personal tasks were now handled entirely by Aunt Kai, and he was still injured. By the time Tang Mo came out of Tang Gang's study, night had fallen. He changed into fresh clothes at Qiushi Courtyard before heading out to the banquet. Xin An ate a few dishes alone, taking care of herself without feeling neglected in his absence. After the meal, feeling bored, she cupped her face and said to Chun Yang, "Good Chun Yang, I want to listen to the pipa." Chun Yang smiled. "I'll get the pipa." How about Chunlu sings while I play? Good. Soon Chunyang brought her pipa, and together with Chunlu, they played and sang a Huai River folk tune with great enthusiasm. The pipa's notes rang clear and crisp like spring water, while the song flowed melodiously. Xin felt utterly at ease listening, especially longing to return to the Huai River when she heard Chunlu's rendition. The music reached the ears of people in the neighboring Chunhua courtyard. Tao Iran stepped out to listen and was surprised that Xin could even play the pipa. Feeling a sudden urge to play herself, she remembered Tang Rong was still bedridden and reluctantly refrained, growing increasingly resentful toward him. Her eyes reddened. How unlucky she had been to be blinded by Tang Rong's charm. She had thought him handsome and talented, but now he couldn't even compare to Tang Mo. Tang Rong, already despised by her, felt irritated listening to Xin. Her excellence only fueled his anger, and the pipa's sound seemed mocking in his ears. Was she so happy seeing him so miserable? The servants in Chanhua courtyard pricked up their ears, finding the music pleasant, which lifted their moods. Still, no one dared speak, keeping their heads down and attending to their tasks. When the song ended, Xin was extremely happy and gifted each of them a hairpin. Nanfeng, watching, clapped enthusiastically. Chunyang, you're amazing. You can even play the pipa. Chunyang smiled. The young mistress wouldn't learn, so I had to. Xin's pipa teacher had been hired by Madame Xin. Xin struggled with the lessons, but the teacher had been expensive, so by principle, Chunyang and Chunlu also joined. Chunlu, more delicate, was thought to have talent, but she nearly hurt herself and drew blood, swearing never to touch it again. Chunyang, tall and strong, showed some aptitude and willingness to learn. Once he mastered it, he often played for Xin, and the household servants would sometimes close the doors and entertain themselves. I only know a few pieces. If you want, I can teach you. No, I'll just listen. Nanfeng thought Xin and didn't need to learn. She was already skilled in gathering intelligence and managing affairs. She was the young mistress's right hand, so why bother with the pipa? By the time Tangang arrived, the pipa had long stopped. He went straight into Tang Rong's room, where a brazier filled the room with heat, intensifying the unpleasant smell. Setting aside discomfort, he checked on Tang Rong. Tang Rong immediately asked, "Father, is this all related to Tang Mo? How could you think that?" Following Madame Wang's advice, Tang Gang denied it outright. The house doctor made it clear, it has nothing to do with your second brother. Don't think wildly. Tang Rong panicked. But father, today you went to him so angrily. How could it have nothing to do with him? Oh, that. Tang Gang said, today the emperor had him speak privately with Liao Ji. I asked what was said, but he wouldn't tell me a word. His words were infuriating, and that's what upset me. You though. Tang Gang had planned to sit on the edge of the bed, but instead dragged a stool over with his foot. Once seated, he said, focus on healing. Read when you have nothing to do. Don't concern yourself with outside matters. Don't go against your brother. In the future, speak directly about any issue. Stop spreading false accusations or rumors. Tang Rong clenched his fists. Father, what do you mean? In Tang Gang's mind, father and son should speak openly. Without much hesitation, he said, since your education began, I have planned your future. Everything I did was for your good, hoping you could uphold the family's honor. You haven't disappointed me all these years. But what are you doing now? Just keeping your eyes on this tiny backyard, acting like a woman. Truly disappointing. Comparing this to his gentle words toward Tang Mo, Tang Rong was nervous and clenched his fists tighter. Father, who told you this? I've said it. I don't know what Aunt Kai did. Did you think I instructed her? Tang Gang, respecting his son's face, didn't reveal everything. I just hope you understand this clearly. Reflect on it in the coming days. Avoiding discussion of his past debauchery didn't erase it. Some things he deliberately ignored, but only to deceive himself. The higher one climbs, the harder these things are to forget. No one mentioned them now only because Tang Rong posed no threat, but Tang Gang knew this well. To truly move past it, Tang Rong would need to achieve something significant, easier said than done. Once Tang Gang left, Tang Rong's fists thudded on the bed, startling the nearby servants. Everyone in Chunhua courtyard spoke carefully, afraid of misfortune. Even Aunt Kai avoided entering, claiming discomfort and going to sleep. The Marquis has just left, Nan Feng informed Xin. Qing Emo said the young master has asked Kai Quan twice. He probably assigned him a task related to the second young master, though Qing Emo hasn't learned the details yet. Tang Rong was in a panic. Xin sat on the bed and said, I understand. Tell Qing Emo to be careful, not to be discovered. You should rest early too. After Nan Feng left, Xin yawned and snuggled into bed, sleeping so soundly she didn't notice when Tang Emo returned. When she woke, Tang Emo was already ready, standing by her mirror straightening his clothes. How come you went out even earlier after your promotion? Seeing her awake, Tang Emo smiled and stepped forward. I'm the new official. Haven't gotten used to it yet. Once I do, I can slack off. Did I wake you? Kind of. She yawned, reluctant to get up, and mentioned the commotion next door. I won't interfere. I still have to go to the Su family this afternoon. Last night, Ping Qiu said that the Empress summoned Mother. We have to go to the palace first thing tomorrow. Tang Emo laughed. Busy enough. Don't worry about what's happening next door. Whatever he does, I won't let him succeed. He'll only harm himself. Xin reminded him, be careful. Don't be careless. Take your guards when you go out. Chapter 281, Tang Rong's uncle has arrived. Underestimating an opponent is a grave mistake. Even if the strength gap is large, one must use full effort. Tang Emo did not act arrogantly and nodded in agreement. After he left, Xin lay back down, but after a while, she reluctantly opened her eyes. Why did the bed feel colder the longer she slept? There had been frost today. When Chun Yang and Chun Lu came in to serve, cold wind followed them into the room. Xin shivered. Time to light the charcoal, isn't it? No sooner had she spoken than Nan Feng appeared, saying that the front courtyard had sent word earlier, all rooms would start using charcoal braziers today. We should send someone to fetch the charcoal. Our courtyard receives 20 pounds of red luo charcoal and 20 pounds of black charcoal daily, collected every 5 days. Chun Lu calculated quickly. That amount won't be enough. As it gets colder, the price of charcoal changes daily. Luckily, Manager Wang stocked plenty beforehand. Otherwise, we'd have to send someone to ask him to deliver more today. Xin nodded. Send 1,000 pounds over first. The storage room must be properly prepared to prevent the charcoal from getting damp. The Marquis allocated set amounts to each courtyard. 20 pounds of fuel a day was never enough. Without buying extra at their own expense, they would have to endure the cold until evening before lighting more charcoal. Otherwise, with heavy snow, the nights would be unbearable. Xin refused to compromise. The charcoal must burn continuously for 12 hours. Even if she went out, the house should not be left cold. Returning to a freezing room would be intolerable. Charcoal smells strong. If you burn it with the windows closed, it makes your head dizzy. Open the windows and the wind blows in. Each room in the courtyard will use the same charcoal as mine, just 5 pounds per day. Aunt's room has no limit. If she herself was to live comfortably, those who served her deserved the same care. The courtyard's attendants were all women. How could they endure winter otherwise? Nan Feng smiled, eyebrows arched. Being with a wealthy mistress was different. She was already enjoying life. Daytime charcoal was ordinary, but at night they added odorless charcoal to sleep warmly and comfortably. What could be more pleasant than that? Even such a simple thing made the courtyard's girls and maids beam with happiness, offering repeated thanks. After breakfast, Nan Feng brought more news. Madame Wang sent word that the Wang household will deliver notices to each family today so they can start collecting charcoal. Has the annual gift you asked her to purchase been prepared? Would you like to check it? Madame Wang had bought the charcoal long in advance. With Nan Feng and Lu Chang's help, they obtained tens of thousands of pounds. They had planned to distribute it early but feared people might mishandle it or resell it, so they waited until after the frost to deliver it. Xin thought she had no time for this. Just tell her I appreciate her efforts. Once I'm free in a few days, I'll go take a look. Aunt Chui Ping came in, reporting that the gifts for visiting the Su family were ready. Young mistress, would you like to add or remove anything? Aunt Wang returned to Xian's residence, leaving the courtyard's affairs to Chui Ping. Given the generous treatment, Chui Ping did not dare slack off. The visiting gifts were substantial. Even Su General's young grandson was not overlooked, receiving an inkstone. The arrangements are thorough. That will do. This afternoon, you'll accompany me, Xian said. Yes. Xian hesitated over one matter. And, do you think I should visit the second prince's residence? Since the second prince's consort became pregnant, I haven't yet paid my respects. Chui Ping replied, after visiting the Su General's residence today, you can ask the young mistress and see what Madame Su thinks. Xian turned to her. Please also help me prepare 2 gifts to send to the second prince's residence. If the warehouse lacks them, buy them, don't worry about the cost. The gifts just need to touch the second prince's consort's heart. Yes. Once the courtyard affairs were handled, Xian went to the front courtyard, only to find Tao Iran and her 2 younger sisters there as well. Tao Iran, unwilling to stay in Chunhua courtyard, had insisted on paying respects to Madame Wang. She brought 2 maids because Yu Shue's delivery was near. As the mistress of the house, she had to make arrangements for Yu Shue. When Xian arrived, they had just settled the matter of hiring a midwife and were discussing where the child would be raised. The daughter-in-law thinks this is the first child of her husband. Yu has been with him for a long time, and their bond is naturally different. Would it be better to let Yu personally raise the child? What does mother think? Madame Wang, sensing Tao Iran was deliberately avoiding Chunhua courtyard, replied, You and your husband should decide. All children in the household should be well cared for, wherever they are raised. Mother speaks wisely. Tao Iran lingered, unwilling to leave, preferring to sit here rather than return to Chunhua courtyard. She could not shake the lingering smell. She had hardly slept the night before. The younger sister-in-law is here, Xian said. She nodded. Sister-in-law looks pale. Did you not rest well last night? Tao Iran rubbed her slightly prominent belly. It's heavy, hard to sleep. That won't do, Xian said, sitting across from her. If you have trouble sleeping now, what will it be like when Aunt Yu reaches this month? By the way, how is brother? Tao Iran did not want to mention Tang Rong at all. She had only stood briefly by his bed this morning, exchanged a few words, and turned away. The smell in the room was unbearable. Much better. The house doctor says he can try moving around. Since the bones were injured, it must be done slowly. No sooner had she spoken than the gatehouse clerk rushed in. The Wei family is at the gate. They say they've come to visit the young master. Madame Wang could not immediately recall who the Wei family was. When she remembered, her good mood vanished. She looked at Tao Iran. Did you get notice that the Wei family would come? Tao Iran shook her head. My husband never mentioned it. She had no idea such relatives existed. Madame Wang slowly stood. The Wei family is your husband's maternal family and your direct mother-in-law's family. You will come with me to receive them. Xian did not want to greet any Wei family member, especially Zhang from the Wei household, who was particularly annoying. She had never met someone so shameless and thick-skinned. Tang Rong's mother had been dead for years, yet the Wei family still acted as if the marquis belonged to them. In her previous life, that elder Zhang even lectured her, saying, Your mother-in-law went early. Some rules were never taught to you. As your maternal aunt, I must guide you a bit. Xian had wanted to slap her back then, holding in her temper like a green-shelled turtle. Thinking back now, she felt pathetic. She even despised herself. Ugh. Mother, I haven't paid my respects to grandmother yet. Then go. Madame Wang was kind to her, knowing Zhang was difficult, but not wanting her daughter-in-law to suffer. As for Tao Iran, she had to go. Wei family relatives were her responsibility to receive. Chapter 282, Madame Wang versus the Wei family's maternal aunt. At the Marquisite's main gate, Tang Rong's maternal uncle, Wei Liangkai, and his aunt Zhang, along with their son and 2 daughters, got out of the carriage. Behind them were 3 more carriages, plus 7 or 8 attendants. From the looks of it, they intended to stay for a while. The last time they came was 3 years ago. With Tang Gang's support, Wei Liankai had risen to the rank of 4th grade. He was now in the capital to report on his post and await a new appointment from the court. The Wei family had no permanent residence in the capital and had always stayed at the Marquise. This visit was no exception. Their son, Wei Chuanzong, could hardly hide his excitement. "Cousin should know we're coming, right?" Zhang wore a pleased expression. "Your cousin works at the Ministry of Rights. He surely received the news. Besides, he wrote to invite us. He knows what he's doing." The family entered the Marquise cheerfully. Madame Wang smiled and, with Tao Iran, went to greet them. "Big brother, sister-in-law, what an unexpected visit." Zhang disliked Madame Wang. Years ago, when Tang Rong's mother passed away, the Wei family had wanted to send a girl to the Marquise to act as Tang Rong's stepmother, arguing that he was still young and needed care. The late Marquis refused, and the matriarch decided on Madame Wang instead. Madame Wang had been praised for her virtuous reputation and came from a modest family. She would care well for Tang Rong. The Wei family had held a grudge ever since and naturally did not favor Madame Wang, seeing her as someone who benefited without effort. Yet at the time, Madame Wang had genuinely cared for Tang Rong, leaving no fault for the Wei family to find. "I've come to the capital for official duties and hope to stay at the Marquise a few days. Is that acceptable?" Madame Wang wanted to say no. They hadn't sent any prior notice, barging in as if the Marquise were theirs, as if the Marquisate's mistress belonged to the Wei family. "Of course we welcome you to stay. Please come inside." Zhang showed mild satisfaction. "Is the Marquis and my nephew in the residence?" "They aren't resting today." Before Madame Wang could finish, Zhang interrupted. "In that case, we should freshen up first. It would be improper to see the matriarch in this state." "Oh, what bad timing," Madame Wang said. "Big brother and sister-in-law, please bear with us. I didn't receive any notice, so nothing was prepared in advance. No one has had a chance to tidy up." Madame Wang didn't intend to give the Wei family much face. Seeing Zhang's usual irritating manner only worsened her annoyance, yet she smiled politely and suggested they first pay respects to the matriarch. Zhang assumed her family was invited by her nephew and that no preparation meant Madame Wang was deliberately obstructing them. She presented herself with the authority of the Marquise heir's maternal aunt. "Naturally, we should first see the matriarch. As for lodging, we don't mind. Let's use the previous Ning Chui courtyard and Ning Xiang courtyard." Madame Wang apologized politely. "Sister-in-law, the matriarch invited members of the Tang family for the new year. They will arrive soon. Once the family's sons and daughters arrive, they will stay permanently." The matriarch decided to give them Ning Chui courtyard and Ning Xiang courtyard. Even relatives of the Wei family weren't more important than the Tang clan? Is that so? Zhang's displeasure grew. "Doesn't the Marquis rarely interact with the Tang family?" Madame Wang laughed. "We are all one family. Interaction is natural. Previously, the Tang sons were busy studying and had no time. Now, at a crucial point, they naturally come to the capital." Wei Liankai felt no need to fuss over lodging. Staying in the Marquise was enough. Making a fuss would only invite objections. Staying at the Marquise is already an imposition. Where we stay is of no concern. Though Zhang was dissatisfied, she dared not contradict him. "I recall there's a courtyard with orchids?" Madame Wang rolled her eyes internally. They hadn't even given notice and now had demands. "Unfortunately, the matriarch's nephew is arriving for New Year as well. The orchid courtyard already has guests. Don't worry. There's another courtyard in the northeast corner. It's farther from the main house and the matriarch's Chunrong Hall, but it's spacious. Renovated just 2 years ago, it won't inconvenience big brother and sister-in-law." Wei Liankai nodded. "Then we leave it to you, madam." Zhang didn't care. As a high-ranking official's wife, she was used to receiving the best treatment. Facing Madame Wang, a stepmother, she would not hold back her demands. "Initially, I thought the Marquise was large, but even so, it's not spacious. If the new daughter-in-law's family comes, how can it be arranged?" Madame Wang laughed. "The eldest daughter-in-law's family lives in the capital. The second daughter-in-law's family also has a residence here. They won't all stay at the Marquise." She then appeared to remember something. Look at big brother and sister-in-law being so delighted. Let's introduce them properly. This is the eldest daughter-in-law from the Tao family. Her father was formerly a fourth-rank prefect, awaiting a new appointment. Quickly, come meet your uncle and aunt. Tao Iran, silent until now, wanted to turn and leave. She held no affection for the Wei family, especially Zhang, who seemed impossible to get along with. The Wei family had barged in expecting privilege. Tao Iran, proud and self-assured, looked down on their manner. Zhang was short, ugly, and mean. Posing with them would be embarrassing. Uncle, aunt, she said politely. Even so, Zhang scrutinized her like merchandise. Tao Iran's resentment grew. Madame Wang, the legitimate mother-in-law, had never inspected her so critically. Who did this newcomer think she was? Zhang disliked Tao Iran at first sight, thinking her alluring and seductive. Yet her son Wei Chuanzong's eyes lit up, captivated by her beauty. Wei Liankai felt embarrassed and forced a smile. Let's first pay respects to the matriarch. Madam, please lead the way. They had barely walked a few steps when Tao Iran clutched her belly and gasped. Madame Wang stopped. What is it? Are you in pain? Tao Iran looked apologetic. A sudden twinge. Nothing serious. Madame Wang saw through her act. If you're uncomfortable, return and rest. Have the court physician examine you. Don't take chances. Tao Iran complied and, supported by a maid, left. Madame Wang explained to Zhang, sister-in-law is carrying our marquisite's legitimate grandson. She must be treated with care. Already? Winter clothes made it hard to notice. Yes, nearly 3 months along. Madame Wang smiled. Big brother and sister-in-law arrived at the perfect time. Not only is the eldest daughter-in-law pregnant, but 2 of Tang Rong's concubines are as well. One is near delivery. You will also see your great-nephew. How so? Should a concubine give birth before the principal wife? Zhang frowned. Madame Wang smiled. Children's matters are determined by fate. Chapter 283, Madame Wei has been dead for a long time. Zhang had endless questions, eager to catch Madame Wang in a mistake and prove that stepmothers are always malicious, hoping Tang Rong would fully side with the Wei family. But Madame Wang, though not particularly capable, had always been meticulous about appearances. Zhang couldn't catch even a single slip. Zhang went on to ask when Tang Gang and Tang Rong would return, and whether anyone had been sent to invite them, her tone implying that Tang Gang should immediately appear to show his respect. Madame Wang held back her irritation. It's the year-end busy season. The Marquis will return later. We will send someone to notify him. As for the eldest son, he recently had a minor accident and is staying in the Marquis to recover. Big brother and sister-in-law can visit him later. Hearing that Tang Rong had been injured, Zhang immediately pressed for details, how it happened, why it happened, and whether the Marquis had neglected security, implying that the stepmother was incompetent. Madame Wang wanted to scold her. If not for years of patience training, she would have slapped Zhang twice. The woman spoke incessantly, like a nagging maid. Big brother and sister-in-law can ask the Marquis for specifics later. Anyone could see she was displeased. Wei Liankai shot Zhang a warning glance, and she remained silent for the rest of the journey to Chunrong Hall. The matriarch disliked the Wei family because of their strong sense of self-interest. Years ago, only 2 months after Tang Gang lost his wife, the Wei family had tried desperately to re-establish ties with the Marquis, scheming to force Tang Gang's hand without considering his reputation at all. Before the matriarch, Zhang put on a completely different attitude, smiling and flattering. Madam, you look as radiant as 3 years ago. I also saw the heir's wife, truly outstanding. I hear she is expecting. You are blessed, and in a few months, the great-grandson will arrive. How lively your household will be. The matriarch smiled politely, but kept her gaze on a young lady. Zhang immediately stepped forward with her 2 daughters. Madam, these are my daughters, Wei Xiang and Wei Qing. Please guide them in the future. Come quickly and pay your respects. The girls did so, and the matriarch looked slightly puzzled. So these 2 girls are to stay in the Marquis? Zhang laughed. Recently, We received a letter from the heir requesting that the two cousins come to the capital, also for the girls' future prospects. Since their cousin thought of them, we brought them here to broaden their horizons. The matriarch's smile nearly faltered. Madame Wang smirked inwardly. Father and son were identical, always scheming with girls. Shameless. The Tang family could be excused since they were close, but the Wei family? Who did they think they were? Xin An understood immediately. The Tang family had already arrived. Tang Rong could hardly remain idle. This was clearly to push the two cousins forward as potential brides. The Wei family, relying on connections through marriage, was not trustworthy. As Xin An had heard, they had never treated Tang Rong's mother well. Kai Gugu had once mentioned that while Tang Rong's mother was pregnant, the Wei family sent two girls to accompany her, obviously with ulterior motives. If the marquisate belonged to a prince, would the Wei family not send all their daughters for selection? The matriarch did not continue Zhang's boasting. She asked whether they were tired from the journey and whether Madame Wang had prepared lodgings for the Wei family. Madame Wang explained, "We had no prior notice, so nothing was prepared. Fortunately, the items for Ningchui Courtyard and Ningxiang Courtyard are all new and ready to use. At this point, they should be ready. I'll lead big brother and sister-in-law to settle in." The matriarch nodded. Good. Once Madame Wang led them away, the matriarch sighed. Xin An didn't hide her thoughts. Grandmother, just now, did my maternal aunt mean to keep the two cousins in the capital to arrange marriages, or was this my brother's idea? How interesting. If they were daughters of the Wang family, it might be acceptable. But what right did the Wei family have? Their own maternal aunt had long passed. Did they expect Tao Iran to handle their marriage affairs? The matriarch looked at her. What do you think? Inappropriate. Xin An sat down. My brother is a man, not suitable as a matchmaker. My sister-in-law is heavily pregnant, inconvenient to travel. Their mother is distant. She cannot manage the Wei girls' marriages. Ultimately, it would have to rely on grandmother. In my view, it's best not to meddle. If the match is good, fine. If not, grandmother would be blamed. At her age, she should enjoy leisure, not worry. The matriarch agreed. More importantly, the Tang family had sent 3 girls this time. The marquisate had proper authority over the Tang girls. What right did the Wei family have? In reality, people move on. The Wei family had long been dead. Moreover, the 2 Wei girls were not without parents. Ganlu, send word to the marquis. He should come to Chunrong Hall first when he returns. She looked at Xin An. Will you eat lunch here with me? Yes. In the past, we came here for meals. Now, we'll come for the fire as well. The coal in the matriarch's courtyard was a gift from the palace, with a faint fragrance unavailable outside. If not for propriety, I would move here to live. The matriarch laughed and asked Ganlu to prepare 2 more of Xin An's favorite dishes. Meanwhile, in Chunhua Courtyard, Tao Iran endured her discomfort and informed Tang Rong that the Wei family had arrived. Tang Rong did not show joy. Earlier, when he had arranged for his cousins to come, he was still at the Ministry of Rights, and Tao Iran had not yet been pregnant. Now he lay in bed. Her going out was pointless. Prepare hot water. I need a bath. No matter what, he must not let the Wei family know his vulnerable state. Tell everyone below to keep silent. Anyone who speaks recklessly will be punished. Tao Iran could manage this. She did not want outsiders to know she had married a man with health issues. Kai Gugu, considering Tang Rong's injury, advised against bathing. Tao Iran, however, encouraged him to wash thoroughly. Let the court physician assist. Any abnormalities should be treated immediately. Cleanliness will aid recovery. Change all the beddings and add refreshing incense. The aunt and family will arrive later. We must look alert. No disgrace could be shown. With Tao Iran's initiative, the staff busied themselves. The courtyard finally had a touch of life. After settling the Wei family, Madame Wang returned to Chunrong Hall with a spark of triumph. Xin An greeted her. Mother, just in time. Ganlu said lunch is ready. The matriarch glanced at Madame Wang's face. Nothing matters more than meals. Eat first, then discuss matters. Chapter 284. Tang Rong has his own strengths. The old lady was always particular about meals. At Chuanrong Hall, more than half of the flowers were for the dining table. Even Wang Shi, who was still sulking, felt her mood lift upon seeing a table full of beautifully prepared dishes. The food was delicious and suited everyone's taste. The two generations of mothers-in-law each had 2 bowls of rice. After finishing, Xin An excused herself to rest. She still had to visit General Su's residence in the afternoon, which would be draining. As soon as she left, the old lady spoke before Wang Shi could, soothing him. Don't worry about the Wei family for now. In this marquee residence, it's not like whatever they say goes. Consider them guests for now, Wang Shi replied. You were troubled earlier? Wang Shi forced a smile. It's just that as the stepmother, I'm accused of not taking proper care of the eldest, not treating them like real relatives, complaining the courtyard is inadequate, the furnishings lacking, the teacups ordinary. Not fitting the grandeur of a marquis's residence. The old lady frowned slightly, her dislike of the Wei family growing. But whether she liked it or not, the Wei family stayed. The entire family washed, ate, and commanded the marquis resident servants endlessly, picking at everything for a long while. Only when Wei Liang scolded them did Zhang Shi stop speaking, but still, she was inwardly resentful. Why be so careful, father? This marquis residence will eventually belong to our nephew. Half of his blood is Wei family. He can't escape it. I can't stand that Wang Shi, acting like the marquis's lady while in front of our sister. She's nothing but a concubine. Enough, Wei Liang said, seeing her going too far. Concubine or not, she was brought here with all the proper formalities, 3 match proposals, 6 meetings, 8 sit-in chairs. She is the legitimate marquis's lady. Drop that officialdom act of yours. Do you know where you are? Without this marquis residence, what are you, a woman related to a 4th-rank official in the capital? Who would even pay attention to you? Years in officialdom had made him cautious. Within the first few minutes of entering, he felt uneasy. Although he was the marquis's son's maternal uncle, a distinguished guest, he felt no real warmth, sensing Wang Shi's impatience, the old lady's perfunctory politeness, and the slight condescension of that niece-in-law. Get ready, we'll go see our nephew. Zhang Shi had long wanted to go. Soon, the family called a servant to lead the way toward Chunhua courtyard. On the way, they ran into Xin An, elegantly dressed with every detail of her clothes and jewelry refined and expensive. Behind her followed a well-presented elder woman and 2 maids holding boxes, truly impressive. Xin An stopped and greeted them first. Uncle, aunt, are you here to see brother? Zhang Shi scrutinized her closely. Where are you going? Out, Xin An replied. She smiled. Brother and sister-in-law are at Chunhua courtyard. Knowing that uncle and aunt have come, brother would surely be happy. He must be eager to see you, so I won't disturb him. Seeing her leave like that, Zhang Shi turned back for another glance. I just remembered, the late marquis of this residence had arranged for our nephew to marry someone surnamed Xin, a salt merchant. Today, that girl's surname is Tao. Wei Xiang asked the servant leading the way. Earlier, was this second young madam surnamed Xin? The servant nodded. Yes, second young madam's surname is indeed Xin. How did she become second young madam? Wasn't she supposed to marry our cousin? The servant had nothing to say and quietly led them to Chunhua courtyard. At that moment, Tang Rong was still bathing. He had already washed twice, using half a bar of fragrant soap and nearly scrubbing off a layer of skin. Even after washing his hair twice, he still felt unclean. Master, the Wei family uncle has arrived and wishes to see you. Tang Rong remained in the bath, a steaming hot cloth covering his face. Aunt Lu replied for him, please ask uncle to wait. Say that master is bathing, and if uncle asks, just say he was sweaty. Don't let him say a word otherwise. Also, ask the young madam to go first and accompany them. The little maid left. Tang Rong had no rush to meet his maternal uncle. His mind instead focused on how to explain his situation and assure him of his promising future so that he could gain support. The Wei family waited for 2 incense sticks' time. Tao Iran had gone, planning ahead how to handle the Wei family. As luck would have it, right after she entered, a maid by Shui Yu appeared. saying Shuiyu had stomach pain and wanted the household doctor to check. What should have been a simple matter became a personal visit by Tao Iran, which greatly displeased Zhang Shi and even earned a small rebuke for Tang Rong. Who would be bathing at such a time? Such an attitude. Waiting for over half an incense stick's time, Tang Rong had to dry his hair and go through his routine, which usually took half a day. Even rushing today, it was still time-consuming. By the time they were about to meet, Zhang Shi's dissatisfaction had peaked. Yet the moment she saw Tang Rong, her anger vanished. He was still slightly damp, hair half-tied, wearing a long robe embroidered with green bamboo. A faint blush lingered from his bath, giving him a strikingly handsome appearance that was a pleasure to behold. Wei Xiang and Wei Qing were completely dazzled, thinking their cousin was a celestial being, exceptionally handsome. Uncle, aunt. Oh, our eldest nephew is truly remarkable. Zhang Shi exclaimed with admiration. Truly a first-rate talent. With his noble status and good looks, Zhang Shi felt proud. I wasn't feeling well and kept you waiting, uncle, aunt, and cousins, Tang Rong said. It's only a short while, not long, Zhang Shi replied. Tang Rong subtly stepped back. You've traveled far. I feel uneasy for not greeting you personally. Fortunately, you're kind and do not take offense, which comforts me. Please, uncle and aunt, have a seat. Tang Rong had his strengths. Given the chance, he could make people like Zhang Shi see him as a favored prodigy with limitless potential. Importantly, he could also speak with tact, leaving Zhang Shi thoroughly impressed. Earlier, the Tang family wrote, saying their sons and daughters are of marriageable age. They hoped father and grandmother could help find suitable matches. I thought my two cousins are still unmarried. If they could meet good families in the capital, it would also benefit uncle and even the Wei family. This matter really shouldn't be my concern. But since my mother passed early, I must handle this untimely matter. These words struck Zhang Shi's heart. It's impressive you still think of your uncle. With your mother gone, the connection between this marquis residence and the Wei family has faded. Were it not for you, we might not even have stepped through this door. She added embellishments to demean Wang Shi. A stepmother isn't a real mother, unreliable. Tang Rong did not argue, as he also wanted to voice certain points through his aunt. I see my cousin has grown taller. Visiting the capital, he should see more. Unfortunately, I cannot go out lately. Otherwise, introducing some prominent sons to my cousin would be beneficial. Tang Rong began painting a grand picture with empty promises. Zhang Shi was delighted, imagining the Wei family's bright future ahead, with a perfect son-in-law waiting for her choice. Even Wei Liang felt that with this nephew, the family's prospects were secured. As for Wei Chuanzong and the sisters Wei Xiang, they adored Tang Rong, showering him with praise and admiration, which he thoroughly enjoyed. Chapter 285, Tang Gang's vision is still too narrow. At some point, the sun had risen in the sky, driving away some of the cold. In the side hall of the Su residence, a servant brought over a brazier. Madame Su smiled and asked, It must be much colder in the capital than in Huai River, right? Much colder indeed, Xin An replied, setting down her teacup. At this time in Huai River, everything should be lush and green. It's a vast region. I've heard that the further south you go, the warmer it is. In winter, snow hardly falls. Madame Su had the brazier moved closer to Xin, and the crabs you sent me last time were excellent, extremely fresh, truly a specialty of your region, quite remarkable. Hearing that winter in Huai River still had green landscapes made Xin smile. It makes me want to see it in person. There will always be a chance. When you visit Huai River, you must stay at the Xin household. My mother will ensure you are treated well. After some polite small talk, Xin smiled warmly. I came today to trouble Madame Su because I received a letter from my family in Huai River. My father said the Su family is an extremely easy client to work with, very agreeable, and he praised me for it. He even thought I approached the Su family on my own. So I've unintentionally taken credit. Did Mr. Xin really say that? Madame Su had already guessed Xin's purpose, so she followed the conversation. Our managers in Huai River also sent word. They said Mr. Xin is straightforward and reliable in business. Working with him gives peace of mind. That sounds like a very pleasant cooperation, indeed a good thing. Exactly. And my father also shared some wonderful news, which is why I must personally come to thank General Su and Madam Su. Xin An beamed with joy. As you know, our Xin An family has always been in the salt trade. Thanks to a stable country and the court's support, business has been smooth. But ever since the northwest salt fields were discovered, salt from Huai River has faced some competition. More salt is good for the people, even better for the court. My father has long wanted to obtain Northwest salt rights. She explained the efforts and disappointments her family had faced and immediately expressed gratitude to the Su family. We never imagined receiving the Su family's help. Securing these salt rights is an immense favor to the Xin An family. To the Su family, it may be minor, but for us, it is like a favor that repays life itself. Had my father not been tied down at year's end, he would have rushed to the capital to thank General Su and Madam Su in person. She stood and bowed slightly toward Madam Su. Please allow me to thank you on my father's behalf today. When spring comes, he will come in person to express his gratitude. Please, no need for formalities, Madam Su said, rising to personally help her up. Fortune is unpredictable. At another time, even the Su family might not have been able to help. You know, salt rights are complicated. This time, officials involved owed a favor to someone in the Su family. Though hesitant, they ultimately agreed. It took some effort, but in the end, everything worked out happily. So it was the Su family's personal favor that made it possible, a subtle compliment to herself. I must bow to you even more now. I only knew the Su family helped, but not the circumstances behind it. You see, Madam Su laughed. Just saying it made you uneasy. Had I known, I wouldn't have mentioned it. Xin An laughed and sat back down. Her voice softened. The Su family has helped my family so much. I feel embarrassed and somewhat inexperienced for coming on my own. At times, when unsure how to act, it helps to leverage one's own position. She was still a young daughter-in-law. Showing a little charm before elders was not excessive and could ease awkwardness. Please forgive me this time, madam. You child. Her approach also relieved Madam Su's own discomfort. After all, Xin An had subtly pointed out her gratitude. If she were a peer, it would have been fine, but as a younger generation, this mattered. You brought a heavy enough gift already. No need to be embarrassed. Xin An did not plan to give money directly. Once silver was involved, it became more significant. Such major matters required her father's personal involvement. Her role was to satisfy Madam Su. But the Su family, being military, did not lack fine items. Among Xin An's gifts today was a pure gold Rui scepter. The gold alone weighed 3 jin, and it was inlaid with gemstones. This gift was extremely practical. If cash was needed, it could be sold. Without the gems, the gold alone could be used or exchanged for silver, far more useful than porcelain or jade. Hence, Madam Su's praise of its value is sincere. The Su family must have expected something in return for helping Xin secure the Northwest salt rights. The Xin family benefited and would repay. The relationship between the Su and Xin families grew closer. With a few words, Madam Su even coaxed Xin into calling her aunt, which Xin readily accepted. I wonder how the second prince's consort is. I wanted to visit earlier, but a pregnant lady should rest, and I did not dare disturb her. Madam Su said, the imperial physician says all is well. If you wish, send someone with a gift. Staying at home must be boring for her. She will be glad to have company and conversation. That's perfect. I'll send a gift then. Earlier, I received a box of 12 jade figurines, all plump and adorable. I thought a pregnant lady would love them even more. I'll present them to the second prince's consort as a treasure. Madam Su laughed, finding Xin quite agreeable. She did not mention the marquis residence. Technically, if Tangang had applied effort, the salt rights could have been obtained anyway, but the Su family ended up taking the advantage. To be a salt merchant requires more than luck. One must have strength to purchase large quantities and cover transport costs, requiring enormous deposits and the skill to manage official connections. The Xin family paid 500,000 taels up front for Northwest salt rights this time. Wealth in the salt trade is not mere talk. Raising a capable salt merchant is extremely difficult. Xin An's family had earned the Su family's favor, a wonderful surprise. Madame Su initially thought of introducing her daughter-in-law to Xin An, thinking they were young and could talk. Considering her daughter-in-law's temperament, she decided against it. Soon after, Xin An politely took her leave. Madame Su's personal attendant escorted her outside. Once she had boarded the carriage, she returned to Madame Su, smiling. The second young madam of the Marquis residence is truly clever. Her gift today was very practical. Madame Su put down her teacup. Some matters she cannot decide yet, but at her age to represent her father in such important matters is indeed clever. Marquis Wei Yuan will regret it later, I fear. The Xin family is capable, grateful, and knows how to seize opportunities. I heard the Marquis residence actually gave them little help. Everything relied on Mr. Xin. Tang Gang's vision is still too narrow. The attendant smiled. In that case, we should thank Marquis Wei Yuan as well. Madame Su smiled silently, having the attendant store Xin An's gifts. She would wait for General Su's return to show them, keeping everything in mind. Chapter 286, Coveting Xin An's Dowry. After leaving the Su residence, the sky was still not too dark. Xin An instructed the coachman to make a stop at the Wang household. Madame Wang had specially sent word inviting her over, so she decided to go. By the time she returned to the Marquis residence, it was already getting dark. Winter days grew dark early. Lanterns were already lit outside every shop, and the streets had more people than she had noticed before. Xin An lifted the curtain. Is there a night market tonight? Chao Gue, who doubled as her bodyguard and coachman, replied, the court extended the curfew by an hour from yesterday until the Lantern Festival. It's not crowded yet. After the 28th of the 12th month, the streets will be bustling. I hear the court bought many lanterns this year, and the main streets will be lit up in sequence. That will be quite a sight. Xin An recalled that the court did this every year. She had once wanted to go see the festivities, but Tang Mo had told her it was mostly commoners selling cheap trinkets, with pickpockets and thieves everywhere, so it wasn't safe. That had ended her curiosity. Yet later, he had actually taken Tao Iran there, and even bought her a lantern. She had protested at the time, but what had Tang Mo said? Your sister-in-law's days are lonely and difficult. Taking her out to relax a little is fine. She doesn't work like you do every day, nor has much sadness. As her elder brother, I should take care of her more. Now, thinking back, she wanted to go back and strangle him immediately. A martial arts arena caught her attention. Curious, she asked Chao Gue to find a place to stop. Chao Gue, never daring to defy the goddess of fortune, not only parked the carriage but personally escorted Xin An to see the action. Approaching closer, she saw it was a fighting platform with a red banner and black characters reading, Jingyong Martial Arts School. Chen Yang asked, is this the martial arts school the second young master often goes to? Ershan is on the platform, Chao Gue replied. Xin An craned her neck and indeed saw Ershan. In the freezing cold, he wore only a single layer of clothing. He seemed taller and his eyes were fierce. Chao Gue, keeping an eye out for anyone rushing toward Xin An, explained, these platforms are a common way martial arts schools recruit students. Each school sets up a platform to show their skills. Later, multiple schools will fight together, each vying to become the top martial arts school in the capital. Injuries or permanent harm happen often. Chun Yang commented, if you perform well, high-ranking families or even the court might notice. That's quite a future opportunity. Xin An said, if showing one's skill on stage can secure a future, even getting injured is a gain. Opportunities are hard to come by. For ordinary people, one's life often seemed least valuable. Many chances required risking everything. If one could obtain the opportunity, wounds and blood were worth it. Chao Gue looked at Chun Yang, marveling that a girl could be more straightforward and bold than her master. Looking at her attire, even as a servant girl, she benefited from her master's wealth, especially by being attached to the right master. Watching Ershan fight, Xian and couldn't judge the techniques, but could sense his ferocity. Tilting her head, she asked Chao Gui, "What do you think of the shorter opponent?" Chao Gui observed a few moves before judging. He hasn't trained long, not a child prodigy. Skills are average. But he has a fearless ruthlessness that's rare. His opponent has superior skills and precise techniques. If fully committed, the smaller boy would lose within 10 moves. But his opponent is intimidated by that ruthlessness. In combat, momentum is crucial. That small boy might even win in the end. Xin An smiled. Only after Shan defeated his opponent did she nod in satisfaction. Chun Yang and Chun Lu were amazed, one admiring Chao Gui's accurate assessment, the other marveling at Shan's skill. "Let's go back." Xin An turned, thinking that Tang Mo's money hadn't been wasted. Shan still had great potential to cultivate. By the time they returned to the residence, it was rather late. Tang Gang had already returned and was speaking with the Wei family. Seeing Xin An come back, he said nothing. Zhang Shi, however, spoke up. "Second daughter-in-law, you just returned from going out?" "Yes." The Wei family were guests and, as such, had to be entertained. Wang Shi arranged a dinner for the entire household. Smiling, she said Xin An didn't need to return to Qiushi courtyard. "It's a good time for the family to talk together." Xin An sat down. Zhang Shi asked where she had been. Wang Shi was displeased her daughter-in-law could go out without asking, yet a visiting guest could inquire freely, unaware of her proper status. "Nothing much, just went out for tea." "I noticed you carried several boxes when you left," Zhang Shi said. She wanted to pry further. She already knew about the arranged marriage swap. Replacing Xin An with Tao Iran was fine, but she could not tolerate Xin An's dowry being taken. She had seen the wealth of salt merchants before and knew the Xin family's dowry must have included a significant fortune, at least part of which was intended for the marquis residence. Even with the marriage swap, the dowry should have remained. "Madam only saw half of it. The boxes I brought were delivered to my mother," Xin An explained. Wang Shi supported her daughter-in-law, affirming that was the truth. Zhang Shi forced a smile but sneered at Wang Shi. "I've heard the Xin family is wealthy. There must be plenty of dowry items. Lucky girl you are." "What do you mean, sister-in-law?" Wang Shi looked at Xin An with affection, then smiled at Zhang Shi. "A woman's dowry belongs to her. This is explicitly stated in the law. The marquis residence has some family wealth, and the marquis trusts me. I can take whatever I need from the storerooms. There's no need to be like those petty people, scrutinizing a daughter-in-law's dowry." She looked at Tang Gang. "Isn't that right, Marquis?" Tang Gang, disgusted by Zhang Shi, could only agree. Zhang Shi was ugly, short, and fat, with yellow teeth that made her voice unbearable. Sitting next to Wang Shi, Xin An seemed like a celestial being by contrast. "Exactly, madam. As the mistress of the marquis residence, everything here is at your disposal." Tang Mo knew whom to support in such a moment. Zhang Shi nearly ground her teeth. Back when the head of the marquis residence had been a daughter of the Wei family, requesting anything was difficult. Even accessing the storeroom required the old lady's permission. Now, a mere second wife enjoyed great privileges. Tang Mo forced a faint smile, unwilling to take Zhang Shi seriously. His family had brought trivial gifts and spoken rudely, shameful. He could not help comparing the Wei and Wang families. The Wei family visited less often, but when they did, they brought proper gifts and spoke politely. Seeing Tang Mo's family outshone in such matters by Xin An annoyed him, but he said nothing, pretending not to notice. Chapter 287, Xin An mocks Tang Rong. After failing to pry into the matter of the dowry, Zhang Shi temporarily stopped targeting Xin An. But once everyone sat down for the meal, she suddenly noticed someone was missing. Tang Mo had gone out drinking and hadn't returned, and no one had sent word to him. Zhang Shi asked, "Why isn't the second young master back?" Xin An answered before Wang Shi could, "It's the end of the year, he's busy with official duties." Zhang Shi picked up her chopsticks, then set them down again. "I forgot to ask, where is the second young master serving? He seems quite busy." She couldn't help but wonder if it was some idle, meaningless post. "At the Northern Garrison Army. Nothing remarkable, not worth Ant's concern." What do you mean by that? Zhang Shi forced a smile. After all, he's my nephew too. Shouldn't I, as his aunt, show some concern? Then she turned to Wang Shi. I've seen the second young master a few times before. He seemed quite clever. In my opinion, liking food and drink isn't a big deal. As long as he doesn't break the law, that's already good enough. Xin An felt a buzzing in her head. We're grateful for Aunt's concern for us. It's just that my husband doesn't have much ability and can only handle tiring work. I was afraid Aunt might laugh at him for not being as promising and brilliant as elder brother. She picked up a serving chopstick and placed a piece of fish full of bones into Zhang Shi's bowl. If my words were inappropriate, I apologize. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this once. Tang Gang's eyelid twitched. At that moment, Xin An reminded him very much of Tang Mo lately. The two of them seemed possessed. If you said one sentence to them, they'd return 10. Still, watching her needle Zhang Shi gave him a certain satisfaction. Zhang Shi forced a smile. You child, I was only joking and you took it seriously. No matter the position, as long as it's respectable, it's good, better than idling about. The smile on Wang Shi's face visibly stiffened. Xin An, however, remained calm. Aunt is right. Compared to elder brother, there is indeed a big gap. But as long as it's a post under the court, one must not slack off. Even if he can't match elder brother, at least he won't bring shame. As she spoke, Xin An glanced at Tang Rong. Isn't that right, elder brother? That look made Tang Rong uncomfortable, though his expression remained unchanged, a faint smile still on his lips. Second brother was just promoted to deputy commander of the Northern Garrison Army. It's normal for him to be busy. Since he hasn't returned yet, he likely won't be back for dinner. Let's begin. He was slightly wary of Xin An, afraid she might say something that would embarrass him further. Hearing the title, Deputy Commander, Zhang Shi was briefly surprised, then quickly dismissed it. Surely the Marquis had arranged it for him. That was how noble families worked. As long as one wasn't a fool, a bright future was guaranteed. But no matter how good, could he ever become the Marquis? The old lady chuckled and urged Zhang Shi to eat. Observing the rule of no talking while eating, Xin An said not a word. Eating was usually a pleasure, but eating with people she disliked was pure torment. After the meal, Xin An didn't leave. She was suddenly interested in seeing what Zhang Shi might say next. If anything displeased her, she could retort on the spot and vent the grievances she had endured in her past life. It was the old lady who noticed something off about Xin An. Using fatigue as an excuse, she asked Xin An to accompany her back. Only then did Xin An reluctantly stand and help her leave. On the way, the old lady spoke earnestly. I know you're unhappy, but you mustn't show it on your face. As the second young madam of the Marquis residence, you must maintain your dignity. Don't lower yourself to the level of those without refinement. I'm just angry. It's only their first day here, and they're already nitpicking and throwing their weight around. Even if it's not directed at me, I feel bad for my mother-in-law. She has to keep smiling at them when she doesn't owe them anything. The old lady smiled. I know you're filial. But if you offend them, won't it make things harder for your mother-in-law? Xin An fell silent. All right, I'll hold back. Only then was the old lady reassured, and she reminded Xin An about entering the palace the next day. On the way back to Qiushi courtyard, she unfortunately ran into Tang Rong. He was accompanied only by Xin Mo. An opportunity had presented itself. Xin An had made no effort to hide her dislike of Zhang Shi. Thinking of how meek she had been in her past life only made her angrier. By association, she felt even more irritated toward Tang Rong. Just as she was about to find an excuse to mock him, Tang Rong spoke first. Second sister-in-law, what did that look at the dinner table mean? He hadn't liked that look at all. You didn't understand it? Xin An rolled her eyes. I simply don't like your aunt. Loud, lacking the elegance and composure of an official's wife, and completely unaware she's a guest. Does she think this Marquis residence belongs to the Wei family? Her bluntness caught Tang Rong off guard. He was used to more roundabout speech. Did my aunt offend you? I didn't like her the moment I saw her. Is that not allowed? Xin An pursed her lips, unconcerned with his feelings or diplomacy. She came in today and immediately started picking faults, acting as if she were important. No one invited them, yet she acts like an honored guest. They say you have the best manners, elder brother. Don't you think your aunt is rather unrefined? She's already throwing her weight around in the Marquis residence. Good thing you're only the heir. If you were the Marquis, this residence wouldn't be big enough to contain her arrogance. She'd probably parade around beating gongs and drums. Utterly ridiculous. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were the crown prince. With that, she snorted and walked away, leaving Tang Rong standing there. Xin An quietly stepped back. Second young madam was truly bold. Everything she said hit the mark. Wasn't it exactly that utterly ridiculous? Earlier that day, Zheng Shi had even scolded the servants of Chunhua Courtyard for not serving the heir properly, meddling where she had no place. Tang Rong's expression darkened. Xin An braced himself and said, "Young master, Madame Wei was dissatisfied about not being assigned to Ningxue Courtyard today, so she complained a bit." Tang Rong said nothing. Though he knew his aunt's behavior was unpleasant, the lack of proper arrangements for his maternal family felt like a slight against him, and he remained displeased. He also thought back to what Zheng Shi had said earlier. When she learned about the marriage switch, she blamed him for being foolish, saying he shouldn't have let Xin An's dowry go. Only then did he realize that part of the Xin family's dowry had been intended for his future expenses, something Xin Quan had mentioned during the betrothal discussions. At the time, everyone had been criticizing him, and he had been too busy handling the fallout from the marriage change to think of it. In other words, Tang Mo's current position had been built using money and resources that originally should have belonged to him. Unfortunately, it was too late to bring it up now. A cold wind blew past, and Xin An shivered. Serving at the heir's side was becoming more difficult, his temper increasingly unpredictable. Often he said nothing at all, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 288. Tao Yiran develops a lasting aversion. Your two cousins have also reached marriageable age. Do you have any thoughts? Back in Chunhua Courtyard, Tang Rong rarely brought up the Wei family with Tao Yiran. But whether he wanted to speak or not, Tao Yiran didn't necessarily want to listen. Ever since she had seen Tang Rong lying in that bed of filth, she could no longer bear to be close to him. Even the thought of living in the same courtyard made her uncomfortable. All she wanted was for him to go out and work, to earn honor for her. That matter should be decided by uncle and aunt themselves. Tang Rong hoped Tao Yiran would take the Wei sisters out to socialize so that young noblemen could see them. But Tao Yiran was unwilling. She was pregnant and could not even play the zither. Tang Rong had become a laughingstock outside. If she attended gatherings, wouldn't she just be inviting ridicule? Marriage alliances depend on family background and status. I see that your complexion has improved. Perhaps in a few days, you won't need to wait until after the new year to go out again. It's not that I don't care about your health, but at the end of the year, networking and maintaining relationships is important. If you can go out, you should. Now that uncle is here, after all, he's an official, he can assist you. I've noticed that the household next door has been gaining momentum lately. If you continue lying here, by next spring, things may look very different. Her words struck directly at Tang Rong's concerns. Dealing with Tang Mo could secure his position within the residence, but matters outside still required his personal involvement. You're right. My condition is still a bit strained, but I'll rest a few more days and see. His gaze fell on Tao Yiran's face. Pregnancy had made her even more radiant, her complexion rosy, her skin smooth. Feeling his gaze, Tao Yiran's heart skipped. She quickly poured him a cup of water. Let the physician come again later and prescribe some tonics. You should recover faster. Tang Rong took the cup and casually grasped her hand. In that instant, Tao Yiran felt her stomach churn violently, though she forced a smile on her face. Tang Rong gently stroked the back of her hand. You've worked hard these days. As long as you recover soon, it's no hardship. You must be tired today. Go rest early. Tang Rong had intended to stay the night, but remembering his internal injuries, he gave up the idea. Still feeling he had neglected her lately, he stood and pulled her into an embrace. At that moment, Tao Iran felt as if the stench of filth rushed straight into her nose. Even though he smelled of incense and soap, she could not shake the imagined odor. Like a nightmare. Holding her wasn't enough. Tang Rong, full of affection, leaned in for a kiss. Tao Iran quickly dodged. Be careful of your health, just endure for now. Tang Rong smiled and kissed her forehead instead, satisfied, before turning to leave. The moment he left, Tao Iran retched. She hurried to the basin, washing her hands over and over, scrubbing her forehead vigorously. Aunt Lu entered, saw this, and sighed softly. The young madam had only taken one glance and already developed such a deep aversion. If she had seen the full scene, could she have endured it at all? Unaware of her disgust, Tang Rong was in a good mood, his best since being injured. Once Kai Quan completed his task, his mood would improve even further. Fragrant, truly fragrant. Under the dark night sky, the capital was brightly lit, filled with laughter. Meanwhile, Kai Quan, on whom Tang Rong placed high hopes, was indulging himself in a lover's courtyard, drinking cup after cup. Surrounded by the intoxicating scent of his companion, he looked utterly pleased. Much better than that old hag at home who smells like she fell into a latrine. His lover spoke sweetly, coaxing him to drink more. You always say such nice things. If I smell so good, why haven't you taken me home? Aren't you reluctant to give up your wife, who has favor with the air and can bring you benefits? Kai Quan laughed heartily, handing her a jade pendant before downing another cup. She accepted it, then fed him 2 more drinks. That's the only benefit, isn't it? In my opinion, you're the one at a loss. Serving and washing doesn't bring much profit. If you were closer to the air, wouldn't you be entrusted with tasks? You're a capable man, how much more could you gain? Who says the air hasn't given me tasks? Kai Quan bristled at being underestimated. He entrusted me with something important, a very important matter. He trusts me the most. I don't believe it. What important task could he give you? Aren't you just trying to fool me? She hooked her finger playfully, and Kai Quan grinned. A big matter, a huge one. I don't believe it, unless you tell me. Kai Quan still had a bit of sense left, but after another cup of wine, he spilled everything. When he finally collapsed like a dead pig, the woman opened the door. Outside, Luo Chiwen, disguised, handed her a 10-tael banknote. She accepted it with a smile. This old fool is easy to control. If you want to know anything next time, just come to me. Luo Chiwen nodded and disappeared into the night. The next morning, Xin An woke early. Tang Mo was still asleep when she got up. Thinking back, she didn't even know when he had returned the night before. Seeing him sleeping soundly, she chose not to wake him. Chun Yang, Chun Lu, and Aunt Suiping also moved quietly while attending her. Only when Xin An had nearly finished dressing did Tang Mo wake. After drinking the night before and discussing important matters with Luo Chiwen, his head ached. You're awake. Xin An turned. When did you get back last night? Quite late. Tang Mo yawned, about to ask why she was up so early, before remembering she had to enter the palace today. Rubbing his temples, he grimaced. My head hurts. Chun Lu smiled. There's sobering soup warming in the kitchen. Once you drink a bowl, you'll feel better. The recipe was specially prepared by Dr. Qin for Madam. You should pace yourself when drinking. Xin An adjusted her hairpin and turned. Especially when drinking with people like Liao Ji, they're practically raised on alcohol. You can't compete with them. Know when to give in instead of showing off. I wasn't drinking with them last night, Tang Mo said. He explained that Yan Shimao had hosted a gathering with members of the Kuju team, some he knew, others not. A group of young men together inevitably got carried away. Luckily, I've built up some tolerance these past few months. Otherwise, I would have been carried back. Lai Lai stood at the doorway. Young master, the hot water is ready. Tang Mo didn't mind the arrangements. Throwing on a robe, he went next door to wash. When he returned, he was refreshed. He first drank warm water, then the sobering soup. Finding it unpleasant, he quickly downed another cup of water. Xin An was also fully dressed, once again in new clothes and jewelry, refined from head to toe. Tang Mo looked at her with admiration. A beautiful person looks good in anything. This outfit isn't even that remarkable, but on you, it looks stunning. It feels like the clothes are honored just by being worn by you. Chapter 289. Tang Mo, sweet as honey with his words. Tang Mo never held back when praising Xin An. He said whatever sounded nicest. Chunyang and Chuanlu curled their lips into smiles as they carried the basin out, and Aunt Suiping also went out smiling to arrange breakfast. Xin An was practically floating from Tang Mo's compliments. Am I really that pretty? Of course it's true. He stepped closer, cupped Xin An's face, and quickly pecked her lips. Not only pretty, but you smell wonderful too, truly lovable. You don't even know how the guys outside envy me for having such a good wife. As he spoke, he leaned in to kiss her again, but Xin An tilted her head back. I just applied lip rouge, don't smudge it. Tang Mo smiled and kissed her forehead instead. Your skin is great too, it's getting better and better. Smooth, glowing, fair with a rosy tint. You don't even need powder anymore. Just a little lip color is already captivating. That money you spent on skincare was worth it. Don't you think I've gained weight lately? What's nice about being skin and bones? Tang Mo wrapped his arm around her waist. Besides, where are you fat? Even if you filled out a bit, it just means you're living well. A relaxed mind makes the body fuller. The daughter of the Assistant Minister of Revenue's family is so thin she'd fall over in the wind. Anyone who didn't know better would think her family couldn't even afford food. She fell at a banquet and nearly broke a bone. Clearly being too thin isn't a good thing. You're just right. You could even be a bit fuller, no matter what, you're beautiful. Xin An was almost dizzy from all the praise. If nothing else, just hearing Tang Mo's sweet talk was enough to make her want to sew him 2 more fine outfits. In a bit, I'll escort you and Mother to the palace gate. I'll come back early tonight. No drinking. No. Tang Mo still had his arm around her waist. How can I be drinking heavily every day? I want to live to 100. I'll come back early and take you out for a stroll. The night market has been lively lately. At the mention of the night market, Xin An said she had seen Erhan competing in martial arts on a platform. Tang Mo replied that he knew. Leave him be, let him train properly. Last night at dinner, those people were saying they want to pick a day to host a small gathering and bring their wives out to meet everyone, mainly to meet you. They all said my clothes looked especially good and want to enjoy your tea too. Xin An smiled and pinched his cheek. Just let me know when the time comes. Of course, I'll help you save face on such occasions. Then your husband thanks you in advance. The two lingered affectionately for quite a while before breakfast. Xin An only took a small sip of water and half a pastry, which made Tang Mo feel distressed. Entering the palace might look glorious, but it was actually quite taxing. On the way, they ran into the Wei sisters. Early that morning, the sisters had been called to Chuanrong Hall to pay their respects. Tang Mo and Xin An didn't say much to them, lest Madame Zhang accuse them again of scheming in secret. It was hard on the old madam though. At her age, she still had to endure getting up so early. Wang Shi was already waiting for Xin An. After the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law looked over each other's attire, they went out together. Tang Mo personally escorted them to the palace gate before turning back. After entering the palace, the two went to wait outside the Empress Dowager's residence as usual. Only when the sun had risen high were they granted an audience. The Empress Dowager was very pleased with the white jade statue of the immortal of longevity that Xin An presented. It's truly lifelike, and the symbolism is excellent. Very thoughtful. Is the old madam well? Wang Shi replied, Mother is well in all respects. It's just that the cold weather makes her unwilling to move much. She usually just looks after the flowers in the courtyard and plays with the cats. That's how it is with age, the Empress Dowager said. The old madam is fortunate, her children and grandchildren are all filial. I heard the second young master of your household was injured. Has he recovered? Xin An curtsied. My husband's injury is no longer serious. He has also received His Majesty's favor and been promoted to Deputy Commander of the Northern Garrison. He is deeply grateful for the imperial grace and has already taken up his post. He's quite pleased with himself. The Empress Dowager laughed. In that case, you are fortunate as well. Fate truly works in wondrous ways. Before Xin An could exchange more pleasantries, a palace attendant came to report that Consort Xin had arrived to pay her respects. The Empress Dowager understood her intentions and said with a smile, "Let her in." Consort Xin was graceful and beautiful, dressed with modest elegance. She appeared just over 30, and it was hard to imagine she was already about to become a grandmother. Wang Shi led Xin An in greeting her. Consort Xin smiled and told them to rise. "It's been some time since I last saw Madame Tang. You look better than before. And this beside you, is she your daughter-in-law?" Wang Shi quickly introduced Xin, and Consort Xin looked her over carefully, then smiled in praise. "Truly a fine appearance." Turning to the Empress Dowager, she said with a smile, "Last time, Shower's daughter-in-law came to the palace and couldn't stop praising the second young madam of the Tang family she had just met, said she was beautiful, had a good temperament, and spoke pleasantly. I wondered what kind of person could earn such praise. Today, hearing she entered the palace, I hurried over just to see for myself." The Empress Dowager also played along, smiling. Last time, the old madam of the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence also brought Xin An into the palace. Every word she said showed how fond she was of this granddaughter-in-law. She couldn't be more satisfied. "It's clear this girl is truly likable." Consort Xin agreed with a smile and then looked at Wang Shi. "To have such a daughter-in-law is your good fortune." Wang Shi did not act modest in this matter. "To have such a daughter-in-law is indeed a blessing, and also my son's blessing." In such a setting, Xin An could not speak unless addressed. She could only stand obediently beside Wang Shi, listening to their conversation. Meanwhile, at the Marquis's residence, Madame Zhang, after walking around and not seeing Wang Shi, stopped a passing servant to ask. "The madam and the second young madam went to the palace together early this morning," the servant replied. "The palace?" Madame Zhang's voice rose sharply. It wasn't surprising she was shocked. She herself had never entered the palace. What right did Wang Shi, a mere second wife, have? She immediately went to tell Wei Liangkai, who was just about to leave to visit a friend. Hearing this, he found it perfectly normal. She is the Marchioness. She has the right to enter the palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Madame Zhang's displeasure was written all over her face. But she even brought her own daughter-in-law along. You just said it yourself, her daughter-in-law. Should she bring you instead? Wei Liangkai was thoroughly annoyed with Madame Zhang's behavior. Back when he held office, she acted arrogantly, spoke loudly, and loved to talk without making any real sense. At that time, his rank was high, so no one dared say anything. But in the capital, he was no longer so important. Yet Madame Zhang still didn't restrain herself. Even looking down on others for being second wives, wasn't she herself born of a concubine? I've told you many times, the capital is full of powerful families. You must watch your words and actions. Just mind your own business and stay out of others' affairs. You are a guest in the Marquis's residence, act like one. Stop jumping around and making people dislike you. With that, he left. It might have been better if he hadn't said anything, because once he did, how could Madame Zhang accept it? What right did Wang Shi, once a concubine, have to show off? Seeing the Wei sisters about to go stroll in the garden together only made her angrier. If you have time for that, go keep the old madam company and chat with her. She's the most honorable person in this household. Your future depends on her. Her shouting made nearby servants purse their lips. The Wei sisters felt humiliated and stamped their feet before returning to their room. Madame Zhang then turned and headed straight for Chunhua Courtyard. She wanted to ask Tao Iran what was going on. How could she, the heir's wife of the Marquis's household, allow the second branch to overshadow her? When Tao Iran heard Madame Zhang had arrived, she immediately pretended to faint. In the end, the still injured Tang Rong had to get up and face her. When the old madam learned that Madame Zhang was stirring up trouble throughout the residence, she set down her teacup and let out a long sigh. They couldn't just send her away, and from the looks of it, she intended to stay through the new year before taking up a new post elsewhere. There were still many difficult days ahead. And once the Tang clan members arrived, who knew how chaotic the household would become? Just thinking about it gave her a headache. If they come, just say I'm unwell and need quiet rest. It was the end of the year. She couldn't conveniently leave for a short stay elsewhere either. Truly troubling. Chapter 290. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law return laden with rewards. In the palace, after leaving the Empress Dowager's residence, Wang Shi led Xin An to pay respects to the Empress. Consort Jean came out with them as well. When they reached a fork in the road, Consort Jean stopped and said to Xin An, "I am quite fond of the Huai River silver flower tea you gifted me. If you have time, you should visit the second prince's residence more often." Xin An, who had never sent her any tea, understood perfectly, but kept her smile as she curtsied. "Since the second prince's consort is pregnant, I did not dare disturb her rashly. Yesterday I visited Madame Su, and she said the pregnancy is now stable and invited me to come chat when I have time. I was just thinking of sending a visiting card tomorrow morning." Consort Jean smiled and patted her hand. "You're all young people. It's rare to find those you get along with. You should visit each other more often. Go on, the Empress should be free by now." The two respectfully saw Consort Jean off, exchanged a glance, and then followed the palace attendants to the Empress. When the Empress saw the 3 large pearls Xin An presented, her eyes lit up, and she quickly asked where they came from. "Your Majesty, they came from overseas." Those foreigners with curly hair and blue eyes exchanged these 3 pearls and a box of gemstones for brocade, tea, and porcelain. "The gemstones are common and have already been set into my mother-in-law's hair ornaments. But these 3 pearls are extremely rare, only someone as noble as your Majesty is worthy of them." Wang Shi was wearing the very hair ornaments Xin An had given her today. The Empress praised them highly. "They are indeed magnificent beyond compare. Your filial devotion is commendable." At that moment, the Empress was already thinking about how to set the pearls. She looked at Xin An with approval. "I've often heard Yao mention you. She says you have a good temperament, are intelligent without being ostentatious, and are steady despite your young age. I've long wanted to meet you. The medicinal herbs your father sent have already been put to use at Qianjin Hall. Your family's reputation for benevolence is well-deserved." Xin An inclined slightly. "My father often says that merchants are able to travel freely and prosper because the country has a wise ruler and is at peace. In troubled times, countless merchants die far from home just trying to support their families. He does not dare forget the court's grace for even a day. Your Majesty is benevolent. To follow your example is our good fortune." The Empress smiled at Wang Shi. "You have a good daughter-in-law." Wang Shi did not know about Xin An's connection to Qianjin Hall, but that didn't stop her from praising her. "This child is filial and kind. For my useless son to marry her is truly a blessing. Your Majesty may not know, my son is not as steady as his elder brother. I spoiled him since childhood. He accomplished nothing in either civil or martial pursuits. I thought he would remain that way all his life, as long as he didn't cause trouble. But after marriage, he actually began to improve. A few days ago, he even received praise and promotion from His Majesty. I am both delighted and anxious, afraid he might fail his duties and disappoint Imperial Grace." The Empress smiled. "It is said that once one establishes a family, one settles down. Especially with such a good wife, of course he would cherish her." Even the Empress felt Tang Emo was fortunate. By a twist of fate, he had gained such a wife. The Xin family had clearly put great effort into preparing her to establish herself in the Marquis's household, which could be seen from her impeccable manners. With wealth and intelligence, it was no surprise that Tang Emo, once unmotivated, had become who he was today under her influence. "Your son's future is still ahead of him." Wang Shi quickly thanked her and spoke further of the blessings of the Emperor and Empress. As expected, the Empress invited them to stay for a meal. Xin An felt that just this one trip made her life worthwhile. She had now dined with the 3 most powerful people in the realm. She even planned to write to her father about it. When one is away from home, status and face must be built by oneself. This was definitely something to boast about. When they left the palace, the Empress also bestowed many rewards upon them. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law respectfully gave thanks. They truly returned laden with gifts. Meanwhile, Madame Zhang spent half the day bustling about the residence and managed to learn more about the Marquis's household, including Tang Rong's misfortunes over the past 6 months. When she suggested inviting a master to perform rituals, Tang Rong rejected it. Under his hints, she became convinced that all the misfortune was caused by Tang Mo. She even commented, "A child born of a second wife is no different from a concubine's son, ambitious beyond his station, but with a fate as thin as paper." Fortunately, she was not foolish enough to directly confront Wang Shi. After speaking at length with Tang Rong, she shifted her focus to her two daughters. They were both of marriageable age, and securing strong in-law families would also benefit Tang Rong. Thus, not long after Wang Shi and Xin An returned, before they had even sat down to talk about the palace visit, Madame Zhang came over. As soon as she arrived, she asked whether the household would host a banquet before the end of the year. Wang Shi understood her intention. She wanted to pick suitable husbands, but deliberately refused to accommodate her. Normally, we would host a banquet at year's end to invite friends and relatives. But since members of the clan will be arriving and the young men and women will be staying, we must introduce them properly to various families so they can move about socially in the future. Madame Zhang readily agreed. That's only right. They've come from so far, there should be a lively banquet to show importance. Wang Shi nodded as if agreeing, then changed her tone. But we don't yet know when they will arrive, and the end of the year is busy. After discussing with the old madam, we've decided to hold the banquet in early spring next year. The weather will be pleasant, flowers in bloom. It will be the perfect time. Early spring next year? Madame Zhang immediately objected. By then, it would be too late. Xin An also saw through her intentions and spoke with a smile. The Xin residence has been renovated, with new flowers planted. When spring comes, I also plan to host a small gathering there, invite familiar ladies for tea and conversation. Wang Shi approved. Young people have more to talk about together. I've seen your residence. It's well located and spacious, perfectly suitable for entertaining. If you need help, you can transfer staff from here. I'll need to borrow the head chef too. Just take whoever you like. The two chatted warmly, deliberately ignoring Madame Zhang. But she was not someone who could be ignored and asked whether there would be many banquets to attend soon. There are indeed many invitations, Wang Shi said, but we'll just choose a couple to attend. If people send invitations and you don't go, wouldn't that be improper? She was eager to bring her two daughters out to be seen. What if they caught the eye of a prestigious family? Wang Shi replied, "You may not understand, sister-in-law. The Marquis' household does not accept every invitation. If we keep lowering ourselves, others might think our household has declined." Xin An suddenly had an idea and instantly set a trap for Madame Zhang and Tang Rong. "Mother, I've heard that uncle has former classmates and acquaintances in the capital, some of them high officials. Those families would surely be delighted to know uncle and aunt have come to the capital. It's rare for them to visit, naturally, they should go pay calls. It would also benefit uncle's career. If they come and don't visit, wouldn't people think they look down on them?" Chapter 291, Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law join forces to set a trap. Wang Shi understood Xin An's meaning almost instantly. Someone like Madame Zhang should be let loose outside to thoroughly ruin Tang Rong's reputation. Your Uncle Wei is quite capable. He once studied in the capital, so naturally he knows some high-ranking officials, many of whom even I don't know. Madame Zhang's eyes lit up. How had she not thought of this? Who said they had to rely on the Marquis' household? Their Wei family also had connections in the capital. She shot Wang Shi a smug look. Your elder brother went out early this morning to visit friends. Those old acquaintances, upon hearing he's here, have all sent word that they want to visit and catch up. Wang Shi smiled and suggested, why not take this opportunity to send visiting cards to the wives of those families? After all, you are the legitimate aunt of the Marquis' heir. Those households will certainly give you some face. When the time comes, bring your two daughters along. If possible, let them play the qin or paint a little, then their reputations as talented young ladies will spread. You must know, the capital is full of powerful families. Many are far more influential than the Marquis' household. When something happens, all the Marquis' efforts might not be as effective as a single word from them. Once word spreads from 1 to 10, and 10 to 100, how could you possibly fail to find a suitable match? The idea was planted. Whether Madame Zhang would act on it was up to her. But if she did, It would surely become quite a spectacle. Madame Zhang looked pleased with herself, convinced Wang Shi had ulterior motives, as if her daughters were incapable of anything. Embarrass themselves? She would prove to Wang Shi just how outstanding her daughters were, no less than the noble ladies of the capital. At that moment, Xin An also put on an envious expression. Aunt is truly fortunate, uncle has such a wide network. Unlike my father, who hardly knows anyone in the capital and can only stay at home. Madame Zhang straightened her back, full of disdain. How could a proper official compare to a mere merchant? Enough, I'm going back. Watching her leave with the swagger of a proud rooster, both Wang Shi and Xin An burst into laughter. That's good, Wang Shi said with a smile. She'll finally go out and stir things up elsewhere. I was truly getting tired of her. From what I see, she's not very bright either. Wang Shi then invited Xin An to have some tea. Your father just brought this back. I don't know who gave it to him, but it tastes quite good. Then I'll have a try. After tasting the tea, Wang Shi asked about the Su family. Today I heard you call her Aunt Su? Xin An didn't hide anything. After dismissing the servants, she explained how Tang Gang had refused to help her father. The first time I attended a banquet in the capital, Madame Su approached me, saying she wanted to buy sugar. Since it was business, there was no reason to refuse, so I took it upon myself to connect them. A few days ago, the Su family handled the matter for my father in Huaijiang. This has put my father in a difficult position. He must have hoped father would help. But now that the Su family intervened, it means we owe them a favor instead. And since they haven't stated their conditions yet, that's what makes it worrying. When they don't ask, you don't know how deep the hole is. You saw it yourself. Even Consort Jean had that attitude. Fortunately, even if they have plans involving my father, it's only for money. There's nothing else he can help with. Wang Shi's disdain for Tang Gang deepened. He only wanted benefits without giving anything in return, selfish to the extreme. Please keep this a secret from father, Xin An added. I'm afraid he'd be angry if he knew. Wang Shi reassured her. I shouldn't have even asked, to avoid putting you in a difficult position. Does the second son know? He does. I've hidden nothing from him. He wants to use this opportunity to build ties with the Su family and with the second prince. You know father won't support him, so he has to find his own way. Wang Shi felt a pang of genuine sympathy. I understand. I can't offer much help, but you two should discuss everything together. If something major happens, write to your father. And if necessary, you can still turn to your father-in-law. He may be selfish, but when it comes to important matters, he knows what he's doing. Xin An nodded. I understand. Mother, don't worry too much. We know our limits and won't do anything improper. I trust you. After spending enough time with her, Wang Shi had come to recognize Xin An's steadiness. Feeling both relieved and a bit anxious, she even had the urge to open the treasury and let Xin An take whatever she wanted. Her thinking was simple. If Tang Rong inherited the title, Tang Mo would have no share in the marquis's wealth, and she herself would lose control over those assets. So while she still could, she wanted to make full use of them. Come with me and pick whatever you like. Xin An laughed. Mother, better take it slow. It's the end of the year. There are many social obligations. Father will need valuable items to circulate as gifts. There's no need to rush. Wang Shi chuckled. She really had been a bit too hasty, almost wanting to empty the entire treasury. Back at Qiushi Courtyard, Xin An spent the whole afternoon lounging around, snacking, playing with the dog, watching her fish, and chatting with her bird. It couldn't have been more relaxing. Tang Mo returned early. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he heard a voice saying, "You're stupid. You're stupid." Seeing Xin An arguing with the ugly bird amused him. He walked over, stood behind her, and started feeding the bird endless, "You're stupid" phrases, until the poor bird got so flustered its tongue seemed tied, finally blurting out, "I'm dead." Xin An burst into laughter, bending over. "You've driven the bird to death." Ha ha. Tang Mo laughed as well, helpless. Who knew the bird couldn't handle it? Next time there's an argument, I'll send you in. Just imagining your opponent losing and shouting, "I'm dead," makes me laugh, ha ha. She couldn't stop laughing, her cheeks starting to hurt. Tang Emo supported her as they went inside. Take it easy, you might laugh your jaw out of place. Drink some water. No, I'm afraid I'll spit it out. After a while, she finally calmed down, carefully sipping some water before asking, "Why are you back so early? Didn't I say I'd take you out?" Tang Emo smiled. "If I broke my promise, you'd nag me about it for half a year. You know it. Then wait while I change. Are we eating out tonight? We're going to my second uncle's house." Tang Emo explained that Tang Yong had invited him a few days ago. "I stopped by his place on my way back. We'll stroll there slowly, eat, then stroll back. I've already told Mother." "That works." Xin An admitted she had no desire to eat with the Wei family, and Tang Emo disliked Madame Zhang even more. "Every time I see her, I feel like hitting someone." He complained about how she always belittled him, trying to trample him into the ground. Xin An eagerly agreed, and the two of them launched into a lively joint rant before bursting into laughter again. Xin An lifted her chin proudly. "Today, Mother and I worked together to send her out." Tang Emo was curious, and Xin An explained everything with a grin. "She'll definitely go out under the pretense of visiting others and spread rumors, thinking those connections will help her. I heard she's already sent out visiting cards." Tang Emo commented, "Having her around is Tang Rong's blessing, though I'm starting to feel a little sorry for him now." Ha ha. Chapter 292, Xin An, Silver-Tongued. Although Tang Emo said he pitied Tang Rong, deep down he wished he could slap the man twice. As for Tang Rong's attempt to hire someone to kill him, Tang Emo chose not to tell Xin An. He didn't want her to worry. In any case, he was already on guard and had a new plan in mind. "Come on, go change, we're heading out." He glanced at Chunyang and the others. "You're all coming too." Though he had a plan to deal with Tang Rong, he remained cautious, especially with Xin An going out. He couldn't afford any carelessness. Hearing they were going to stroll through the night market, Chuanlu and the other maids were delighted. They quickly helped Xin An freshen up her appearance, and before leaving, Xin An even invited Aunt Suaping along. Suaping couldn't even remember the last time she had gone out shopping, perhaps when she was 13. Being suddenly invited, she was caught off guard and instinctively wanted to refuse, uneasy about stepping into such a lively, noisy setting. "Aunt, come along, the night market is really fun." Nanfeng smiled as she looped her arm through Suaping's. "It's especially lively at the end of the year. There's everything for sale, and lots of street performances too. It's great fun." Chunyang and Chuanlu chimed in as well. Only then did Aunt Suaping smile and nod, following everyone out. Before leaving, she made sure to instruct those staying behind to shut the doors tightly and not let anyone in. Sure enough, Nanfeng hadn't exaggerated. The year-end night market was extraordinarily lively. Lanterns glowed everywhere, looking like a river of stars from afar. Around them were constant cries of vendors, laughter, and chatter, with occasional bursts of cheering. Xin An couldn't resist the small trinkets. She stopped at almost every stall, finding everything fascinating. Whether it was jewelry worth thousands of taels or a simple handkerchief costing a few coins, she loved it all, as long as it was pretty. Tang Emo naturally indulged her. His main job was paying. Chuanlu and the others, being young and fond of beauty, wanted to touch and bargain over everything they saw. Even Aunt Suaping, after overcoming her initial discomfort, began to accept the lively atmosphere, though she still looked down a little on the goods from street vendors. When they arrived at Tang Yong's residence, he was already waiting at the gate. Tang Emo greeted him first, then turned to Chao Gui and the others. "Go find a restaurant and have a meal. Come back to the Tang residence in an hour. Order whatever you like, have it all charged to me." Chuanlu and the others thanked him with smiles. Suaping wanted to follow inside, but Nanfeng pulled her back. "Aunt, let's find a nice place to eat. It's always like this when we go out with the second young master. You'll get used to it after a few times." Chunyang added with a smile, "The young madam says we work hard every day, so this is like a little benefit for us, so we can relax once in a while." Xin An's original words were that even servants shouldn't work endlessly without rest, or resentment would build up and eventually harm the master. Better to let them unwind occasionally. Spending a little money ensured they would work better. Suiping sighed inwardly, thinking Xin was too lenient with her servants. After all, the relationship between master and servant was also a kind of contest. She worried about servants overstepping. She made a mental note to remind her later. The Tang residence was lit with lanterns everywhere, already full of festive atmosphere. Second uncle, why so formal? Coming here feels like coming home. I don't need you to come out and greet me, Tang Emo said with a smile. That may be true, but it's been a while since we've seen each other. Am I not allowed to miss you? Tang Yong replied. Tang Emo laughed. Then did you buy lamb legs for me? Tang Yong held up 2 fingers. 2 flavors. Both uncle and nephew burst into laughter. Madame Gu greeted Xin and invited her to eat roasted oranges. Just roasted, they taste perfect right now. Xin sat beside her with a smile, but after just a glance, she noticed something different. Cousin-in-law, your complexion. She examined her more closely. Could it be you're pregnant? Madame Gu smiled. You can tell that too? Xin couldn't say she had experience, so she replied, there are 3 pregnant women in our household right now. I just thought you looked similar. So it's true. At that moment, Madame Yu came over with a bowl of sweet soup, her cheerful expression making it obvious she was in a great mood. Handing the bowl to Madame Gu, she asked, what are you talking about? Xin said, I was guessing from her complexion that she might be pregnant, but she hadn't answered me yet. Madame Yu smiled even more brightly. She is indeed. Congratulations, second aunt. Congratulations, cousin-in-law. Xin beamed. This is truly wonderful news. How many months along? Almost 2 months, just half a month short. Xin started counting on her fingers, then said, that means when the baby is born next year, the weather won't be too cold or too hot, just perfect. This little one is clearly born to enjoy good fortune. Her words delighted Madame Yu even more. She said that ever since the pregnancy was confirmed, the household had experienced a series of happy events. Tang Yong had secured a major business deal with profits enough to cover the next year's expenses, and Tang Yaoming had successfully completed a task and earned praise from his superiors. 5 years ago, your second uncle lent out 5,000 taels. The borrower disappeared for years, and we all thought the money was lost. But a few days ago, he suddenly showed up, not only repaid the principal and interest, but also brought many gifts, including several fine furs. Take a couple back with you, make a scarf for winter. Really? Xin was intrigued. Money lent out for years actually returned. That's as good as a great blessing. I've heard some children are born with good fortune. They bring luck with them, as if afraid they'll suffer after being born. When I was in Huaijiang, I heard of a family whose life was ordinary at first. But after the wife became pregnant, everything started improving day by day. By the time the child was born, they had already built up some wealth. The child came into a life of comfort. Her words sounded especially pleasing to Madame Yu and Madame Gu. You really have a way with words, Madame Yu said. You're also someone with great fortune. I'll take your words as a blessing. I only hope this child is born safely and grows up smoothly. Madame Gu, sipping her sweet soup, smiled gently. Xin said she still had plenty of birds' nest at home. I'll have someone send some over tomorrow. No need, Madame Gu quickly said. Mother has already bought me plenty. I was even thinking of having you take some back. Madame Yu added that they had bought a lot. Your second uncle had someone purchase it. Take some back with you and give some to your mother-in-law as well. A bowl a day is good for women. Xin smiled. I came to give a gift, but instead I'm leaving with one. How embarrassing. We're family. What's there to be embarrassed about? Actually, your second uncle has something he wants to ask you. He's interested in doing business with your father, just not sure if it's possible. Of course it's possible, Xin replied. As long as it's profitable, there's no such thing as too much business. From what I've seen, second uncle's business is already doing quite well. If he partners with my father, wouldn't that just make it even better? Chapter 293, Tang Mo needles Madame Zhang. When Tang Mo first mentioned that the Xin family also dealt in sugar, Tang Yong had already been interested in doing business with them. Sugar was extremely profitable. He had wanted to enter the trade before but lacked a source of supply. forced to watch others make huge profits. Now that there was a source, he naturally wanted to try. You can write to my father about it. He'll definitely agree. He'll also be coming to the capital next spring, so you can discuss things in detail then, Xin An said. Madame Yu smiled. Let the men worry about such matters. I heard the Wei family has arrived. They have. Before Xin An could say more, Madame Yu continued, those Wei family members are rather pretentious. Don't get too close to them. That's a very polite way of putting it, second aunt, Xin An said frankly in front of someone close to her. They've only been here 2 days, and there's already almost been conflict. That aunt from the Wei family is truly hard to like. Madame Yu had also experienced Madame Zhang's difficult personality and comforted her. She's just dissatisfied. She thinks that if the original Wei daughter were still around, the relationship between the Wei family and the Marquis' household wouldn't be like this. She feels your mother-in-law has taken advantage, and at the Wei family's expense. So second aunt knows her too. Madame Yu shook her head, wanting to say something critical, but restraining herself due to propriety. Instead, she advised. They'll definitely stay until after the new year. Don't clash with them, it's not worth it. I understand. Dinner was soon served. Madame Yu rose to bring Xin An along. Seeing Madame Gu remain seated, Xin An asked, Cousin-in-law isn't coming? She can't stand the smell of greasy food right now. Dr. Qin said it will improve after 3 months. Madame Yu praised Dr. Qin's skill. Speaking of which, his medical expertise is remarkable. Your second uncle had an old ailment. Every winter his legs below the knees would feel cold and painfully stiff. He tried many medicines and acupuncture treatments with no effect. Dr. Qin treated him twice with acupuncture and prescribed 2 doses of medicine. Now he's much better. If he opened a clinic, countless people would seek him out. Xin An smiled. Qin Bai has his own ideas. He's not someone who chases fame or profit, nor does he like being constrained. It's best to let him live as he wishes. The Tang family's dinner was lavish, with dishes filling the table. 2 whole lamb legs, bought from outside, had been sliced and placed on an iron plate over a small brazier. The meat sizzled as it roasted, releasing an enticing aroma mixed with exotic spices. Tang Yong and Tang Emo shared similar tastes, both preferred bold flavors. Tang Yong picked up a slice of lamb and placed it into Tang Mo's bowl. Try it, how is it? Just the smell is already amazing. Tang Emo didn't stand on ceremony. The moment he tasted it, his eyes lit up. He lifted the grape wine Tang Yong had recently obtained and raised a cup with him. The meat is fragrant, and the wine is excellent. At this rate, I'll have to come here often to freeload meals. You're always welcome, Tang Yong said happily. I'd rather you came every day. As Tang Emo chatted with Tang Yong and Tang Yaoming, he didn't forget to help Xin An pick food. It was so natural it was obvious he had done it many times before. Xin An accepted without hesitation whatever he placed in her bowl. She ate. Madame Yu watched carefully, then smiled and ladled some soup for Xin An. Don't just eat the dishes, they're salty. Have some soup. Not catching the implication, Xin An politely replied, Thank you, second aunt. It's not too salty. Madame Yu smiled. Then eat more. All right. But as soon as Xin An took another bite of lamb, she suddenly realized the meaning behind those words. Her face flushed bright red, and she shot Madame Yu a resentful glance. They had originally planned to take Tang Yaoming and his wife to the night market after dinner, but cancelled due to Madame Gu's pregnancy. After chatting for a while, Tang Emo took Xin An out. By then, Wang's maid and the others had already returned. As the group walked through the streets, they attracted quite a bit of attention. Tang Emo casually glanced back, a faint sneer on his lips. This one's interesting, wrap it up. This is nice too, buy it for Rukia to play with. This one as well, it'll look good displayed. Should this be hung up? Tang Emo seemed suddenly in high spirits, buying anything he found interesting. Xin An already loved such trinkets, so she happily went along. After half an hour, the maids and guards were all carrying bundles. Chao Gui and Deng Fong glanced back several times. They felt as though someone was following them. They became more cautious, and only after returning to the Marquis's residence did that strange feeling disappear. Out so late, and only just returning? On their way back to Qiushi Courtyard, they ran into Madame Zhang with her two daughters. It looked like they had just come from the old Madame's Chuanrong Hall. The maids behind Wei Xiang and Wei Qing carried boxes, likely gifts from the old madame. "And have you just come from keeping grandmother company?" Xin An asked. "Of course." Madame Zhang glanced at the bundles carried by those behind them, and her criticism came immediately. "It's not that I, as an elder, want to lecture you, but coming back this late is improper. No matter how noble your household, you must still observe proper conduct. As juniors, filial piety comes first. Instead of spending time wandering about, you should spend more time accompanying the elders and showing respect, not just indulging yourselves." Tang Emo was about to retort, but before he could speak, Madame Zhang continued. "And look at all these purchases. Even in a noble household, one should be frugal." Her gaze landed on Xin. "You may have a generous dowry, but you should understand why your father gave you those things. What purpose do they serve? Are they truly meant for your use? Do they carry deeper meaning? These are things you must think about carefully." Xin's anger flared instantly, but Tang Emo grabbed her hand and stepped in with a grin. Turning to Wei Xiang and Wei Qing, he said, "Aunt is speaking from a motherly heart. These words are clearly meant for you two cousins. You must remember them well. In the future, when you marry, you must consider whether your dowry is truly yours to spend, and whether you even have the right to spend it. Don't assume that just because it's given to you, you can use it freely. It might be meant to support your husband's family, or even to buy an official post for your husband. Aunt finds it awkward to say this directly to you, so she's using this moment to remind you." The sisters were stunned at first, then flushed with shame and anger. Madame Zhang immediately shielded them like a hen protecting her chicks. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you take my Wei family for some destitute household? Do you think we scheme over dowries? My daughters are precious. How could they be compared to just anyone? When they marry, they'll have abundant dowries, and they can spend them however they like." Tang Emo suddenly looked enlightened, then put on an apologetic expression. "So I misunderstood, Aunt. I sincerely apologize to my two cousins. It was my narrow thinking. Tomorrow I'll go out and spread the word that Aunt has prepared abundant dowries for her daughters, and that once they marry, their husbands' families can spend it however they please. I'm sure many families will be eager to become your in-laws. Aunt is truly kind and generous." Seeing him even give a thumbs up, Madame Zhang nearly fainted with rage. "You!" Tang Emo still smiled cheerfully. "No need to thank me, Aunt. It's only right." "Stop right there." Madame Zhang was flustered. "The Wei family has nothing to do with you. Don't you dare ruin our reputation outside. If my daughters' reputations are harmed, I won't let you off." Chapter 294, Madame Zhang nearly dies of anger. Unlike Madame Zhang, who was nearly exploding with rage, Tang Emo grew more relaxed the more he spoke. "And I truly don't understand. How does preparing generous dowries for my two cousins count as tarnishing your reputation?" He clicked his tongue twice. "Could it be you don't actually intend to prepare any? That would be rather biased of you." "Enough. Stop talking, just stop." Madame Zhang's vision darkened in waves. Tang Emo felt like her nemesis. "Can't you hear me? The Wei family has nothing to do with you. Stop meddling." Tang Emo put on an aggrieved expression. "Just now you were lecturing us as an elder. How is it suddenly none of my business?" Then he delivered a line that struck her right where it hurt. "I was even thinking, since my elder brother hasn't been able to go out much these past 2 months, as his younger brother, I should help share some of his burdens. I know quite a few young nobles. Since my two cousins are of marriageable age, I could introduce some suitable matches to you. We're family, your affairs are my affairs. Yet you say such things to me. So should I help or not?" He began counting on his fingers. The grandson of Prince Wen just lost his wife. The princess consort of Prince Yu is looking for a noble concubine for her son. The son of Marquis Shun is in his prime. That family is quite good. Though his household is full of women, the Marquis Shun's residence is both powerful and wealthy. "Shut up." I said shut up. Wei Xiang and Wei Qing were both terrified, their eyes brimming with tears. In their minds, Tang Mo had always been an idle, useless playboy. Their mother often spoke of him with disdain, saying he kept equally disreputable company, and now it seemed true. Just listen to the kind of matches he was suggesting. Mother. Even Madame Zhang was shaken. She genuinely feared Tang Mo might act recklessly. What a vicious brat. The Wei family is none of your concern. If I find out you're spreading nonsense outside, you won't like the consequences. Tang Mo looked regretful. Since Anne insists on drawing a line between us, I can only accept it, though it saddens me. I had even planned to have my wife come learn from you, but that's no longer appropriate. After all, he added with mock seriousness, my wife is the second young madam of the Marquis's household, and now she has no relation to you. Then he turned to Xin and you really have no luck. Xin and held back her laughter and played along with a sigh. I'm young and inexperienced. I have so much dowry but don't even know how to manage it. I had hoped to seek Aunt's guidance. Tang Mo replied, didn't you hear? Aunt doesn't want anything to do with us. How could she help manage your dowry? On what grounds would she interfere? If she did, people would criticize her. They'd say the Wei family's aunt overstepped the Marquis's mistress and even your maternal relatives to meddle in your dowry. Just imagine how unpleasant that would sound. Don't make things difficult for her. Xin still looked troubled. But I truly want to ask Aunt. What if my father had deeper intentions I failed to understand? Aunt would surely understand his thinking. But she's never even met my father. How would she know? Tang Mo gave her a look of exaggerated fondness, as if she were adorably foolish, and lightly tapped her nose. That's not something we should ask Aunt. However, he continued, Aunt is my elder brother's aunt, and he is the heir. In the future, we'll all depend on him. It's only natural that Aunt looks down on us. If you really want guidance, I'll invite your maternal aunt from the Wang family instead. That's our real aunt. She certainly won't ignore you. Xin nodded obediently. I'll do as you say. Then let's go, we won't disturb Aunt any longer. The two of them played off each other seamlessly. Madame Zhang's chest heaved violently, her eyes reddening with rage. Just as she was about to speak, Wei Xiang and Wei Qing quickly pulled her back. Mother, don't say anything. There was no winning against him. The sisters were deeply embarrassed. They had never approved of their mother meddling in everything. The Marquis household's mistress was no longer their aunt, and she should accept reality. But their mother refused. Now they had offended this devil. Who knew if he would retaliate? You two useless girls. Madame Zhang snapped. That scoundrel insulted your mother, and you couldn't even say a word? Wei Xiang, eyes red, replied, what could we say? If we anger him, and he spreads rumors outside, what then? Wei Qing nodded. Didn't you hear what he said? If he really goes around talking nonsense, I won't be able to live with the shame. Madame Zhang was nearly driven mad with anger. Ever since Wei Liangxai's promotion, she hadn't suffered such humiliation, let alone something like this. She glared viciously in the direction Tang Mo and Xin and had left. Just wait. Back in Qiushi courtyard, Tang Mo vented his anger, cursing Madame Zhang thoroughly. Find time to tell Mother about what happened tonight, she needs to know. That crazy woman won't settle down. Xin and handed him a cup of hot water. She was never very bright to begin with. With Tang Rong egging her on, of course she's gone mad. She must be full of resentment. She probably curses Tang Rong's birth mother even in her dreams. If she hadn't died early, the Wei family would have run wild in the Marquis's household. Tang Mo said he had found Madame Zhang annoying even as a child, never imagining she would grow more unbearable with age. Just thinking about spending the new year with them makes my blood boil. Then let's find a way to send them away first. They might not be able to deal with Tang Gang or Tang Rong directly, but handling the Wei family was another matter. Otherwise, it would be too humiliating. Tang Mo decided to find an opportunity to act. Otherwise, the people next door will think their reinforcements have arrived and start making trouble again. I've been busy lately, I don't have the energy to deal with him all the time. With his recent promotion and audience with the Emperor, his perspective had broadened. He no longer wanted to waste all his time dealing with Tang Rong. Meanwhile, Madame Zhang was still ranting in her room, directing veiled insults toward their quarters. Wei Liangkai had gone out drinking with Tang Gang and hadn't returned yet, so she vented all her anger on her daughters, leaving them miserable and deeply ashamed. But she didn't remain idle for long. The invitations she had sent out quickly received responses. She began taking her daughters on visits one household after another, hoping to secure good matches before the new year. She judged people solely by official rank, those beneath Wei Liangkai she treated with arrogance, acting as the honored aunt of the Marquis' heir. Those above him, she flattered excessively. Not only did she fawn shamelessly, but she also forced her daughters to perform embroidery, music, painting, anything to impress. Tang Mo also became busy. Though his promotion gave him slightly more freedom, it also brought heavier responsibilities. Not only did he have to manage his own duties, but Liaoji frequently assigned him additional tasks. He became so occupied that not only could he no longer take Xin An out, but even those plotting against him couldn't find an opportunity. Kai Quan was scolded by Tang Rong because of this. Though furious, he could only secretly curse under his breath while continuing to push others to act. One day, after being urged and reprimanded yet again, Kai Quan set out to meet his mistress and vent his frustrations, but halfway there, he was suddenly ambushed, thrown into a sack, and taken away in a carriage. When he next saw light, he found himself facing a masked man in black, calmly sipping tea from the seat above. Chapter 295. Can't you be a bit more proper? Luo Chiwen was short on money. The silver he had previously earned from the Tao family had mostly gone toward repaying debts, and whatever remained was used to improve his household conditions. On top of that, he had bought many books for the sake of his career. With the year coming to an end, his funds had become rather tight. Tang Mo gave him a way to make money and said that whatever silver they obtained would all belong to him. Of course, Luo Chiwen agreed. Why you? Who are you people? Kai Quan was so frightened he nearly wet himself. Luo Chiwen set down his teacup and said, Kai Quan, the heir of the Marquis' residence ordered you to hire assassins to kill the second young master. How's that task going? You. Kai Quan was stunned. Someone beside him stepped forward and kicked him. Our boss is well informed. You've just never seen the world. Luo Chiwen smiled. If I were to tell the second young master of the Marquis' residence about this, or go straight to Marquis Wei Yuan, what do you think would happen to you? Hero, spare me. Please spare me. Kai Quan couldn't figure out what had gone wrong or how the information had leaked. He repeatedly begged for mercy. Luo Chiwen then said, I only want money. Work with me, you earn more, and I get silver to celebrate the new year too. After the time it took for 2 sticks of incense to burn, Kai Quan was sent back to his lover's doorstep with a sack over his head. He was also threatened, if he didn't behave, his secret stash of silver and the fact that he was keeping a mistress would be exposed to old Madame Kai. As soon as the men left, his lover came out, crying softly, then began persuading him. You've already carried out what the heir asked, and you've earned the money. Isn't that the best of both worlds? They only want money. Even if they run into the heir, they won't betray you. Besides, if you really kill the second young master, the Marquis will wipe out your entire family. Even an unloved son is still a son. What, do you expect me to starve with you? Thinking of all the humiliation he had suffered recently, Kai Quan gritted his teeth and agreed. He had no idea who that masked man was, but he could clearly state the second young master's movements for the next day. Snow began to fall at some point during the night. The first snowfall of winter had arrived. Xin An had only opened the window briefly before Tang Mo pulled her back onto the bed. Aren't you afraid of catching a chill? It's just for a moment. It's not that easy. A brazier burned in the room, making it comfortably warm. Tang Mo pulled the quilt over both of them and wrapped her into his arms with one sweep of his hand, sighing contentedly, so warm. Xin An's hand skillfully slipped into his inner robe, resting on his waist to warm her slightly cold fingers. In the middle of winter, there was no better or more comfortable way to keep warm. Tang Mo chuckled and pulled out a small booklet from beneath the pillow. I got something good. Want to take a look together? What is it? A top-secret manual. It can refresh the mind and make one glow with vitality. Curious, Xin lifted her head from his chest. Let me see. Tang Mo flipped open a page. With one glance, Xin immediately understood. Can you be a bit more proper? Tang Mo laughed. We're already in bed. How proper can we be? You should have one of these in your diary, right? I've never seen you take it out. Don't tell me you've been secretly reading it behind my back. Xin. She actually did have such a booklet. Not only that, it was quite exquisite and much larger. Tang Mo held her in his arms. Come on, let's look at mine first. We can look at yours later. Isn't it interesting? What could Xin do? Blushing, she told herself she was a proper person, yet still widened her eyes and looked carefully. The faint curiosity and excitement in her heart were impossible to hide. Halfway through, Tang Mo tossed the booklet aside, pulled the quilt over them, and leaned down to kiss her. Xin did not act coy. She responded boldly, completely relaxing as she immersed herself in the moment. Outside, the snow fell heavier and heavier, while on the bed, the two of them grew ever warmer. After a night of indulgence, Xin looked even more radiant in the morning. Chunyang brought her newly made winter clothes, along with a rabbit fur scarf, a fox fur cloak, and a hand warmer, all prepared in advance. The moment she stepped outside, the biting cold wind made Xin shiver. The weather was fine just a couple of days ago. It didn't feel this cold. Why is it so freezing now that it's snowing? The snow in the courtyard had already been cleared, with only a thin layer left on the eaves. Aunt Suiping said, the first snowfall is always colder. You'll get used to it. Wait another half-month when the heavy snow comes, that's when it's truly cold. Xin slowly walked beneath the eaves. Were you all warm enough last night? We were. Nanfeng said the charcoal fire could burn until dawn. Young Madam not only provided extra charcoal, but also arranged new quilts for each of us. The beds are soft and warm. It's hard to get up in the morning. We don't even want to leave them. Xin turned to Aunt Suiping. Cold water freezes the hands in winter. Let everyone use hot water for chores, and make sure the small kitchen always has hot water ready. Aunt Suiping said that Aunt Wang had already arranged it before leaving. We bought several hundred jin of lower-grade charcoal just for heating water. She thought to herself that the servants in this courtyard were truly fortunate to have such a generous mistress. In winter, who didn't usually end up with frostbitten hands? Only here did the indoor fires never go out and hot water never run dry. A maid from the front courtyard came to deliver a message. Young Madam, Steward Yang from the estate has arrived. Invite him to have tea first. As the maid left, Xin instructed Chunyang, are the monthly wages prepared? They are. Chunyang turned and brought out a tray, following Xin to the front courtyard. When Steward Yang saw her, he quickly set down his teacup and stepped forward to greet her. Greetings, young madam. Please have a seat, Steward Yang. He had come with good news. The greenhouses you ordered have been built, and the first batch of vegetables has come in. I brought them today for you to see. He lifted the cloth covering the basket, revealing neatly arranged, fresh green vegetables of several varieties. Xin picked up some spinach and examined it closely. The color is a bit darker. It can't compare to those grown in their proper season. Steward Yang explained that to keep the vegetables fresh and tender, they were occasionally exposed to sunlight and fresh air on good days. He then brought out another basket. These I bought early this morning. To be honest, they don't look as fresh and crisp as ours. A small bundle of spinach cost more than 20 times the usual seasonal price. Steward Yang felt both pained and excited. Xin ordered a stove to be lit and had the vegetables cooked on the spot for comparison. She then asked, how many jin is this first batch? With the capital you provided and the space we have, this batch is about 200 to 300 jin. You've all worked hard. Building the greenhouses wasn't easy, and controlling the temperature was even harder. Someone had to watch them around the clock. It was no easy task. Steward Yang cupped his hands. In winter, the people on the estate are usually idle. In past years, they would go into the city to find odd jobs. This year, working on the greenhouses has given them income. It's hard work, but everyone is happy. Xin smiled. Take a message back. This year, there will be New Year gifts, and after the profits from selling the vegetables are settled, there will be rewards for everyone. Steward Yang bowed happily. Not only the workers, but even he, as the steward, felt full of motivation. Chapter 296. Madame Wang orders them to leave. Young madam, the vegetables have all been blanched. Xin An brought over several small dishes of cooked greens and placed them in front of Xin An. After examining their color and aroma and comparing them carefully, it was clear that the vegetables Steward Yang had brought were indeed excellent. Even if they couldn't match seasonal produce, they were already the finest among greenhouse vegetables in the capital. Do you have more baskets like this? Steward Yang said the estate had prepared in advance and woven over 100 of them. Tomorrow, send 100 Jin directly to Wanuan Trading House on Ingui Street. Give me 50 baskets as well and send them together. Later, I'll have someone take you to meet Fang De, the head steward there. From now on, coordinate the quantities directly with him. Nanfeng was assigned to lead him there. After he left, Xin An instructed Chunyang to make a trip to the Xin residence and ask Aunt Wang to prepare New Year gifts for the servants. Same as before, don't be stingy. Make them presentable and practical. Chunyang replied, rest assured, young madam. When it comes to preparing gifts for nobles, Aunt Wang may not surpass Aunt Suiping, but when it comes to arranging things for the servants, she has never made a mistake. Go on then. Xin An stood up and had Chuanlu divide the vegetables brought today into 3 portions, 1 to keep, and the other 2 to be sent to the front courtyard and Chuanrong Hall. In the front courtyard, Madame Zhang, who had not gone out to attend any banquets today, was speaking ill of Tang Mo in front of the old madam and Madame Wang, accusing him of disrespecting his elders and showing off his sharp tongue. Madame Wang, already aware of the truth, did not hold back. I already know the reason behind this matter. Honestly, sister-in-law, since when did you start meddling in the second son's wife's dowry? That dowry belongs to her. She can use it however she likes. It's not even a major issue. Even I, as her mother-in-law, haven't interfered, so why must you? If others hear this, they might think I put you up to it. Wouldn't that only create misunderstandings? Madame Wang said this deliberately for the old madam to hear as well. The old madam already disliked Madame Zhang, and now she liked her even less. But Madame Zhang was thick-skinned and still tried to argue for Tang Rong. Since we've come this far, I won't hide anything. My nephew lost his mother early, and there hasn't been anyone to properly look out for him in many matters. As his aunt, I must speak up. Those words instantly offended both the old madam and Madame Wang. After all, Tang Rong had grown up under their care. Was she implying he had been wronged? Madame Zhang continued, back when the old Marquis was alive, he arranged this marriage with the Xin family. The Xin family benefited from the Marquis residence's protection for years. By custom, part of a daughter's dowry should be used for her husband. Even though the marriage changed, that portion of the dowry shouldn't just disappear, should it? The Xin family should also know clearly who this Marquis residence will rely on in the future. Madame Wang was stunned. She had seen shameless people before, but never one this shameless. Is this the eldest son's idea? It's mine. Madame Zhang made sure to leave Tang Rong out of it. As his aunt, I can't just watch him be bullied and wronged. He doesn't know about this? He doesn't. Madame Wang's gaze turned cold. Then in what capacity are you interfering in the affairs of the Marquis residence? This household still has his grandmother, his father, and at the very least, me as his stepmother. It is not your place, as an aunt, to point fingers. And what you're talking about concerns the reputation of this residence. What do you want people outside to say that Tang Rong wasn't satisfied with taking advantage of his younger brother's wife on his wedding day, and now wants to seize her dowry too? Do you think his reputation isn't already bad enough? Or that our Marquis residence has too good a name? As she spoke, she stood up angrily. As his stepmother, I must personally ask him about this. If he truly knows nothing, then your Wei family must leave the Marquis residence immediately and cease all contact. Madame Zhang was stunned. She had never seen Madame Wang act so forcefully before. In the past, she had always been polite, now she was actually driving her out. She immediately looked toward the old madam. The old madam raised her hand to call out to Madame Wang, but before she could speak, she suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't stand. Ganlu rushed forward, calling for water and summoning the household physician. In the blink of an eye, the old madam was helped into the inner room. Once seated, she said with clear disgust, "Send her away. Don't let her come again." That troublemaker from the Wei family had come to the Marquis residence and still wouldn't behave, utterly unreasonable. Madame Wang's words about confronting Tang Rong were no bluff. She went straight to Chunhua Courtyard. At that moment, the two Wei sisters were there as well, sent by their mother to keep Tao Iran company. Upon hearing that Madame Wang had arrived, they quickly stood up and soon heard her questioning Tang Rong. "Since your maternal family arrived, I have personally taken care of everything. Have I shown them any disrespect? Answer me, was it your idea to take Xin An's dowry?" Tang Rong, who had been in good spirits reading and even planning how to make use of his uncle, was completely caught off guard. Before he could react, Madame Wang slammed her hand on the table, making him jump. "Speak. Was it or not?" "Mother, what are you talking about?" Tang Rong sat up straight. "I don't know what you mean." "You don't know." Madame Wang had long wanted to scold him thoroughly, and now that the opportunity had come, she seized it. "If it wasn't your idea, would your aunt dare to openly demand Xin An's dowry? Tang Rong, you were educated by renowned teachers. Where has your sense of propriety and shame gone? We let bygones be bygones and accommodated you in everything. And now you're even coveting Xin An's dowry? Is that something you should even think about? You don't want the person, but you still want the money, is that it?" Tang Rong's face flushed red, his heart tightening as he immediately understood what had happened. "Whether mother believes me or not, I have never had such thoughts. My aunt did ask me about it, but I made it clear I would never consider such a thing. If I truly thought this way and sent her to demand it for me, what kind of person would I be? Would I have any reputation left? Even if I were shameless, do I not have a wife? Does my wife not have a dowry? Why would I covet my younger brother's wife's dowry?" He wasn't lying. Madame Zhang had suggested it, but why would he do such a thing? Once Tang Emma was gone, all of Xin An's dowry would eventually be his anyway. There was no need to make a move now. He simply hadn't expected his aunt to ruin things instead of helping. Madame Wang snorted coldly. "Your aunt not only scolded Xin into her face and hinted she should hand over the dowry, but just now she openly brought it up in front of me and your grandmother. And you say you know nothing, who would believe you? From the time I entered this household until you came of age, have I ever wronged you? Has your younger brother ever harmed you? Why can't you leave him alone? Why must you make him a laughingstock?" At this point, Tang Rong felt that even if he had 100 mouths, he couldn't explain himself clearly. "Mother, I truly never had such intentions. I don't know why my aunt acted this way, but I will speak to her clearly later." "No need." Madame Wang said bluntly, "This Marquis residence is too small to accommodate your aunt. While it's not yet the new year, if she leaves quickly, she can still make it back to the Wei family in time to show off her authority there." With that, she turned and left. At the doorway, she saw the two Wei sisters stepping back in fear, then walked away without looking back. The two sisters felt a chill of panic in their hearts. Were they about to be driven out of the Marquis residence? Chapter 297, Young Master, you messed up. Madame Wang had vented her frustration and felt satisfied. Previously, she hadn't had a proper reason to drive the Wei family out, but now, thanks to Madame Zhang, it seemed perfectly justified. She thought this time Zhang would leave. But she had underestimated Madame Zhang's thick skin. How could she move out just because Madame Wang publicly lost her temper? As long as her nephew was the Marquis residence's heir, she had the right to live there. Besides, moving out would mean losing the leverage that came with staying. Back at their temporary residence, the Wei family didn't even pack their belongings. They continued to command the Marquis residence's servants for this and that, making it clear that Madame Wang had no authority to expel them. The Marquis residence wasn't hers to command. Madame Wang, however, was just as ruthless. She forbade any further deliveries from being sent over and recalled the servants she had assigned. The Marquis residence's staff dared not disobey. After all, even if the old madam were involved, No one could challenge Madame Wang when she was angry. In just half a day, tension ran high in the Marquis residence. Tang Gang, unaware of all this, was enjoying drinks with Wei Liankai at the medicinal cuisine shop. Meanwhile, Tang Mo was hosting the largest banquet room in the same shop for the Kuju, ancient Chinese football, team's young masters. The two parties had exchanged greetings, but remained unaware of the brewing storm inside the Marquis residence. Second young master's connections are wide. His future is limitless, someone remarked. Wei Liankai was clear-headed. People can dislike your son all they want, but outsiders can't. I've heard of his recent exploits. He has the same aura as the late Marquis. The adults at the table nodded in agreement. Tang Mo had recently distinguished himself. Earlier, the kidnappers of the young master from the Xianghua Duke's household had been at large in the capital. Within days of taking office, Tang Mo collaborated with Zhuang Shi to locate the kidnappers' hideout. He promptly informed the Jingzhou authorities. With both forces surrounding the place, the kidnappers were captured and the young master rescued. Though Tang Mo wasn't the first to strike, his contribution was commendable. Especially notable was his use of a hidden weapon to disable the ringleader's leg, preventing escape. Even Commander Liao said that it was second young master and Vice Commander Zhuang who first discovered the hideout, enabling the later coordinated capture. Truly a young hero, one adult praised. Yes, the second young master is the type who stays quiet until he makes a spectacular move. We in charge of the education of the household's young men should learn from the Marquis, another added. Tang Gang cheerfully raised his glass. My son is hot-blooded and still has much to learn. I hope everyone here can give him guidance in the future. He was genuinely happy. The Xianghua Duke had blamed the Marquis residents for previous attacks on his household because the kidnappers were never caught. Though it wasn't Tang Gang's fault that the masked men attacked, he had felt unjustly accused. Fortunately, Tang Mo's efforts had led to the captive's capture and the young master's rescue. Now all that remained was interrogation to resolve the matter completely. Savoring his wine, Tang Gang was pleased. Tang Rong had been recovering from injuries recently, so Tang Mo had been the one making the Marquis residence look good. Even if the boy was sometimes infuriating, he had his merits. Meanwhile, Tang Mo entertained guests, explaining Kuju techniques. Before, I only watched the games, but once you really practice, there's so much to learn. Exactly. How can that little ball be so hard to control? When can we finally play against the team outside? Though the guests appeared concerned, their eyes were bright with anticipation, eager to test themselves on the field. After toasting and exchanging pleasantries, Tang Mo's feats were celebrated. His agility, courage, and martial skills made him a figure of pride for the group. Tang Mo laughed. It's all luck. I hope everyone continues to support me. Another toast to all of you. After the banquet, Tang Mo invited Tang Gang and Wei Liankai to return to the Marquis residence. The three were tipsy, with Wei Liankai praising Tang Mo endlessly, calling him a hero of youth and full of promise. They even exaggerated Tang Gang's role, nearly lifting him to the sky. As the carriage traveled through the night, Tang Mo suddenly pressed his legs together, awkwardly saying, "Take a shortcut fast." I drank too much, can't hold it. Tang Gang rolled his eyes but didn't argue. He had the same problem. The carriage sped up and soon entered a narrow alley. Half a moment away from the Marquis residence, Tang Mo dozed off, then the carriage abruptly stopped. Tang Gang bumped his head. "What's happening?" he muttered. At that moment, several black-clad assailants attacked with knives. The carriage driver reacted immediately, drawing his blade to defend the passengers. Tang Mo quickly lifted the curtain, narrowly avoiding a shining blade. Tang Gang was cut on his arm by another attacker. For a brief second, Tang Mo felt moved. "Father." Tang Gang snapped angrily, "Shut up. Get out and drive the carriage away." He almost wanted to kick Tang Mo out. There was a dagger under the seat and more blades were coming. Wei Liankai was terrified, clutching Tang Gang's wrist. Tang Gang shook him off. Tang Mo drew his dagger and jumped out, holding the carriage door. Soon, the sound of horses announced the arrival of Deng Fong and Xiao Gui. The black-clad attackers fled. Tang Gang got down. They came for you? Tang Mo said nothing. Impossible. Everyone who needed to be caught has been caught. Perhaps they came for you. Nonsense. Tang Gang's wound wasn't severe, so he didn't cry out. He returned to the carriage, instructing that the attempted assassination be investigated immediately and that no one leak the information. If news of his injury spread, the Marquis residence would attract continuous trouble, affecting not just Tang Rong, but also him. The court physician almost rolled his eyes at the injuries, wondering if the 3 men of the Marquis residence had all offended the heavens. Now all 3 were hurt. The wound was easy to treat. Given Tang Gang's good constitution, he would recover in 10 to 15 days. Xiao Gui and the others were a bit speechless. First, the young master was attacked, and now the Marquis himself? Outsiders would think the Marquis residence had done something unspeakable. Under the cover of night, Kai Quan arrived at Chunhua Courtyard and knelt before Tang Rong. Young master, there's been a slip-up. Tang Rong, already lying down, sprang up, clutching his injury. A slip-up? How? Kai Quan trembled as he recounted the events. No one expected second young master and the Marquis to be together tonight. The assassins almost succeeded, but at the crucial moment, the Marquis intervened to save the second young master. And the Marquis was wounded as well. Useless. Tang Rong rose, teeth clenched, lowering his voice. Who did you hire? How could something like this happen? Chapter 298. Tang Rong suffers severe bleeding. It wasn't just a failure, Tang Gang had been injured as well. Even if the Marquis residents investigated thoroughly, they might not catch the culprits immediately, and eventually, they could trace everything back to him. At this moment, Tang Rong felt his vision darken. Kai Quan gave him 2 sharp slaps. It's your servant's fault, young master. But the Marquis has already sent people to track them. The ringleader just found me. They plan to leave the city to hide and demand 5,000 taels of silver. If not paid, they will expose you as the young master and spread rumors across the streets that you are trying to eliminate the Marquis and second young master for your title. You're utterly reckless. Tang Rong angrily kicked Kai Quan. How did they even know it was me? What on earth were you thinking? Kai Quan felt remorse and shame and slapped himself twice in despair. Young master, I've never done something like this before. Though I was careful, they discovered my identity and insist that the master behind this is you. You'll deal with me later, but now they haven't left. If they don't get the silver by dawn, they'll act. Young master, what should we do? Tang Rong's eyes burned with cold fury. He knew he couldn't give them the silver. Once was enough to invite a second time. But if he refused, what would happen? How many are there? 6. 1 came, the other 5 are hiding separately. If they don't meet at the agreed time, they'll spread the rumors. As Kai Quan spoke, he stole glances at Tang Rong, thinking the people behind the plan would surely arrange things so tightly that the young master would have no choice but to comply. Tang Rong considered how he could avoid giving the silver and still resolve the situation. He even contemplated abandoning Kai Quan, but after much thought, it seemed unwise. In the end, he gritted his teeth and pulled out the private silver notes. Tell them, since they've taken the money, they must act. I don't care what methods they use. By next spring, if that neighbor is still alive or if any news leaks, I will hunt them to the ends of the earth, including their families. It was practically bleeding his fortune dry, but he wouldn't leave it unrecovered. You knew who they were before sending them? Kai Quan nodded. Yes. He handed Tang Rong a list, which Tang Rong had him copy. This copy would be given to the black-clad men. Take this message. If the job isn't done, they will know the consequences. Kai Quan shivered as he accepted the list, feeling numb all over. He took the silver notes and dashed out of the Marquis residence. Before he had gone far, someone knocked him unconscious and took him away. The black-clad men appear too often. It raises suspicion. Let's not use this trick for now. Tang Mo recounted the events of the night to Xin An. She frowned slightly. I have another trick ready for him. Tang Mo said, this time it wasn't me acting first. He wanted to settle me directly, and I merely turned his plan against him. Even if discovered, it will only look like he hired assassins. If my current momentum wasn't strong and I didn't want complications at this moment, I would never have let him get away so easily. Xin encircled him with her gaze. I must admit, since you were injured and returned, you're different. You have broader vision and greater courage. And you look healthier too. Tang Mo held her on his lap, eyes glinting with affection. Naturally, I am no longer a frog in a well. Before, I only thought about troubling the neighbor, revenge, or opportunism. Now, besides these, I want to achieve merit and live honorably and openly. Second young master truly impresses. Tang Mo's words made Xin feel that the path ahead seemed broader. I'm confined to the rear mansion and rarely see the wider world. People I encounter always think first of profit and loss. If second young master could often guide me, I might become more open-minded. Tang Mo smiled at her warmly. Even I have moments of prideful recklessness. I hope my lady will continue to guide me. It's late. Wash up and rest. We still have the book to review. We should continue together. Xin laughed, patting his shoulder. Talking about serious matters now? Reading the book is serious business. Tang Mo laughed and lifted her in his arms. Close the door. This is the important matter. Xin covered her face, laughing uncontrollably. Life was becoming increasingly mischievous. The next day, Luo Qi found an opportunity to meet Tang Mo and reported that he had already had Kai Quan exchange the silver notes for cash, leaving 2,000 taels for him. He'll only do a better job for us if there's enough left for him. Tang Mo smiled lightly. I won't be free in the coming days. For caution, unless it's important, don't come see me. You keep watch on other matters. I'll assign someone to assist you. There are things you need not consult me on. Rest assured, young master. With 3,000 taels in hand, Luo Qi felt immensely wealthy. Not only could he improve life for his mother and brother, but he could also accomplish many things. Even if he spent it all, the Marquis young master still had wealth. Around noon, the steward of Marquis Qing brought a basket of fresh, crisp vegetables to Lin Yao. The second young madam of Wei Yuan Marquis residence sent these. Please see, they're extremely fresh. Steward Yang had treated the harvested vegetables, soaked them in well water, and left them in a ventilated shed for half a day. This kept the color vibrant and reduced the cooking odor before being quickly sent to the capital. Truly so. The maids and attendants at Lin Yao's side marveled at the vegetables. Winter meals lacked greenery. The poor only thought about filling their stomachs, while the wealthy sought variety and remembered the greens of spring. These vegetables are really fresh. How did they grow in such cold weather? Quite a feat. Lin Yao picked up a spinach leaf and asked, Did the messenger say anything else? The steward bowed. They said these were grown in the second young master's estate. The first batch is for the young madam to try. Every other day, more will be sent to Wanyuan Market on Ingui Street for sale. Lin Yao put down the leaf. Tell the purchaser to order from Wanyuan Market. Whenever the vegetables arrive at Marquis Qing's residence, we need 10 jin. Yes, madam. Winter vegetables were expensive, but the Marquis residence could afford them. Price wasn't a concern. Around the same time, families familiar with Xin, including Cheng Marquis residence, the Wei family, Liao family, Su family, and the second prince's residence, all received vegetables sent by Xin. Those with greenhouses returned gifts. Those without greenhouses placed orders. The Wang family also ordered. The messenger said, the young madam instructed that close relatives' residences and the second young master's residence receive deliveries every 3 days. They're from the estate and not valuable. It's laughable to charge for a few vegetables. Madam Wang felt embarrassed. Vegetables may not be worth much, but seasonal timing matters. Winter vegetables from greenhouses without vitality are worth 2 jin of meat per jin. These fresh ones were far more precious. Wang Mian cheerfully walked over. Since it's a token of filial piety from your nephew and his wife, don't refuse. Tang Yong surely won't refuse either. Madame Wang mockingly glared at him, then smiled and agreed. She immediately instructed the cook to stir-fry 2 portions at noon to avoid spoilage. Chapter 299. Leveraging Tang Gang's connections. This spinach is good fresh, with a hint of sweetness. Excellent. At the Chuanrong Hall dining table, a dish of simply stir-fried spinach had been served, and the matriarch was very pleased. Ganlu smiled. The spinach was still covered in water droplets when it arrived, very clean. First we blanched it to remove any bitterness, then stir-fried it lightly. The color is vibrant, the texture tender, and the flavor is excellent. Yes, indeed. Xin An didn't join the meal today, which left the matriarch slightly regretful. That girl is clever. In past winters, even when we set up a greenhouse to grow vegetables for ourselves, they never turned out as good as hers. Truly rare. Even ordinary vegetables were a rare treat in winter. Who wouldn't appreciate them? Did she send any to Chunhua Courtyard? No. Ganlu explained that the Marquis residents only kept 2 baskets of vegetables today, one for Chuanrong Hall, one left in the front courtyard. The matriarch said, young people indeed. Their likes and dislikes were always plainly visible. Ganlu added, the second young madam is sincere and straightforward. If she pretended nothing had happened and cheerfully sent vegetables to Chunhua Courtyard, whether they would dare accept them is another matter. Sometimes restraint isn't always a good thing. You're right. The matriarch didn't dwell on it further. She had no authority over it and couldn't favor one side, so she simply focused on her own life. In the front courtyard, Xin An shared a hot pot meal with Madame Wang. The base was lamb broth, into which the freshly delivered greens were dipped. The pot bubbled, filling the room with the aroma of lamb and vegetables. The table also had sesame oil chicken slices and fish balls in broth. Tang Gang, returning home early, caught the scent, paused at the doorway, and noticed the 2 women's flushed faces. Are you eating already? The sight was comforting. Tang Gang, as the head of the household, often only grabbed a quick bite at noon. Busy days left him little time for meals. Even if he did, it would be only 3 simple dishes. Yet these 2 women at home were dining so comfortably. Both women turned to him. Madame Wang blurted out, Marquis, why have you returned at this hour? Tang Gang was momentarily at a loss. He was injured. After all, couldn't he come home to rest even for half a day after his duties? Father, have you eaten? Xin An swallowed a bite of lamb and asked politely, would you like to have some now? All right. He walked to the main seat and sat down. The servants hurriedly brought bowls, chopsticks, and dipping sauces. Tang Gang ignored the 2 women. He was genuinely hungry. The cold morning had made his wound ache, and he had spent half a day acting nonchalant. In the middle, an elder had grabbed his arm, tugging right on the wound, and cold sweat had broken out. At that moment, he remembered the night he had grabbed Tang Mo's arm. Tang Mo's injuries had been far worse. No wonder Madame Wang had urged him forward. After eating in silence for a while, he commented, the vegetables are good. Where are they from? Madame Wang immediately explained that Xin An had grown them herself. It was difficult. She finally managed it. She didn't want Tang Gang to take advantage, but Xin An was generous. It wasn't particularly difficult. The main thing was enough resources were allocated, which is why the vegetables turned out well. This first batch has been sent to familiar households. Father, if you wish, I can send some to your colleagues as well, just a matter of courtesy. Tang Gang doubted her generosity. Seeing him silent, Xin An continued, yesterday, my husband told me that in a critical moment, it was you who stepped in to save him. Your injury is because of him. Even my uncle hid in a corner or behind you. Although he often thinks you favor his elder brother and he feels indignant, in critical moments, you're the one reliable. Though stubborn in words, he cares for you in his heart. Tang Gang raised his eyes. He really says that? Of course. Blood is thicker than water. Such kinship runs deep, it cannot be severed. Xin An smiled and used serving chopsticks to place a piece of lamb on his plate. Father must be tired. Injured and still attending duties, eat more for strength. If there's anyone you wish to send vegetables to, give me the list. I'll have the servants deliver them. Winter vegetables are rare and ours are fresh. Consider it a New Year's gift. Handled by her, it would have nothing to do with Tang Rome and could subtly signal intentions, pushing Tang Mo into those households' view. Tang Gang was somewhat persuaded. Xian subtly glanced at Madame Wang, who understood, and placed a fish ball on Tang Gang's plate. Can a father's own son really harbor ill intent? Give him a chance. Don't always chill a child's heart. What could Tang Gang do? Exactly. They're my children. How could I truly be biased against him? Tell him to come to the study later. I'll instruct him a bit. Madame Wang added another piece to his plate. Once Xian finished eating, she excused herself. Tang Gang relaxed and said to Madame Wang, in front of my daughter-in-law, keep me some face in the future. Bias and coldness, how could one say that aloud? Madame Wang took the opportunity to comment a bit, and Tang Gang didn't argue. Tang Rong wasn't reliable for the time being. Tang Mo, however, wasn't useless. In the afternoon, Xian visited the Xian residence. One purpose was to check the New Year gifts Madame Wang prepared, another to inspect the flower pots. Snow had already fallen, and in about 20 days, it would be New Year. She had to pick the right time to send the daffodils. The gardener was busy. Pots of delicate chrysanthemums bloomed vividly in the greenhouse. Madam, perfect timing. These chrysanthemums can be moved. The gardener placed the pots in front of Xian. These were the pink chrysanthemums Lin Yao had seen earlier, once just buds, now half-bloomed. Xian, seeing this color for the first time, admired them for a while. I'll have my people move them tomorrow. How about the daffodils? They were repotted the day before yesterday, decorated with gooseworm stones. Madam, please come see. The gardener positioned the daffodils in a ventilated spot. Green leaves, white petals, yellow stamens, they stood gracefully. Stones in the pot mimicked a mountain scene, creating a picturesque effect. Master Lin's flower cultivation skills are remarkable. The gardener bowed. I'm grateful Madam allows me a chance to showcase my skill. Xian smiled. Flowers grown well, here's 100 gene of coal and half a lamb. Take it home. Many thanks, Madam. After the snowfall, coal prices rose daily and were hard to buy. 100 gene would last a while, and half a lamb was a respectable gift, more satisfying than money. Madam, my little son's skill at flower care is decent too. May I bring him into the residence to help me tend the plants? Xian thought for a moment. Moving and lifting is difficult for you at your age. But he must be genuinely skilled. Bring him for Steward Wang to inspect. If approved, he may stay. Wang Jin, nearby, bowed. Master Lin mentioned this before, bringing his son Lin Chuanya, skillful and reliable. Very well. Uncle Wang, handle it. Chapter 300, This rascal will eventually drive me mad. Wang Jin agreed, and the gardener expressed endless gratitude. Generous and tolerant masters were rare. His son had skill, and the gardener was old, being able to keep tending Madame Xian, and's flowers was a perfect job, enough to support the family. After checking the flowers, Xian spoke to Aunt Wang about the New Year gifts. Aunt Wang served tea. Madam, rest assured. The cloth shop will deliver the materials in 3 days. I've also placed the orders with the pastry shop, 5 gene of meat, half a gene of sugar, plus handkerchiefs and artificial flowers, practical items only. The shop staff also added 3 feet of cloth and 2 gene of wine, as Steward Fong suggested. As for the cash gift, that's up to Madam. Xian sipped her tea and smiled. With you around, and I have nothing to worry about. Have you gotten used to being back these few days? Yes, busier than serving Madam, but it feels more reassuring. Aunt Wang's face relaxed. How about Cui Ping? Has she been taking care of things well? Of course, she's careful, but still not as good as you. She isn't family, after all. Xian's words made Aunt Wang's eyes crinkle with a smile. Cui Ping is perceptive and knowledgeable. I can't match her for handling matters in noble households. With her managing things by your side, I can rest assured. Besides, most arrangements are actually done by Chun Yang and Chun Lu. Even if Cui Ping wanted to intervene, she couldn't. I think Chun Yang and Chun Lu are coming of age. We should have them send Xia He and Xia Hua. After Chun Yang and Chun Lu marry, they can step into the position of chief maid. Xian agreed. Maids serving closely should be trained from youth, and those sent from one's own family were preferable. And helps me think of things I hadn't. Our half year in the capital has gone smoothly. The Xian family benefits, I benefit, but first, I must get better. Aunt Wang suggested recruiting a few clever young men from Huaijiang as well. Messengers and assistants were necessary. Though Madame had Tang Mo's staff, it still felt insufficient. Xin An smiled, step by step. Eventually, the Xian family will have a place in the capital. Compared with the Marquis residence, the Xin household was still far behind, yet Xin An felt extremely comfortable and relaxed. Even in the Marquis house, she was cozy, but at her own home, she was entirely at ease from the inside out. It wasn't until sunset that she returned to the Marquis residence. As soon as she entered, Steward Zhang approached. Miss Jing is making a fuss about vegetables, claiming the household neglects relatives. Madame personally visited Chunhua courtyard and asked the young master to handle it. The young master sent someone out to buy vegetables. There's no shortage each day. Xin An paused. Thanks for letting me know, Steward Zhang. And also thanks to the second young madam for sending the vegetables. They hadn't notified him in advance. The vegetables were sent straight to his home. His mother was delighted, even sending his nephew over to thank the second young madam. It's only vegetables, no need for thanks. In the future, if the matriarch wants a change, just bring them from our residence. No need to report to Qiushi courtyard. Oh, thanks, second young madam. Steward Zhang smiled even more politely and mentioned a few more household matters before stopping at the inner courtyard entrance. When Tang Mo returned home, he was courteously invited by Steward Zhang to Tang Gang's study. Upon entering, he plopped down and poured himself tea, then looked up at his father's angry gaze. You called me here just to glare? Practicing your glaring skills? You're impertinent. Tang Gang strode past the desk and pointed at him. You rascal. Don't you know who you are? Who allowed you to act so recklessly? Tang Mo reached out and moved his father's finger aside. I've been quite well behaved. The Northern Bureau soldiers are rough. You haven't seen them yet, but even their laughter is crude. They have no poise sitting or standing, and their mouths move faster than their brains. If you saw them more often, you'd realize my son's manners are excellent. Just consider me uncouth, father. No need for formalities between us. Your son admires you greatly. Tang Gang took a deep breath. This rascal would eventually drive him mad. Enough nonsense. I don't believe a single word you say. Finished, he was already crude. Tang Mo crossed his legs. If you don't believe me, why call me? What's the matter? Despite being unreliable, Tang Gang thought it better to rely on him than on Tang Rong. Go change your clothes. Tonight, you're coming with me to the banquet. A banquet? Tang Mo waved his hands. I can't go. I'm neither literary nor martial. How can I accompany you? I'd embarrass you. Let my elder brother go instead. I hear he's wandering the courtyard, bored, washing 3 times a day, while Chunhua courtyard spends all day boiling water. Rascal. Go when I say go. Stop wasting words. Tang Gang fumed, and Tang Mo put on a mock fearful expression. If father insists, I have no choice but to go. Who else would you have? All right, father waits, off you go. He left, laughing. It felt exhilarating. He loved seeing his father fuming. It was strangely amusing to interact this way. Upon hearing about the banquet, Xin An had someone fetch his new clothes and explained the vegetable arrangement. Tang Mo realized, why would father want me to go out for a banquet? This was Tang Rong's privilege. He cupped Xin An's face, kissed her lightly, and let go after a moment. So beautiful, fragrant, and clever. I wish I could tie you to my waist and carry you everywhere. Chun Lu, carrying the clothes, bowed and quietly set them down. Second young madam, the garments have arrived. She punched Tang Mo lightly. You reckless rascal, now see what happens. Tang Mo hugged and kissed her. I adore my wife. Reckless? Not at all. Xin An pushed him to change. Hurry or father will kick you again. When Tang Mo emerged from behind the screen, Xin An's eyes lit up. She circled him. Clothes make the man. I had these made to be grand and noble. You look much more distinguished now. With a bit of poise, you'd appear perfectly gentlemanly and refined. Looks good. Tang Mo turned left and right in the mirror, a proud smile on his lips. Not meant for tonight. but perfect for the banquet. There's also banquet attire for the banquet. Xin An helped him adjust, stepped back, and nodded. Extremely handsome. Tang Mo was about to hug and kiss her when Chun Lu brought a bowl of hot soup. Xin An made him drink it. Prepared by Qinbo, liver protecting. Best before drinking alcohol. Drink quickly. Tang Mo felt proud. He now had a wife who cared for him constantly. His heart swelled as he smiled brightly upon seeing Tang Gang. Chapter 301. Pleasing the Old Generals. Tang Gang appraised Tang Mo from head to toe. Although this rascal could be infuriating, his appearance and build left little to complain about. After all, he was his own blood. Compared to that Wei Chuanzong from the Wei family, Tang Mo looked far better. Wei Chuanzong looked like a shriveled lotus in a flower pot. The Wei daughters weren't particularly striking either, somewhat resembling Tang Gang's late wife. Tang Rong had decent looks too, but his lips were too long, inheriting the Wei family traits. Tang Mo, however, was even more handsome, taller than Tang Rong, broad-shouldered, strong waist, and long legs. Tang Rong's shoulders sloped slightly, giving him less of a heroic aura. No wonder the emperor said Tang Mo resembled his grandfather. Grandfather was tall, and grandmother was attractive. Father. Tang Mo waved at him. What are you thinking about? Tang Gang shook himself out of his thoughts. Let's go. Once in the carriage, Tang Mo started fiddling under the seat, bending over to look. Tang Gang was initially suspicious, then remembered something and reached out. Give it here. What? Tang Gang kicked Tang Mo's calf. Don't play dumb, the dagger. That rascal had used his dagger and then boldly claimed it as his own, thinking Tang Gang hadn't noticed. Tang Mo grinned mischievously. When I touched the dagger, it felt perfect in my hand. Surely father won't be so stingy. He pulled the dagger out of his boot. The scabbard was ill-fitting and ugly. Tang Gang frowned. Tang Mo examined the dagger with delight. Father, does this dagger have a proper scabbard? I threw this together. Not a proper fit. Tang Mo continued searching under the seat. Soon enough, he found the correct scabbard. In front of Tang Gang, he inserted the dagger, adjusted it in his boot, twisted his ankle, and said, "A bit uncomfortable. Better hang it on my waist." Seeing him hang Tang Gang's dagger on his waist, patting it proudly, Tang Gang decided it was better not to look. Tang Mo's face was thick-skinned enough now. Who knew what else he'd swipe next? Tang Gang remained silent, but Tang Mo chattered nonstop along the way, infuriating his father. Tang Gang missed the obedient Tang Mo of the past. This one was like a little chatterbox. The banquet was held at the herbal cuisine house again. The colder the weather, the busier it got. If it weren't for the reserved private room, even Tang Gang would have trouble booking a spot. Tonight, the guests were old generals Tang Gang had maintained contact with over the years. Though they didn't hold major commands and were older, they still had prestige in the army. Seeing Tang Gang and Tang Mo enter, they all stood and bowed, their faces lighting up more when they saw Tang Mo's cheerful expression. It's been some time since we saw the second young master. We heard you're doing well in the Northern Bureau. Even the emperor praised the young master for inheriting the old marquis bearing. Truly outstanding. The old generals had survived bloody battlefields. Even in old age, they carried energy and a certain fierceness. Tang Mo smiled and stepped forward with a bow. It's an honor to hear such words from venerable generals. Previously, I lacked courage and didn't dare approach you elders. Now I've awakened, and with my father's guidance, I come to pay respects. He bowed again. Tang Mo greets you all. Ha ha, clever boy. General Zhang laughed and lifted Tang Mo's hand with one, noting, looks just like your grandfather, knows manners, a fine young man. You're General Zhang, yes? Tang Mo straightened, beaming. I recall seeing you and my grandfather play chess when I was young. You lost 3 pieces. Ha ha, General Zhang laughed. Ah, yes. You nagged in my ear, giving advice though you didn't understand the game, causing me to lose. Punish me 3 cups later. The other generals laughed as well. Soon, everyone took their seats. The servants swiftly served pre-prepared soups. Tang Mo didn't sit idle, he went from guest to guest, pouring wine. General Zhang raised his cup, noting the reddish tint. What wine is this? Tang Emo smiled. Goji berry wine with raw Rehmannia juice. Strengthens the essence, warms against the cold, supports kidney and waist health. A small daily sip keeps the bones strong and prolongs life. Can't drink freely though, too much and will be tipsy. Another general sniffed the cup. This is excellent for us old fellows. Indeed. I'll have a small jar sent to each of you for daily sipping, guaranteed to maintain health and strength. General Zhang asked, is it convenient? I hear this is your wife's tavern. Tang Emo laughed. My wife respects elders most. Father previously entrusted me with looking after veterans, but I was too busy. She handled it all personally, grains, rice, firewood, taught them skills to support themselves. Recently, she also helped with New Year gifts for families, cloth, pastries, meats, even one chicken per household. All practical items, ensuring a good celebration for everyone. The veterans present knew of the Marquis household. Some were acquaintances of the old Marquis and knew that the second young madam financed much of it. Wealthy and considerate, excellent. During New Year, we'll bring your wife for everyone to meet. After enjoying her wine, thanks are due. Tang Emo nodded cheerfully. I'll bring her to pay respects to all elders. Good. The old generals nodded in approval. Tang Gang had previously brought Tang Rong to meals as a formality, but the boy was stiff and unpolished. Tang Emo, however, was articulate, courteous, and poured wine skillfully. Tang Emo also served wine to Tang Gang. Finally, he returned to his seat, raising his cup. This is my first time drinking with you elders. I'll not speak much, only wish you health and longevity. Ha ha, and may your future be bright. After the opening drinks, Tang Emo busied himself pouring and serving soup, attentive not out of rank but respect. These were veterans who had risked life and limb with the old Marquis. Tang Gang, smiling throughout, realized bringing this rascal along had benefits. Thick-skinned, quick-tongued, and tactful, he saved Tang Gang effort. Tang Emo mainly observed and spoke only when appropriate, making the generals laugh heartily. Even those with whom the Marquis hadn't kept close contact were bridged by General Zhang's hints, granting Tang Gang considerable face. Chapter 302. Life is just too enjoyable. After the banquet, the old generals had been thoroughly taken care of, both body and mind satisfied, and joked with Tang Gang to bring Tang Emo along more often. Such a clever and outstanding child shouldn't be kept hidden. Are you afraid people will say both your sons are exceptional and get jealous? That's your blessing. Once everyone knows, they can only envy you. Tang Gang waved with a smile. This boy has a lively temperament. I, as his father, can hardly predict him. I was worried he'd be too unruly and make a mistake. Rare that you elders don't mind. Next time we meet, bring him along again. Absolutely. Your eldest is steady, but two steady ones would be dull. Among sons and grandsons, there should be one lively one, someone who can lift spirits. That's a skill in itself. The old generals nodded in agreement. At their age, they liked spirited, eloquent youngsters. It made them genuinely happy. When leaving, the generals patted Tang Emo on the shoulder or arm, praising him and urging him to visit more often and introduce the household's younger men. Tang Emo cheerfully agreed. Only after seeing the last general off to his carriage did he turn around. Tang Gang was in a good mood, thinking this rascal had brought him honor again tonight. Rarely did he allow Tang Emo to freely mix with these connections. He reminded him, since you promised, you can't go back on it. You can visit these generals on your own from now on. Tang Emo was surprised at his generosity. You mean, you're not going to guard me? Tang Gang gave him a glare. Don't get cocky. Handing this to you doesn't mean I won't supervise. If I catch you messing about, I'll break your legs. You wouldn't dare. Tang Emo grinned. If these legs of mine get broken, you won't just have a spoiled son, you'll have a crippled one too. Then I'd have to start worrying about you. Shut up. Tang Gang ignored him, taking the out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach. Tang Emo yawned, realizing that after tonight's drinking, he felt perfectly fine. Was it the quality wine or the strange medicinal soup they drank earlier that helped? Back at the Marquis residence, Tang Gang handed Tang Emo a list. Give this to your wife. Without further explanation, He left. Tang Mo looked at the list with a smile. These were the families to receive vegetables. He delivered it to Xin An. Once the vegetables are delivered, our opportunity arises. You handle the inner courtyard. I handle building relationships with the young men of the households. Xin An glanced at the list. No problem. Now she had some personal connections. Networking was easier. Being next door has its perks. My father has no choice but to rely on you. The end of the year is the perfect time to cultivate relationships. I have several more banquets to attend, and with Cui Ping assisting me, it'll all go smoothly. Tang Mo mentioned he had been making acquaintances as well, children of other prominent families. With tonight's banquet, he could turn these contacts into his network in 2 or 3 months. What do we call this? United spouses, their strength unbreakable? Twin swords, invincible in the world? Black and white duo, unmatched? Xin An laughed at him, kicking him from under the covers. Stop your nonsense, go wash up. Tang Mo leaned closer. Have you found your big notebook? Can't wait. Xin An kicked him again. Go, exercise restraint, got it? He leaned forward, quickly pecked her lips, and said, the goji berry wine tonight strengthens essence and vigor. I'm all fired up. I'll come back after washing up. Another quick peck, and he rushed off to wash. Xin An pulled the covers tight over herself, thinking, life is just too enjoyable. With the list in hand, Xin An instructed Nan Feng and Lu Chang to deliver vegetables to each household, emphasizing that they must clearly state who sent them and mention nothing to anyone unnecessary. By the end of the day, each household on the list had received vegetables. Hearing Tang Mo and Xin An's names, those with discernment quickly understood the deeper significance. As for the old General Zhang and his associates who had attended the banquet, they not only received vegetables, but also the wine Tang Mo promised, plus tea from Xin An. General Zhang brewed the new tea immediately, sipping eagerly while telling his wife about Tang Mo's cleverness. I heard he was unreliable and petty before, but now that's not the case. Handsome, sharp-minded, reminds me of the old Marquis himself. Everyone knew Tang Gang favored his eldest and suppressed his younger son. To thrive under such circumstances required brains and some hardship. With support from Liao Ji, as long as he works hard and avoids mistakes, his future is promising. General Zhang's wife sipped the tea. It's good he married well. I hear his wife has connections with Lady Liao, both daughters of wealthy merchants, both raised by their families to marry into noble households. Such women can't just seek comfort, they can leverage each other's influence naturally. That's also his luck, said General Zhang. Though credit goes to his wife, he must be willing to strive himself. I see promise in that boy. The old lady sighed. Old men always protected their own. The meal improved Tang Mo's reputation, but he had no time to dwell on it. Even dealing with Tang Rong had been handed off to Luo Qi when year-end was too busy. Beijing was a city of over 1 million. Merchants from outside flocked in to buy New Year goods. The docks were stacked high with cargo. Crowds made accidents and thefts more likely. Tang Mo's jurisdiction was a commercial hub. Any negligence could be disastrous. Fortunately, Xin An was a capable partner at home, letting him focus entirely on his duties. Year-end is busy, but busy is good. If you're bored, visit me anytime, I'll be free anyway. The second prince's consort looked well, perhaps expecting, and Xin An noticed her softened attitude. It surprised her. She still preferred the consort's haughty, disdainful scolding of Tao Iran. Your sister-in-law is pregnant and has relatives visiting. Naturally, I help with household chores, not difficult. But seeing you in such good spirits, I'll have to shamelessly visit often to share in your fortune. The consort smiled gently, radiating maternal warmth that almost blinded Xin An. You're welcome anytime. My mother said your father will come to Beijing next spring. Xin An nodded. The Su family helped us greatly. My father said he must personally thank them. He'll arrive after spring, when the Huai River silver blossom tea is freshest. Then you can taste it. It'll be even better than before. There's also the pre-rain spring tea. Its leaves are beautiful, sweet, soft, with a lingering aftertaste. Just thinking about it makes me crave it. Chapter 303. Being a woman is really not easy. By the time matters between the Su family and the Xin family reached this point, the second prince's consort no longer needed to intervene. Her task was simply to build a rapport with Xin and listening with a soft smile as Xin and explained the local customs of the Huai River region. Honestly, even she felt a bit tempted by the descriptions. Since I became pregnant, my tastes have become strange. I often get cravings. That sour and spicy fish slice dish. I can almost smell it now. Xin and could tell she was really craving it. The second prince's consort couldn't just eat it herself, but Xin and could, so she decided to prepare it that evening. The second prince's consort reflected on how much Xin had changed. When she first met her, Xin had been tense all over. Even when she spoke lightly and smiled brightly, an aura of maturity beyond her years clung to her, impossible to hide. Now, Xin was still bright and cheerful, but more relaxed and lively. That stifling air of maturity was completely gone. I heard you and Lady Liao even started a business together? Xin laughed, as if the capital held no secrets. Lady Su and I are compatible. I have the shop, she has the supplies, so we opened a general store to earn a bit of pocket money. It's just to pass the time when bored. You both know business. I must admit, I'm a little envious. You're far freer than I am. She looked noble, yet didn't have Xin's ease. Pregnant women are so sentimental, one moment cheerful, the next sighing. Xin smiled and said, "Everyone knows the second prince loves you deeply. You're envied by many women. Freedom of the heart brings freedom in all else. We run the shop for fun. You, nurturing life in the mansion and watching clouds roll and flowers bloom and fall, have your own kind of freedom. You should know, such a peaceful and harmonious life is only for those truly blessed." The second prince's consort laughed. No wonder Lin Yao likes to seek your company. I'll invite her along next time, and we can play a round of leaf cards, another way to enjoy freedom. Set the time and send someone to fetch me. It's been a long time. My hands are rusty. Rusty is fine. Now I have two hands working together, luck will be on our side. Her mood lifted further, but before Xin could respond, a palace maid approached to remind her, "Your Highness should go for a walk in the courtyard." The consort's reluctant expression was clear to Xin, and Xin rose, smiling, and said her farewells. The consort seemed unwilling to part. "Do visit again when you have time." "I will." Back at the mansion, Xin let out a long, relieved sigh, lounging on the beauty couch. Life is too hard. Seeing the second prince's consort only took about 2 incense sticks time, but it left Xin feeling drained. Gugu, why does her expression change so quickly? I was so nervous. The last 2 times I met her, it wasn't like this. Cui Ping said, "It's because the child in her womb is so important. Marrying into the royal family looks glamorous, but every day requires extreme caution." From the moment news of her pregnancy spread, countless eyes were watching. The cautious concubine in the palace checks daily. The second prince is even more attentive, and Lady Su visits every couple of days. Everyone places huge expectations on her child. How could she not be tense, especially with her first? She continued about the palace maid who had approached today. She was from the cautious concubine's entourage. Even the imperial doctors visit daily. You can see how careful they are. The emperor still has no great-grandchild. She spoke in a lowered voice. Xin raised an eyebrow, thinking that royal children weren't just children, they were like chess pieces. She remembered that in her previous life, the second prince's consort had given birth to a girl. Being a woman is really not easy. I have it better. 3 other heavily pregnant women nearby were expected to give birth to sons, while the second wife's household didn't bear such heavy responsibilities. Their life was comparatively easier. Cui Ping suggested Xin visit less often. She nodded. I know. Following last life's path, the consort was destined to be empress. Too much closeness between ruler and subject was inappropriate. Maintaining proper distance was crucial. Rest for a while. Nanfeng said Madame Wei came asking for you. Now that you're back, she'll probably come again. Why would she come? We've already torn ties. Perhaps she's concerned about the two Miss Wei girls. Rumor has it they made a scene outside. Xin became interested. What scene? Cui Ping, knowing Xin liked these stories, instructed Nan Feng to tell her. Nan Feng, who had gathered the news, eagerly recounted the past few days. Wherever she goes, she claims to be related to the Marquis household, shouting that her nephew is the Marquis heir. She's so loud that when speaking with Lady Lu, her spittle even landed on the lady's face, making her feel disgusted. Just a few days in, she's already disliked. The two Miss Wei girls performed the zither at Lady Lu's banquet. It was ordinary, but Madame Zhang boasted about them excessively. Now everyone mocks her. Meanwhile, Our Lady is praised for dignity and propriety. Even the Wang family recognizes the Marquis fortune. Xin accepted the bird's nest soup that Chun Yang delivered. If she comes looking for me, I'll just say I'm resting. Let her deal with matters elsewhere. Understood. Nan Feng promised never to let that irritating Madame Zhang enter Qiushi courtyard. Xin yawned. I'll take a short nap. Everyone quietly left. Outside, the sky had again turned overcast. Tang Gang strode briskly along the road, freezing in the cold, eager to return home and warm up. Please wait, Marquis. Assistant Minister Fong hurried up. Marquis, you're returning to the mansion? The sky looks like it will snow soon, and it's freezing. Tang Gang stomped his foot. Do you need me for something, Fong? Walking side by side from the palace, Fong smiled. I heard your in-laws, the Xin family from Huai River, have secured the salt permits for the northwest trade routes. I also heard General Su bought large quantities of sugar from Madame Xin. These two major commodities give the Xin family an influential position among the salt merchants. From now on, should there be a need, the Marquis assistance would be appreciated. When the Xin family's 500,000 taels reached the Ministry of Revenue, everyone assumed it was Tang Gang's doing. They admired him, having such an in-law could save much trouble. Though the court was wealthy, disasters happened yearly. The treasury couldn't always cover everything. In times of disaster, these wealthy salt merchants would play an important role. Yet merchants always stick together. Getting money from them wasn't easy. Having your own people was a different matter entirely. Tang Gang, experienced and composed, said, "It is our duty to ease the court's burden." You are too polite. Fong invited him to join for a drink, but Tang Gang politely declined, intending first to speak with Tang Emo upon returning to the mansion. Tang Emo had come home early today. Liaoji was leaving the capital to inspect troops and wanted Tang Emo to see the world. He gave him 2 days to arrange his shop. You'll be gone 7 days this trip. Chapter 304, I did it for you, my father. Is it dangerous? Hearing that Tang Emo was about to set out again, Xin, lying on the soft couch, sat up straight. Your wound from last time hasn't fully healed yet. Tang Emo smiled and sat beside her. Dangerous? There's nothing to worry about. Liaoji's personal guards are all capable. There are only 1,000 of them, but it's this 1,000 that let Liaoji repeatedly achieve merit. I've been wanting to meet them anyway. Take some silver with you. You might need it. Xin couldn't stop him, so she could only prepare what he might need, especially enough medicine for his wound. I need to tell you something. That afternoon, Fong De had come by, bringing 20,000 taels in silver notes from her father, delivered to the capital. This batch was intended for Tang Gang, to handle the year-end exchanges of courtesies for the Marquis household, a yearly tradition. This year my father gave the notes to me, letting us decide how to use them. Tang Emo opened the small box Xin and handed him, looking at the thick stack of silver notes with curiosity. How much silver does my father-in-law actually have? Since their marriage, he had received over 100,000 taels and paid 50,000 for the recognition fees. How could they be so wealthy? Don't concern yourself with that. Xin sat up, lifted the thin quilt from her legs, but quickly covered herself again. It was cold. Years of accumulation. This amount is nothing. Tang Emo paused, then counted out 10,000 taels from the box for Xin and we have to give him something. He'd make trouble otherwise. No need to give more than necessary. I'll handle it personally. Xin didn't object. She naturally didn't want Tang Gang to spend the money, but traditions had to be observed. Year-end exchanges mattered to the Marquis household. He couldn't be too poor or too rich, or it might trigger other ideas. Before Tang Emo could decide when to go, Nan Feng arrived. The Marquis requests the second young master to the study. Tang Emo snorted. Old man must be addicted to seeing me. One day apart, and he sends someone to summon me. Nan Feng bowed, suppressing a smile. Xian scolded lightly. Stop joking. Don't get yourself into trouble. Understood. Tang Emo rose, carrying the box of silver, adding, I'll be back soon. Let's have a hot pot tonight. It's snowing again. The study in the Marquis residence was warm with burning coals. Tang Gang, in his regular clothes, sat with a scowl, fuming that he had to learn about the Xian family's affairs from others. His mind churned with thoughts of Xian Quan's betrayal. Tang Emo entered and startled him. What now? He poured himself tea without looking at him. Tang Gang didn't mind the rudeness. The Xian family has started selling sugar? They have for some time. Tang Emo glanced at the teacup, lips twitching slightly, quickly deducing why his father was upset. Salt merchants aren't limited to selling salt. Any business that makes money is fine. Father, since when do you care about this? Focus on serious matters instead of being frivolous. Tang Gang's eyes narrowed. What about the Northwest salt trade? Tang Emo set the cup down. That's for you to explain, father. Tang Gang frowned. Tang Emo patiently clarified. Your father-in-law came asking for your help with the Northwest salt trade, but you didn't act. You remember, right? Of course Tang Gang remembered. He hadn't refused out of unwillingness. He had judged the matter difficult. Intervention would involve others, risk the Marquis reputation, and possibly arouse the Emperor's suspicion. Besides, even without the Northwest salt, Xian Quan would still profit. So he stayed out. Tang Emo spoke bluntly. Father likely thought that, even without the Northwest salt, your father-in-law could still earn plenty. Even if he didn't, it wouldn't affect his yearly gifts to the Marquis household. So he didn't care either way. Is that right? Tang Gang looked at him sharply. Tang Emo pressed on. Father didn't realize how much your father-in-law was under pressure, losing profits for 2 consecutive years. Now I don't understand. Tang Emo was genuinely curious. Everyone knows the Xian family is under the Marquis protection. If he's bullied, it reflects on the Marquis. How could you stand by? Tang Gang's voice was grave. The Northwest salt trade? He reported it to me, I replied, and he never mentioned it again. How could I know he was bullied? Maybe he felt you couldn't be relied on, so he didn't tell you. Tang Emo, staring down his father, said, the Marquis can't help in the immediate crisis. Your father-in-law is struggling. If someone could extend a hand, would he refuse? As a merchant, he only needs to profit and be protected. His silver could go anywhere, not necessarily to the Marquis. Don't forget, those targeting him aren't just 1 or 2 families. Lower-ranking officials dare not touch him, but facing the Su family, what could he do? Of course, the Marquis couldn't help locally. Su family getting their way isn't surprising. Tang Gang fell silent. Tang Emo stretched a leg, speaking slowly. Your father-in-law always had options. He just respected grandfather's favor and didn't act. Why did you and my elder brother assume he'd hang himself on the Marquis tree? His gaze bluntly said, you're so naive. Tang Gang didn't respond, perhaps too shocked by the reality. He wouldn't admit any mistake either. Does your wife know all this? How could she not? Tang Emo described to Xian an image of a meek, enduring young woman. She thought father would help her family. She even prepared to plead, but father didn't favor her. From the moment she entered the Marquis household, so many things happened. What else could she do? You don't know how hard it was for her. To justify taking the 10,000 taels, Tang Emo exaggerated. The day you smashed her teacup, she had just received a letter and 20,000 taels from her father intended for father's year-end gifts. Before she could even take it out, your teacup flying at her nearly frightened her into paralysis. You hurt his heart. Tang Gang realized. No wonder he hadn't received Xian Quan's silver. He thought his father-in-law had turned against him, but it had already arrived, just intercepted by a teacup. Wait. He snapped his eyes up. So she secretly kept the 20,000? Nope. Tang Mo bared his teeth, smiling mischievously. I intercepted it. Otherwise, father, how do you think I've been so unstoppable recently? Exchanging favors with meals and drinks costs nothing. Father won't handle it for me. Mother doesn't have enough silver to cover me. I have to find my own way. Besides, using silver to clear the path feels amazing. You little rascal. Tang Gang, already regretting his inaction with the Xin family, felt blood rush to his head seeing Tang Mo's audacity. Your father-in-law already gave you 30,000. You intercepted 20,000 more? Who gave you such nerve? Tang Mo nimbly dodged the teacup he threw. Father, if you weren't so partial, could I have done this? I did all this not just for myself. It's for the Marquis household, for you to shine. If I failed, father would be embarrassed too. My elder brother spends so much in a year, I spend so little. All the silver I intercepted was for you, my father. Chapter 305, Tang Gang's heart turns cold. Tang Gang felt a wave of dizziness. This bastard was utterly lawless. Today he had to teach him a lesson. Just as he was about to impose family discipline, Tang Mo placed a box containing silver notes in front of him. I wanted to keep it all for myself, but your daughter-in-law said that at year-end, everyone's giving gifts costs money. Father shouldn't return empty-handed either, so I have to give you a share. Look at her generosity. After all you've done to her, she still considers you. Give it. Tang Gang took the box and opened it. Before he could say anything, Tang Mo added, I'm giving you half. Each of us will take 10,000. I won't manage my elder brother. If he has no money, let him go to his father-in-law. If you want to favor him and give him your share, that's your choice. The 30,000 my father-in-law gave earlier, I've saved, just in case. After the dizziness passed, stars danced before his eyes. Tang Gang sipped his tea. He had also received 10,000 from Tang Yong this year. Thinking of Xian Quan's hands being equally plentiful, he felt quite comfortable. Tang Rong was young and unlikely to take action publicly, but after the new year, he would have to meet people, and Tang Gang would need to find him a suitable position again. Being financially prepared made everything easier. Who could have expected that bastard Tang Mo would grab half, disrupting his plans? What's with that look? Do you think I don't deserve to spend the house's money? Spit out that 10,000. What are you thinking? Tang Mo raised an eyebrow. I have more things to do next year, and expenses will be higher. My father-in-law has almost emptied his family fortune for the Northwest Salt Route matter. He can't support me anymore, so I need to be frugal. I don't have extra to give you. Tang Gang pressed against the table. Your daughter-in-law has plenty on hand. Stop. Tang Mo rolled his eyes. Have you not seen that everything I eat, drink, and wear comes from her silver? I've already eaten from her generosity. Now, just let me be a person. Before Tang Gang could respond, the steward Zhang's voice came from outside. My lord, people from the Xiangguagong mansion have come with an urgent matter for your attention. Tang Gang glared at Tang Mo. Don't think this matter ends here. If I find out you're messing around, watch out, I'll break your legs. Noted, not noted. Tang Mo brushed off the dust from his clothes and sauntered away. Seeing him swagger out, Steward Zhang lowered his head, smiling. Lately, the Lord seemed increasingly at a loss with the second young master. No matter what he said, the second young master treated it as wind passing by, yet it left the Lord quite furious. What was this? Genuinely offering, he refused. Instead, he had to kick twice. TSK TSK. Soon, people from the Xiangguagong mansion entered the study. The black-clad men had been captured, and Xiangguagong personally participated in the interrogation. The result, Ma Qi and Zhao Wen had hired someone to punish Tang Rong. The two men, angered by Tang Rong's retaliation, hired someone to punish him in turn, which led to the subsequent events. All incidents originated from the heir of the Marquis household hiring thugs to vent his anger, which then triggered the later events. The matter has been investigated. Ma Qi and Zhao Wen have admitted their involvement. These are their statements for your perusal, my lord. The two statements were very clear. Tang Gang steadied himself and returned them. The messenger said, Xiang Guogong's opinion, they are all reputable officials. There's no need to dig further now. Xiang Guogong's household won't interfere with your family matters, but in any case, we must thank your second young master for helping to hire the doctor and pursue the culprits. Please convey to Xiang Guogong, I, the Marquis, am grateful for this matter. Steward Zheng sent the people off and made a few inquiries. By the time he returned to the study, Tang Gang had already gone to Chunhua Courtyard. Along the way, Tang Gang thought that perhaps his favoritism gave Tang Rong the courage to act without fearing consequences. During those few days of the incident, he and Xiang Guogong had been verbally sparring daily, exhausting themselves. Tang Rong had only asked about the outcome, saying nothing more. Thinking back, it was truly disheartening. Originally intending to confront Tang Rong, Tang Gang strode to the gate of Chunhua Courtyard but paused. Speaking of this matter openly would hurt not only their father-son relationship but also Tang Rong's face. Tang Rong, moving about in the courtyard, spotted him first. After exchanging a few polite words, he mentioned he needed to go out for social obligations. Year-end is busy. Your son worries that you might not manage alone. You need not worry about your son's health. With the medicine, he'll be fine. He even coughed a couple of times. Tang Gang, ever the kind father, didn't want to embarrass him. People from Xiang Guogong Mansion reported that the captured black-clad men were the ones who attacked you. They've confessed and admitted acting under the orders of Ma Qi and Zhao Wen. Did you offend these two people? Tang Rong recalled and soon had his answer. It must be about Jiyu. The day Ji went mad, they were both present. He was telling the truth, but to Tang Gang, it sounded like an admission that he had secretly punished them. He sighed. The matter is settled. Xiang Guogong Mansion won't pursue it further. Since your injury isn't fully healed, take care of yourself. Don't show off. Your second brother has also shown some capability. He can help. I'll find a suitable. Before he could finish, Wei Liangkai and Madame Zhang arrived. Seeing Tang Gang, Madame Zhang smiled broadly. Fearing she might say something annoying, Wei Liangkai discreetly held her back, greeted Tang Gang, and added, the winter in the capital is especially cold. My lord, why not have dinner together tonight? Tang Gang thought it was a good idea to dine privately with the Wei family. He had been busy recently and hadn't spent time with Tang Rong. It was time to give him some face. Very well. Tang Rong suggested having the meal at Chunhua Courtyard. The small kitchen made a few specialties. I invited mother and the two cousins to join. Tang Gang mentioned that Madame Wang would dine with the matriarch. The two of us will drink a few cups with your uncle. Once the new appointments come through, we don't know when we'll meet again. The proposal pleased everyone. Originally, Tao Iran would have prepared, but she was genuinely unwell. Perhaps Tang Rong's actions had startled her. Suddenly, she was experiencing morning sickness, vomiting everything, and her complexion faded. A thinner Aunt Kai busied herself arranging dishes, fetching food from the main kitchen, preparing tea and snacks, running around tirelessly. Just one wall away, Xian and Tang Mo left together to Chuanrong Hall to join the matriarch's meal. Once they left, the south wind locked the door and released the little meatball to frolic in the courtyard. Night fell. Pots bubbled in Chuanrong Hall, and the fish slices Xian had been talking about all morning were finally served. The matriarch smiled broadly. In winter, a hot pot is perfect. Warm and lively. Exactly. Xian smiled, carefully cooking the fish slices. There are so many ways to enjoy this hot pot. I think every way is good. Grandmother, taste this fish. The small kitchen removed all the bones, it's smooth and tender. After tasting, the matriarch nodded with a smile. Eat up, everyone. Seeing you enjoy it makes me happy. I also have the pot the Empress Dowager gifted, light and refreshing. It's perfect for after the meal. Madame Wang wasn't obsessed with food. After eating a few meals with Xian, she had developed a leisurely interest in tasting delicacies. The family had fewer rules and more ease. Tang Mo was even more carefree, joking and entertaining everyone while still enjoying his meal. Laughter filled the room, making it a very joyful scene. Chapter 306, Growing Disappointment in Tang Rong. The aroma from Chuanrong Hall was enticing, but Chunhua Courtyard was no less inviting. Madame Wang was not the type of mother-in-law to be openly harsh. Aside from supplementing each courtyard with dishes from the main kitchen, each courtyard could take whatever they liked. Aunt Kai sent over people who not only took plenty, but even called the cooks along. Before long, a table full of delicious, visually appealing dishes was served. The Wei family, together with Tang Gang and his son, made for a lively gathering. Wei Liangkai kept praising Tang Gang and complimenting Tang Rong. Tang Gang, in turn, graciously praised Wei Chuanzong a few times. Tang Rong smiled politely, prompting the two cousins to sneak glances at him. After a few rounds of wine, the atmosphere was just right. Madame Zhang said, "My nephew is truly lucky to have a father like the Marquis. But my nephew is no slouch either. While I've been traveling these past few days, many people praised his demeanor, calling him a gentleman. Having such a capable son is also the Marquis' blessing." She thought her words sounded dignified. Tang Gang smiled politely, but inwardly felt a twinge of regret. Tang Rong was on the verge of becoming a father himself, yet people only mentioned his looks. Unlike Tang Mo, when people spoke of him, they always referred to him as a rough gem, just a little polish, and he shone. After glancing at Tang Rong, Madame Zhang continued, "My nephew is unfortunate. His mother passed early, but luckily the Marquis has protected him at every turn. Truly, fathers like you who care so deeply for their children are rare." Wei Liangkai felt uneasy, wanting to stop her from speaking nonsense, but it was too late. Madame Zhang added, "Marquis, do you know that Madame Wang tried to drive our Wei family out of the Marquis?" Just mentioning it made Tang Gang feel uneasy. First, it was his mother scolding him repeatedly, then Madame Wang was relentless. He had done nothing and had no intention in this regard, yet he suffered such indignity. All because of Madame Zhang. But is it about the second daughter-in-law's dowry? Hearing this, Tang Rong tensed. He knew he should speak immediately to defuse the situation, but he wanted to gauge Tang Gang's attitude, so he remained silent. Wei Liangsai's heart sank. He scolded, "This is the Marquis family matter. Right and wrong will be judged by the Marquis himself. You've eaten enough, go back and rest." "This isn't the way to put it," Madame Zhang said, adopting the demeanor of Tang Rong's maternal aunt. "This must be clarified, one cannot just let it slide. Do you know how much my nephew has suffered? Entering the wrong bridal room is just a matter of fate. If both families agree to swap, that's one thing. But earlier agreements can't be discarded." Had she said this earlier, Tang Gang might have considered it. After all, his favoritism toward Tang Rong had become instinctive. He always wanted to secure more for him. But today, Tang Mo had just mocked him. He was already regretting ignoring the Xin family and was thinking about how to ease relations between the two families. Although Tang Yong was wealthy, could he ever surpass Xin Quan? Moreover, this involved General Su and the second prince. Many matters required Tang Mo's intervention. Since the marriage swap is to be complete, the dowry must be swapped as well. If it's leaked, the Marquis might even have its signboard taken down by the Emperor. This matter is long settled. Don't bring it up again. Wei Liangkai wanted to intervene, but Madame Zhang was stubborn. Did she not realize the Wei family's current position toward Tang Gang? "What do you mean by that, Marquis?" Lately, Madame Zhang had been mocked everywhere. Resentful of the snobbish wives of other families, she leaned more toward Tang Rong, thinking that only with Tang Rong as Marquis would she, as his maternal aunt, enjoy prestige. Otherwise, outsiders would mistake her as being from the Wang family rather than the Wei family. "Marquis, my sister is your legal wife. Tang Rong is your eldest legitimate son, the heir of the Marquis. Everything in this house should come first for him. How can you?" Silence. Wei Liangkai interrupted her. "This is the Marquis family matter. Your nephew hasn't said anything, yet you're jumping around here. What's your meaning? How do you know he hasn't spoken?" Madame Zhang threw off his hand. "What else must I say? Must he openly declare to you that he was bullied before it counts?" Tang Gang looked at Tang Rong. Tang Rong hurriedly stood, bowing respectfully. "Father, I never considered this matter. My aunt doesn't know the full story, she only worries about me. Please, father, do not be angry. Madame Zhang was momentarily dumbfounded. Seeing Tang Gang's cold gaze, she suddenly felt a chill. Marquis, don't blame him. He has always been kind and generous. He would never say such things, it was all me. Wei Liangkai breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she hadn't made a complete fool of herself. Tang Gang didn't respond. His sullen expression clearly showed his displeasure. After Wei Liangkai sent Madame Zhang away, he apologized to Tang Gang privately. Tang Gang looked at him meaningfully and said, "At year-end, the household is busy with an influx of guests. Madame Wang is unfamiliar with the capital. Let her take the children out more often to see the sights and experience the customs." Wei Liangkai smiled awkwardly. He understood Tang Gang's implication. At year-end, with many distinguished guests, Madame Zhang, lacking experience, should not meet them. Though practical, it still left a lingering resentment. A good meal had been spoiled, and Tang Gang's disappointment in Tang Rong deepened. He recalled what Tang Emo had said, always indirect, making others speak instead, benefiting himself. Tang Emo behaved this way even with his father. "Sit down." Tang Gang didn't storm off, still protecting Tang Rong's face. "I've eaten too much." Wrapped in his cloak, Tang Emo rubbed his stomach in the night breeze. Xin An shot him a glare. "Even if it's delicious, don't overeat. Doesn't it feel uncomfortable?" "The noble second young master of the Marquis acts like he's never eaten before," she said. Tang Emo gave a pitiful look. "But we're about to go out for 7 days. Who knows what I'll get to eat? Last time, dry bread and cold water. If I didn't eat, I was hungry. If I did, I felt miserable." "You're so pampered." Xin An thought of Liao Ji, who could eat anything, having endured hardships ordinary people never faced. Tang Emo was different. He'd grown up in luxury. "I'll bring you extra food later, so your mouth won't suffer," she said. Tang Emo grinned, slinging an arm around her shoulders. "I knew my wife was the best." Tang Gang, walking toward them, silently rolled his eyes. What a good-for-nothing. Chapter 307. The Whisper in Zhang's Ear. Second young master is becoming more impressive, truly a testament to the Marquis' skill in raising children. Zhang, the steward, walked alongside Tang Gang, cheerfully commenting on Tang Mo's changes. Ever since the second young master was promoted, he's busier than ever, early out, late back, always spirited. Just looking at him, you can see his bright future. Tang Gang glanced at him. "You certainly think highly of him." Zhang said, "I don't know why, but I feel the second young master has inherited a touch of the old Marquis demeanor." Tang Gang was silent for a moment. Since Tang Mo's promotion, he hadn't openly commented, but he had quietly kept tabs, fearing the rascal would act recklessly. Every time he checked, the news was good. Even if he didn't want to admit it, Zhang's words made sense. Tang Emo had indeed impressed him lately. He handled matters methodically, efficiently, and navigated social interactions skillfully. Previously, Tang Emo had only befriended good-for-nothings, but even those rascals were now being guided by their families to improve. Other qualities aside, Tang Emo clearly surpassed Tang Rong in social dealings. Zhang, recalling that Madame Wang had just received fresh dishes from the second young mistress, felt even more admiration for her thoroughness. "I wonder if the Marquis has noticed, the second young master has slimmed down a lot. He looks even more like the Marquis. The stature, the poise, the distinguished appearance, especially the aura, they're very similar," Tang Gang replied. He tried to recall, but his mind was crowded with memories of Tang Mo's casual antics that had infuriated him. "Where is he similar?" Zhang laughed heartily. "The frame and build are very much like the Marquis. In appearance, he resembles the Madame more, but when he smiles, the expression is just like the Marquis." He actually wanted to say Tang Emo was even more handsome than Tang Rong. Tang Rong had always been excellent, and years of habit gave him a refined, noble demeanor which overshadowed his true features. Tang Mo's natural charm was less polished, but just as striking. Tang Gang recalled Tang Emo grinning widely, showing both rows of teeth so unrestrained. "Nonsense," he muttered. "Didn't you see how he infuriated me?" And boldly pocketed 10,000 taels of silver. Zhang, subtly flattering him, said, "Second young master's boldness is all because the Marquis indulged him. You are his father. If you truly wanted to scold him, you wouldn't let him be so reckless. In short, it's the Marquis' kind heart." Is that so? Tang Gang wanted to argue. He did want to scold that rascal, but couldn't. He simply couldn't overpower him. But Zhang's explanation was acceptable, even restoring some of his dignity. He sighed helplessly. Even if that rascal infuriates me, he's still my son. Could I really strike him dead? You care about him too, Marquis. But getting upset every time you see him over time can harm father-son relations. Tang Gang admitted he could never get along amiably with that rascal. Enough. You haven't seen how unruly he is these days. 3 words and I'm fuming. Second young master also cares about you. Maybe his antics are to attract more of your attention. Though he handles tasks well, he's young and probably wants your guidance. He just can't ask outright. Tang Gang felt slightly relieved. So that rascal, once respectful, now so reckless, was just trying a new method to gain his notice, a mind full of schemes indeed. At that moment, the schemer was happily watching Xin An bustling about, still making requests. Dried meat looks good. Bring plenty of dried meat. Don't need so much medicine. Bring some of that candy from last time. Xin An fulfilled each request and asked, "Are you wearing armor to the camp?" She imagined Tang Mo would look handsome in armor. Tang Mo was a bit eager. Not issued yet, and no official rank, but it's fine. Just seeing the world is enough. Clothes don't need to be fancy, simple is fine. Xin An sent someone to fetch his old clothes, hidden at the bottom of the chest. No choice. The outfits I arranged are all ornate. Be careful outside. Liaoji's assignments aren't simple. Watch yourself. I know. Tang Mo held her hand. He wanted to go see the world, but worried about mischief next door while he was gone. While I'm away, don't get into trouble with the neighbors. If anything happens, go to mother. I don't want you to get hurt. Best not to see anyone from the Wei family either. After giving these instructions, he thought to write to Huaijiang, asking his father-in-law to send 2 experts as a precaution. Seeing Xin An busy endlessly, night falling, Tang Mo leaned closer. Quick, where did you hide the booklet? Still pondering what to add for him, Xin An almost didn't react and punched him in the chest. Go away. Tang Mo chuckled, holding her hand. I'll wash up first. You too. Then we'll study the skills in the booklet together. Remember, if we don't review these 2 days, we won't touch them again until after 7 days. Xin An smiled, now go. I'm going immediately, then back again, into bed. The so-called virtuous woman afraid of a persistent suitor, Xin An, with no self-restraint, was even more terrified. She had no means to stop him and could only enjoy it. Next door, at Chunhua Courtyard, Wei Liangkai frowned. The Marquis clearly relies heavily on you, the eldest son. Tang Rong forced a bitter smile. Uncle, you don't know. These past 6 months I've had repeated accidents. I lost assignments at the Ministry of Rights because I needed to recover from injuries. Soon after healing, I'd face another mishap. I always felt an invisible hand pushing events along, but I could never uncover it. Wei Liangkai was surprised to hear Tang Rong lost his assignments. Upon learning why, his first reaction was to assume someone was scheming behind the scenes. Did you offend anyone? Tang Rong replied he had always been kind and never held grudges. If anyone hates me, it's probably the second young master next door. I did wrong by him regarding the marriage swap. But he is my second son. Blood is thicker than water. I trust he wouldn't do such things. Wei Liangcai's eyes shifted slightly. The bystander sees clearly, and he didn't favor Tang Rong like Tang Gang did, so he understood Tang Rong's meaning. In this world, any disturbance leaves traces. If you take the effort to investigate, results will emerge. No need to rush into social duties. Use this time to think things through. Eliminate hidden risks, then appear in public. Otherwise, even if you strain your body managing affairs, it will be in vain. Tang Rong said, Uncle, you speak rightly. I'm constrained in the courtyard, with few people to rely on. I have no way to learn what's happening outside. Unfortunately, Uncle will soon leave the capital. Wei Liangkai didn't want to get involved. Tang Gang was still strong and active. The marquis wouldn't be handed to Tang Rong anytime soon. Tang Rong had many dependencies on Tang Gang, and offending him on his behalf was clearly unwise. Chapter 308. Not as resilient as before. Wei Liangkai wanted to protect himself, but Tang Rong wouldn't let him off that easily. "Uncle, do you really think my prospects are bleak?" Wei Liangkai raised his eyes. "It's just a temporary gain or loss, nothing to worry about too much. You are the heir of the home mansion, no one can touch your position. Even if the second young master next door is outstanding, he's merely your supporting actor. When you inherit the title, he will still have to answer to you. The second young master next door may be rising quickly, but he can never surpass you. You should use this rest period to think carefully about what to do after the new year and how to do it. A single tree can't support a forest. If the second young master has no ill intentions toward you, he could become your ally. But if it truly is him, you still need to find a permanent solution so that he doesn't become a threat. A grudge over a stolen wife can never be forgotten so easily. Such resentment can't be resolved unless this nephew takes decisive action to make the neighbor vanish completely. I should have helped you, but the court's new appointments will be announced in no more than 3 days. Your aunt and I will leave here after the 3rd day of the new year. The schedule is too tight to afford any delay." With such a clear refusal, Tang Rong's smile nearly faltered. "Things have gone so smoothly, perhaps because of your illustrious reputation. May I ask what assignment has been delegated?" Wei Liangkai said it should be similar to before. "I had hoped for a promotion, but that's unlikely now. If it weren't for your father's help, it wouldn't have been this easy. I heard your father-in-law has been back in the capital all this time, but hasn't assigned any tasks yet." Tang Rong didn't blame the Tao family. He only said that old Madame Tao was seriously ill. It should be after the new year before any assignments are sent out. After exchanging a few more words, Wei Liangkai rose to leave. Tang Rong saw him to the door. Once he was gone, the smile immediately faded from Tang Rong's face, and he clenched his fists tightly. The Wei family could no longer be relied upon. His gaze fell on the Qiushi courtyard, dark and unreadable. A flurry of hurried footsteps broke the night's quiet. Concubine you had started. Tao Iran, having received the news, was the first to rush to the 2 concubines' courtyard. Soon Lady Wang arrived, and even Xin An, draped in a cloak, went a watch for a while before retreating under the covers. "Looks like we'll have to wait until tomorrow morning." Tang Mo spoke with a sour tone. "You have to admit, he's quite fortunate. Soon he'll be surrounded by children. Are you envious?" "Just a little. Offspring are important. They carry on one's bloodline. Besides, he wanted a child with Xin An. A child raised by her would surely be adorable and love their father. But we're not in a rush. We'll wait until next year after returning from Huijiang before trying for a child. For now, let's just be careful. Tell Dr. Qin to be cautious, so no harm comes to your body." Xin An was a bit surprised. "You know?" Since Tang Mo mentioned taking her back to Huijiang, she had been looking forward to it, but worried that a pregnancy might prevent the trip. She had asked Elder Qin to prepare a medicine to avoid conception, keeping this from Tang Mo. Tang Mo pulled her into his embrace. "We can have a child anytime, but if you're pregnant, you can't go back to Huijiang. If you do go, you'll give birth while there. The child will be small, and things will only get more complicated. 10 or 8 years could pass before you return." Xin An was moved by his words, her nose tingling. "Don't say these things. I can't hear this now. I want to cry. Life has gotten easier, and yet you're not as resilient as before." Tang Mo's eyes were full of warmth. "Hearing you say that makes me happy. If you were still as tough and patient as before, I wouldn't be able to give you a comfortable life. So I do have some use after all." Xin An laughed, covering her face. Snow fell steadily from the sky, and inside the house, it felt like spring. The 2 of them didn't study their little books. They just lay together talking, turning to smile face to face whenever something amused them. The room was filled with warmth and harmony. They slept until dawn. Snow had fallen all night, covering the world in white. People in the courtyard busied themselves clearing the snow. Someone climbed ladders with bamboo poles to remove the snow from the eaves. The puppy frolicked in the courtyard, only to be buried under a falling snowball from the roof. Its head poked out of the pile, looking around in confusion, making everyone shoveling snow laugh. The fish tank had frozen over, and Xin An's few fish swam beneath the ice, looking quite amusing. "Young madam, concubine you hasn't given birth yet. The midwife said it may take another hour." Nan Fong, returning with the news, rubbed her hands from the cold. Xin An turned. "She hasn't given birth since last night? Did they say why?" The midwife said first births are difficult. Right now, the midwife is pressing concubine Yu's abdomen. The cries of pain made even the first young madam shiver. They didn't stay long and went to rest. Now Lady Wei is guarding there, sometimes directing people to work, sometimes praying, busy with everything. Her cautious demeanor made it seem as if anyone nearby would harm concubine Yu's child. Xin An turned back to her fish, instructing, "Don't watch. Once the baby is born, the neighbors will announce the good news." Nan Fong replied that she didn't have time to go, needing to accompany Commander Lu to Wang Longjiang's mansion and check on the old soldiers with the house steward. Xin An reminded her, "Check if there's enough coal. If there isn't, find a way to buy more. They must survive this winter." Winter in the capital was truly bitterly cold. Nan Fong departed. Xin An went out with Chun Yang and Chuan Lu. She had to visit the Liao household to inquire about what was appropriate to bring to the army. The streets were mostly cleared of snow. Horse-drawn carriages moved smoothly along the road. They arrived at the Liao household without incident. Just after finishing her work, Lady Liao greeted Xin An with a bright smile. "You must be cold, come in and warm yourself." The Liao household was very different from before, quieter and with changed scenery. The guest room was warm, decorated with flowers, and a blazing brazier filled the room with heat. Chrysanthemum tea was sweet and refreshing. Sister Sue's tea scent. "This tea came from my household. If you like it, take some back." The house always feels dry with a coal fire. Drinking chrysanthemum tea is much more comfortable. "Are you here on business today?" Xin An set down her cup and explained her purpose. Lady Liao laughed. "If convenient, bring him some silver notes, 5 or 10 taels. Bring more, you'll need it." She explained that Liao Ji's subordinates were very poor. Each person risks their life to support a family. All their wages go home, not even enough for shoes. "You've spoiled him growing up in a honeypot. Naturally, he would be generous." Xin An laughed. "Looks like Commander Liao has indeed been generous." Lady Liao shook her head. By year's end, old soldiers often came to visit, not just to visit, but to endure hardships at year's end. They risked their lives with him. Could he just ignore them? "I place silver notes in his purse every day. Often it's empty when he returns. A few taels here, 10 taels there, it adds up. Fortunately, our grocery shop business is good, otherwise, I couldn't subsidize him." Speaking of the shop, Lady Liao couldn't stop laughing. Business was far better than she expected. "Luckily, we prepared enough goods. If we waited until the holiday to restock, it would be too late. Your visit today is perfect. If convenient, I'll take you somewhere." Chapter 309. Being soft-hearted is unacceptable. The grocery business couldn't exactly be called a gold mine, but it was a hen that laid golden eggs. Naturally, Lady Liao, who had invested more than Xin An, was eager to continue running the shop and make extra profit during the New Year period. Seeing that Xin An couldn't quickly find a suitable location for a new store, she arranged for someone to look around, and they indeed found a promising spot. "Sister Sue, you really think this can be a shop?" The two of them arrived in the same carriage at the place Lady Liao had mentioned. Standing at the entrance, Xin An still found it hard to believe. It was clearly a courtyard. Inside the main gate, past the screen wall, was a square courtyard, but no one lived there, and the yard looked a bit run down. Lady Liao smiled warmly. "You tell me, isn't this a good place?" The street where the courtyard was located not only had many commoners, but also an academy, so pedestrians came and went constantly. "We've carefully checked. Within 3 nearby streets, there are 6 grocery shops. Without exception, all are narrow, dark, and poorly stocked. But these streets house thousands of families. Surely there should be space for a large general goods store." She already had a plan for how to open the shop. Leading Xin around the courtyard, she said, "This place is bright and spacious. If we knock down the courtyard walls and remodel the building into a shop, we can have 6 rooms. Items can be displayed clearly and categorized. Add a section for brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, catering to the students as well. Linjo paper is really good." As she explained, Xin realized Lady Liao was planning to create the largest grocery store in the capital. "We can set up some tables here, provide free tea to attract students. Once the students come, the parents with children will follow, and business will naturally flourish." Lady Liao asked with a smile, "Free tea?" Xin explained, "Huijiang has plenty of tea, some of which is low-grade and practically worthless. Since it's free, we can't expect them to drink only fine tea." Lady Liao suggested, "Why not open a tea shop directly? We also sell tea. Whenever a new batch arrives, we can host a tasting event here. It'll attract even more people." Xin added, "If our own tea isn't enough, we can allow other teas to be consigned here as well, another source of income." Xin smiled. "Looks like Sister Liao already has a master plan. If it's decided, then let's do it. But can we actually buy the shop?" Lady Liao pulled the property deed from her sleeve with a grin. "Already done. You can rest assured now." Xin understood. Everything had been prepared in advance. She only needed to look and give her approval. Then let's talk about the capital investment. The shop on Ingui Street belonged to her, and Lady Liao had provided most of the funds. Now it was her turn to contribute. Friends often split halfway through business deals, but for them, running a business was secondary. Small profits or losses didn't matter. She wasn't short of money. After lunch, they finalized most of the details. The remaining matters would be handled by their respective stewards. Fangda was enthusiastic, thinking that with the support of 2 powerful families, doing business should be easy. His current ventures no longer satisfied him. He was eager to expand and strengthen. "The rest is up to the stewards. I have other matters to attend to in the mansion, so I won't delay. If anything comes up, just send someone to inform me." Lady Liao, as the household manager, had many responsibilities. After giving Xin a few instructions by the carriage, she returned home. Xin took a deep breath. The trip had unexpectedly resulted in a business opportunity. What a pleasant surprise. Chao Gui, the driver, guided the horses down the road. Inside the carriage, Xin listened to the bustling noise outside, unable to resist lifting the curtain to peek. It's really almost New Year. People are already setting up stalls and writing couplets. Later, we should hang some small lanterns in the courtyard, make it festive. Chunyang and Chuanlu complained about the capital's cold. Xin smiled lightly. In a few months, she would return to Huijiang. The thought alone made her happy. Her eyes fell on several men squatting by a wall, baskets of coal in front of them. Upon closer look, one man was missing part of an arm. Recalling why Lady Wang had delayed distributing coal, she suspected the reason and instructed Chao Gui, "Go to Lady Wang's residence." At that moment, Lady Wang was furious, her face full of impatience as she looked at the mother and her 2 children. "This year's coal supply is double last year's. How is it not enough?" The woman smiled apologetically. "Madam, our family is large. It truly isn't enough. Look, these 2 children are already frostbitten. A boy and a girl." The boy wore new clothes, a runny nose dripping down his face. The girl wore obviously ill-fitting patched clothes. Her exposed wrist was dark, and her fingers were covered in frostbite. Lady Wang sneered. "This is only the 2nd snowfall and all the coal is gone?" "The Liu families. I clearly explained when distributing the coal. Where did all that coal go?" The woman still smiled, blaming the hard times instead of answering, insisting her father-in-law and husband were disabled from serving the court, and implied she wanted more. She forced the 2 children to kneel, acting as if she wouldn't leave until they got more coal. Lady Wang was angry but helpless. She considered secretly giving them some coal when a voice rang in her ear. Since they were injured serving the court, they should seek compensation from the court. The Wang household steward led Xin inside. She stood 3 steps from the woman. Lady Wang prepared enough coal for the winter to ensure your family's safety. Yet you take it and resell it, and when it runs out, you demand more. What do you think this place is? An almshouse. Xin An looked at Lady Wang. Madam, I suggest you bring them directly to the Ministry of War. Perhaps they can provide coal. Lady Wang realized Xin and intended to scare her. She immediately ordered her steward to prepare a carriage, clearly flustered, making an excuse to leave. Xin sneered. Since you're here, leaving now would be pointless, wouldn't it? The woman still thought Xin would give her something. Her eyes darted around nervously. Xin said, bring her husband and return them. Tell him this is the last time. If it happens again, the home mansion will remove them from the support list. Lady Wang nodded. The steward escorted the mother and her 2 children out, watched over them, and then went to find the man of the house. Lady Wang invited Xin to sit and have tea, speaking seriously. If you're too harsh, they might bear a grudge, which isn't good for your reputation. If they cause trouble at the mansion again, you. Having observed Xin for some time, she knew Xin was capable. She worried Xin might suffer from this incident. Xin put down her teacup. Madam, you worry too much. You can't be soft-hearted toward these people. I guess this isn't the first household to come looking for trouble. Chapter 310. Lady Wang truly respects her. Seeing the men selling coal on the street, Xin had already formed a suspicion. Lady Wang nodded in acknowledgement. Perhaps they saw that coal supplies were higher this year, and with prices changing daily, they wanted to sell some for extra money. Xin said, it's understandable if they want to sell coal to supplement their household. But for the head of a household to decide to sell the coal meant for the family's winter survival, she must have considered the consequences. If her concern were only about demanding more, assuming Lady Wang wouldn't stop them, then such people no longer need support. Today, you showed mercy, and tomorrow everyone will come knocking. No one wants to lose out, even if they don't truly need what they're asking for. Her father had once said, when faced with large numbers of desperate refugees, even if your cart is full of food, do not give it away. Kindness in the wrong situation can become a crime. At critical moments, one must be ruthless. Regarding those who had taken coal and resold it, Xin instructed that someone should inform the ringleaders that neither the home mansion nor the Wang residence would provide extra coal again. If they are in desperate need, that's one thing. But if they are merely trying to profit from rising coal prices without regard for whether a family can survive the winter. Xin's lips curved lightly. Everything is fate, no need to pity them. Lady Wang was a little surprised by Xin's attitude. She had assumed that because Xin was young and had never suffered hardship, she would be soft-hearted. With her wealth, she could easily have bought coal for them. She hadn't expected Xin to be so resolute. It's because you came that day, madam, that you considered them generously. You forgot the old saying, a handful of rice repaid with gratitude, a handful of rice repaid with hostility. Xin smiled faintly. Madam knows, the home mansion has no significant income and expenses are everywhere. This matter falls on me, all costs are covered by myself. But my money isn't falling from the sky. We've already done our utmost to help them, coal, rice, flour, all considered. As long as nothing unexpected happens this winter, they'll survive just fine. She had initially not wanted to say these things, but her prior behavior, easygoing and generous, inevitably led people to overthink. If she hadn't been present today, Lady Wang would have agreed to provide more coal. If one family got it, would another? Eventually, the costs would fall on Xin. She had money, yes, but was her father earning it so easily? Madam needn't worry. I will make the matter clear to grandmother. Lady Wang sighed and nodded. Xin's words forced her to reconsider their relationship. Earlier, she had thought Xin too naive and soft-handed. Now she realized Xin was no pushover. Xin did not intend to linger on the matter. Today I came to the mansion partly because I recognized some men selling coal on the street and wanted to ask about it. Another reason, I wanted to ask if the dates for pre-New Year feasts at your house have been set. Last time I mentioned a feast, my husband was to attend, but he must leave the capital for a few days. If it's just these few days, he probably won't make it. Lady Wang understood. When would second young master be available? About 10 days from now. Calculating the dates, Lady Wang smiled. That's not too late. Let's set it for then. After all, one should thank second young master in person for his kindness. Xin An smiled. I'll take care of the wine. Once prepared, I'll have someone deliver it directly. I'll also add 2 lamb stews. Hot food in the winter is best. Other arrangements will fall to Madam. Lady Wang smiled. You're too polite. We still have leftover funds. Hosting a feast will be more than sufficient. Left in Madam's hands for contingencies, Xin An softened her tone. Although we have rules, law often follows human affairs. If someone comes with illness or urgent need, we cannot simply ignore them. One cannot just stand by. I'm a hands-off manager. Everything still depends on Madam's care. With resources in hand, there's no need to panic. Lady Wang was genuinely impressed. She had thought to keep her distance, but now she felt drawn closer. Before leaving, Lady Wang gifted Xin An 2 pots of narcissus. Xin An accepted with a smile. I only learned of the custom of exchanging narcissus at New Year in the capital a couple months ago. I had some cultivated. When they bloom, I'll send 2 pots to Madam as well. I wish you a smooth year ahead. Lady Wang escorted her to the carriage, smiling. Only after the carriage left did she turn and shake her head, thinking she should have her maid talk more with second young Madam. Learning even a little would suffice. When Master Wang returned, she recounted the day's events. I thought she was soft, but she isn't. She's the type to manage a household. Master Wang said, a merchant family holding so much wealth, if she were soft, she'd long have been taken advantage of. The late Marquis chose well. Just don't know what wine she'll send. It's cold. I want to drink and eat heartily. Lady Wang shot him a look. Stop worrying about food and drink. You need to talk to those coal sellers. Selling life-saving coal for a few coins, is that wanting to die? No coal in the mansion will be given to them. Master Wang nodded. It's a minor matter, just a moment's foolishness. Don't worry. Though he said it lightly, he intended to scold them properly later. Even in need, life-saving coal should never be sold. Meanwhile, Xin An discussed the matter with grandmother. The old lady had a kind heart and guessed these people must have had unavoidable reasons. Everything that could be done has been done. The rest is fate. Everyone has their own destiny. As a hands-off matriarch, the old lady did not contribute money, Xin An could not keep subsidizing. The late master's retainers were a heavy responsibility. That Xin An could manage them was already impressive. Even if the late master knew, he could not say a word. Xin An said, I don't intend to intervene further. These people have elders above and children below. Actions must consider the whole family. They know what's right in their hearts. After the new year, I'll have Steward Fong select a few people for merchant shipping work. It's hard labor, but the pay is high. Anyone willing to work for their family can manage. The old lady was gratified. You think of everything. Let's hope they remember your kindness. Whether they do or not is irrelevant. Whoever we hire will be paid the same. The important thing is that they can support themselves. She had never expected gratitude. Spending the money was just for the day she might need them. If that day never comes, it doesn't matter. She has done a good deed. Chapter 311. I knew you'd just try to push me out. The old lady didn't concern herself with matters outside the mansion and quickly moved past the topic, smiling as she told Xin and that lady you had given birth to a baby boy. 7 Jean in weight, a fine little one, very proper in appearance. Just taken from the delivery room and already hungry. You should go congratulate her later. Xin An smiled. I'll go offer my congratulations. The eldest son of a concubine had arrived in such a spectacular fashion. She didn't know if Tang Rong would be more delighted or overjoyed. The old lady spoke delicately. Having a little one is truly a joyous thing. The baby is so cute, waddling along with tiny feet, softly calling mother. Just thinking about it brings a smile. Xin An laughed. Grandmother, you speak truly. I'll go see Lady Yu's child now. When the little one can walk, I'll borrow him for a rare half-day. Grandmother, I'm off. Seeing her slip away quickly, the old lady shook her head with a wry smile. The couple's affection grew by the day, yet when it came to offspring, they weren't in any hurry. Back at Qiushi courtyard, Nanfeng immediately brought up the matter of the old soldiers selling coal. She had also asked Lu Chang for some information. Some kept half for themselves, but 2 families sold everything. They said they saved some coal for regular use, stretching it could suffice. But between the lines, the meaning was clear. If it became really impossible, the Wang family wouldn't abandon them. Seeing her hesitate, Xin raised her eyes. You mean, they assumed that with a wealthy master in the home mansion, their coal would never be lacking? Nanfeng nodded. Exactly that. Xin sighed. Money was fine, but showing leniency only encouraged people to take advantage. This matter I've already discussed with Lady Wang. No more coal will be given. If the Wang family asks again, have Lu Chang refuse? Yes, ma'am. Nanfeng then mentioned the neighboring family who had just had a child. The baby was large and nearly endangered Lady Yu. In the end, the child survived, but the eldest young madam next door got scared and triggered her own labor. Xin found this amusing. She went to attend the birth? Just in time. When she arrived, Lady Yu was wailing heart-wrenchingly, blood spilling out in bowls. Before Lady Yu could even deliver, the young madam started having labor pains herself. When she returned to Chunhua courtyard, she had the wet nurse take the child with her. She said Lady Yu just gave birth and needed rest. Caring for the child is hard work, and she wanted to help for a few days. Nanfeng noted that the court physician was the most harried, having to watch whether Lady Yu needed emergency help, while the eldest young madam was in labor and Miss Wei next door caught a chill, keeping everyone running around frantically. Xin was surprised. She had thought Tao Iran, with her uncompetitive, non-interfering nature, wouldn't care about others' children. Yet here she was, stepping in boldly. She is the matron. Lady Yu's child is naturally her child. It's reasonable for her to care for it. Suiping, please take the congratulatory gift to Lady Yu. Tell her I just returned from outside, covered in snow and wind, and didn't want to risk chilling the baby, so I won't visit in person. Suiping had seen too many concubines unable to raise their children and felt little sympathy for Xueyu. In the palace, some lower-ranking ladies never even saw their own babies after birth before they were sent away, let alone a concubine in a marquis household. The gift is already prepared. I'll deliver it now. Let the young madam rest. She still has a feast tomorrow. Xin nestled onto her couch. Home is always the most comfortable. Stepping out into the icy cold required real courage, nothing compared to the comfort of curling up on her couch. That day, Tang Emo returned early and brought her a string of candied hawthorns. Saw it along the way. It's the biggest string I could find. Xin laughed, taking it, her eyes shining. After so many years, someone is still giving me candied hawthorns. Tang Emo grinned and leaned closer. Even these humble street treats have a charm, especially after snow. Everywhere's covered, making this string of hawthorns even redder, more festive. Try one. The sugar coating was just right. The first bite was sweet, then sour, finally a perfect blend of tangy and sweet, with the soft hawthorn beneath. Xin's eyes crinkled. Delicious. Right? Tang Emo looked pleased. I'll try too. They split each hawthorn in half. Ordinary candied hawthorns became a rare treat, tasting exquisite to them. Finally, only the stick remained. Xin felt a little toothache coming on. Tang Emo handed her chrysanthemum tea. The floral aroma mingled with the tangy sweet taste, leaving a smooth, refreshing finish. Handing the cup back, she said, "Your travel items are packed." I had someone exchange 500 taels in small denomination notes, 5 taels each. Su Jia said you might need them. I also had custom leather boots delivered. Try them on. She pointed to the pair on a table by the window. These shoes are well-crafted, made in 2 pairs, but only one is ready in time. The toe has an iron insert, the soles are thick, and the oiled leather keeps them waterproof in rain or snow. Tang Emo examined the boots like a treasure, walking back and forth twice indoors. He swung his fists playfully. Good shoes. I've seen others wear such boots. Slightly heavier than ordinary, but otherwise excellent and warm. They even have iron inserts. Any bandit stepping here will break their leg. Reluctant to remove them, Tang Mo grinned as Xin An added a leather armor set. For riding. Keeps the wind out. Knees need protection in the cold, make sure you wear it. Riding in freezing weather, your knees will suffer. Besides the armor, Tang Mo also found a chest protector and a dagger. Why did you even buy these? The shopkeeper recommended them. I thought they were good, so I kept them. Might come in handy. Tang Mo examined the items for a long time, nodding at their quality, and asked which shop they came from. He planned to visit himself when he had time. His assignments were still somewhat dangerous. Lacking skill, gear had to make up for it. The more, the better. That night, neither mentioned the neighbor's situation. Xin An didn't want to, feeling it unlucky to talk about it too much. Tang Mo was even more unwilling to discuss it. He cared only about his wife and his work, hoping to climb higher someday. As for Tang Rong's plan to make him disappear before spring, he didn't worry about it for now. Luo Qi would keep watch. The next morning, Tang Mo rose early, clinging to Xin An in reluctant farewells, lingering so much that Xin An, already hesitant, grew annoyed. She pushed him out the door. Just a few days and you act like this? Hurry up. Are you trying to make Officer Liao wait for you? Crossing the threshold, Tang Mo turned back, scooped her into his arms, and kissed her fiercely. Heartless. Just trying to push me out. Xin An laughed, looping her arms around his neck. Then we won't leave. I said it. We're not going anywhere. We'll stay home and have a child. Quick, close the door. We're staying put. Chapter 312. The clan members have arrived. After some laughter and playful teasing, Tang Mo stepped out of the courtyard with a bright smile. Once he left, Xin An officially began her busy day. Together with Sui Ping, she triple-checked the New Year gifts, visited each household for feasts, and handled social courtesies, so busy that her feet barely touched the ground. How come you look a bit plumper? Lin Yao, busy with year-end affairs and not having seen Xin An for a while, tugged at her playfully. Look at that rosy face. You're living really well. Xin An cupped her face. Have I really gained that much? Since the snowfall, Xiaosher courtyard had started cooking meals in earnest. Meals were rich, yet she always took a walk afterward. Lin Yao laughed. You're a bit rounder, but even prettier. No wonder Tang Er now refuses to go out drinking. What have you been eating? Tell me. Xin An covered her face, laughing. Yan Wenhui walked over and asked, What are you two laughing at so much? She's just proud of her husband handling skills, Lin Yao said. That's entirely her right, Yan Wenhui agreed. Xin An rubbed her face bashfully. It's not that. Lin Jia said I'd gained weight, and I'm embarrassed. Where have you gained? Tang Er should adore you even more for this. Lin Yao pinched her cheeks. Look at that smooth, glowing skin, flawless to touch. If I were Tang Er, I wouldn't leave home for any business. I'd tie you to my belt and carry you everywhere. Xin An laughed even harder, remembering Tang Mo had once said something similar. Xiao Wenyuan, who had come along with Yan Wenwei, darkened slightly. What's there to be proud of? Sooner or later, it's all the same. Lin Yao tilted her head. What's wrong? Perhaps thinking her words were harsh, Xiao Wenyuan looked at Xin An. I'm not talking about you. Xin An had a guess immediately. It had to be that young master from the Han family taking concubines. She smiled lightly. I see, Xiao Jia isn't in a good mood. Xin An recalled that the Han young master was charming and talented, though somewhat unrestrained in personal matters. Xiao Wenyuan's words confirmed it. Married for over a year, the young master had already brought back 2 concubines and recently caused trouble around Xiao Wenyuan herself. Everyone could only listen to Xiao Wenyuan complain a little. It wasn't polite to say much more. Marital ups and downs were unpredictable, one day life or death, the next affectionate again, making any mediator look like a clown. Fortunately, she just wanted to hear people vent. A couple of complaints later, she suggested everyone go to the theater once free after the holidays to relax. That'll have to wait until after New Year. Yan Wenwei sighed. Year-end is never peaceful. Feels like we've done nothing, yet also done everything. Busy every day, but nothing really accomplished. Lin Yao nodded in agreement. Cold weather made it even more exhausting. As they chatted about daily affairs, Lin Yao suddenly asked about the Wei family. Zhao Jie hasn't left the house yet, and Wei Yu refused anyone's visits. There's no news at all. Yan Wenhui looked to Xin and Yu recommended the divine doctor for the Wei family. Do you know what's going on? Xin and shook her head. The doctor keeps tight lips. Nothing was revealed. I sent some tonic medicine recently, and they said she's improved, but I've seen nothing myself. Such a strange illness. Something was going on there, but outsiders weren't welcome to meddle, so they could do nothing. Just then, whispers were heard about Prince Jin. Lin Yao grabbed someone to ask, learning that Prince Jin's family had just entered the city, arriving back before the new year. Xin An's eyes lit up. After so much preparation, they had finally returned. It hadn't been easy. Half a month ago, palace staff arrived at Prince Jin's residence to clean and move some belongings, intending to return for the new year. Didn't expect it would actually happen. Should we send a formal New Year greeting? At the mention, everyone fell silent, faces awkward. When Prince Jin was exiled, no one dared show their faces for fear of being implicated. Now that he returned, stepping forward could be uncomfortable. Lin Yao forced a smile. Of course, we'll send greetings, but as daughters-in-law, this must be decided by the family. Everyone realized, smiled again, and accepted the awkwardness. It was the matriarchs, not theirs. Xin An suppressed a laugh, finding it amusing. Returning to the mansion, she told Wang Shi about Prince Jin's return. Wang Shi said, "We have no particular dealings with Prince Jin's household. No need to take advantage. Just send a substantial gift through a servant." It's just that. Xin An said, "I asked Lin Jie. Since it's an imperial reward, it can't be reclaimed. If we returned it proactively, it would look petty." Wang Shi thought it over and said nothing more. At that moment, Ping Qiu led Tao Iran into the room. Tao Iran had grown noticeably haggard over the days. Morning sickness, labor complications, and taking care of Lady Yu's child all took a toll. After greetings, she sat slowly and asked Wang Shi to find another wet nurse. The current nurse seems healthy, but can't fully satisfy a 7-gene baby. The baby keeps crying. I'd like another to help care for him. Wang Shi disapproved of her taking the child to care for it herself. You should return the child to Lady Yu. Take care of your own health first. Tao Iran immediately regretted it. She had found the child noisy and ugly. Seeing the baby soil its diaper made her even less comfortable. Wang Shi's words gave her a graceful way to back down. I didn't think it through. I only wanted Lady Yu to rest, but my body failed me. Then let Lady Yu care for the child. No need to hire anyone else. Xin An lowered her gaze, thinking that even the usually unassuming Tao Iran could be ruthless when it came to concubines. For concubines like Lady Yu, a pleasing figure was necessary to compete for favor. Nursing a child meant losing time for attention. Tao Iran clearly intended to use Lady Yu as a wet nurse, fearful she herself couldn't produce a son. Wang Shi didn't bother with Chunhua courtyard affairs. Tao Iran could decide for herself. Before Tao Iran could thank her, a servant reported, "Madam, the clan members have arrived." At the home mansion's main gate were 5 Tang clan young masters, 3 young ladies, and over 10 attendants, led by the clan elders and matriarch. They had dismounted from their carriages. They had arrived 10 days earlier than expected, surprising Wang Shi. Little did she know that the Tang clan had long awaited this day. When the old marquis was alive, the clan had promised to come to the capital to assist him. The old marquis, fearing the emperor might turn against him, had avoided committing. By Tang Gang's generation, he despised the unaccomplished clan members and refused them entry. But now, with news from the old matriarch, the clan members could hardly wait to depart immediately, fearing the home mansion would change its mind again. Chapter 313, Promising Sons of the Clan. You too, come with me to receive them. Wang Shi adjusted her clothes and stood up. Tao Iran and Xin An also rose and followed behind her. At the gate of the marquis's residence, Tang Yu, the eldest master of the Tang family, looked up at the imposing and majestic gates. His gaze lingered on the plaque above, with its large gilded characters, and his heart surged with emotion. Standing beside him was his wife, Zhao Shi. She was not particularly tall, but she had a prosperous, well-blessed appearance, broad shoulders and a sturdy back. When she smiled, she looked cheerful and kind, the lines at the corners of her eyes soft and relaxed. At a glance, one could tell she had lived a smooth life without hardship. Behind them, a group of younger family members could not help but look around curiously. The Tang family was based in Weiyou in the southeast. Because of their connection to the Marquis' residence, they were also considered a prominent local clan, enjoying wealth and status, and they had seen their fair share of the world. But compared to the splendor of the capital, it was an entirely different matter. Elder brother and sister-in-law have arrived? Tang Yu had come to the capital a few years ago and had met Wang Shi before. He was more than 10 years older than Tang Gang and naturally looked older. Wang Shi recognized him at a glance. After receiving your letter, I calculated the days and thought you should be arriving soon. Please, come inside quickly. The gate was not a place for conversation. After a brief exchange of greetings, the group entered. Tao Iran and Xin An stood waiting behind the screen wall. As soon as the group came in, they performed a respectful greeting. Greetings, uncle. All eyes fell on the two women, admiration evident in their gazes. Especially among the three young ladies who had come along, who had originally thought themselves quite outstanding, suddenly felt a loss of confidence in front of them. Wang Shi smiled as she introduced them. These are my two daughters-in-law. This is my eldest son's wife, whose maiden surname is Tao, and this is my second son's wife, whose maiden surname is Xin. Tang Yu nodded approvingly, but did not say much. Zhao Shi, however, praised them warmly. After exchanging greetings, Wang Shi led her two daughters-in-law and guided the group toward Chuanrong Hall to pay respects to the old madam. How has the old madam been? Zhao Shi was naturally familiar and walked closely beside Wang Shi, speaking warmly. When we received the old madam's letter, we were overjoyed. We didn't dare delay on the road, just hoping to arrive a day earlier to see her. Mother is well in every way, just thinking of you all. She was talking about you yesterday. When she sees you later, she'll surely be overjoyed. Zhao Shi adjusted her sleeves and smoothed her hair bun. After such a dusty journey, perhaps we should freshen up before going to greet the old madam. Would that be improper? As she said this, the younger members behind her began tugging at their clothes and touching their hair nervously. Wang Shi stopped walking. The old madam is the most kind-hearted person. Knowing you've arrived, she'll be eager to see you and would never consider it improper. She would only feel sorry that you've suffered on the road. I've already had your courtyard prepared in advance. Just now, I also sent people to clean again, light charcoal fires to dispel the chill, and prepare some hot water and light meals. After you've paid your respects to the old madam, you can go there. Everything will be just right. You are truly thoughtful, sister-in-law. Zhao Shi immediately took a liking to Wang Shi. If Wang Shi had simply said they looked perfectly presentable as they were, Zhao Shi would not have believed it at all. But saying the old madam would feel sorry for them gave a completely different impression. They had come to the capital this time hoping to borrow influence. Although they said they did not dare delay, in truth they were eager to arrive and had even prepared themselves to be looked down upon by the Marquis' residents. Now, with Wang Shi's warm reception, mentioning heating the rooms and preparing water, it made them feel at ease. Soon, they arrived at Chuanrong Hall. Wang Shi entered with a smile. Mother, the clan members have arrived. Elder brother and sister-in-law have brought them. Tang Yu and Zhao Shi led the younger members in performing a deep bow to the old madam. The old madam raised her hand slightly in acknowledgement. Enough, enough, no need for such formality among family. It's been many years. You looks even more wise now. Tang Yu stood up, smiling somewhat embarrassedly. Aunt, I've grown old. In front of your aunt, you are still quite young. The old Marquis and Tang Yu's father had been cousins, with a considerable age difference. Strictly speaking, the old madam was only a little over 10 years older than Tang Yu. Well-maintained as she was, standing next to him, they appeared almost of the same generation. Zhao Shi chatted with the old madam for a while, then said to the younger ones, "Come forward one by one and tell your great-aunt who you are, who your parents are, and what you do at home." The young men needed to strive for their futures, and the young ladies for their marriages. The first impression before the old madam was especially important. A young man of about 16 or 17, with a proper and handsome appearance, stepped forward, cupped his hands, and bowed. "Greetings, great-aunt. My given name is Nan, as in bamboo. I am 16 years old and have already attained the title of Jiren. My father is Tangyu. Tang Nan." The old madam thought for a moment, then suddenly understood and looked at Tangyu. "This is your youngest son, isn't he?" Tangyu nodded proudly. "Indeed. The boy has some talent for studying and is fairly diligent. He is waiting for the examinations next spring. If he can earn a place on the list, it will not disappoint his years of hard study." "Good, good." The old madam was very fond of handsome and scholarly juniors. "Come closer and let your great-aunt have a look." Xin An saw the joy in the old madam's eyes and understood her feelings very well. In her previous life, when she had grown older, she too had liked to look at handsome young men. Though she wouldn't say it aloud, she cherished it in her heart. "What does this child's elder brother do?" Tangyu explained that Tang Nan's elder brother was already married with 2 children and helped manage the clan's businesses. The old madam sighed with regret. "He should have come as well. There will be opportunities in the future." As one stepped back, another came forward. "Greetings, great-aunt. My name is Tanghua, as in the birch tree. I am 16 and also hold the title of Jiren. My father is Tang'an, and he manages farmland at home." The old madam was surprised. "You are also a Jiren?" "Yes, great-aunt." Tangyu said cheerfully that this was his brother's grandson. "He's quick-witted and intelligent, just a bit mischievous." The old madam still smiled kindly, but inwardly she was astonished. She had not heard a single thing about the clan producing Jiren. The next 3 boys were named Tang Chu, Tang Su, and Tang Chi. They were younger, but even the youngest was already 14. Tang Chu had already passed the Xiaotsai level. It was clear that when the Tang clan selected people this time, they had truly chosen the most promising ones. "Great-aunt, I am Tang Quaner. Great-aunt, I am Tang Fair. Great-aunt, I am Tang Kur." These 3 girls were delicate and pretty, around 14 or 15 years old, and none of them were yet engaged. Seeing them, the old madam smiled so broadly that a couple more lines appeared on her face. Yet inwardly she sighed. Her earlier worries had been unnecessary. She had not wished to scheme over the girls' marriages, but she could not stop these girls, or their families, from wanting to climb to higher positions. After everyone had introduced themselves, Wang Shi allowed them about the time it takes for half a stick of incense to chat. Then she smiled and stood up. "Mother, elder brother and sister-in-law have traveled a long way and must be tired. Why don't I take them to settle in and freshen up first? Tonight, we can hold a family banquet so that our whole family can sit together and talk properly." The old madam nodded with a smile. "You have always been thorough. We'll do as you say." Tang Yu, Zhao Shi, and the others all stood up and took their leave with smiles. Wang Shi and Xin An led them to Ningsui Courtyard and Lingxiang Courtyard to settle in. When Zheng Shi learned how attentive, thoughtful, and enthusiastic the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pair had been, the contrast was far too great. She was so angry she nearly ground her yellow teeth to pieces. Chapter 314, Wang Shi is a good mother-in-law. Although they were all relatives, the treatment received by the Tang clan members was completely different from that of the Wei family. Their courtyards had been prepared long in advance, with brand new bedding and furnishings. The rooms were kept warm with burning charcoal, hot water had already been prepared, and even cosmetics for the young ladies had not been overlooked. The moment they entered, they felt at ease. This is truly thoughtful in every detail. It must have taken a lot of effort for you to arrange everything, sister-in-law. Seeing such considerate arrangements, Zhao Shi was full of delight. Being here feels just like returning home, nothing could be more proper. Her efforts being recognized and appreciated made Wang Shi very happy. Most of it was arranged by my second daughter-in-law. Especially the cosmetics on the dressing table. They are the most fashionable shades in the capital. Let's see whether the girls are used to them. If not, later I can have their second sister-in-law take them out to look around and choose some personally. If anything is lacking, just send someone to tell me. The maids in this courtyard will stay here to serve you. Zhao Shi quickly said it was too much trouble for her. How could anything prepared by their second sister-in-law be unsuitable? These 3 girls have also brought gifts for their 2 sisters-in-law. We'll send them over later. As for attendance, we've brought our own. It's the busy season of the year, and you can't afford to be short-handed. This courtyard doesn't need so many people, just leave 2 for errands. Compared to the ever-demanding Zhang Shi from earlier, Wang Shi felt the Tang clan members were simply reasonable and considerate. As they chatted and laughed, neither side stood on ceremony. With 2 guest families having arrived, the Marquis's residence was indeed somewhat short on manpower. Zhao Shi suddenly remembered something. Wait, shouldn't the eldest son's wife have the surname Xin An? When they had just arrived, she had been too happy to notice. Wang Shi took her hand and lowered her voice, explaining the entire sequence of events. In the end, she said, you could say it was fate. That child of mine, the eldest, has had a somewhat unlucky year, but he is blessed with offspring. Just a few days ago, he had a chubby baby boy. The eldest son's wife and another concubine are both pregnant at the same time. By this time next year, the eldest will be the father of 3 children. At first, the second son and his wife had some reservations about each other, but after spending time together, they gradually grew more agreeable in each other's eyes. Their relationship has been improving day by day. Right now they're in the sweetest phase. Unfortunately, the second son has gone out on official business and won't return for a few days. Just the news of the exchanged marriages alone left Zhao Shi thoroughly shocked. She had never expected such a thing to happen, and the details behind it were difficult to evaluate. After asking Wang Shi a few more questions and receiving answers, Zhao Shi was urged to go wash up and rest. Now that you're here, there's no rush to leave. We'll have plenty of time to talk. Come to think of it, we've never spent a new year together before. This year we must make it lively. Zhao Shi smiled and nodded. After giving a few more instructions, Wang Shi went to the neighboring courtyard. Xin An had already settled Tang Yu and the others. When Wang Shi arrived, Tang Yu and the others, who had just sat down to eat, stood up again. Wang Shi quickly asked them to sit, exchanged a few polite words, gave some final instructions, and then left with Xin An. In the future, you probably won't have much free time. Take a look at those 3 girls and see if they're worth helping. If so, when you attend banquets, bring them along so they can gain some experience. These 3 are different from the 2 from the Wei family. Your father and grandmother have both approved them. After observing for a long time, Wang Shi felt that Xin An was much more capable than herself when it came to social engagements. She therefore intended to entrust such matters to her. As the mother-in-law, she only needed to remain at home and preside over things, attending banquets only when absolutely necessary. Xin An also did not need to assist with managing the household affairs. With this division of labor, both of them could be at ease. For the first time, it would still be best if mother leads them. That would show proper importance. Wang Shi agreed, then sighed with emotion about the promising younger generation of the clan. Before, I had only heard they had some talent for studying. I never knew they had already become jiren. Speaking of which, they should be taking the spring imperial examination next year, right? Only after saying this did she realize that, even if the old madam had not written to them, these people would likely have come anyway. She wondered whether Tang Gang had already received news earlier. Xin An then thought of Wang Shi. Since they are all promising students, when my husband returns, we can have him bring cousin Wang Shi to meet them. They are all scholars and can exchange ideas on their studies. In her memory, a young man from the Tang family had indeed achieved high success in the examinations, but he had not come to the Marquis's residence at that time. He had only sent someone to report the good news after passing. Now that they had come, it must be because of the old madam's letter. You've thought of everything. For the sake of the son, her elder brother had spared no effort. Anything beneficial to his studies, no matter the cost, he would obtain. Fortunately, that child Wang Shi was intelligent and diligent. If your cousin can also obtain a degree in the future, then your uncle's long struggle will finally bear fruit. Your aunt came to talk a few days ago and mentioned arranging a marriage for him, but your uncle refused. He said it must not interfere with his studies and pursuit of an official title. Marriage can be postponed. He's in no hurry to have grandchildren anyway. Speaking of children, Wang Shi comforted Xin An again, worried that she might feel pressure due to the flourishing offspring in the neighboring Chunhua courtyard. Everything is fate. What is meant to come will come sooner or later. Your grandmother is anxious only because she is old and hopes all her descendants will be fulfilled. Don't think too much, just let things take their course. Xin An felt somewhat moved. Mothers-in-law were usually strict, always seeking to impose rules on their daughters-in-law and never relaxing on the matter of heirs. Someone as understanding as Wang Shi was truly rare. With your words, mother, I feel at ease. I've discussed this with my husband. Next year, my younger brother is getting married, and my husband said he wants to take me back to Huaijiang to attend the wedding. I also look forward to it. As for children, we'll make preparations after returning from Huaijiang. Her honesty gave Wang Shi clarity. Smiling, she said, that boy may be a bit rough at times, but he is considerate. You should indeed go back and visit. For a woman married far from home, returning to her natal family even once was extremely difficult. If she did not go while her body was still free, once she had children, there would be far more to consider, and often, such plans would never come to fruition. With a kind mother-in-law and a considerate husband, I am truly fortunate. Wang Shi smiled, taking her wrist as they walked slowly forward. Having such a capable and sensible daughter-in-law is also a blessing for me and for that second son of mine. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law walked together, smiling, their atmosphere harmonious. Unfortunately, it did not last long before Zhang Shi ruined it. Zhang Shi approached them with the air of someone seeking to hold them accountable. She stopped 3 steps away and looked at Wang Shi with dissatisfaction. Now that the Tang family has arrived, you've suddenly become generous. At this time, why don't you say the Marquis's residence is short on charcoal? A few days ago, Zhang Shi had claimed there was not enough charcoal and demanded an extra 50 jin per day for herself. She said the capital was too cold and the charcoal needed to burn continuously day and night. She also claimed that Wei Chuanzong's hands were freezing so badly he could not even hold his brush, and that if it delayed him from becoming the top scholar, Wang Shi would have to take responsibility. Zhang Shi wanted to stir up trouble, but Wang Shi could not be bothered with her. She simply had someone relay Zhang Shi's exact words to Tang Rong. Helpless, Tang Rong had to pay out of his own pocket to cover the extra charcoal. As a result, Zhang Shi was harshly scolded by Wei Liangkai, and she immediately turned around to smooth things over with Tang Rong. Chapter 315, Tang Rong incites Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi held a grudge against Wang Shi and was always thinking of ways to make things difficult for her. Wang Shi felt that arguing with her would lower her own dignity, so she simply continued walking forward with Xin An, showing no intention of paying her any attention. How could Zhang Shi accept being ignored? Her anger flared even more. Wang Shi, is this how you treat your guests? Wang Shi stopped and said, you said it yourself, guest star. Do you look like one? What kind of guest spends all day causing trouble for the host? What, has no one outside invited you lately, so you're wandering around the residence just to make your presence known? Xin An silently gave her a thumbs up. Dealing with someone like Zhang Shi required bluntness. Gentle words would not work. You had to strike her head on. It might not change anything, but at least it felt satisfying. And, in this freezing weather, it's better to stay indoors by the fire. Coming out like this not only makes you suffer the cold, it also wastes the charcoal my elder brother paid for. Faced with the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law working together to mock her, Zhang Shi was so furious her teeth itched. Fortunately, the 2 women found it too cold to stand around any longer and simply turned and walked away. Tang Rong, in Chunhua courtyard, quickly received news of what had happened. His eyes were filled with undisguised disgust. Letting the Wei family come had been the worst decision he had made. thinking again of the 5,000 taels he had been extorted, and how he now had to subsidize their vegetables and charcoal every day, while also losing the private financial support from his father. His resentment toward the Wei family deepened. They only knew how to take advantage of him. Despite holding a high official position, they had not offered him any support in return. Then he thought of how Xin and Tang Mo were becoming more and more successful, and how bold and sharp-tongued Zhang Shi was. An idea immediately formed in his mind. Go invite Aunt over. Tell her I have something to discuss with her. Qingma assumed he wanted to warn Zhang Shi not to stir up trouble and quickly brought her over. Zhang Shi came feeling somewhat uneasy, but to her surprise, Tang Rong treated her with warmth. I've heard about what happened earlier. And you've been wronged. Zhang Shi had been waiting a long time to hear those words. Of course she had been wronged. She was the biological aunt of the Marquis' heir, yet after traveling all this way, she was treated like this, not regarded as family at all. How could she not feel aggrieved? She launched into a torrent of complaints. This time, Tang Rong did not show any impatience. Instead, he listened attentively, occasionally agreeing with her. He even directly stated that Wang Shi had gone too far, adding that Tang Gang did not concern himself with household affairs, and the old madam was advanced in age. In truth, everyone in the residence lived according to the will of Wang Shi and Xin, and even he was no exception. These grievances resonated deeply with Zhang Shi. And, you may not know, mother and my younger brother's wife have a good reputation among the noble families in the capital. People say they are tolerant and kind, especially my younger brother's wife. Coming from a merchant family, she is skilled in social dealings. In a short time, she has already established connections with the ladies of many households. Even Iran has to avoid her edge and rarely leaves Chunhua courtyard. Bah! Zhang Shi spat, her saliva spraying onto Tang Rong's face. Though disgust surged within him, he forced himself to maintain a weak and sorrowful expression as she continued speaking rapidly, her spit practically flying. Wang Shi is just good at putting on an act. She can fool men and your grandmother, but I saw through her long ago. She's no good. If she truly supported you, she wouldn't have handed over household authority to the second son. In which family does the eldest not manage the household? That stepson even dares to dream of good fortune. And that little wretch from the Xin family is no better. She colludes with Wang Shi to act arrogantly. A merchant's daughter who suddenly became the young madam of a marquis' residence, her foxtail is practically in the sky. She didn't become the heir's wife, who knows how much she resents you. In my opinion, your misfortunes are her doing. Or perhaps the two of them work together. If anything were to happen to you, wouldn't the position of heir fall into that little wolf's hands? Your wife is useless and hasn't helped you at all, but don't worry. Since I'm here, I won't let you be bullied. Being sprayed in the face with saliva made Tang Rong feel filthy. A wave of nausea rose in him, and his fists clenched tightly beneath the table. I'm useless. My mother passed away early, and I've had no one to rely on since childhood. When I'm wronged, I want to seek support from uncle and aunt, but the distance is too great, so I can only endure. Fortunately, if you endure long enough, things pass. I only wish for harmony in the household. If my younger brother desires the position of heir, I could yield it to him. After all, in the matter of the exchanged marriages, I owe him. And, please don't offend them on my account. If you suffer because of me, how could I bear it? You're just too kind, just like your birth mother. Zhang Shi declared that she would take charge of this matter. You are the heir of the Marquis' residence, you should act like one. What can Wang Shi do to you? Do you think the Wei family has no one? Tang Rong then expressed concern about implicating his uncle, but Zhang Shi snorted coldly. Your uncle just thinks too much. He's always wary of your father. Doesn't he realize your father being the Marquis and you being the Marquis are two different things? Don't worry, I'll talk sense into your uncle. If he won't even help his own nephew, who would he help? Tang Rong offered a few more token words of persuasion, but the more he persuaded, the angrier Zhang Shi became, itching to go drag Wang Shi and Xin into the ground and beat them immediately. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Tang Rong mentioned several names to Zhang Shi, young men from good families in the capital who were not yet married. And you can make discreet inquiries. If you find someone suitable, let me know. With my condition, I can't do much else, but I can still help arrange a match. You don't need to worry. As long as I remain the heir of the Marquis's residence, I cannot neglect the affairs of my cousins. Marriage is no trivial matter. The daughters of the Wei family, the cousins of the Marquis's heir, are naturally worthy of men from excellent families with outstanding character. Zhang Shi was extremely satisfied, thinking that this was what a true nephew should be like, recommending good young men from respectable families, far better than that brat Tang Mo. After seeing Zhang Shi off, Tang Rong immediately stood up and strode to the wash basin. He scooped up water and splashed it over his face. The water ran down from his forehead, past his lips, and a little slipped into his mouth. In that instant, he felt as though he had swallowed that foul saliva, and he gagged repeatedly. Qingma did not understand what was happening. Tang Rong usually dismissed attendants when speaking, but recently he had been bathing every day, each time for half an hour, using half a bar of scented soap, as if he wanted to shed his skin. So Qingma assumed he wanted another bath, quickly ordered water to be heated, and replaced the basin water with fresh water. Meanwhile, Xin An received the news while selecting fabrics in the storeroom. 3 delicate young ladies had arrived, and as their cousin-in-law, she had to show some courtesy. 2 fashionable fabrics for each, and 2 pieces of jewelry apiece. Go now and purchase 5 sets of the most fashionable belts, matched to the measurements of the 5 young gentlemen who arrived today. She had originally planned to gift brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, but then thought, what young nobleman wouldn't prefer stylish belts? A gift should be something the recipient truly likes. Choose the kind favored by noble young men in the capital. Chapter 316, Tang Gang's drastic change in attitude. As the saying goes, even a centipede does not stiffen after death. It seems they're coming for mother and me again. Keep a close watch and see what they intend to do. Xin An thought to herself that Tang Mo's focus had already shifted beyond the small sphere of the Marquis's residence to a broader world. But she could not relax her vigilance over the neighboring courtyard. Who knew what they might do if pushed too far? Perhaps she should find another opportunity to deal him a blow? And the Wei family was truly difficult to deal with. Even after things had been said so bluntly, they still acted as if nothing had happened, coming and going within the residence without the slightest concern. That kind of thick-skinned composure was almost worth learning. In any case, the arrival of the Tang clan members made the entire Marquis's residence lively. Wang Shi quickly arranged a welcoming banquet. Tang Gang also returned early. After resting briefly for half an hour, Tang Yu brought his whole family to meet him. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Shi, having heard the news, forced her way in, saying that since they were all relatives, the residence would be lively this year, and so on. Wang Shi hinted several times for her to leave, but she refused. Tang Gang had no way to deal with such a shameless person and could only treat her as if she were invisible. Tang Yu was already aware of Zhang Shi and had heard from Zhao Shi that she was not well liked in the residence. Seeing her now, he found her indeed unpleasant, completely lacking in awareness. You all talk, I'll just sit here. When she actually sat down, Wang Shi rolled her eyes on the spot, deciding that tomorrow she would go find Tang Rong and make him rein in this dog. Tang Yu could only ignore her and continued speaking about the clan. When he mentioned that 2 young men had already achieved the rank of Jiren, even Tang Gang was surprised. Why was such important news not reported earlier? Tang Yu replied, it only happened a few months ago. We had intended to send a letter to the residents to share the good news, but before it could be sent, we received a letter from you, so we didn't send it. Our hometown is somewhat remote, and it's hard to find good teachers. Their foundation is not yet stable, so we didn't plan for them to take next year's spring examination. It wouldn't hurt to study for another couple of years first. Tang Gang, who had previously held little hope for the clan members, suddenly saw promise. If they could obtain official degrees, he wouldn't mind giving them support, far better than those with no ability who still expected him to secure positions for them. His gaze toward the young men changed immediately. Entering the examinations rashly after just obtaining Jiren status, even if you pass, you'll likely rank at the bottom, which would hinder your future. It's right to settle down and study for another 2 years before taking the exam. Besides, you are all still young. At this moment, Tang Gang felt that he was truly fortunate. For more than 10 years, his eldest son had brought him honor. When the eldest son's fortunes declined, the second son rose, allowing him to maintain his prestige. And now, the clan had brought him several outstanding young men. Given time, they would surely bring him even more glory. He felt heaven had treated him very well. His attitude toward the young men became especially kind. Have you chosen an academy in the capital? Tang Nan and Tang Hua took out recommendation letters from their teacher. Our teacher said that if we don't find a better place in the capital, we should go to Nandu Academy. Nandu Academy was located near Nandu Temple. In Tang Gang's view, it was not a particularly good academy. In the past, he would not have cared and would have been unwilling to spend the effort. But now things were different. After reading the recommendation letters, he said, "There's no need to rush. After the new year, I will make a trip to Qianmen Academy for you. Although it's not as prestigious as the Imperial College, it is still an excellent academy. Your aunt's nephew studies there, and more than half of the instructors are renowned scholars. If you can enter, it will be of great benefit to you." The two brothers were delighted and quickly expressed their thanks. Tang Chu, Tang Su, and Tang Chi grew anxious. Can we go too? Tang Gang did not promise outright. After all, arranging for 5 students at once would be difficult. I will take you all along. Even if it doesn't work out in the end, I will choose other good academies for you. The residents will also invite renowned teachers to tutor you here, so you can continue your studies within the household. Tang Yu had not expected Tang Gang to be so agreeable and considerate. He even wondered whether he had misunderstood him in the past. Then we'll have to trouble you with this matter. As he spoke, he had Zhao Shi bring in the New Year gifts. One of the carts they had brought was filled entirely with gifts, far more valuable than in previous years. Among them were banknotes totaling 20,000 taels. This is the goodwill of the children's fathers. Since the children will be staying here and troubling you, and you will have to take care of them, the families felt uneasy and pooled this money as a token of sincerity. The meaning was clear: they were not here to live and eat for free. Tang Gang and Wang Shi initially declined politely, but since the gifts had already been presented, there was no way they would be taken back. In the end, Wang Shi accepted the money. After accepting it, she raised her brows slightly at Zhang Shi, as if to show her how proper families conducted themselves. Tang Gang also glanced at Zhang Shi. The comparison made the Wei family seem utterly lacking. He even thought that such relatives were dragging Tang Rong down, and for a moment, he almost felt sorry for him. After all, the Tao family could no longer be relied upon either. When the box of banknotes was opened, Zhang Shi immediately felt uneasy. She secretly resented the Tang clan members for being so troublesome. It was just a few extra mouths to feed. Could the Marquis' residents really lack such money? If they wanted to give it, then give it, but to take it out in front of her like this was clearly meant to slap her in the face. Then she noticed the 3 young ladies, dressed in bright colors, each wearing increasingly expensive-looking hair ornaments, almost like little enchantresses. With a sour tone, she said, "No wonder you're such close relatives, so generous. Look at these 3 young ladies, dressed so exquisitely. It must have cost quite a bit. Unlike my husband, who is an honest official living modestly, when we came here, we couldn't even bring a proper New Year gift." The moment she spoke, the entire room seemed to fill with bitterness. Zhao Shi smiled. The value of a gift depends on one's sincerity. As long as the intention is there, whether the gift is light or heavy, it is thoughtful. Without sincerity, even a grand gift is just perfunctory. How can it be judged by weight alone? These girls are traveling far from home for the first time and coming to the Marquis' residence in the capital to visit their elders. Naturally, they were cautious, afraid of making mistakes and losing face. And since it's the new year, it's only proper to make a couple of new outfits so they appear presentable and do not bring embarrassment to the household. As for the jewelry they're wearing, it was just given to them by their second sister-in-law. They treasure it so much they couldn't even wait until the new year to wear it. I heard the daughters of the Wei family have also come. The Wei family has a good family tradition. Madame Wei is thorough and proper in all things, and her manners are impeccable. I imagine the Wei family's daughters must have learned well from her, steady and frugal. We'll have to ask them to guide these three girls. Zhang Shi was left speechless, her frustration stuck in her chest. Seeing Zhao Shi's sharp tongue, Wang Shi's smile deepened. Tang Gang remained expressionless, finding Zhang Shi utterly ridiculous. If the clan members came and behaved like impoverished relatives, that would truly disgrace him. Now, with everything so dignified, it was far better. Looking again at the three young ladies, delicate in appearance, dressed elegantly, clearly raised in a prominent family, he felt very satisfied. Chapter 317. Tao Iran is not a generous person. Tang Gang once again praised the excellent bloodline of the Tang family in his heart. He also thought that if these three girls had listened to Zhang Shi and dressed plainly, it would not have been good. Frugality is a virtue, but there's no need to go to extremes. The daughters of the Tang family should naturally have the best in food, clothing, and daily use. Later, let the second daughter-in-law take the three girls to select some fine fabrics to make new clothes, so they can attend banquets during the new year. Although he had never said it aloud, he approved of Xin An's manner of dress, elegant, dignified, and luxurious. One could tell at a glance she was from a wealthy household, yet she was not ostentatious when attending banquets. Thinking of the two girls from the Wei family performing singing and dancing at banquets like the eldest daughter-in-law made him feel it was rather unbecoming, too eager to show themselves off. In his eyes, young ladies raised in the inner chambers should be refined and reserved. Only then would they be considered valuable. Just like in business, cosmetics and jewelry were an investment. With less investment, one could not command a high price. With greater investment, people could immediately see their worth. The comparison might not be entirely appropriate, but most noble families operated in this way. Zhao Shi said, "We've already troubled their second sister-in-law enough. They've brought some fabrics with them as well. If it's not enough, I'll take them out myself. It's no trouble. There are still some fabrics in the residence's storeroom, recently delivered from the cloth shop. I'll select some bright and fine materials and send them to Ningxiang Courtyard. The second daughter-in-law has some fashionable patterns and clothing styles. Having them made accordingly will look very good." Zhao Shi led the three girls in expressing their thanks, smiling brightly. She even cast a triumphant glance at Zhang Shi, as if to say that even among relatives, there were closer and more distant ties, and they were the real family. Zhang Shi nearly ground her teeth to pieces again. Unable to sit any longer, she made an excuse and left. Wang Shi continued smiling. The more she looked at the obedient girls, the more she liked them. She said to the 5 young men and 3 girls, "Your eldest sister-in-law is pregnant, and your cousin Rong is not in the best health. Later, I'll take you to Chunhua Garden to visit your cousin Rong and your sister-in-law." Tang Gang was very satisfied with Wang Shi's arrangement. After all, Tang Rong was the heir of the Marquis's residence and should not be neglected. Tang Yu nodded and said to Zhao Shi, "I still have matters to discuss with the Marquis. Take the children over for a visit and also deliver the New Year gifts for the 2 nephews." Hearing that they had even prepared gifts specifically for Tang Rong and Tang Mo, Tang Gang felt they were being overly polite. It should be the younger generation showing filial respect to you. How can you be the one thinking of them in everything? Though he said so, he was pleased inwardly, feeling that the clan members were bringing him honor. After some polite exchanges, Tang Yu stayed behind to speak with Tang Gang. As an elder, it was only proper that Tang Rong come to pay his respects to him. Meanwhile, Zhao Shi's visit to Tang Rong demonstrated the care of an elder. It could be said that the couple truly knew how to conduct themselves. In the capital, it's colder than back home during winter. If the charcoal in your rooms isn't enough, just send someone to tell me. Make sure to wear enough clothing, don't sacrifice warmth for appearance, and catch a chill. She gave instructions along the way, making the younger members feel she was kind and considerate. Zhao Shi chatted warmly with Wang Shi, and soon they arrived at Chunhua Courtyard. Before even entering, they heard Nanny Kai scolding someone inside. Pingqiu hurried in ahead, and the courtyard quickly fell silent. Only then did Wang Shi lead the group inside. Tang Rong had already come out of his room and stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting to Zhao Shi. This nephew greets aunt. You have come from afar, and I failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive me. No need for such formality. We're all family. I heard you were injured. Are you better now? Tang Rong said he had mostly recovered. Thank you for your concern, aunt. Please come inside with my cousins. Tang Nan led his younger siblings in greeting Tang Rong. Tao Iran also came out. After exchanging a few words, everyone entered and took their seats. Tang Rong naturally displayed the composure and dignity of the Marquis's heir. His words were pleasant, and his manners were appropriate. Zhao Shi had the gifts she brought for Tang Rong presented to him. I don't know if you'll like them. They were prepared based on your past preferences. There were books, jade items, and 2,000 taels in banknotes. Tang Rong and Tao Iran stood to express their thanks. Then Tang Rong signaled to Tao Iran that it was time to give greeting gifts to the younger cousins. After learning that the clan members were on their way, Tang Gang had already informed Tang Rong so he could prepare. After returning, Tang Rong had instructed Tao Iran, who in turn had given orders to Nanny Lu. Tang Rong did not provide money himself, and Tao Iran was unwilling to contribute from her own funds. So she gathered some items from the storeroom. The boys received brushes, ink, and inkstones. The girls received plain fabrics and 2 simple hairpins each. When these were brought out, Tang Rong's expression darkened for a brief moment. He quickly recovered and said, We didn't accurately anticipate the arrival date of uncle and aunt. The jewelry sets we had custom-made for the sisters haven't been delivered yet. Once the jewelry shop sends them, we'll have them delivered to the 3 sisters. Zhao Shi maintained her smile and smoothed things over for him. You two are already busy, one recovering from injury, the other nurturing a pregnancy. It's already a burden for you to think of us at all. It makes us feel quite apologetic. I heard a baby boy was recently born. Is he in the courtyard? Tao Iran replied that he had not yet been brought back. I'll send someone to fetch him. No need. Zhao Shi stopped her. It's cold and windy. Carrying him back and forth might make him catch a chill. I'll come see him myself tomorrow. She had not known about the child in advance and had not prepared a meeting gift. It would be awkward to see him empty-handed. After chatting for a while longer, Wang Shi stood up and said that a welcoming banquet had been arranged in the front courtyard that evening, inviting them both to join the festivities. Tang Rong escorted them to the courtyard gate and only turned back after watching them enter Qiushi courtyard. He then ordered Nanny Kai to immediately leave through the side gate to have jewelry sets made at a shop. At the same time, he complained about Tao Iran. Tao Iran said her funds were tight and asked whether they could use the dowry left by Tang Rong's birth mother. There are many expenses at the end of the year, and we haven't received any subsidies. Didn't you say you still need to visit friends? You can't go empty-handed. Nanny Kai, who was about to leave, was startled. She had originally only intended to take 1 or 2 items from the chest, but ended up taking 7 or 8. If the chest were opened, it would be obvious. She hurried forward to advise. The few belongings Madame left for the heir must be carefully preserved. They cannot be touched unless absolutely necessary. As for the dozen or so chests belonging to the young Madame, I don't think they've even been opened yet. Husband and wife are one. Taking out a few items to help the heir is not unreasonable. A few months ago, Tao Iran would have agreed without hesitation. She had never cared much for material wealth. But now, her feelings toward Tang Rong had changed, and she wanted to hold on to her dowry. At the very least, when the charcoal ran out during winter, she had paid for it herself. Why should Tang Rong benefit from it? If it's needed, then just open the storeroom and take what's necessary. Tang Rong, lacking funds, naturally thought of her dowry, but he did not immediately agree. Even if we're short of money for the moment, how can we use your dowry? There's no need. I'll find another way, even if it's difficult. He thought Tao Iran would feel sorry for him and voluntarily offer her dowry, just as she had given him the familiar rose vase before. Chapter 318, Wei Liangkai, still somewhat clear-headed. Tang Rong's plan sounded good in theory, but unfortunately for him, he was destined to be disappointed. Tao Iran looked at him with admiration, her gaze full of affection. I knew I didn't misjudge you. My husband is truly a gentleman. How could such a small matter trouble you? You'll definitely manage it. I believe in you. Tang Rong almost failed to maintain his smile. Then he thought that in a few days, the managers of the shops under his name would come to settle accounts, and there would be some income. If necessary, he could sell a few decorative items from the storeroom. And if that still wasn't enough, he would have no choice but to ask his father. The thought that he would one day worry about money made him regretful. If the marriage exchange had never happened, how would he have ended up in such a situation? He wouldn't have to endure all the gossip outside either. Perhaps he would still be basking in glory now. Meanwhile, in Xiushi courtyard, Xin An also received the same New Year gifts as Tang Rong. After expressing her thanks, she brought out the gifts she had prepared: fashionable jewelry, beautiful fabrics, and the kind of belts that made all 5 young men's eyes light up at once. Tang Chi, the youngest and most lively, immediately wanted to try one on. It was his first time, and he didn't know how to wear it properly, so Nan Feng stepped forward to help him. The moment he put it on, everyone exclaimed how good it looked. From a young scholar to a noble young master in an instant. Zhao Shi smiled. As expected, the capital is not like ordinary places. Even a belt can be crafted so exquisitely. Xin An also agreed, saying the designer of such belts must have a great love for beauty. Later, all of people from the cloth shop come to take your measurements and make a few outfits in the style favored by young gentlemen in the capital. We'll also make a couple of pairs of warm leather boots to match the belts. It'll look even better. They were still wearing cotton boots, which didn't quite match the elegance of the belts. Really? Thank you, second sister-in-law. Even as they thanked her, they asked, will it trouble you too much? It's just a matter of giving a few instructions. How could that be troublesome? You're already handsome, and with a bit of dressing up, you'll look even better. When you attend banquets with your second brother, people from all families will see how fine the young men of our marquis's residence are. Her words made the boys beam with delight, their eyes crinkling with smiles. The girls, on the other hand, looked full of longing. Xin An continued, I'll also have outfits made for you girls. When you're all dressed beautifully, I'll take you out for a stroll. Who knows how many people will envy me then? Zhao Shi was overjoyed and held Xin An's hand, unwilling to let go. No wonder your mother-in-law praises you so highly. You're thoughtful and considerate in every way. Who wouldn't like you? She then said to the 3 girls, you must all learn from your second sister-in-law. Learning from her will be more than enough for your future. Whether Xin An's intentions were genuine or otherwise, her arrangements left no room for criticism. Zhao Shi couldn't understand why Tang Rong had abandoned such a good wife in favor of that delicate and frail one. She wondered whether he regretted it. As evening fell, Wei Liangkai returned from visiting friends. The moment he arrived, Zhang Shi began complaining endlessly. She said that as soon as the Tang family arrived, Wang Shi and her daughter-in-law had become attentive in every way. You don't know, before they even arrived, cosmetics and jewelry were already placed in their rooms. Those 3 wretched girls couldn't wait to use them, like they'd never seen anything good before. And they're even saying they'll buy fabrics and jewelry for them. In front of us, they won't spend a single coin, but once the Tang family comes, they suddenly become generous. And Tang Gang. The moment they met, he started talking about finding good academies for those boys and hiring famous teachers for them, making all kinds of arrangements. And how does he treat our Tuanzong? Let me tell you. She went on and on, spittle flying. Without comparison, there would be no harm, but now that there was one, even Wei Liangkai began to feel uncomfortable. Then Zhang Shi added, that whole family is no good either. Right in front of me, they displayed their New Year gifts and said they'd pulled together 20,000 taels for the boys and girls they sent here. Did you see Wang Shi's expression when she accepted the money? Utterly mercenary. Wei Liangkai caught the key point. You're saying the Tang family brought generous gifts and even gave 20,000 taels? And they also prepared gifts for the heir and the second young master. Of course. Aren't they just relying on the marquis's residence to make money and showing off their wealth? Zhang Shi continued ranting, but Wei Liangkai grew irritated. I told you at the time to prepare a generous gift, but you didn't listen. There are always closer and more distant ties among relatives. The Marquis' residence is no longer run by my sister. What the Tang family did makes us look extremely improper, and you're still making trouble here. Take out 5,000 taels and prepare a proper New Year gift for the old madam to make up for it. Also prepare 4 red envelopes of 500 taels each. They'll be needed during the new year. Forget it. Give me 10,000 taels. I'll prepare it myself. Have you lost your mind? Zhang Shi's voice cracked at the mention of 10,000 taels. Do you think it's easy for us to save money? This time, Wei Liangkai did not indulge her. He could already tell that although Tang Gang had not said anything, he was dissatisfied with the Wei family. With the Tang family as a comparison, the Wei family appeared even more improper. And with Zhang Shi's irritating behavior, how could anyone like them? Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I don't know how much money you have? Be content. Over the years, relying on the Marquis' residence, how much money have we saved? How many matters have we accomplished? Do you think I would have obtained my current post so quickly without the Marquis' help? Even if I wasn't promoted, I was still assigned to a good position. If we had asked someone else for help, how much effort and money would it have cost? Wei Chuanzong and the sisters Wei Qing and Wei Qimei also came out and urged Zhang Shi to hand over the money. Wei Chuanzong said, "Mother, if you keep acting like this, how can we continue staying at the Marquis' residence?" They were all grown and had their own understanding. They felt their mother's behavior was truly embarrassing. Wei Qing also gathered her courage to speak. "Mother, when we go out to banquets, can you stop making us sing and play music? We're not good at it, and haven't you seen how the ladies laugh at us?" Wei Liangkai had not known about this. He immediately began questioning them. Seizing the opportunity, the sisters explained how they had been forced to perform, and as they spoke, they began to cry. Wei Liangkai flew into a rage, scolding Zhang Shi harshly and forbidding her from continuing to harm the girls. "It's not necessary to stay in the capital. We can arrange marriages back home, or find good families where I'm stationed. Stop taking them out to embarrass themselves." Zhang Shi had already received Tang Rong's promise, so how could she give up? But with no one supporting her, she had no choice but to grit her teeth, go inside, and bring out the banknotes, slapping them into Wei Liangcai's hands. "I'm the one who embarrasses you all, right? You're all respectable, only I'm worthless. Is that it?" With that, she turned and went inside. The welcoming banquet for the Tang family was about to begin. To avoid further embarrassment, Wei Liangkai gestured for the sisters to go in and persuade her. After all, Zhang Shi had married him when he had nothing and had used her dowry to help pave his path. Though she complained, she was always willing to spend money, he acknowledged that. After the sisters tried to persuade her, he went in himself. Only then did Zhang Shi reluctantly give in, though she secretly planned to arrange matters for the sisters behind the scenes. Once she and Tang Rong succeeded, she would see how she would scold this father and his children. Chapter 319. The Mother-in-law and Daughter-in-law's Plans. In Xiushi courtyard, everyone got so caught up in conversation that they lost track of time. It wasn't until Pingqiu reminded them that the whole group finally stood up, chatting and laughing as they headed toward the front courtyard. At this same moment, Tang Rong and Tao Iran also came out. In a crowded setting like this, Xin An could still maintain a surface-level harmony, chatting and laughing along the way. The welcome banquet was split into 2 tables, one for men and one for women. 2 charcoal braziers were placed in the dining hall, keeping the room warm so the dishes wouldn't grow cold. During the meal, there was naturally plenty of lively conversation and laughter. If not for Zhang Shi occasionally making sour remarks, the atmosphere would have been even more pleasant. Fortunately, everyone present knew her temperament and simply ignored her. After the meal, Tang Yu's family personally escorted the old madam back to rest. Along the way, Zhao Shi kept praising Wang Shi's thoroughness and Xin An's attentiveness, her words full of admiration. The old madam herself had not expected Xin An to handle things with such meticulous care. When visiting another household, who wouldn't enjoy being treated like this? Anyone would feel like the most honored guest. That child is thoughtful and thorough, but after all she is still young and may inevitably have some oversights. You're the elder, going forward, you should guide her more. All right, you must all be tired as well. Go back and rest properly. We will have plenty of chances to talk in the future. Tangyu smiled and nodded. Seeing that you're in good health puts our hearts at ease. With such joy, we don't even feel tired. Please rest first. We will come again tomorrow to pay our respects and talk. The old madam smiled and nodded, then kept Tang Gang behind for a private conversation. Now that the people had arrived and been met, there had to be a plan for what came next. After Wang Shi and Xin An escorted the guests back and settled them, Xin An then accompanied Wang Shi back to her quarters. Once inside, Wang Shi had Xin An sit down. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law also needed to discuss matters. I see you arranged everything so thoroughly. Have you already formed a plan? Xin An took a sip of water before speaking. After having Aunt from the Wei family as a comparison, I find the clan relatives exceptionally agreeable. Wang Shi nodded. Even she hadn't expected herself to treat the clan relatives with such enthusiasm. Especially after seeing Zhang Shi, she only wanted to be even warmer toward the clan relatives, just to irritate Zhang Shi to death. Xin An continued, the 5 younger cousins are all outstanding young men from their respective branches, raised and educated properly since childhood. Especially with 3 of them already holding academic titles, this differs from the information we had before. Judging from father's attitude today, he must also see their value. The 3 younger female cousins are delicate, lovely, and well-mannered. Since father's intentions align with the clan's intentions, although I originally felt sorry for them, upon reconsideration, daughters enjoy the support of the family while at home, so it is only natural for them to repay the family through their marriages. She herself was in the same situation. Since they are already here and the matter is settled, I plan to do my best within my ability to help the 3 cousins find good matches. This would also earn goodwill from the clan. At the same time, I intend to gain some benefit from it. Wang Shi pondered for a moment, took another sip of tea, and nodded. Since you've decided, then you must take it seriously. I think those 3 girls are quite good. Help them choose carefully so that in the end, neither of us is blamed. A woman's marriage was not in her own hands, often not even in her mother's. Her entire honor and fate lay with her father, brothers, husband, and sons. If they could help even a little, then they should consider it accumulating blessings for their sons. As Xin An was leaving, she happened to run into Tang Gang returning. Tang Gang was quite satisfied with her performance today. Rarely, he stopped to speak with her for a few moments and reminded her to take the 3 girls out more often. Xin An smiled and asked, what father mentioned, mother has already instructed me about. Even Aunt from the Wei family has similar intentions. Should I also bring the Wei sisters along when I go out? Tang Gang answered directly, you need not concern yourself with the Wei family. Focus on your 3 cousins. Understood. With Tang Gang's words, she would have even fewer reservations when dealing with Zhang Shi in the future. Early the next morning, Xin An went to the Xin residence. Matters concerning the Tang clan were not urgent. Affairs related to Prince Jin's residence were the priority. To see for herself, she even had Chao Gui drive past Prince Jin's residence. Seeing that the plaque had already been rehung and that gatekeepers were stationed outside, with servants entering and exiting through the side gate, she felt reassured. At the Xin residence, Nanny Wang had already prepared all the New Year gifts. Everything needed for their own household celebration was also ready. The entire residence had been cleaned thoroughly, and large red lanterns had been hung up. The festive atmosphere was growing stronger. Nanny Wang had clearly taken the Xin residence as the family's base in the capital, managing everything with care. Anyone unfamiliar would never guess that there was no master currently living there. I thought that even if the master isn't here, everything should still be properly arranged. I even bought some firecrackers to set off on New Year's Eve. If Madam has time during the New Year, you can come back and sit for a while. Of course I will. Xin An trusted Nanny Wang greatly. Is Wang Fu's wedding chamber ready after the New Year? At the mention of this, Nanny Wang brightened. After spring, she would have a daughter-in-law. Everything is prepared. Some small items are expensive during the new year, so we'll buy them afterward. Xin An nodded. After Wang Fu gets married, I will have other tasks for him. She then stood up to look at the flowers the gardener was tending. Behind the gardener stood a man around 27 or 28 years old. Seeing Xin An approach, he immediately moved to kneel. No need for such formality. You must be old Lin's son, Master Shaolin. Yes, second young madam, I am Lin Quan. Xin An nodded. Your father's skill in cultivating flowers is excellent. Learn well from him. Now select 2 of the best narcissus flowers for me, and take me to see how the jasmine is doing. Master Shaolin glanced at his father before replying, Second young madam, the jasmine has already developed buds. Xin An was quite surprised. Previously, the gardener had said they could only keep the plants alive and healthy, flowering was impossible. She immediately moved toward the greenhouse, but Master Shaolin explained that the jasmine had been moved to a nearby warm room. Please follow me, madam. This warm room was newly built. A thick curtain covered the entrance. Inside, it was not spacious, rather somewhat small, but very bright. Looking up, she noticed the roof was made with translucent tiles. The warmth inside was much greater than the neighboring greenhouse, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. According to the season, jasmine blooms in July. So I simulated July's climate. At first, it was just an experiment. I didn't expect it to succeed. Master Shaolin showed a hint of pride. Madam, please look at this pot. It has already begun to bloom. Xin An examined it carefully, even stepping back to view it from a distance. She then had the plant brought outside for comparison. It was indeed very similar to jasmine in July. Very good. Bring it back inside. Xin An's eyes showed approval. It seems Master Shaolin has surpassed his teacher. Master Shaolin cupped his hands respectfully. The gardener also stepped forward and bowed. It was merely a clever trick, not worthy of such praise from madam. Being clever is also a skill. Xin An instructed Uncle Wang, give Master Shaolin 2 taels of silver and half a sheep. Double his monthly wages from now on. Wang Jin understood immediately and carried out the order with a smile. Chapter 320, Wan Yuan Shop's Prosperous Business. At this moment, the corners of shopkeeper Shaolin's mouth could no longer be suppressed. After repeatedly hearing from his father about how much importance this second young madam placed on the jade-scented flower, and recalling how the princess consort of the Prince Jing residence had also liked the jade-scented flower before, he had already vaguely formed a suspicion in his heart. Until a few days ago, when he heard that the Prince Jing family had returned, it further confirmed his guess. Noble and powerful families had great influence and far-reaching connections. If he could make the jade-scented flower bloom, the second young madam would surely reward him. As it turned out, it was indeed so. Xin An glanced at him a few more times and instructed him to properly take care of several pots of flowers. In a couple of days, she would send someone to move them away. Shopkeeper Shaolin naturally did not dare to neglect this. After Xin An left, the gardener reprimanded shopkeeper Shaolin for being too forward. Shopkeeper Shaolin said, from my grandfather's generation, our family has been flower gardeners for 3 generations. In the past, when the princess consort of Prince Jing liked these jade-scented flowers, we put in a great deal of effort. Yet in the end, not only did we receive no credit or reward, but we were also arbitrarily criticized whenever something was slightly unsatisfactory. Father, do you still remember the year when Steward Yang was punished to kneel just for speaking a few kind words on our behalf? How could the gardener not remember? The mansion stewards were domineering and arrogant. Every time they came to the estate, they demanded offerings and never treated people like humans. Fortunately, that steward was later punished by the prince before anything worse happened. Shopkeeper Shaolin looked toward the flower shed. Finally, we've met masters like the second young master and second young madam who don't suppress us like that steward Wang did. This is our chance. Even if he continued being a flower gardener his whole life, he wanted to be a different kind of flower gardener. The gardener sighed deeply. He had lived an honest, proper life all his years, and even he did not know whether this was good or bad. Guessing the master's thoughts is a major taboo. You must be careful with your words and actions in the future. Shopkeeper Xiaolin nodded and then once again put on a smile as he went back to tending the flowers. Xin was in a good mood. She did not mind people guessing her intentions. Everyone wanted to rise higher, including herself, but whether one could actually climb up depended on one's own ability. On the way back to the residence, she made a detour to Wanyuan shop on Inghui Street. Business was still excellent. The shop had a full range of goods, fair prices, and the fact that they occasionally gave eggs had long spread far and wide. Many people would cross several streets just to come here. Even if prices were similar to other general stores, getting 2 or 3 free eggs was still a pleasant bonus. Cut me 3 chi of this floral fabric. A woman, whose forehead was slightly beaded with sweat despite the cold weather, had walked a long distance just to buy cloth to make clothes for her child. Beside her stood a half-grown boy, his eyes constantly scanning the shelves. The shop assistant measured the cloth in front of the mother and son, then added an extra 2 finger widths before tearing it off with a rip. The woman unexpectedly received the extra cloth and was overjoyed. She also asked for a few pieces of coarse fabric. The assistant similarly added 2 finger widths. In the end, he stacked all the cloth together, casually added a few fabric scraps inside as free extras, tied it up with a strip of cloth, and handed it to her. "Auntie, here is your cloth. Take it carefully. Today you bought quite a lot, so we'll give you 4 eggs. Also, a skewer of candied hawthorn for this young lad." He placed 4 eggs into the basket the woman brought and handed the candied hawthorn to the boy. The woman was overjoyed. She got extra cloth, fabric scraps, 4 eggs, and a skewer of candied hawthorn with 5 hawthorns. It was well worth her half-hour walk to come here. You people at Wanyuan shop really know how to do business. I'll come again next time I need anything. The shop assistant smiled and asked where they lived and whether it was far. Every half hour we have carts that take customers. If you still need to buy things, you can leave your basket here. Just come back at the right time and take the cart. We can't take you directly home, but it will save you a lot of walking. Next time you come, just go to your main street and wait. When you see a mule cart with the Wanyuan shop sign, just wave it down. Many customers lived far away, and it was not easy to come once. If they bought too many things, they could not carry them back. To attract more customers, Fengde had bought several second-hand carriage cabins and a few mules to pull carts. They traveled back and forth every day to pick up and drop off customers, and business naturally improved even more. When the next Wanyuan shop opened, they would further redesign how customer transport should be arranged. At present, it was still in the trial stage. Not far away, several women were already sitting on a long bench waiting for the cart. The woman immediately smiled and agreed, thinking it was even better since she didn't have to carry things home, and she ended up buying a few more seasonal goods. Xin An observed for a while inside the carriage before getting out. Fengde was not present. The newly appointed manager hurried forward to greet her. Xin An asked, "I heard some mother-of-pearl lacquered jewelry boxes have arrived?" "Yes, second young madam. There are 10 of them. Each one is exquisitely made. They've been here for half a month, but because the price is too high, only 2 have been sold so far. They had originally brought them in just to test the market. Wealthy people would not come to a general shop like theirs to pick high-end goods. The 2 that were sold were spotted by passing noble ladies while displayed at the counter and taken away on impulse. It was the same with their fabrics. They sold reasonably well, but only ordinary materials, silk brocade and the like would not sell here. Let me see them." The manager led Xin An into the shop and brought out a black lacquer mother-of-pearl jewelry box. The plum blossom and butterfly patterns were exquisitely crafted, inlaid smoothly and delicately, with a lustrous finish. The shopkeeper lit a lamp and held the box closer to the candlelight, making it shine even more brilliantly. "Pick 3 suitable for young ladies and take them with me." The shopkeeper worked quickly, and soon 3 boxes were loaded onto the carriage. Xin An thought to herself that they should open a high-end version of a general store, one that only sold expensive goods regardless of category. It would also give wealthy people in the capital a chance to shop in a general store, wouldn't it? She planned to think it over carefully when she had time. Soon the carriage returned to the Marquis residence. It was just past noon. Steward Zhang smiled and came forward to say that members of the clan were all in the old madam's courtyard talking, and lunch would be served in Chuanrong Hall today, so Xin should go directly there upon returning. As soon as she entered the courtyard gate, she heard laughter inside. The bright, cheerful voices of the three young ladies sounded youthful and lively. No wonder the old madam was laughing so happily. Second sister-in-law is back? The three young ladies were the first to notice Xin, their faces full of joy. Tang Quainer was lively and quick-witted, Tang Fair gentle and elegant, and Tang Kair sweet and innocent. Xin smiled and said, "As soon as I entered and saw three beautiful sisters each with their own charm, all my fatigue instantly disappeared and my mood improved greatly." The three young ladies smiled shyly. Tang Quainer, the boldest, said, "Seeing second sister-in-law return makes us very happy too. This morning we even came to look for you, but heard you had gone out. We were quite disappointed. Then that's my fault as your second sister-in-law. Come and see what I brought for you." When the three exquisite mother-of-pearl jewelry boxes were presented, the three young ladies were once again filled with delight. Xin said, "These are from Lin Zhou. I thought they were beautiful, so I brought them back for you. Do you like them?" "We like them." The three young ladies could not put them down, already wanting to go back and arrange their jewelry inside them. Madame Zhao smiled broadly and said, "Hurry and thank your second sister-in-law. Only she spoils you all so much and takes care of everything for you." The three young ladies smiled and thanked her. Xin smiled and said, "Since I was little, I always wanted a younger sister. I always thought I would dress her beautifully. Unfortunately, I only had a younger brother and all my skills had nowhere to be used. Now I finally have the chance." Chapter 321, Tang Rong is about to lose more money. Xin now no longer carried the stiffness of an older mindset. She had successfully shifted her mentality back to that of an 18-year-old, effortlessly engaging in light-hearted banter. With just a few sentences, she raised the laughter in the room to another level. After lunch, the three young ladies smiled and wanted to follow her back to Qiushi courtyard to chat. Madame Zhao smiled and said, "Your second sister-in-law has been busy all morning. Let her rest after lunch before you go." Xin smiled and said that the cloth shop people would come in the afternoon to take measurements. "I wasn't planning to take a nap anyway. I was going to go to Ningxiang courtyard to talk with the sisters. Eldest aunt, you should come as well. We can also make a few sets of clothes. There will be many guests during the New Year festivities, so new clothes are necessary. Also, I've asked the jewelry shop owner to send over the latest pieces. You can pick a few and wear them for the New Year events." Madame Zhao quickly calculated the expenses involved. She couldn't let Xin bear the cost alone. Moreover, during such an important holiday, the three girls in the household indeed needed proper attire to appear in public. It would also let others know that the Marquis household now had three eligible young ladies of marriageable age. So she felt the money should be spent. Madame Wang also said, "For the new year, everyone in the household is making new clothes. The female members are also adding new accessories. You all arrived late, but you are still part of our Marquis household. This time, the clothes and jewelry will be paid from the household's public account. You must not refuse. This is only for our own family members." After all, they had contributed a full 20,000 taels of silver. Were a few sets of clothes and jewelry not worth it? Madame Zhao felt even more grateful and no longer declined. The group chatted and laughed as they headed toward Ningxiang courtyard. On the way, as expected, they ran into Madame Zhang and her two daughters, who had clearly been waiting on purpose. She said nicely, "My two girls are about the same age as the three Tang family young ladies. It's perfect for them to talk together." With sharp eyes, she noticed the three girls holding mother-of-pearl lacquer jewelry boxes and stepped forward, praising them exaggeratedly. Lacquerware is rare, especially those inlaid with mother-of-pearl. Even a small tray costs enough to make one's teeth ache. Such large and exquisite boxes must not be cheap. Were these given by the old madam to the three young ladies? The old madam truly dotes on the Tang family. The two-way sisters wished they could bury their heads in the ground. It was simply too embarrassing. It was just a mother-of-pearl jewelry box. Did they not have one themselves? Why speak as if they had never seen the world? They truly could not understand. The Wei family was not poor, and their mother also had money. Why couldn't she be more generous and dignified instead of making them lose face? Madame Wang smiled faintly, neither warm nor cold. It wasn't from the old madam. It was brought back by their second sister-in-law. Madame Zhang glanced at Xin sourly. As expected of salt merchants, truly wealthy. Xin smiled sweetly and said, "The three younger sisters came from afar. As their sister-in-law, I simply like them and bring back anything I think they'll enjoy. I originally wanted to bring something for the two Wei sisters as well, but I was afraid eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law might misunderstand. If Aunt also likes, I can tell eldest sister-in-law where to buy them later. Although she cannot go out conveniently, with our marquee household status, we can send someone to purchase them or have the shop deliver them for selection." This was originally meant to shut Madame Zhang up, but unexpectedly she actually found it appealing. As sisters-in-law, compared to Xian's generosity toward the three Tang girls, Tao Iran had been stingy toward the Wei sisters. Seeing her momentarily tempted, Xian, never one to miss an opportunity for chaos, continued, "Later a cloth shop owner and jewelry shop owner will come with fabrics and accessories. I'm planning to pick more items for the three sisters and make a few more sets of new clothes. Aunt knows this. Ladies of noble families must follow etiquette. If you wear something to one banquet, you cannot wear it again to the next. Jewelry is the same. That's what keeps appearances proper. Would Aunt and the two cousins like to join? I can have someone invite eldest sister-in-law over as well." The meaning was obvious. Let Tao Iran pay. Madame Wang and Madame Zhou exchanged glances, clearly enjoying the show. They wanted to see how Madame Zhang would respond. If she agreed, she would be seen as shallow. If she refused, she would have to pay out of her own pocket, and knowing her temperament, she would not want to be outdone by the Tang family. The expenses would not be small. But if she just left like that, whether she could swallow her pride was another matter. Just as Madame Zhang seemed about to agree, the Wei sisters stepped forward first. "Mother, haven't we just made several sets of clothes? They're enough for the new year. We don't need more." "Yes, and we've already bought several pieces of jewelry. Today is just the Tang sisters picking clothes and accessories. We'll just watch." The two sisters truly did not want to be humiliated and hurried to dissuade her. Only then did Madame Zhang refrain from agreeing. She pushed the two daughters forward toward the Tang sisters. "Go play with them. Mother still needs to check on your elder cousin and won't go with you." After a few more polite words, she headed toward Chunhua Courtyard. Xian and Madame Wang exchanged a glance, both thinking she was going to complain to Tang Rong. Perhaps there would be more drama to come. Everyone maintained decorum and did not let the presence of the Wei sisters dampen the mood. They continued chatting and laughing as they walked. The three Tang young ladies actually felt some sympathy for the Wei sisters. With a mother like that, who even took them out to perform for money, if it were them, they would never agree. They simply didn't have the courage. Xian did not take the initiative to show kindness toward the Wei sisters. They were relatives of Tang Rong and had nothing to do with her. She had no intention of spending money on them. No matter how much sympathy she had, it would not extend to the Wei family. Ningxian Courtyard was spacious. Various chrysanthemums were in full bloom, and a few plum blossoms had also started to bloom, carrying a faint fragrance. The room was warm and cozy. Tea was served as soon as everyone sat down. Madame Wang and Madame Zhao chatted, while Xian was pulled by the girls to cut plum blossoms and arrange them in vases. Laughter rang through the courtyard like silver bells. Even the awkward Wei sisters gradually relaxed and joined in with smiles. As expected, Madame Wang and Xian had guessed correctly. As soon as Madame Zhang arrived at Chunhua Courtyard, she began complaining to Tang Rong nonstop, spraying saliva across the table. She even said she was going to pick fabrics and jewelry, claiming she was giving them to the three Tang girls. She was mocking your two cousins for not being favored by their sisters-in-law, and even wanted to send someone to invite your wife over. Do you think I don't know what she's planning? If I hadn't stopped her, they would already be there, and the expenses would be huge. How could I possibly face that? Tang Rong took a silent deep breath. So that was what this was all about. She hadn't even done anything yet, and she was already expected to foot the bill? The two cousins have returned to their courtyard? Returned? Madame Zhang said angrily. They wanted to, but those 3 Tang girls insisted on pulling them along to pick fabrics. Clearly just showing off that upstart nouveau riche family is spending money on them. Such ill-mannered girls. You don't need to worry about them, and don't let your wife go either. If they turn out to be greedy and pick expensive fabrics, I won't let them off. At this point, Tang Rong could no longer pretend ignorance. He was so frustrated he almost vomited blood. He thought to himself that he really should go and offer incense somewhere. He had been struck by misfortune repeatedly lately, and now he was losing money again and again. At this rate, he would be left with nothing at all. Chapter 322, The Thickness of Madame Zhang's Skin. Seeing that Tang Rong was sitting without moving, Madame Zhang went on chattering endlessly. It was nothing more than saying that Tang Rong's mother had passed away early, that their Wei family was not favored, and that even Tang Rong had suffered along with them, and so on. As she spoke, she kept observing Tang Rong's expression. Tang Rong smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. He said, "Young ladies all love beauty. How could they not like bright fabrics and jewelry when they see them? The two cousins have come all this way, so it is only right that we husband and wife take good care of them. Since today is convenient, let us choose everything at once. They can wear them during the New Year festivities and look presentable." Since this expense was destined to be incurred, at least the polite words had to be properly said. If the money was spent and people were still offended, that would be a poor deal. "Please wait, Aunt. I will go speak with Iran." Madame Zhang was secretly pleased, but still waved her hands in refusal. "Oh child, why are you being so polite? We are all family, how could Aunt find fault with you? Don't bother your wife anymore. Otherwise, your 2 younger cousins might be said to have shallow tastes and disliked by others." Since Tang Rong had already stood up, he would not sit back down. "And no need for such words. Please wait a moment, I will return shortly." Tao Iran was eating bird's nest soup when she heard Tang Rong's words and set down her bowl, her brows slightly furrowed. How improper is this? Clearly, they were here to freeload, yet they even had the nerve to openly ask for things without shame. Tang Rong handed her a 200-tael silver note. "There are still matters that require Aunt's assistance later. Take this as a small benefit for her. I'll trouble you to make the trip." That money had originally been given to him by Madame Zhao. Thinking of this made him even more dissatisfied with the Wei family. His uncle only wanted to protect himself and avoid trouble, while his aunt was greedy beyond measure. Thinking further of the Tao family, it seemed all the troublesome relatives had ended up in his life. Tao Iran said bluntly that 200 taels might not be enough. The fabrics and jewelry sent to the Marquis residence are all high-quality items, and there are even 1 or 2 rare pieces. What if the cousins take a liking to them? Since they can already open their mouths to ask for things, do you expect them to be considerate and choose the cheap ones? It had to be said that Tao Iran, who had lost interest in stirring trouble and in Tang Rong, had begun to think more clearly. Aunt will definitely follow along. She will inevitably pick several items too. Should I agree or not? Tang Rong had not considered this. In the past, everyone he dealt with still had some sense of propriety. His aunt, however, really might choose the most expensive items. This would be a heavy loss for him. How much is appropriate? Tao Iran suggested preparing 2,000 taels first. But then she thought of how that money would be spent on the Wei family and felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Didn't second Madam call in merchants? They probably didn't bring enough goods. Why not have Qingma make another trip to call 2 more merchants and instruct them properly in advance? That way, the expenditure can be controlled. And it will also appear more sincere. Calling merchants specifically for the Wei family, was that not already showing enough importance? Tang Rong finally relaxed slightly and praised her. "You are still the most capable." The two of them thought it was a good plan, but they underestimated Madame Zhang. She believed that the merchants Xin An and the so-called nouveau riche salt merchant had summoned would surely bring the best goods, since she was not short of money. As for Tao Iran, she was stingy and might even instruct them in advance to bring cheaper items. After a round of back and forth, Tang Rong had no choice but to hand over the full 2,000 taels that Madame Zhao had given him to Tao Iran. After a few polite words, Madame Zhang finally seemed satisfied, smiling broadly with not a hint of restraint. Tao Iran felt extremely speechless and said she would change her clothes before going out. Nanny Lu stepped forward to persuade her, telling her to act more graciously and say a few polite words. She also said, "I heard a couple of sentences from that woman earlier. She truly matches her background perfectly." She had already investigated and found that Madame Zhang's mother was a concubine, and she herself was born of a concubine. A concubine-born woman like her has to rely on schemes to get what she wants. That kind of habit formed since childhood doesn't change even after becoming an official lady. Fortunately, she will leave after the 3rd day of the new year, so she won't cause too much trouble. Just endure her and don't offend her. Tao Iran did not even want to deal with her. Offending her was probably unavoidable anyway. Just say I am not feeling well. You speak more later. Yes. Nanny Lu felt her life was difficult. Fortunately, Tao Iran was not as troublesome as before and now mostly focused on her own comfort, making things easier to serve. Under Madame Zhang's urging, Tao Iran had no choice but to hurry along. Soon they arrived at Ningxiang courtyard, just as the merchants had also entered the marquis residence. After greetings were exchanged, Madame Zhang smiled and explained, "I heard fabrics were delivered, and my niece-in-law could not sit still." She insisted on picking some cloth and jewelry for her 2 cousins. Originally, we planned to send someone to call the shopkeepers again, but that would be troublesome, so we simply came together. Madame Wang and Xin An did not mind at all. They were even watching the show. Madame Zhao, however, was surprised at how shameless Madame Zhang was. She could actually do something like this. The Wei family did not seem poor either. With someone as shallow as Madame Zhang, if she followed her husband to his post, she would probably try to take as much as possible. Seeing Madame Zhang rubbing her hands together eagerly, Tao Iran felt a tightness in her chest. In her heart, Tang Rong, already on a downward slide in status, fell even further. What kind of relatives were these? The 2 shopkeepers were not visiting the marquis residence for the first time. After paying respects, they laid out their goods on the table and began their enthusiastic sales pitch. The 3 young ladies all liked this and that, but they were sensible. After discussing among themselves, each selected 2 bolts of fabric. Xin An smiled and stood up, helping each of them pick another good piece. Now that the fabrics are chosen, let's pick jewelry. Once everything is selected, we will start taking measurements. The cloth merchant also urged them to hurry, saying that the New Year season was busy and even with rushing, the clothes could only be completed before New Year's Eve. The jewelry shopkeeper smiled and said, "The 3 young ladies may match their jewelry with the fabrics they have chosen." To be honest, Madame's second young madam, this batch of jewelry is the last new collection before the new year. It is all here. The shop will close for the new year. When it reopens, it will already be spring designs. Xin An smiled and urged the 3 young ladies to pick, instructing the shopkeeper to assist them. Price is secondary. The main thing is suitability. Second young madam, rest assured, we understand. These were their big customers, they naturally had to serve them well. As the 3 young ladies tried on jewelry, the Wei sisters were still standing aside, unmoving. Madame Zhang became anxious. "What are you 2 standing there for? Go pick something." Hadn't they seen that those 3 girls were about to pick all the best pieces? But the Wei sisters did not move. Although their cousin-in-law wore a smile, the contempt in her eyes was not hidden at all. The girls were too embarrassed to pretend they saw nothing. Young ladies are shy. Madame Zhang forced a smile and stood up. "I'll help you choose." Madame Zhao's expression did not change. She could see it clearly. The 2 girls still had some sense of shame and cared about their dignity. Unfortunately, they had a mother like Madame Zhang, who was determined to strip even that dignity away. Chapter 323. The couple didn't please anyone at all. Madame Zhang quickly selected 6 bolts of fabric. The corner of Tao Iran's eye twitched slightly when she saw it. Then she watched as Madame Zhang turned to pick jewelry. Sure enough, she chose only the expensive ones, never the suitable ones. Her eyes immediately landed on a set of head ornaments, gold inlaid with various gemstones. It looked extremely luxurious. She picked it up with great fondness, admiring it repeatedly, occasionally glancing at Tao Iran. Seeing that Tao Iran sat motionless, she became increasingly displeased. Xin An also took a liking to a set of head ornaments, gold inlaid with jade. Its design was much simpler. It would not appear ostentatious when worn to banquets, and it could also be taken apart for daily use. She turned to Madame Zhao and said, "Aunt, what do you think of this set?" "I think it suits you very well." Madame Zhao smiled and stood up to take a look. The shop manager examined it and also agreed that it was good, simple in appearance yet elegant. He even helped her try it on. Madame Wang also approved. After looking in the mirror, Madame Zhao felt it suited her status well, decent and understated without being flashy. Xin An made the decision and chose that set, then also helped Madame Zhao pick 2 bolts of fabric that were both dignified and subtly bright. Madame Zhang refused to let go of the ornate headpiece. The shop manager had not recommended it to her, not because he was being stingy, but because it truly did not suit her. Her figure, temperament, and appearance could not support such an extravagant piece. If she wore it out, it would not bring new customers to the shop. Instead, it might discourage existing customers from buying jewelry there. Originally, that headpiece had been intended for Madame Wang. Seeing that Tao Iran still had not spoken, Madame Zhang could no longer hold back. She walked over with the headpiece in hand and smiled. "Niece-in-law, what do you think? Would it look good on Aunt if I wore this?" Tao Iran truly could not bring herself to say anything against her conscience. A headpiece filled with gold and gemstones was already vulgar enough. If worn on Madame Zhang's head, it would only worsen her already unremarkable appearance. Moreover, given her status, how could she wear something like that? "Aunt should look at something else," she said. Madame Zhang's expression immediately fell. Nanny Lu forced a smile and said, "What the eldest young madam means is that while this headpiece is indeed luxurious, it is a bit heavy for practical wear. It would be inconvenient at banquets. Heavy headpieces can also weigh down one's posture. Madam has an air of nobility. This piece would not compliment you, it might even overshadow you. In other words, it would make her look even shorter and bulkier." In winter clothing, she was already heavily dressed. Add that headpiece and she would resemble a rat spirit from storybooks. The shop manager quickly brought out a simpler set of jewelry and tried to redirect Madame Zhang's attention. Madame Zhang pouted. The more they told her not to buy it, the more determined she became. "That light, flimsy thing of yours, how could it compare to the one I picked? Mine is far more dignified." At this moment, the 3 young ladies had already gone off to have their measurements taken. The Wei sisters stood quietly with lowered eyes, wishing they could dig a hole in the ground and hide inside. Xin An then smiled and spoke up. "Let's settle the payment. Today, my eldest sister-in-law and I, as sisters-in-law, are treating the younger sisters to clothes and jewelry. We will pay for it." The cloth shop and jewelry shop managers quickly calculated the total bill. Chunyang stepped forward, took the invoice, and immediately produced silver notes to settle the payment on the spot. When it came to Tao Iran, the jewelry shop manager could only cautiously ask about the headpiece. Madame Zhang cut in first. "Take it. Wrap it up. Also, the hairpins and earrings I chose earlier, pack those too." She then smiled at Tao Iran. "Niece-in-law, thank you for your generosity." The final bill came to more than 3,800 taels for the headpiece alone. There was no helping it. The base was pure gold, inlaid with so many gemstones that even the craftsmanship fee was enormous. Tao Iran was so angry it made her stomach hurt, but she absolutely could not show weakness in front of Xin An. She instructed Nanny Lu to return and fetch the money. Naturally, that meant going to Tang Rong. When Tang Rong heard that over 4,000 taels had been spent, he was stunned. How did it become so much? Nanny Lu immediately began complaining, saying Madame Zhang had been far too ruthless. She might as well have said it outright. She directly ordered the shopkeeper to pack everything. It was like forcing the eldest young madam onto a roasting rack. She couldn't possibly tear her face open with them. Tang Rong felt his head spin. How much did the clan members choose? Nanny Lu answered truthfully. Xian's total was less than 800 taels, even that included 2 sets of headpieces. Madame Zhao had kept trying to refuse. The 3 young ladies chose modest, elegant pieces and even picked 2 cheaper fabric flowers. Although inexpensive, they looked beautiful on teenage girls. In contrast, Madame Zhang chose only the most expensive items, regardless of suitability. Tang Rong took a deep breath. With gritted teeth, he went to retrieve the money. As he watched his silver box empty out, a flash of cold anger passed through his eyes. After handing over the silver notes, he sat down in frustration. When he had given Kai Quan money to handle matters, he had enough to support his plans. Later, after Kai Quan failed, he became suspicious and made other arrangements, leaving him financially stretched. But now, everything was gone. He called Qing Ma and instructed him to subtly leak the news to his uncle. Did they really think his money was so easy to spend? Nanny Lu was trembling with anxiety, fearing Tang Rong might set his sights on the storage boxes. She was already thinking about how to replace them with fakes. I've really seen everything now, Madame Zhao said after Madame Zhang finally left with her goods and daughters. There are truly all kinds of strange people in this world. She doesn't care about face at all. She is still an official's wife. How can she behave like this? Madame Wang said some people were simply born that way. It didn't matter whether something was useful or not. If they didn't get it, they felt they were losing out. That's why she dislikes me, she said. Because I'm here and she can't casually take things from the Marquis household. She feels she hasn't gained anything, as if all the advantage has gone to me. Madame Zhao asked, puzzled, then why does she dislike me? Because you didn't move into this courtyard, Madame Wang replied. She then explained what had happened on the day the Wei family arrived. Madame Zhao found it completely unreasonable. They were the Tang family, blood relatives sharing the same ancestor. How could they be compared to mere in-laws? That evening, Madame Zhao told Tang Yu about the day's events. Tang Yu regretted that Tang Rong had such an aunt, though inwardly he thought some traits were inherited. Tang Rong might actually resemble the Wei family more. Tang Gang also received the news, personally told by Madame Wang. We originally intended to have the household pay together, but if that had happened, she would have picked even more items. Eldest daughter-in-law already looks displeased. If the Marquis has spare funds, you might consider supplementing the eldest son. Ever since the Wei family arrived, he hasn't had a moment's peace. Tang Gang was furious and had someone relay the matter to Wei Liangkai. Why should he pay for the Wei family's behavior? After hearing the matter from multiple people, Wei Liangkai flew into a rage and scolded Madame Zhang severely. The Wei sisters also returned in tears and complained. Madame Zhang once again became the target of everyone's anger and was forced to cough up another 5,000 taels, which Wei Liangkai personally delivered to Tang Rong. After some polite refusal, Tang Rong accepted the money. Wei Liangkai remained courteous on the surface, but inwardly he was also dissatisfied. Yes, Madame Zhang was at fault, but were Tang Rong and his wife completely blameless? If they didn't want to pay, they could have said so directly and explained their difficulties. Madame Zhang was the type who would only act stronger when others were weak. If things were made clear, she would have no room to pretend ignorance. Yet they had given her the money, then repeatedly sent people to leak information to him. Did they think he wouldn't understand the first time? Madame Zhang ended up losing both face and money, and she came to resent Tao Iran, believing she was the one stirring trouble behind the scenes. In the end, after all that commotion, neither of the couple pleased anyone at all. Chapter 324, Subduing Ant Sweeping. Xin An found the news extremely interesting. As the saying goes, even villains need other villains to keep them in check. Madame Zhang was not entirely without value. Tang Rong thought his helpers had arrived, but instead they had come to cause him trouble. Such a good opportunity, naturally, she had to add fuel to the fire next door. Nan Fong, send those 2 pairs of fabric flowers I brought back today to the 2 young ladies of the Wei family. Tell them that after today's fabrics are made into clothes, a circle of fur trimming will be added to the collars, and pairing them with these fabric flowers will be extremely beautiful. Make sure to say this in front of Madame Wei. As for why they are only being sent now, you know how to explain it, right? Nanfang's eyes rolled slightly, and she immediately understood. The second young madam must have originally intended to send them long ago, but had been worried about offending the neighbors. Don't worry, second young madam. I guarantee Madame Wei will hear every word clearly. Nan Fong left quickly. Xin An curved her lips slightly in a faint smile. Tang Rong was probably running out of money soon, wasn't he? And Nanny Kai was probably about to be put to use as well. After thinking for a moment, she turned to Cui Ping and brought up the matter of sending gifts to Prince Jing's residence. Previously, the manor under Prince Jing's estate was in my hands. I learned that the princess consort liked jasmine flowers, so I specially had people take care of them. Now that the jasmine has bloomed and the rightful owner has returned, I would like this gesture of goodwill to be known to the princess consort. What does Nanny think? Nanny Cuiping smiled faintly. It was hard to tell whether Xin An had known all along that Prince Jing would return, or if it was just good luck, but this was indeed an opportunity. The Prince of Jing was once highly favored. The details of what happened before are unknown to outsiders. Now that he has returned, His Majesty clearly values him, with repeated rewards being bestowed. Many households are sending gifts recently. If second young madam follows the trend, it will not stand out. It would be better for me to personally make the trip. That is exactly what I intended. Xin An said, the Marquis household's New Year gifts were already sent this morning. We can send ours tomorrow. Then I will have Chun Lu accompany you to the Xin residence first to collect the flowers and also bring some fresh vegetables. Does Nanny have any other suggestions? Nanny Cuiping said that the princess consort of Jing used to especially love embroidery when she was in the capital, particularly double-sided embroidery with different colors. Previously, when I accompanied second young madam to the storeroom, there happened to be a koi-patterned double-sided embroidery piece. Although small, it is exquisite and a rare craftsmanship. Xin An nodded. Then bring that as well. Thank you for your trouble, Nanny. Cuiping curtsied. After spending time together, she could vaguely sense Xin An's ambitions. She likely was not content to remain merely a second young madam. Just as she turned to leave, Xin An suddenly called her back. Nanny, do you wish to find a companion? Cuiping froze for a moment, then laughed. Second young madam is joking. At my age, what companion could I possibly seek? I am quite content as I am. She lacked nothing, what would she need a man for? Besides, men of that age who were still unmarried were either widowers or had some issue. She had served people all her life and did not want to spend her old age serving a man as well, nor have her savings end up supporting his descendants. Xin An said, whatever Nanny chooses, I support you. If you do not wish to find a companion, perhaps you could adopt a child instead. It would give you emotional support and someone to care for you when needed. If it is a girl, she can stay by your side. A written agreement can be signed, and she can receive a monthly allowance. No need for a slave contract, so she may marry well in the future. If it is a boy, then if I have a son, he could become my son's study companion. If I am less fortunate, he could study and take the imperial examinations in the future. This suggestion deeply moved Cuiping. She had a nephew, and while he was filial, there were still benefits mixed in with that filial piety. When she returned from the palace, even her nephew's wife had come to complain of poverty twice. Even biological father and son relationships could be unreliable, let alone nephews. The second young madam's suggestion is worth careful consideration. Thank you for thinking of me. Even though she knew Xin and likely wanted to keep her loyalty and ensure she worked well, she did not feel offended. After all, the offer was generous. Cuiping went off to prepare, her heart still stirred. Xin An reclined on a beauty couch and suddenly found herself missing Tang Mo. At that moment, Chun Yang entered. Second young madam, the New Year gifts from Huai River have arrived. They're divided into 2 portions, one for madam and one for you from master. Xin An's eyes lit up with joy. Bring them in. Soon, 2 large boxes were brought before her. Along with them came a family letter. Her father wrote that the household had been extremely busy lately, with more banquets than in previous years. Since it had become known that the Xin family now had the backing of the Su family and that Xin An had a good relationship with the Liao family, more people had been coming to curry favor. Thus, after consulting the clan, part of this year's profits from the Xin family were given to Xin An. He also mentioned that part of the New Year gifts were for the Su family and asked her to deliver them personally. Finally, he said the whole family would come to the capital in early spring. Xin An read the letter twice, feeling warmth in her heart. In her previous life, her family had always given her things, but she had rarely been able to return anything. She had felt like someone born only to take from them. At her lowest point, she had even thought it would have been better if her parents had never given birth to her, so they would not have been burdened by her. Now, being able to give something back, even a little, and bring them joy and honor filled her heart with happiness. She only wished she could do even better. Take everything out for me to see. The 2 boxes were packed full, mostly Huai River local specialties tailored to her preferences. There were also several finely crafted weapons, likely intended for Tang Mo. She sorted out the gifts meant for the Su family according to the list and had Chun Yang carefully check them. Send a visiting card to the Su residence. I will go there tomorrow morning. Also prepare the New Year gifts for the second prince's residence. After leaving the Su residence, we will go there directly. Since everything had to be delivered anyway, she decided to combine the trips. Suaping nanny, please work a bit harder and prepare all the household gifts. We will send them out tomorrow. Suaping had already nearly finished preparing the gifts earlier. With the addition of Huai River specialties, it only took a few more adjustments, and they were ready. She immediately began working with Chun Yang and Chun Lu. Xin An also composed herself, preparing for the busy days ahead. By evening, Nan Feng hurried in to report that the old madam's maternal family had arrived to deliver New Year gifts. There are only 2 people, a young master of the Zhou family and his son. They have already met the old madam. The Marquis personally escorted them to their quarters. Madam said there will be a welcome banquet tonight and asked the second young madam to attend. Xin An was not surprised. Relatives of the Marquis household were often distant. It was normal for guests to stay overnight. However, this time there were no female relatives, as the old madam's maternal family had not had any daughters for 2 generations. Rich and noble guests everywhere, while our Wei family has nothing, Madame Zhang muttered irritably. She had originally planned to spread rumors about Xin in these past 2 days, but worried Madame Wang might take advantage of her absence to arrange something and steal the spotlight. Thinking again of what the maid delivering fabric flowers had said earlier, her dissatisfaction with Tao Iran deepened. Why can't they stay a few more days before leaving, she complained. Leaving on the 3rd day of the new year, how are we supposed to choose a husband for them so early? Chapter 325, Learning More from Xin. Wei Liangkai was almost eager to leave immediately. Originally, Madame Zhang had still been tolerable, and she had indeed shown him kindness. But who would have thought that once she arrived at the Marquis residence, she became like someone soaked in a jar of vinegar, every day sour, foul, and nearly insane. Moreover, during these days in the capital, he had met many people and gathered much information, and he had come to believe that Tang Rong was far from the gentle and refined man he appeared to be. As her uncle, he should have been helping Tang Rong clear obstacles so that he could smoothly inherit the title. However, Tang Gang was still in his prime, unwilling to let anyone interfere in the affairs of the Marquis household, and he was somewhat protective, so much so that even if he disliked Tang Mo, only he himself was allowed to scold or beat him. If others said even a few words, he would become displeased. Thus, as the head of the Wei family, he had to consider his own future and that of his descendants, and try his best not to get involved in the internal affairs of the Marquis household. As for the 2 Wei family girls, he had no intention of keeping them in the capital to marry there or be used as pawns for Tang Rong. Once he figured this out, He kept a close eye on Madame Zhang, as she was foolish and easily influenced by Tang Rong. After a round of stern instructions, the evening welcome banquet passed without any disharmony. The old madam was especially delighted. Just hearing from her maternal family, even if it was only a message, made her happy. The busiest person was Madame Wang. At present, 3 different branches of relatives were staying in the residence, and she was running around managing everything inside and out, so busy she barely touched the ground. Even Tang Gang had reduced his social engagements outside and unexpectedly began to look forward to Tang Emo returning to help share the burden. As for Tang Rong, after insisting on bathing twice daily, he successfully caught a cold and developed a fever on the night of the welcome banquet and was now recuperating. Just have someone deliver it. In such cold weather, there's no need for you to make the trip yourself. That day, Xin An brought New Year gifts to the Su family. Madame Su spoke politely, but her eyes showed clear satisfaction. Xin An said warmly, as a junior, "This is my first time bringing New Year gifts to you, Aunt. If I did not come in person, I would not feel at ease. Also, I haven't seen you for several days. I truly missed you." Madame Su laughed heartily. "That's why you're such a likable girl. If you ever miss Aunt, just come anytime. Talking with you makes me feel a few years younger." This year, some relatives came to our home. After the new year, when spring arrives, I'll be able to visit Aunt more often. Hearing this, Madame Su asked a few more questions. Xin An briefly explained and then smiled. Several cousins from the clan have come, brothers and sisters alike, all proper and pleasant in appearance. The household has become lively. Especially the 3 young ladies. They are like delicate flowers, some bright and dignified, others lovely and charming. Even I am dazzled and find myself wanting to go see them every day. Madame Su smiled and nodded. The people of the Marquis household, in terms of appearance alone, are all outstanding. Even your father was a handsome young man in his youth, and he still carries a scholarly elegance now. Your husband is also a fine-looking man. Thinking about it, the Tang clan members must not be lacking either. When you have time, bring them out for me to see. I've always liked lively and adorable young ladies. Xin An said with a smile, "I am inexperienced, and my mother-in-law is busy with household affairs, so she entrusted me with taking care of the cousins. I feel somewhat uneasy, so I came to ask Aunt for guidance. If I ever embarrass myself outside, I hope Aunt will help me out." Madame Su understood immediately. The Tang clan's young ladies had likely been sent to the capital at marriageable age, and Xin An had been assigned the task of bringing them out socially. It was indeed a reasonable arrangement. A sister-in-law taking her younger sisters out was perfectly appropriate. If Madame Wang were the one doing it, the meaning would be different. Rest assured, Madame Su said with a smile. If such a situation ever arises, Aunt will not ignore you. But you're clever, you likely will not reach that point. After a while of pleasant conversation, Madame Su introduced her daughter-in-law. The young madam of the Su household, Madame Jiang, though not striking in appearance, was extremely proper. From the moment she entered, she adhered strictly to etiquette, spoke in a rigid and formal manner, and even made Xin An feel slightly tense. No wonder Madame Su had not introduced her daughter-in-law earlier despite multiple visits. Clearly, they were not the type who could easily converse. After a few polite exchanges, Madame Su stopped pushing the matter. Her daughter-in-law valued rules above all else, spoke little, had no close friends, and lived entirely within strict discipline. Even as a mother-in-law, she felt tired just watching her. She had once thought of introducing a more lively friend to help her relax, but it now seemed useless. Soon after, Xin An took her leave. Madame Jiang saw her off. "Let us go spring outing together after the new year. If you are free, please be sure to come," Xin An said with a smile. With their difference in status, she naturally could not wait for others to initiate friendship. Madame Jiang originally wanted to refuse. She disliked going out and noise, but understanding her mother-in-law's intentions, she nodded lightly. Seeing the smile in Xin An's eyes deepen, Xin An said, "Then it's settled. I'll take my leave first." Watching her brisk and light steps as she left, Madame Jiang turned back inside. Madame Su said, "This second young madam of the Tang family is lively and intelligent, and quite skillful in handling social relationships. Her natal family is in the salt trade, and they now have business dealings with our household. You should consider befriending her." "Yes, mother," Madame Jiang replied with a bow. Just then, another visiting household arrived, and Madame Su kept her to help receive guests as training. After leaving the Su residence, Xin An went to the second prince's residence. After waiting half an incense stick of time, she finally saw the second princess consort. After a few days apart, she seemed somewhat different, slightly swollen. Noticing Xin An glance at her, she asked faintly, "Do you also think I've become ugly?" Recently, she had been deeply troubled by this matter and could not even smile. She had tried many prescriptions from the palace, yet nothing stopped her condition from worsening. Before Xin An could respond, she continued, "I heard your household has a good physician. Can you invite him to take a look at me?" The nearby nanny forced a smile. "Your Highness, the palace physicians have already examined many pregnant women. There is no need for outside doctors." This implied distrust of external physicians. Xin An said, "Pregnant women often experience some discomfort. After giving birth, it will improve. You should endure for a few more months, eat well, walk more, and relax. Perhaps after a good sleep or two, it will get better." The nanny finally looked slightly more satisfied, worried she might overstep. "Young madam is right. You are simply overthinking it. With imperial physicians here, nothing will go wrong." The second princess consort frowned slightly and asked again, "Tell me, this child inside me, how can I make sure it develops well? Nothing will be missing, right?" She was truly anxious, first amazed at the miracle of life, then afraid the child might be born with defects. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became, to the point she could not sleep at night. Chapter 326. A thoughtful reminder from Liaoji. The second princess consort was anxious and uncertain, and Xin An was slightly taken aback before immediately understanding. This was her first pregnancy, and because it was so highly valued, she naturally felt nervous. Pregnant women were already prone to overthinking, and with external pressure added in, it was not strange that anxiety would arise. You and the second prince are both blessed with good fortune, and with the careful care of experienced nanny attendants and imperial physicians, nothing like that will happen, she said. At this time, you must absolutely relax your mind. You should know that excessive worry is also harmful to the child. Be at ease, trust the nannies, trust the imperial physicians, and also trust yourself. The little imperial grandson in your womb will surely be born safely and smoothly. Do not keep thinking about it all the time. Instead, find something to occupy your time, reading books, embroidery, reviewing account books, making sword tassels, or, if nothing else, copying calming scriptures. Anything is fine, just do not let yourself constantly dwell on your pregnancy. The nanny felt Xin An's suggestion was very good. The second princess consort was indeed too tense and should find something to distract herself. After another round of persuasion, the second princess consort finally listened somewhat and let out a long breath. "What you say makes sense. I really should find something to do." Xin An asked whether the residents had items like the 9-ring puzzle. One of the nannies said there were some in the storeroom, and the second princess consort immediately ordered them to be brought out so she could try them. After thinking for a moment, she said to Xin An, "Look, I feel better now that you've come. It seems you should come more often in the future." "As long as I have time, I will certainly come to disturb your highness," Xin An replied with a smile. After a few more casual words, she tactfully took her leave. A young maid from the second prince's residence escorted her out. Once she boarded the carriage, Xin An let out a long breath and thought to herself that the second prince's residence was not a place to visit often, it was too mentally exhausting. Then she thought that pregnant women were prone to overthinking, and so she had the carriage redirected toward the Liao household. Since they were both pregnant women, Madame Liao was always busy and often seemed to forget she was with child. Liaoji was not at home either, so it was unclear whether she was overthinking things. "There's nothing so delicate about it. When she learned that Xin An had specially come to see her, Madame Liao was quite moved and pulled her to sit down. From the looks of it, this child probably knows his father is often away from home and is considerate of me. Since I became pregnant until now, nothing has gone wrong. Not only you, even I sometimes forget I am pregnant. Xin An smiled lightly. That won't do. You still need to be careful. I will have Steward Fong oversee the shop more, and if anything happens, discuss it with your subordinates. If you cannot decide, come find me. You must not overwork yourself. Compared to the second princess consort, this was the complete opposite. One walked so carefully she seemed afraid even a heavy step might make the child fall out, while the other was completely unconcerned. Madame Liao said the household physician checked her pulse daily. I'm fine. I know my limits. Having things to do keeps me from overthinking. If I have nothing to do, I start thinking too much, and once I start thinking, I feel like I'm losing out. It's pointless. So tell me, how could I allow myself to be idle? If she were idle, she felt life would become unbearable. Xin An was helpless. It seemed Liaoji was not doing his part properly. After all, the purpose of marrying her was for her to manage household affairs and help earn money for him, yet he was not considerate enough. As women, we should take good care of ourselves. Whatever is good, we should use it on ourselves. We must learn to think more positively. I already am taking care of myself, Madame Liao said with a smile. Now I only use the best food and clothing. I do whatever makes me happy. I'm learning from you how to enjoy life and treat myself well. Honestly, once I started using good things on myself, my mood improved. Thinking back, I don't feel as though I've been wronged anymore. It doesn't feel wasted either. She laughed softly, and Xin An did not say more. After all, it was not her place to interfere too much in other people's marriages. By noon, Xin An stayed for lunch at the Liao residence. After the meal, they chatted in the warm room for quite a while before she finally took her leave. Before boarding the carriage, she even received a large bundle of New Year gifts. Cui Ping, who had gone to the Prince Jing residence to deliver New Year gifts, returned early. Once Xin An sat down, she reported everything in detail. In previous years, I saw the princess consort of Prince Jing's residence twice in the palace. She was well-preserved and gentle in temperament. Today, however, she looked much thinner and appeared at least 10 years more aged. When she saw the jasmine flowers, her eyes showed surprise, then some emotion. She asked about second young master and second young madam, and said that in spring, the Prince Jing residence would host a spring viewing banquet and invited second young madam to attend and enjoy the flowers. Xin An was not in a hurry to attach herself too closely. Rushing things did not make a good deal. Sending jasmine flowers was merely a tentative step, like casting a stone to test the path. Now that the path seemed usable, she would proceed slowly. You have worked hard today, Aunt Cui. Rest well. Tomorrow you will accompany me to the banquet. It will be the last banquet of the year, and several young ladies from the clan will also attend. Please keep an eye on them. Also, later today I will trouble you to go to Qingxiang courtyard and check the etiquette of the 3 young ladies, offering them some guidance. Cui Ping understood. After she left, Xin An curled up on the beauty couch. The moment she lay down, her eyelids grew heavy, and she simply pulled over a thin blanket and fell asleep. At the same time, Tang Mo had just repelled several assassins with his blade. Liaoji looked at the fleeing figures. These people were coming for you. Tang Mo flexed his numb wrist. How could it be me? I think they were targeting the commander. Liaoji coldly stated a fact. If they were coming for me, it would not be just a few small-time thugs. These are clearly hired street fighters. You've offended someone. Tang Mo raised an eyebrow. He suspected Luo Qiwen might still be involved, though that case had been temporarily suppressed. Could Tang Rong have other arrangements in the shadows? Liaoji turned away and said, no need to finish them off. It's better to leave them alive. Otherwise, stronger ones will come. Tang Mo's eyes turned cold. He suspected Luo Qiwen had overlooked something, but that was understandable. He was only a scholar. Even with some intelligence, he was not in the residence and could not constantly monitor Tang Rong. Looking at the direction the attackers fled, Tang Mo thought, this had all been minor skirmishes so far. It was time to deal Tang Rong a heavier blow. Seeing him return, Liaoji handed him water and offered a sincere reminder. When it is time to cut ties, do not hesitate. Indecision leads to chaos. To accomplish great things, one must be ruthless at critical moments. There are still more tasks waiting for you next year. Do not let minor troubles disrupt your plans. Your grandfather still has some influence before His Majesty and is willing to give you opportunities. Do not lose the big picture over small matters. These petty tricks are satisfying, but they are not the methods of a man, more like the behavior of women. As commander of the northern garrison, Liaoji had full awareness of all movements in the capital. The previous incidents involving Tang Rong, though Tang Mo had handled them carefully, were never truly hidden from him. He had simply chosen not to speak of it, partly because Xin An and his wife got along well, and partly because Tang Mo was making progress. He even helped clean up traces of the incidents, since once they had nearly led Tang Gang's men to the truth. Chapter 327. Tang Mo's Experience-Based Advice. Liaoji's attitude did not surprise Tang Mo in the slightest. As long as something was done, traces would inevitably be left behind. No one could truly be flawless. If Liaoji, who commanded the northern garrison, knew nothing at all, that would be what he found strange. He had acted precisely because he was certain Liaoji would not interfere. Compared to what he had done in sending his own grandfather and father directly to their downfall, what did beating up Tang Rong amount to? Thank you for the reminder. Opportunities are rare, and I will not miss them. In the past, I had no choice. In the future, I will not need to. Liaoji did not continue speaking. He simply held his bowl and drank water, and suddenly felt a little like he missed his wife. Tang Mo was also thinking about his wife. In such cold weather, she was still out running around. Just imagining Xin and lounging in the mansion eating well and enjoying herself made him feel a little envious. Seeing him suddenly grin foolishly, Liaoji frowned slightly. What are you laughing at? I was thinking of my wife, so I couldn't help laughing. She must be lying on the beauty couch napping right now, living such a comfortable life that it makes one jealous. On this point, Liaoji fully agreed. Your wife knows how to enjoy life, he said. She even influenced my own wife. Women, after all, are meant to enjoy life if they are lucky enough to be born into it. Tang Mo, having some experience in this matter, could not help but speak a bit more. A woman's fortune and status before marriage depend on her father and brothers. After marriage, it depends on her husband. If my wife were constantly running around exhausted and haggard, that would only mean I am useless. If she can leisurely enjoy life, admiring flowers, picking jewelry, taking care of her skin, painting her nails, that means the household is stable, and it also means I am still useful. He looked meaningfully at Liaoji, hesitated slightly, then continued. I am not trying to overstep, but the way you and your wife interact is somewhat inappropriate. A delicate and beautiful wife should not be treated like a subordinate. Let alone your brothers and nephews. Even if my father tried to give my wife a hard time, I would not allow it. I would immediately help her regain her dignity that very day, otherwise how could she live in the household? We men are often busy with affairs and rarely at home, but our wives help us manage so many things inside the household. We cannot let them feel wronged or chilled in heart. He had heard more than once from Xin and that Liaoji did not treat his wife properly, leaving all the household affairs to Madame Su, making her work hard both financially and physically while receiving no appreciation in return. In effect, Liaoji was enjoying a mountain of wealth and a capable assistant for free, while his wife suffered in silence. And yet, even when she was wronged in the household, Liaoji could not openly support her. Liaoji frowned deeply. He had never seriously considered this before. In his mind, men handled external affairs and women managed internal affairs. Once the doors were closed, it was all family matters, naturally handled by the mistress of the house. He had indeed overlooked his wife's feelings. Tang Mo had already braced himself for anger. After all, military men were rarely good-tempered. But unexpectedly, Liaoji only said, Tell me more of such things in the future. Huh? You're not angry? Liaoji raised an eyebrow. Do I look like such an unreasonable person? Just because you and your wife are inseparable, does that mean we are not allowed to have a harmonious marriage? Tang Emo laughed. You're exaggerating, General. I'll make sure to bring you any first-hand information in the future. Liaoji nodded. In a rare good mood, he continued to give Tang Emo advice. Tang Emo immediately sat up straight, afraid of missing a single word. Today, you will attend the banquet with me. There is no need to be nervous. Just follow my lead. Do you still remember the rules I taught you yesterday? The weather was rare, clear skies, and a gentler wind. Xin An, Madame Wang, and the clan ladies were preparing to attend a banquet early in the morning. Madame Zhao had already been helping the three children dress and prepare since dawn. This was their first time attending a banquet among the capital's noble families. Of course they were nervous. Second sister-in-law, is my outfit all right? Second sister-in-law, we don't know anyone. I'm a little scared. We remember the rules that Nanny Cui taught us, but we're afraid we'll forget them when we meet people. The three girls clung tightly to Xin An, as if they wanted to hang on to her forever. Xin An smiled and soothed them. There's no need to worry. Noble ladies care most about face and reputation. They won't embarrass anyone publicly. I'll first take you to meet some acquaintances. They're easy to talk to. After that, just adapt as things come. Don't wander off, and don't separate from the group. We don't need to be overly flashy, but there's no need to be timid either. You are now young ladies of the Marquis household. There are plenty of people here whose status is not even as high as yours, so don't be afraid. After her reassurance, the three girls finally relaxed a little. Before boarding the carriage, Madame Zhao also gave them more instructions. She herself would also be attending with Madame Wang, and though she was nervous, she still had to maintain her dignity as an elder. Today was the birthday banquet of the Grand Elder of Minister Ouyang's household. That old man, known for once plucking stars from the second prince's residence, was said to be full of energy and often chased Minister Ouyang around with a stick, making his reputation widely known throughout the capital. The Ouyang residence was filled with festive cheer. When the Marquis household carriage arrived, the steward hurried down the steps to welcome them warmly, followed by a matron who guided the female guests inside. The warm hall was already crowded. After greetings, Xin An led the three girls to the garden to make space for incoming guests. Are these your three cousins? Lin Yao and the others had arrived early. Their attention immediately fell on the three girls behind Xin An. If one had to say the heavens favor the Tang family, it would be true. Look at how beautiful these three young ladies are. From now on, your Marquis household won't be an easy place to visit. You'd feel inferior just standing there. Xin An smiled. Sister Lin, I'll take that as a compliment. She turned and said to the three girls, Come greet these beautiful madams. The sisters stepped forward shyly and greeted them. Xin An introduced them one by one. Quaner is well-mannered, Fair is lively, and Kerr is sweet and gentle. In the future, I'll have to trouble all the beautiful madams to take care of them. Everyone laughed and asked a few questions, then had attendants call over young ladies from the Marquis residence to take the three girls around the garden. If you get cold, come back to warm yourselves by the fire. Beside them were large braziers covered with elegant iron grills, making the area pleasantly warm. The three girls followed the group to chat and walk around. Lin Yao pulled Xin An aside. Are they staying in the capital to find marriage prospects? Not necessarily, Xin An replied. She smiled. 5 young men from their clan have also come. Each of them is well-built and handsome. 3 already hold degrees. 2 are licentiates, and the eldest is only 16. They've come to the capital to study and prepare for the next imperial examination cycle. Among those 5 young men are their brothers or cousins. The girls came partly to take care of them and partly to see whether they might find suitable matches in the capital. Their parents are reluctant to part with them, so it's not a fixed decision that they must marry here. Chapter 328. Your glory days are about to begin. The young men and 3 girls from the clan would stay in the capital for at least the next 2 years. Naturally, Xin needed to raise their status a little and speak well of them, so she only said favorable things. Seeing her speak so animatedly and without the slightest modesty, the people around her became quite curious. All 5 young men are outstanding? They are outstanding, Xin and confirmed without the slightest exaggeration. Many scholars exhaust their entire lives and still fail to become licentiates. Those 2 are only 15 or 16, yet they already passed last year. If not for concerns about their foundation being unstable, they could even take the exams again next spring. Their personalities are also good, very lively. They are not the kind who lock themselves away and study endlessly day and night. In my view, they simply have natural talent for learning. You'll see them later. Speaking of this, Xin even felt a bit envious of Tang Gang. Tang Rong was currently bedridden, Tang Emma was out, and in a time when no one was bringing him glory, several outstanding young men had appeared in the clan. Earlier that morning before leaving, he had even instructed his younger brothers to bring them to the banquet later, and he had specially invited Tang Yong and Tang Yaoming to accompany them. It was clear how much importance he placed on this. Today would once again be his moment of glory. The man himself might not be much, but his luck was truly first class. Our Xin family doesn't have such talented young men, Xin said. We don't have many who are gifted in academics. Most of them, from childhood, loved fiddling with abacuses. It's worrying. Yan Wenwei laughed. That just shows your Xin family are all born under the god of wealth. You should be secretly pleased. How many families even wish for someone good at making money and cannot get one? Those who were good at making money and those who were good at studying were equally important. Both were the foundation of a family's continuation. The Tang family had several promising scholars, while the Xin family had plenty of capable moneymakers. If they complemented each other, both families would prosper further. Lin Yao teased, even you yourself are good at making money. With one Wanuan trading house bustling with customers every day, among us you're the richest. Xin laughed brightly. That's just you flattering me. Who among you isn't wealthier or nobler than me? Even if I'm not as rich, I'm still not as noble as you all. In the future, I'll still be counting on you to look after me. Her words pleased everyone. That single word, noble, was something others could not easily obtain. The group chatted and laughed, mostly exchanging gossip from various households. Having achieved her goal, Xin stopped speaking much and simply listened with a smile, occasionally chiming in to liven the atmosphere. Only when most of the guests had arrived did she quietly ask Lin Yao, "Is the Prince Jing residence not coming today?" Lin Yao lowered her voice. "Prince Jing has returned this time with meritorious achievements. The emperor has been showering him with rewards. Apart from going into the palace to give thanks, no one from the Prince Jing residence has been seen out and about. They are probably waiting until after the new year to host a banquet before officially attending social events." In other words, even the Grand Chancellor could not compel the Prince Jing residence to attend a return banquet. Xin had a vague thought. In her memory, Prince Jing had always been favored. His original title was said to be something else, but he personally requested the title, Jing, which suggested he was a cautious person by nature. How could such a man have made a serious mistake that led to exile of his entire household? Yet after returning with merit, his favor had not diminished. In fact, it seemed unchanged. There was likely more to this matter. However, this was not something she should probe further. It was enough just to keep it in mind. Around noon, Tang Gang arrived with Tang Yu and the clan's young men. He formally introduced them to the guests, focusing especially on the 2 licentiate scholars. The guests could not help but examine the young men carefully. Their appearance aside, they also had promising futures, and many could not help but feel a hint of envy toward Tang Gang. They felt he had hidden his strength well. Previously, no one had heard him mention such outstanding young men. In the past, everyone believed the Marquis household, though noble, was not particularly outstanding. The Tang Rong everyone knew had little scholarly talent, and Tang Mo had only recently begun to rise, with his future still uncertain. Now, however, with 5 talented young men added to the family, the household's weak point was suddenly filled. In 2 or 3 years, when these youths entered official service, the Marquis household would truly rise in prominence. I thought the Marquis household shift toward literary cultivation was just talk. I never expected the Marquis had quietly nurtured such excellent scholars. Truly admirable. With such talent, their futures will surely be brilliant. Everyone says the Marquis is skilled in raising his family. It seems we all should learn from him. Praise followed one after another. Tang Gang, shameless as ever, accepted it all without embarrassment. To him, it was simply the fortune of his household. Even if he had not personally raised them, he supported the clan, and the clan benefited from him. Without the Marquis household behind them, how could these youths have good teachers? How could they have such opportunities? He considered it only natural that he share in this glory. Tang Yu, on the other hand, remained composed and said nothing. He had always been clear-minded. The future of these clan children was no longer something they could fully support. They would need Tang Gang's backing. Though they were family, there was still distance between them. If they wanted support, they had to show ability. For now, this was already the best outcome. Madame Wang chose the right moment to bring the young men to pay respects to old Lady Ouyang. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they drew many gazes from the young ladies. The 5 brothers were dressed in newly prepared outfits arranged by Xin An. With stylish belts and leather boots, their already good looks were enhanced further, and even Madame Wang, who led them, felt a sense of pride. This is the Tang clan's young men? Truly talented and impressive. The ladies sized them up with interest. Hearing they were scholars with titles and would be staying in the capital, many began calculating inwardly, their smiles becoming noticeably warmer. Old Lady Ouyang, who had been somewhat visually impaired with age, suddenly felt her eyesight improve upon seeing them. She smiled warmly and spoke kindly to the 5 young men. Xin An suppressed her laughter. She understood this feeling well. In the end, she personally escorted the brothers out and handed them over to Tang Yaoming before returning. Lin Yao pulled her down to sit. They really weren't exaggerating, indeed outstanding. One appearance, and they've already stirred up many young ladies' hearts. Look at your 3 sisters. Xin An looked up. In the distance, the 3 girls were already surrounded by several young ladies, chatting and laughing happily. They're still young and focused on studying. There's no talk of arranging marriages yet, Xin An said. Yan Wenhui was already mentally selecting candidates. No rush. We can take our time. Xin An joked, does that mean my status will also rise with them? After all, I'm their second sister-in-law, and I'll be managing many of their affairs. Lin Yao laughed. With 5 outstanding cousins and 3 beautiful younger sisters under you, your glorious days are about to begin. Laughter filled the group again until someone came to invite them to the banquet. Chapter 329. The entire family is disgraced together. The banquet at the residence of the Grand Chancellor Ouyang was naturally lavish and dignified, and the women sitting together were far less constrained by etiquette than usual. They chatted and laughed freely, feeling extremely at ease. Lady Wang, who had not been particularly popular at banquets in the past, now wore a bright smile, holding fruit wine as she spoke warmly with the enthusiastic madams. In their conversation, they exchanged subtle hints and allusions, smiling politely all the while. The 3 daughters-in-law also relaxed. They felt that the capital's banquets were not much different from home. They did not try to stand out. Instead, they observed how others behaved and quickly learned from them. With their second sister-in-law sitting beside them, they felt very reassured. During the festival season, every household was busy. After lunch, they barely managed to watch 2 performances before some people began to take their leave. Lady Wang was not in a hurry. She stayed until most of the guests had gradually departed before finally standing up and leading the group of women back to their residence. Today, I really benefited from you. Didn't you see several madams trying to come up and talk to me? Lady Wang had no daughters, so she had never experienced the pride of one daughter attracting suitors from 100 families. Today, she finally got to feel it. Madame Zhao was grateful for Lady Wang's thorough arrangements that day. The clan intended to use the marriages of the three girls to elevate their family status, but their affection for the girls was genuine. To achieve both goals, they had to rely on Lady Wang and her daughter-in-law taking it seriously. Lady Wang's actions today reassured her considerably. The three girls and Xin An were in the same carriage. Their faces were all flushed with excitement. They had met many people at the banquet today. The young ladies in the capital are all quite easy to get along with. They speak nicely too, and even invited us to play together in the future. Seeing how happy they were, Xin An felt a new understanding of Tangang forming in her heart. Only if the Marquis's household was strong would these three girls receive such preferential treatment. One must know that daughters of aristocratic scholar-official families had been trained from childhood to understand gain and loss. They would never offer goodwill to someone without reason. The sons were indeed outstanding, but what mattered was the future. Only Tangang could see the present. Tangang was extremely biased within the household and quite detestable, but outside the home, he might be a different person. People often said he was mediocre, but at least he had never made mistakes in state affairs. Never made mistakes? Her eyes flickered slightly. Even that alone was quite impressive. It seemed she needed to this biased father-in-law. Just as they entered the gate of the Marquis residence, they saw Madame Zhang walking toward them, her face full of dissatisfaction. The night before, Madame Zhang had suggested going to the banquet with them, or at least taking the Wei sisters along if that was not possible. Neither Lady Wang nor Tangang agreed. Even though the Wei sisters had done nothing unpleasant, resentment by association meant Tangang also disliked them. Madame Zhao politely greeted her, then led the three girls back to the Ningxiang courtyard. Faced with Madame Zhang, the Wang mother-in-law and daughter-in-law saw that she had no chance of winning, so Madame Zhang could only say a few bitter remarks before returning to her own courtyard. However, as she turned away, there was still a look of smugness in her eyes. She still did not believe she could not deal with this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pair. Since the curfew had been extended later into the night, the capital evenings had become especially lively. Tea houses and taverns were brightly lit at night, filled with endless discussions and lively voices. Some talked about next year's imperial examinations, some about the festive season, and others speculated which households were most generous with porridge distributions this year. The topic then shifted to temple fairs, then to which bodhisattva was most efficacious. Eventually, the discussion turned to Tang Rong, mentioning how he had repeatedly suffered misfortune after his marriage, to the point that he no longer even left the Marquis residence. It seems the Southern Crossing Temple is not as miraculous as rumored. The old madam of the Marquis residence personally going to pray at the Southern Crossing Temple was not a secret either. Someone then said, no matter how miraculous a bodhisattva may be, it cannot compare to human scheming. The heir of the Marquis household has been so unlucky, who knows if it was caused by someone. Once this was said, everyone felt the speaker must know some inside story. That person did not hesitate, speaking vaguely with phrases like, heard and it is said, directing suspicion toward Tang Mo. Think about it. If the Marquis's heir falls, who benefits? Loss on one side, gain on the other. Recently, the second young master of the Marquis household has been extremely prominent. Even all social engagements among the women are handled by the second young madam. When has the heir's wife ever been seen outside? Peeking into the secrets of noble households was a great pleasure for many. After a few sentences, many people felt there must be something going on, and the discussion grew even more heated. Within the span of a meal, Lady Wang, Xin An, and Tang Mo were nearly all slandered and disgraced in the mouths of these people. The next morning, Nan Feng hurriedly brought the news to Xin An. From yesterday it started spreading. By today, it has almost reached every street and alley. The person behind this has spent a fortune. Should we arrest everyone involved? Not urgent. Xin An guessed this matter must be related to the neighboring residents. Even if it was not Tang Rong who acted, it must have been someone he instructed. He was best at using others to do his bidding. In that case, she would simply play along. Since things had reached this point, she did not mind dragging more people into the water. She, too, knew how to borrow strength to strike back. After thinking for a moment, A faint smile appeared on her lips. She instructed Nanfeng to do two things. First, secretly uncover the mastermind behind it. Second, fan the flames further, this time directing them toward Tangang. Nanfeng went to Chunyang to take 20 taels of silver before leaving. Xian and then sent Chun Lu to the front courtyard to tell Lady Wang to directly demand an explanation from Tangang. By afternoon, Tangang, furious and disgusted at Tang Rong's misfortune and ill omen, had him confined to his courtyard and forbidden from leaving. Meanwhile, rumors spread rapidly that the old madam favored Tang Mo and was moving good things into his courtyard, possibly intending to change the heir of the Marquis household. These rumors quickly merged with earlier ones, aligning perfectly with public speculation, successfully casting Tang Rong as a tragic heir who had been harmed by his brothers and disliked by his father and grandmother. Even Tao Iran was portrayed as a woman of misfortune, said to have originally been in love with Tang Rong, but forced apart due to Xian family's prior engagement, with their marriage only happening because of true love finally prevailing. It was also said that Tang Mo should be generous since he had a wealthy father-in-law, that Xian, as a merchant's daughter, should be grateful to have married into the Marquis household and should even give up half her dowry to Tang Rong, as supporting the heir was the wisest course. Some rumors even claimed Tang Rong's recent absence from public life might be due to harm caused by Tang Mo, with Tang Gang acting as an accomplice. The rumors became increasingly absurd. Upon hearing them, Tang Gang flew into a rage and immediately ordered a thorough investigation, demanding the mastermind be found within 12 hours. Lady Wang sat there wiping tears. I've been working from before dawn without a moment's rest, yet now they say I am a venomous woman and even accuse me of swallowing my elder sister's dowry. Who doesn't know the truth of this? Every single word is aimed at me and my two daughters-in-law. Now even you are being called a bad person. Tell me, how exactly did you harm him? From now on, I don't even need to go out anymore. My reputation is ruined beyond repair. You might as well divorce me. Tang Gang's face turned dark as ink. The first person he suspected was Tang Rong. Even he himself was startled by this thought. He did not know when it started, but his impression of Tang Rong had changed so much that he now thought of him first. Yet he could not believe Tang Rong would do something so foolish. But aside from him, there was no one else to suspect. Chapter 330. Tang Rong, you really are such a miserable person. Tang Gang did not dare to think too badly of Tang Rong. He could not accept such an outcome, and almost instinctively shrank back inward, silently praying that this matter had nothing to do with Tang Rong. Madam, we have found out. With Lu Chang's help, Nanfeng quickly traced the matter back to Madame Zhang. Yesterday morning, while the masters of the household were attending the banquet at the Ouyang residence, a servant beside Madame Wei went out once and met someone at the Chunyu tea house. That person is someone who makes a living by mingling in tea houses and taverns to gather information. He was the one who first spread the rumor. The Marquis's men have already arrested him. Xian let out a cold snort. Go and tell my mother-in-law about this. Tang Gang and Lady Wang interrogated those people in front of Wei Liangkai. When all the evidence pointed toward Madame Zhang, Tang Gang let out a deep sigh of relief. Even though he suspected that Tang Rong had instructed it, or at least hinted to Madame Zhang to do it, since Tang Rong was not directly implicated, he could continue deceiving himself and believe that Tang Rong was innocent. Everything was Madame Zhang's fault. This matter has gone too far. I no longer wish to discuss right or wrong in detail, nor do I wish to confront my elder sister-in-law, so as not to damage the relationship between our families. I only hope such things will not happen again. These were his words to save face for Wei Liangkai. They were all in official circles. There might come a time when they needed each other. It was also to preserve face for Tang Rong. After all, he was still his most favored son. Wei Liangkai naturally understood that Madame Zhang had been used by Tang Rong, but at this point, he absolutely could not involve Tang Rong. He could only say that he had failed in household discipline and apologize to Tang Gang and Lady Wang. As for the second young master and the second young madam, I am truly sorry. As an elder, I will compensate them properly. He had merely failed to keep an eye on things, and Madame Zhang had caused such a disaster. If this was not handled properly, how could he continue to face the Marquis household in the future? Tang Gang once again chose to handle things lightly despite raising them high at first. He even hoped to extract some benefit from the Wei family. But Lady Wang refused to accept it. She would not allow Tang Rong to simply pass through this matter unscathed. Ignoring Wei Liangsai's presence, she immediately ordered someone to call Tang Rong over from Chunhua Courtyard. If the fire hasn't burned to your own feet, you won't know how painful it is. She looked coldly at Tang Gang. Now that my second daughter-in-law and I have had our reputations completely ruined, don't you think you can brush this off with some high-sounding excuses? The two of them were still trying to gloss over the matter in front of her. Did they take her for clay? Today, she was determined to be the villain. Although she knew that even if she drove the Wei family out today, or slapped Madame Zhang until her mouth swelled shut, it would not truly solve anything. At least it could drive a wedge between this family and Tang Rong, preventing them from running to Chunhua Courtyard every few days and causing constant disturbances. When Lady Wang lost her temper, even Tang Gang could not do anything. Seeing that things could not be contained, Wei Liangkai could only send someone to summon Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang felt uneasy, and Tang Rong was even more nervous. On the way there, he had already guessed that his aunt had likely made a mistake. At this moment, he only wanted to distance himself from the matter. So the moment he entered, he took the offensive and knelt directly in front of Lady Wang. Mother, although this matter was done by my aunt, in the end it was for my sake. My aunt misunderstood my father and second brother. It was I who failed to dissuade her in time. Everything is my fault. Please punish me. Lady Wang let out a cold laugh. The heir is joking. You are the Marquis household's heir, and I am merely the evil stepmother. How would I dare punish you? If I say even a few harsh words today, tomorrow people outside will say I have harmed you. After all, even your own father, because of your misfortune that left him temporarily unable to leave the house, has been accused of harming you. Would I, this evil stepmother, not tear you to pieces? This was clearly a deliberate reminder to Tang Gang. My reputation is already ruined. Are you still pretending to be a benevolent father? What kind of reputation do you have outside? As expected, Tang Gang's face darkened again, and his gaze toward Tang Rong changed. Madame Zhang, a woman who dared to act and speak boldly, became angry when she saw Tang Rong defending her yet being mocked by Lady Wang. You still know you're a stepmother? In front of my younger sister, you are nothing but a concubine. My nephew is half your master. Now you act all high and mighty. What's wrong with what people outside are saying? Can you deny that my nephew's repeated misfortunes have nothing to do with you? Can you deny that you haven't embezzled my sister's dowry? Can you deny your selfish intentions? Shut your mouth. Madame Zhang spoke too quickly, spitting everywhere. Wei Liangkai failed to stop her. Lady Wang's face turned red with anger. She ignored Madame Zhang entirely and directly asked Tang Rong, "Is what your aunt said your intention? If you did not instruct her, how would she know these things about the household? How would she think in this direction?" She straightened her back and raised her voice at Madame Zhang. "I am the rightful mistress of the Marquis household, personally brought in through formal betrothal by the old madam herself. I entered through the main gate with full rights and ceremony. I may be a second wife, but I am still the legitimate wife. Elder Madame Wei, did you hear clearly?" Madame Zhang snorted and turned her head away. Lady Wang then glanced at Tang Rong again. "I have treated you with utmost fairness. Everyone in this household can see it. If you feel dissatisfied, you should have spoken to your grandmother or gone directly to your father. Why spread baseless rumors that have now reached every corner of the capital? You are the heir of the Marquis household. You should protect its honor. Yet you have dragged its reputation through the mud for your own selfish desires, portraying your father, me, and your second brother's family as utterly wicked people. So in the entire household, only you Tang Rong are righteous, and only your couple is the most pitiful. Cruel parents, oppressive brothers, unbearable suffering, you, Tang Rong, truly are such a miserable person." Lady Wang unleashed her full fury, directly tearing away Tang Rong's disguise. "You knew your aunt is straightforward and easily manipulated, yet you used her as a weapon. She is your own aunt. Did you ever consider what would happen when this blew up? Whether it would cause difficulties for your uncle and damage the relationship between the two families? Madame Zhang tried to speak again, but was firmly pulled back by Wei Liangkai, who forced her to shut up. Lady Wang had already given a way out. Following her lead would minimize the damage. Tang Rong was Tang Gang's biological son. What could Tang Gang really do to him? At most, a light punishment. Wei Liangkai stepped forward to help Tang Rong up and said to Lady Wang, "Madam, please do not be angry. My wife acted rashly out of concern for her nephew and committed this foolish mistake without distinguishing right from wrong. I will certainly give you, the second young master and the second young madam, an explanation. My nephew has always been polite and sensible. He would never have intended disrespect toward you. When my sister passed away, he was still young, and it was all thanks to your careful upbringing that he reached where he is today. Our Wei family is truly grateful. In the past half-year, this child has suffered many setbacks and felt distressed, so he may have spoken a few complaints in front of his aunt. It was merely to vent his frustrations. Unfortunately, my wife misunderstood his words and acted rashly out of concern, causing trouble for the household. Rumors spread easily. Once words are spoken, they cannot be controlled. Outsiders love excitement and exaggerate matters for entertainment until things spiral out of control. This was never my wife's intention. Although she had some misunderstandings about you, her heart is not so malicious. I ask Madam to calm herself. I will do my utmost to resolve the matter outside and reduce the impact as much as possible." Chapter 331. Madame Zhang no longer wants to stay in the Marquis residence. One had to say, Wei Liangkai truly was someone who had navigated officialdom for years. With just a few sentences, he defined the entire matter as a misunderstanding. At most, it was Tang Rong venting his frustration due to depression, while Madame Zhang became merely an aunt who acted foolishly out of love for her nephew. He said both the good and the bad, leaving Madame Wang somewhat regretful. She had originally wanted to press the matter further, but now it was difficult to continue insisting. Since the other side's attitude was sincere, apologizing and taking responsibility for handling the aftermath, what more could she say? Even Tang Gang felt that Wei Liangcai's explanation was the truth. In any case, he was unwilling to believe Tang Rong would do such a thing, and the more he deceived himself, the more addicted he became to that belief. Tang Rong took advantage of the situation and admitted that he had spoken carelessly due to inner frustration. During the New Year period, father and second brother were extremely busy. I should have helped father share the burden, but I could only stay in my courtyard recovering from injuries and do nothing. I inevitably felt stifled and upset. When my aunt came to visit after some casual family conversation, I spoke a few words of complaint to her. I did not expect it would lead to such misunderstanding. This was my lack of thought. In the future, I will be cautious in my speech and will not allow such things to happen again. The matter seemed to be coming to an end, but he knew clearly in his heart that he had completely lost his uncle's support. The loss was not insignificant. In his heart, his resentment toward Madame Zhang grew even stronger. She truly could not accomplish anything properly, and had repeatedly caused him trouble and disgust. Under Wei Liangcai's threatening gaze, Madame Zhang also reluctantly apologized to Madame Wang. As for the other victim, Xin An, she was considered a junior. In her eyes, there was no need for an elder to apologize to a junior, so she did not mention her at all. After the Wei family and Tang Rong left, Madame Wang immediately turned her spear toward Tang Gang, ruthlessly exposing his self-deception. Children do not necessarily follow their mother's will, nor do they follow their father's. It's fine to deceive yourself occasionally, but don't become addicted to it. Last time it was like this time it is the same. The fault is always someone else's, and he is always innocent, a pure and innocent little white lotus. Today I will give you face and believe whatever they say, but as for the truth, I hope your lordship knows it clearly in your heart. Do not wait until one day a knife is thrust into your heart before still believing he is innocent. The dignified air of the Marquis household relies entirely on women's tricks, lacking even the slightest sense of responsibility. Your lordship has truly raised a fine son. After speaking, she gave him a sideways glance and let him interpret it himself. Then, right in front of him, she opened the treasury and selected several valuable items, saying she would bring them to Xin An to calm her nerves. Tang Gang did not say a single word. Mother is taking things from father's treasury again? Seeing the valuable items, Xin An could not help but laugh helplessly. Nanfeng had just informed her about what happened in the front courtyard. She originally intended to comfort her mother-in-law, but unexpectedly, she arrived openly carrying such precious gifts. Now the whole capital already knows I am an evil stepmother. What is there left to worry about? Madame Wang sat down and immediately began drinking tea. She had truly been angered. Only after finishing a cup did her anger ease slightly. She then briefly explained the situation to Xin An. I never intended to deal with him too harshly through this matter. Your father is biased, and your grandmother would not allow his reputation to be harmed either. So I could only make the Wei family distance themselves from him. Xin An felt this was already the best possible outcome. After all, he was the favored one. As long as he did not cross Tang Gang's bottom line, he would always be forgiven. Hadn't they seen how, when he was previously injured, he was visited daily in Chanhua Courtyard? Meanwhile, Tang Mo, also injured and bedridden for days, only received a single visit, and that was because someone had business to ask about. Grass and treasure cannot be compared. The Wei family uncle is a sensible man. He knows what to choose. Chun Lu brought in 2 bowls of bird's nest soup and left after placing them down. Xin An handed 1 bowl to Madame Wang. Calm down. It's not a big deal. Rumors stop with the wise. Ordinary people just enjoy the excitement, but those with sense will see through it immediately. It won't affect us much. Madame Wang took the bowl and ate a spoonful. After getting angry, I'm actually a bit hungry. As for Madame Zhang, she really is lucky. Even after all this, Wei Liangkai still protects her. Indeed, foolish people often have good fortune. Xin An smiled and took her own bowl, waiting until Madame Wang finished before speaking about her plan to send gifts to the Prince of Jing's residence. I heard the Princess of Jing likes jasmine, so I had some cultivated. The prince's residence has invited me to a banquet after the new year. Madame Wang was not surprised. In matters of social relations, you are far more capable than I am. You and second brother have a difficult path ahead. Being able to carve out some space is already good. As I said, I cannot help you with affairs outside the household, but I will not let you be distracted by matters inside the residence. I also will not let the people next door disturb you. Those who are not one's own children, no matter how well treated, will not be grateful and may even turn against you. Half an hour later, Xin An went to Ningxiang Courtyard as if nothing had happened. The 3 daughters-in-law looked at her with concern, likely having heard about the incident outside. Xin An used the opportunity to teach them a lesson, what it means to remain unmoved even when a mountain collapses before one's eyes. No matter how big the matter, it is still just a matter. In the future, you may encounter all kinds of unexpected situations. The first rule is not to panic. As long as it is not life-threatening, it is a small matter that can be solved. Madame Zhao smiled and said, you should all learn from your second sister-in-law. That composure alone is worth learning. After all, she had only entered the household for a little over half a year. With such vicious rumors outside, an ordinary person would have already cried themselves into a mess. She stayed in Ningxiang Courtyard for half a day. The next day, many households began sending New Year gifts and potted daffodils to the Marquis residence. Madame Wang also began organizing return gifts. Xin An assisted her in recording all incoming gifts and adjusting reciprocal offerings accordingly. Wei Liangkai also provided his resolution. First, he sent apologies and gifts to Madame Wang and Xin An. Then he personally went to the busiest tea house in the city to publicly declare that all rumors were baseless. He also used the Wei family head's identity to confirm that Madame Wang was a kind and loving mother, and that Xin An and Tang Mo were both good children. In addition, he spent money behind the scenes to reverse public opinion. In total, more than 20,000 taels of silver had been spent since entering the Marquis residence. Although it was not financially crippling, it was still a heavy loss. He regretted deeply. Had he prepared generous gifts when first arriving, both reputation and benefit could have been secured. Now, both reputation and money were lost, leaving him in a passive position. Madame Zhang, seeing so much money spent, felt heartache so intense that she lay in bed for an entire day. Wei Liankai originally wanted to explain to her in detail how Tang Rong had used her as a pawn, but worried she might lose control of her tongue and confront Tang Rong directly, completely tearing things apart. Just as he was overwhelmed, Madame Zhang suddenly spoke. Do we really have to stay until the third day of the new year? After losing so much money in succession, she felt this marquis residence was incompatible with her and no longer wanted to stay. Wei Liankai told her that the more this kind of situation arose, the less they could leave, as it would look like fleeing in disgrace. Since apologies had already been made and compensation attempted, they should at least stay until the third day. He told her to stay quietly in the courtyard, take the children out if she was bored, and purchase items to bring to their post. Wealth was external and would come again. Try to avoid Chunhua courtyard. I won't go anymore, Madame Zhang replied weakly. Did they really not give us any money? She had suffered such heavy losses for Tang Rong, shouldn't he at least come with generous gifts to visit? He truly was not a good person at all. Chapter 332, The Rugged Man Tang Mo has returned. Seeing that Madame Zhang was still thinking about benefits at this moment, Wei Liankai felt completely drained. Stop thinking about this. Don't say anything more in the future. You've also seen it, this marquis household is not as simple as we thought. Other families are even more complicated. I truly cannot rest assured leaving our two daughters here. In the end, instead of help, it will only bring trouble. He was especially uneasy about Tang Rong. In the future, it would be best to only maintain distant relations. Madame Zhang cried. She felt heartache over the silver, over the wealthy son-in-law that never materialized, and also felt she had been deceived by Tang Rong. Let's go. I don't want to stay anymore. She admitted defeat. She was not Tang Rong's opponent. She would never come to this marquis household again. She had once been a dignified and respectable lady alongside her husband in their official post, yet here she was, living under someone else's roof, constantly watching others' expressions and still unable to win against them. Just thinking about it made her feel suffocated. Tang Rong was useless. With Madame Zhang no longer roaming the entire household causing trouble, both Xin An and Madame Wang felt extremely at ease. After several more busy days, the sky turned gloomy, and the cold wind cut like knives, as if a storm was about to arrive. Xin An had just returned to Qiushi courtyard after finishing household matters when, right behind her, a dust-covered Tang Mo walked in. They had only been apart for a few days, yet he had become so rough and worn that Xin An froze in place. She blinked and said, I expected you to suffer a bit, but I didn't expect your face to collapse like this. There's not even a trace of your former handsomeness. I can't kiss this face anymore. What am I supposed to do? Tang Mo stepped forward, dramatically clutching his chest. I rushed back in a hurry because I was worried you'd suffer losses, and this is how you greet me? Where's your conscience? The wind and snow had been too harsh, his face had lost moisture, his skin was rough and cracked, and even his lips had split, with 2 tiny beads of blood forming. He looked like some ferocious monster from outside. Xin An shook her head and sighed. You really are miserable. Cui Ping came over to take a look and immediately ordered hot water to be prepared. Chun Yang and Chun Lu were also startled by Tang Mo's appearance and wondered if they should prepare some nourishing beauty porridge for the second young master. It really had not been easy for him. Once inside, Xin An circled around Tang Mo. No injuries? Tang Mo grew a little tense. He knew he must look awful now, but Xin An's attitude still hurt him. Does a split lip count as an injury? The blood had already dried again, making him look even more pitiful. Xin An suppressed a smile. Fine, I'll count it. Before you left, you were such a handsome, noble young master. How did you come back looking like this, as if you were drained by a demon? Tang Mo quickly pulled her into his arms. Must be you, that demon. I didn't notice before I left, but after a few days, I started seeing the effect. What a powerful female demon. Once I recover, I'll properly deal with you. Xin An finally laughed, touching his rough face. It's so rough it scratches my hand. This female demon can't even kiss you now. Should I let you recover first? Wait until you're smooth and tender before kissing. It's fine. As long as my female demon is soft and smooth. As he spoke, he puckered his lips, still with dried blood, and leaned in to kiss her. Xin An immediately leaned back. Spare me. Before Tang Emo could kiss her, Chun Yong came in just in time to rescue her, reporting that Tang Gang had sent someone to summon Tang Emo. Xin An rolled her eyes and messed up Tang Mo's already messy hair even more. Hurry and go play the victim a bit. The hot water won't be ready for a while. Calculate your timing and come back quickly. Tang Emo still held her waist and refused to let go. Xin An leaned back again. I really can't handle your saw-like mouth. You ungrateful woman, can't you at least hide your disgust? Xin An said without thinking. I treat you with complete sincerity. Why would I need to hide it? Tang Mo's gaze dropped slightly, and he smiled meaningfully. That kind of sincerity is exactly what I like. Xin An punched him. You pervert, you're thinking nonsense again. Wait for me. I'll be right back. Watching him leave quickly, Xin An smiled faintly. Chun Yang entered and said with a grin. Second young madam, please stop smiling like that. You should be more reserved. Did I smile? You smiled very happily. So happy she almost laughed out loud. Xin An refused to believe it. I definitely didn't. You're making it up. Chun Yang chuckled as she changed the tea water. Our second young madam is the most reserved person. She definitely didn't smile just now. She spoke very seriously, while turning around and smiling more brightly than anyone else. Tang Emo, looking disheveled, went to the front courtyard. As soon as Madame Wang saw him, her eyes reddened. Tang Gang frowned slightly. He had originally wanted to scold him for not coming to greet his elders first after returning home, and only running back to his courtyard. Was his wife that attractive? But seeing his miserable appearance, he said nothing. Come in and speak. Tang Emo entered and greeted the elders. Father called me in such haste. What happened? I originally wanted to clean myself up before coming to pay respects. Though I didn't expect to make Mother cry. There was clear reproach in his tone. Tang Gang took a deep breath. Just a few days of peace, and that feeling of being on the verge of being angered to death returned again. He then asked about Tang Mo's journey. Tang Mo did not hide anything and explained roughly, focusing on the assassination attempt. At first, I thought they were targeting Commander Liao. But Commander Liao insisted they were targeting me. If they were truly targeting him, they would have sent top experts, not hired Jianghu thugs with money. I don't know who I have offended. I asked Father to investigate this for me. If Tang Rong wanted to act, then let the old man personally investigate. He wanted to see, if the truth was uncovered, would he still protect him? Madame Wang immediately panicked upon hearing this. Did you offend someone because of official duties? Last time you and your father returned home, your father was also injured. Was it the same group of people? This job cannot be done anymore. In her eyes, nothing mattered more than her son's safety. Tang Gang frowned. He then said he would certainly find the mastermind. But the official post still must be done. There is no job without danger. You must be more careful. If you lack manpower, I will send 2 more people to follow you. Tang Mo felt this was quite necessary. As long as it was not accidental, he would not act against Tang Rong for the time being anyway. Having a couple more eyes on him was fine. Madame Wang could not feel at ease. Tang Mo reassured her for a long time. Tang Gang even said she was a too indulgent mother who spoils her son, to which Madame Wang immediately retorted. You're not much better. Stop, it hurts. Covered in wind and frost, Tang Mo soaked in the bath. The moment the hot towel touched his face, he winced in pain, and blood beads seeped from his cracked lips again. Xin An stood beside him watching. Apply it properly. There's also skin-nourishing ointment prepared outside. After you come out, apply another layer. You clearly haven't suffered enough hardship before. I'm sure Commander Liao is not as badly off as you. How can I compare to him? After the initial sting passed, he relaxed. He removed the towel from his face. He has thick skin. This little wind and snow doesn't matter to him. I can't. He still cared very much about his face. After all, that ungrateful woman liked appearances. If it weren't for the preparations you made, and me rushing back on horseback all the way with him, my legs would have broken. While I was away, nothing happened to you, right? He was worried sick about her. So uselessly worried. Chapter 333. Tang Rong is preparing to strike again. The members of the clan have arrived, 5 young men and 3 young ladies. They are all quite good. After you return, I will have you take the 5 young men out to socialize. Xin An briefly explained the recent happenings in the residence to Tang Mo. Even your grandmother's maternal nephew has come. Once you've cleaned yourself up, I'll tell you everything in detail. I also need to go prepare things for you. Your cousins and siblings have been eagerly waiting for your return. If they see you looking so disheveled later, they'll be so disappointed. Why didn't you cover your face properly when riding? Couldn't you just expose only your eyes? Tang Mo cried out in grievance. If I hadn't covered myself, you wouldn't even have let me through the door. This was done in the military. My lips were too dry, so dry I kept wanting to lick them, and the more I licked, the drier they became. Sigh, I was too comfortable before. Xin An left the bath chamber and prepared to fumigate his face again. Today, he would not leave the courtyard. She intended to save his face indoors. He also looks hungry. Prepare more dishes. Take the clothes and socks he will wear later and warm them by the fire. Don't let him catch cold. Also boil a bowl of ginger soup to drive out the cold. Chun Yang went off smiling to handle everything. Although her young mistress kept saying the second young master was rough and unkempt, she clearly cared for him deeply in her heart. When Tang Mo came out of the bath, the room was warm, his clothes were warm, there was ginger soup and hot tea, and the table was full of his favorite dishes. This is truly my blessed nest. Life here is like heaven. Who told me I have such a good wife? Xin An smiled with bright eyes. If you know how to speak, then say more. I like hearing it. No matter how much you like it, you still have to wait until I'm full. Don't rush me. He ate like a whirlwind, clearly starving. Madame Wang came to check on him, and seeing that he was being properly cared for, she felt completely reassured about Xin An. She said a few words and then left without disturbing the young couple further. She was experienced, separation makes affection deeper, she understood. The two did not continue flirting endlessly, nor did they do anything improper in broad daylight. After eating, Tang Mo lay on Xin An's beauty couch while she told him about what had happened in the residence these past days. The clan members have not had frequent contact since grandfather went there. They are also people who care about reputation. They wouldn't come just because of the old man's attitude. If not for those cousins, they likely wouldn't have shown up at all. So the old man must be very pleased, right? He actually somewhat envied his grandfather's carefree and blessed attitude. The man probably felt no shame at all, only that heaven had treated him especially well. Xin An smiled. He has indeed been quite proud these past few days. But he has reason to be. The clan has clearly invested great effort in training those cousins. From here on, they may struggle somewhat, since not everything can be achieved with money alone. They will still need to rely on the Marquis household. Your father has already gone to visit the head of the academy at Qianmen. With his support, those cousins will avoid many detours. That is something the clan alone cannot accomplish. Tang Mo was jealous. The old man really does have a good life. Everything good happens to him. He was born just as the family was rising. When he came of age, his father secured him a title. The only slight imperfection might be the loss of his first wife, but he remarried Tang Mo's mother. He never had to worry about household affairs. At every stage, someone helped him shine. A life of smooth sailing. Xin An agreed and also mentioned the Wei family matter. Mother is not to be provoked now. She directly left the person next door speechless. In the end, the Wei uncle even sent over more than 1,000 taels worth of gifts, and Madame Wei lay in bed for a whole day and still hasn't left her courtyard. Serves her right. Tang Mo did not plan to tell Xin An about Tang Rong's renewed attempt to hire assassins. He simply held her hand and expressed a few opinions before his eyelids began to droop. Xin An stood up. Sleep on the bed. There will be plenty of work before the new year. She used a towel to dry his still damp hair. By the time she put the towel down, he had already fallen asleep. She then applied colorless lip balm to his lips. After soaking in hot water and staying in a warm room, his cheeks had turned slightly red. She also applied some moisturizing balm before standing up. Madame Zhao came with several young men and women. Hearing that he was asleep, they did not enter. Did he suffer much? Not really. He just rode back quickly in the cold wind. His face got a bit windburned. He'll recover in a couple of days. Madame Zhao nodded. It's harsh traveling in winter. Let him rest well. You can see him tomorrow. The old madam also sent someone to ask after him. Only after confirming he was fine did she feel relieved. Xin An then went to the front courtyard to discuss the porridge distribution with Madame Wang. Every year at this time, all households distributed porridge mostly as a formality. This year, Madame Wang suggested spending more money and doing it properly as a way to accumulate merit for Tang Mo. Although she thought this, what she said was, household affairs have not been very smooth these past months. Let us spend more money this year, buy more rice and flour, and distribute porridge for 3 days as an act of charity. Neither the old madam nor Tang Gang objected, so Madame Wang left the matter to Xin An. Xin An immediately gave Lu Cheng 1,000 taels to buy rice, flour, and charcoal to be sent to orphanages and homes for the elderly in the city. She also gave Aunt Wang 500 taels to make steamed buns and distribute them daily at designated beggar-gathering spots, without publicizing it. This followed the tradition of the Xin family in Huai River. As night fell, the cold wind cut like blades. That day, no one went to the front courtyard for dinner to avoid the cold. Tang Rong, who had been suppressing his anger all day, finally smashed a teacup. Tang Mo's safe return meant his money had been wasted again. In the outskirts, he had already failed to strike. Now that he was back in the capital, Tang Mo was always surrounded by guards, and even when on duty, North Garrison troops accompanied him. There were fewer and fewer opportunities to act. Qing Mo, go find Kai Quan. Qing Mo complained inwardly. The air had become increasingly unstable lately. No one knew what trouble he would cause next. However, Kai Quan was not at home. He had gone early to visit a lover, using the money he had recently obtained to buy a house and even servants, living like a wealthy master. His lover treated him warmly and had long forgotten Madame Kai. Qing Mo returned empty-handed and was scolded again. The next morning, he finally waited at the side gate and dragged Kai Quan toward Chunhua Courtyard. This is too risky, Your Highness. After hearing Tang Rong's instructions, Kai Quan thought he had gone mad. He actually wanted him to hire a group of bandits to cause trouble in an area under the jurisdiction of the second young master. Ever since the last group of bandits was arrested, patrols had increased significantly, and even thieves were rarely seen. Who would still dare come and die? If caught and tortured, the investigation would inevitably lead back to others. Causing chaos in the capital was a serious crime. Please reconsider, Your Highness. The previous group has already taken the money and will act when the opportunity arises. You must not act rashly now. I do not want to be dragged down with you if things go wrong. Chapter 334. What a pity, truly a pity. Kai Quan had been trying to persuade him the entire time, but Tang Rong could no longer wait. Madame Wang's recent attitude made him clearly sense the direction of the household. Even his stepmother, who had always cared about appearances, had pointed at him and scolded him without mercy, almost tearing all pretenses apart. What else was there not to understand? He could not allow Tang Mo to continue developing like this. The last few days before the new year were the best opportunity. What you said also makes sense. You may go. Kai Quan was of no use now. Forcing him to act would only cause trouble. Kai Quan did not expect to be let off so easily and felt suspicious, but he quickly withdrew. As long as he was not dragged into it, Tang Rong could go ahead and ruin himself however he pleased. Qing Mo, who had been listening with his ears perked up, lowered his eyes and remained silent. Tang Rong seemed to have returned to normal again. The weather remained gloomy that day. Tang Mo, who had slept from yesterday straight through to this morning, lazed in bed and did not want to get up. Xin An, already dressed, said before leaving. Your 5 cousins are still waiting for you. Get up earlier. Tang Mo felt truly regretful. He had originally intended to rest a bit the previous day. He had not seen his wife for days, so of course he wanted to be a little clingy. Who would have thought that one sleep would last until morning? The yellow flower vegetable had gotten up earlier than him again. What a pity. Truly a pity. Madam, Xin Mo sent a message. Nanfeng quickly approached Xin An, who was about to leave, lowering his voice. He said the people next door are making moves. Xin An turned around. Nanfeng followed her back inside. Once in the room, he relayed Qing Mo's message in front of Tang Mo. Xin An gave a soft Qing Mo did well. Reward him 2 taels of silver. Nanfeng quickly withdrew, even thoughtfully closing the door. Tang Mo sneered. I was just thinking I should earn some merit before the new year. He's delivering it right to my door. Don't worry, I have it under control. Xin An sighed. He really does have a lot of silver. It seems I'll have to add fuel to the fire. It's time to make use of Kyanti's son. Arrange someone to make him fall into a large debt. Kyanti is also cautious. After so long, she still hasn't emptied that stash. Tang Mo nodded. You handle things inside the residence. I'll handle things outside. We just need to make sure he doesn't have a peaceful new year. He and Tang Rong were already in an irreconcilable situation. But he could not let Tang Rong die just yet. Perhaps it would be better to take one of his legs first. Seeing him still sitting on the bed, Xin An urged again. Get up. Sister Lin is still waiting for me up front. Lin Yao had arrived. When she saw Xin An, she did not beat around the bush. Every year at this time, the Empress would, in the name of Tianjin Hall, set up porridge stations at several city gates and outside the capital. From the 28th day of the 12th lunar month until the 15th of the first month, it was meant to help those without money to return home or those in hardship have a hot meal during the new year. On New Year's Eve, the 1st day, the 7th day, and the 15th, there will also be meat dishes. These expenses come partly from the Empress's private funds and partly from Tianjin Hall. I've come today specifically to ask you for money. Xin An replied generously that she would not be outdone in doing good deeds and casually mentioned her own arrangements. My father always says that at the end of the year, one should reflect. If the year has been smooth and the business has made money, then that already means one is more fortunate than many. To ensure a better coming year and avoid the extremes of fortune, one should spend some wealth and accumulate virtue. In Huai River, our Xin family's porridge stalls also run from New Year's Eve until the 15th day. I am following my father's example. There's no need for Sister Lin to come personally, just send someone to inform me. Lin Yao smiled. I know you're generous. I just wanted to come chat with you. You have no idea how busy I've been lately. My feet barely touch the ground. Finally getting a chance to slack off. How could I miss it? She then complained at length about endless social obligations, where to visit, where to send New Year gifts, which elders needed paying respects to. One day without rest feels more exhausting than a battlefield. Once the 15th passes, things will calm down, Xin An said. She originally wanted to say it would ease in a few days, but then realized that for Lin Yao, from the 1st day of the new year onward, she would likely be visiting relatives non-stop anyway. After Lin Yao left, Xin An had just handed her a box containing a 2,000 tael silver note when she turned and ran into Tangang. It seemed that either his official duties had lessened, or there were more guests at home. Tangang had been spending more time in the residence lately. Are you working for Tianjin Hall? Xin An did not hide it. Not exactly working, just sent a shipload of medicinal herbs. Your father prepared it? Yes. She stepped forward slightly. Is father interested in this matter? Tangang swallowed his words. For some reason, he did not like speaking to Xin An alone. He always felt he would be at a disadvantage. I was just asking. Will your father come to the capital after the new year? Yes. Would father like to discuss cooperation with him again? The previous arrangement may no longer be suitable. After all, my father's annual profit is fixed, but expenses have increased. Father could consider a new type of business, one involving real investment. The Marquis household could no longer simply take money without contributing. If they wanted the same income as before, they would need to invest more. Tang Gang understood her meaning and shot her an annoyed glare. Go to your work. These husband and wife were capable, but truly infuriating. Xin smiled sweetly and returned to Qiushi Courtyard. After learning that Tang Mo had gone to Tsuiyu Courtyard, she instructed Nan Feng to book the largest private room at the medicinal cuisine restaurant. She intended to host a banquet. It should have been arranged by the household, but we are too busy lately. The meal can be paid from the household funds. Madame Wang had no objections. Xin smiled. There's no need for the household to pay for a meal. Let's just use my husband's name to invite all the elders and siblings. We can also invite second uncle's family and uncle's family, make it lively before the new year. Very thoughtful of you, Madame Wang nodded. She then asked whether Xin would also invite the Wei family and Tang Rong. If we're hosting, of course everyone in the household should be invited. Do I seem so petty? It's also to make grandmother happy during the new year. The old madam had treated her well and given her many valuable things. This was also a way of repaying her and showing that they were capable of considering the bigger picture. Madame Wang smiled and agreed. As the mother-in-law, she naturally could not fall behind either and would speak well of her to the old madam. Are we going out to eat? The three daughters-in-law had overheard Xian's invitation and were delighted. We've heard about it. The medicinal cuisine restaurant in the capital is very famous. You can't even get a reservation unless you book in advance. We've also heard there are many nourishing soups suitable for women. We've long wanted to go, just afraid second sister-in-law would think we were greedy. They were practically glowing with excitement. Xin liked being with them, it made her feel young. We should have taken you earlier, but things have been too busy. Now it's settled. Let's go enjoy a good meal. In spring, I'll take you around the capital. I'm not very familiar with it myself, so your second brother will lead us then. The three girls became even happier. Madame Zhao also smiled, thinking she should prepare an additional gift for Xin. With such thorough care, they could not simply accept it without giving something in return. Even among relatives, relationships must be reciprocal. Chapter 335. It was him who sent people to kill me. In the courtyard of Tsuiwei Courtyard, dozens of steps away from Lingxiang Courtyard, 5 young men were happily listening to Tang Mo speak. They had never heard those unfavorable rumors about him. They only knew that this cousin worked in official duty and was very capable, so they had long wanted to meet him. Seeing the marks of wind and frost on his face, his lips dry and cracked, and even though he had tried his best to tidy himself up, it was still obvious at a glance that he had suffered hardship and endured difficulties. Thinking that a young nobleman from the Marquis household, who lacked nothing, could still endure such hardship, they instantly felt that their own studies were not so difficult after all, and there was still room for improvement. Even Tang Yu looked at Tang Mo with new respect. I heard your duty involves dealing with people from all walks of life. Is it dangerous? Danger is there, Tang Mo said, trying his best to appear steady. In the capital there are 1 million people, all kinds of individuals, so it's inevitable to encounter some extremely vicious ones. But if we don't stand at the front, the ones who suffer will be the common people. The emperor also will not tolerate lawlessness under the sun of heaven's feet. Although there is some danger, it is also very tempering. Honestly speaking, I was also someone who was neither good at literature nor martial arts before, far inferior to a few of my cousins. After entering the Northern Guard Army, I was out of place everywhere at first, but after enduring it, I got used to it. Tang Yu knew a bit about Tang Mo's past. Seeing him now, he nodded in approval. You are able to lower yourself and endure hardship. You deserve a place in the Northern Guard Army. I just hope that a few of your cousins can learn even a fraction of you. Although we rely on the Marquis household, we must still do our utmost in our own duties. Only when one has real ability can the Marquis household support become icing on the cake. Otherwise, even if the household tries its best to help, it is still useless if the person himself is incapable. All 5 young men nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with this. At home, they had occasionally mentioned that they were from the Marquis household, but in their hearts they knew the distance between them and the Marquis was great, and the help they could draw was limited. Over the years, the Marquis household had not actively supported them, and its attitude was clear. Now that they were receiving such attention, it was only because they had proven themselves and the Marquis household saw their value. I heard that a few of my cousins will be going to Qianmen Academy to study after the new year. Tang Yu smiled and said that Tang Gang had already arranged this matter for them. The 5 brothers had passed the academy's entrance assessment, and after the new year they would only need to complete enrollment procedures. Tang Mo immediately introduced Wang Shi. My maternal cousin is studying at Qianmen Academy. He is the teacher's most valued student. I'll introduce you to him later so he can look after you. You'll have support in the academy. Also, my cousin Yao Ming has already passed the imperial examinations properly. I'll have him give you some guidance later. As long as you prepare well, you will surely pass the examinations in 2 years. The 5 young men cupped their hands in gratitude. Thank you, cousin. We are all family, no need to be polite. In a couple of days I'll take you out for drinks. Since you will be staying in the capital in the future, you cannot only focus on studying. Social connections and friendships are also necessary. They will help your future official careers. At this moment, Tang Yu was extremely satisfied with Tang Mo. The first step for these young men in the capital must involve the Marquis household. Originally, they had hoped Tang Rong would take them out, but now it seemed that even if Tang Rong intended to, he could not be trusted. After seeing and hearing so much in the past few days, and hearing the rumors outside, he already had his own judgment. Why aren't you thanking your second cousin quickly? With him leading you, it will be of great benefit. Who else in the family would think so carefully for you if not your own brothers? The brothers thanked him again, and just then Xin An and the 3 young ladies arrived, having come to invite them. Tang Mo smiled and said, I was just saying I would introduce Wang Shi to you cousins, and the opportunity has already come. He then said to the cousins, the soup at your second sister-in-law's medicinal diet restaurant is really good and beneficial to the body. Remember to drink a couple more bowls when you go. The 5 young men smiled and thanked him. Xin An teased, don't listen to your second cousin. He has a thick skin and loves to boast about his own family. The 3 young ladies laughed with curved brows. They had already met their second cousin earlier and found him quite interesting. The husband and wife stayed in Suiwei courtyard chatting the entire morning. When Tang Gang returned to the residence and sent someone to call Tang Mo, he happily went to the front courtyard. Tang Rong had struck again, spreading rumors. He had to go to his father's place and make some sarcastic remarks to clarify his stance. He really knows how to pick his timing. Every time it's when I'm not around. What, does he think he can gain some advantage when I'm gone? They say I harmed him, that he is so pitiful. Then I might as well say it was him who sent people to kill me. He himself is stuck in his courtyard and cannot come out. Seeing that I seem to have some prospects, he developed murderous intent toward me. If you explain it this way, it actually sounds very reasonable. Father, don't you think it was him who sent people to kill me? Tang Gang had originally intended to discuss future arrangements with him, but before he could even speak, he was met with a flood of nonsense. Nonsense? How can such words be spoken casually? He felt that even if the eldest son was dissatisfied with the second son, it should not escalate to murder. He still believed he understood Tang Rong. Anyway, I think it is him. Father, just investigate and you'll know. It would be best if those people tried to kill me again, then I could catch them alive and expose whoever is behind it. Can't you just wish yourself a bit better? Tang Gang shot him a glare. Wishing to be assassinated, there must be something wrong with his brain. Sit properly. You are a deputy commander. What kind of posture is that? I have serious matters to tell you. The emperor intended for Tang Mo to follow and work under Aoji. This was neither entirely good nor entirely bad for the Marquis household. Even if it was not for Tang Mo alone, Tang Gang still had to plan for the household's future. There are some things I must explain clearly to you, so you don't act like a clueless fool and end up being sold without even knowing it. Tang Mo immediately straightened up and sat properly, looking attentive. As long as it was good for him, he was willing to listen. Tangang first explained the situation of the court, the various factions, and then focused on the emperor's temperament and Aoji's role in the emperor's eyes. He was truly favored, but also truly feared. The old master of the Ao family was also a capable general, but unfortunately he was muddle-headed. The household was chaotic, and he even tried to influence the emperor's decisions. Aoji's father was even more foolish. When Aoji had already gained imperial trust, he still tried to ruin the son, and even father and son worked together to kill Aoji. Aoji is ruthless too. He understands the emperor's limits and knows that if he were gone, that father-son pair would eventually ruin the entire household. So he entered the palace. The second day after leaving the palace, the father and son of the Ao family were both imprisoned one after the other. Although the emperor executed them, the evidence that forced the emperor to act was provided by Aoji.